like that. I'm talking about, and let me turn off my auto live so this doesn't switch over. I'm talking about creating a scene with the master layer on there. So in here, I said, okay, add a layer, and now basically it's 4.5 installed, and I'm using the scan converter. I think is it the scan converter? I always forget. It's the yellow one. And then I set it to the screen. So now it sends out an NDI inside the software. And so scratch that last part. Inside if you turn on the NDI in here, it will send it out. They'll send the video out, and everything's active. I just have to go to this scene. And now if I hit that circle stamp and hit here, it's now going to show up with a circle right here that's overlaid. So it's over my hand, as you can see, whereas this one is not. And then I clear it. Got a telestration right on the screen. Let me switch back so you can see this in its full glory. And we'll just do it like this. There we go. Screen. Don't watch this screen because this is not going to be perfect. And as you can see, it's doing the Inception thing as we're talking. But it's a great way to start. So if you want a scene, and I can't see it on here because I haven't. Have I? No, I did. Yeah, and it was output, NDI output, and start. Now in here, let's go back here. We need to go out of the PTZ camera, and we need to, it should show up my Wirecast Live output. There we go. And now if I switch to this, boom, hello, no plane, remember? Now I have it down here, and you can't, unfortunately you can't see it unless I do this the split screen again. But I'm seeing myself not in real time. It's actually small. Okay, so I have, let me do this, bring that up. So I have my computer, and it's got my camera that's pointed at me, blah, blah, and that's wired. And then I have to another computer that's handling another camera, and then it's sending NDI back to this computer. Now, there we go. And then that's going to another machine, which is handling all of my graphics. It's a little bit delayed. I apologize on that. Once again, I didn't refresh the, let's refresh the NDI on this case. So if this was plugged in as opposed to being wireless, it would do a lot better on the connection for sure. But I also needed to have the mouse plugged in. We did have some small problems at the beginning, and that causes problems. Any type of software like that will cause problems. It's not just a they're passed to this machine, so I can see it on the screen. And let's see, you can see it right now. There it is before it switches over. So I can see myself on that machine, and then I can come back. The best part about the scene, though, as you just saw, scribble anymore. I could go to this one, you'll see the scribble, or this one and see the scribble. So I can talk about that and then clean the screen, but bring it back. You can also do it by having this on its own separate layer, master layer. But this would be easy or something like that. And, you know, maybe on a green screen with the weather behind him, and then he could be drawing, okay, we've got, let's clear this out. Da, 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 da. There we go. And there we go. And he's going, yeah, watching. I got way too much NDI coming through right now. So, yeah, I definitely would want to connect this up to the network via Ethernet cable to run a little bit smoother. But anyway, you get the idea. Is now you have the ability to do telestration. Plus, you could do and go from there. So there's an option right there. And it's fairly straightforward to set up. Let's just clear that. Fairly straightforward to set up. Just a slight learning curve. Like I said, the screen resolution was the big problem with this. Right, you can definitely hook up to this thing, but I wanted to see if this worked because of the fact that it's just a screen. It can run in tablet mode. I can run it flat. I can plug in the mouse if I want to, but I don't need to anymore. At this view right here, you can't see that I have a telestrator, and I could have the telestrator overlaid on here. So at any time, if I need to draw, that's basically a solution where they take a piece of glass and they put it out front, and you take the light markers. The glass has lights all around the edges, which light up that main scene, and then you have to edge around, so it looks like you're drawing. So if you in the right direction. So if you write down hello, you actually see hello in that right way. This way, yeah, you do have to look at a screen for a couple seconds, but it's up there and you have it completely telestrated. And you don't have to buy a big piece of glass. Glory and beauty. It was a spectacular scene in San Francisco because they were crossing the street with the telestrator, the glass pane, and it actually made it himself. So it is what it is. But and I love this technology. I love this idea, but it's not for everybody. And this is a good alternative because I can. Welcome to Geekazine's virtual conference coverage 2020. Times, as the commercials say, and he's got some great information with his company EditShare. So let's bring you in. How you doing, Stephen?
I'm doing very well. Well, as you say, within these weird times that we're in, yeah, doing good.
All right, and of course, your
our predominant business is around video production storage, so high-speed scale-out storage that you can do all of your video editing, your post-production needs on it. We also have media asset management system that allow people to plug in to our systems to extend our storage platform, to extend our media asset management platform, and sort of glue those things together. So those are all of our kind of main points, and I think we can talk a bit from weird remote production environments that they've not had to work in before.
Absolutely, like the production that's going on behind you. Are those shoes and a microphone? What's that?
Yes, this is my home studio. So I actually also, as well as being CTO here at some, actually the little ones. Normally we'd walk around the trade shows with them. So NAB we would have had them out then, but of course we're all a bit virtual in that kind of sense. So
yeah, absolutely. So all right, well, let's get into a little bit about EditShare and what you want to talk about today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think something that allows you to get, working remotely, or actually as your mainline work very, very quickly. So we've been working on cloud environments for quite some time to extend beyond what we've been providing on-prem. So on-prem, you can buy our physical storage, our media assets, allow people to very quickly spin up an instance in the cloud. We've been partnering with a number of people in the ecosystem, so people like Adobe, AWS, and we've built up our whole ecosystem so you can do all of your editing in a cloud environment.
Okay, and what type of requirements do you need?
Called TerraDG, so they're a remote desktop technology. It gives you very high bandwidth, low latency editing experience, and so when you're using that experience, it just feels like it's a local. So all of those requirements are taken care for. You can actually be running on a very low specification machine locally because you're connecting to something very powerful in the cloud with GPU, CPU, memory, and that's where you'd run your editing software like Adobe Premiere, or you could be running DaVinci Resolve, or you could be running it, of course, to run that connection into the cloud. So you need the back and forth to have that really nice responsive thing. But other than that, it's pretty lightweight, and that's, I think, is from home. You don't have the specs of laptops or environments locally. You can very easily unlock that power in the cloud.
Yeah, and you mentioned the bandwidth, and that's probably the key, because something like that I would use while I'm on the road, and or by myself for that matter. And would something like a Las Vegas hotel setting be a good situation for that?
Potentially, yeah. I think it really depends on the kind of workflow that you want to do, and that's one part of it. So you can use some technologies such as Expedat or Aspira, these types of technologies, and so we've pre-integrated some of those solutions. It means that you've just been walking around the Strip in Vegas, you've got some footage, you need to get it into the cloud very quickly, then it's going to get up there very, very quickly. So using those types of tools get your media into the cloud very quick. Once it's up in the cloud, we can scan it with our asset manager, and that will then generate both, it will generate the proxy resolution versions of those. So then there'll be a lower resolution proxy that's actually very accessible and very easy. So actually, if you didn't have the connection, very responsive, feeling like you're editing locally. If you don't have that kind of bandwidth, instead you could switch to using our Flow Story product, and that seamlessly switches to using the proxy version of the media, which is much lower resolution. That's back to the high resolution material to do your finishing up and your conforming, those kind of things. So those in terms of those requirements, we've got some good flexibility between whether you're going to run something at a low resolution and then finish it in high resolution
on a bus and be able to work from there in high speed. So
yeah, that's a good idea.
Absolutely. Now you have a few companies working on that. You have a map here that you're going to be showing me, right? What's this?
Yeah. Let me talk about this. So this is a scenario that we put together with Amazon Prime. This scenario, we had the Monte Carlo ATP tournament, and that was being sent back to London to a production facility where Amazon Prime Video were streaming it out live to their customers. But at the same time, we were capturing that live feed, EFS, so our edit share file system, all virtualized in that cloud, and you had remote editors who were in LA in this case, using that Teradicci technology we talked about to access that content in the cloud. So they were using virtual workstations, they were editing using Adobe Premiere on a Windows desktop that actually was in the cloud. It was a tool. So Airflow is a web-based review and approve tool. It uses some of those proxy files we were talking about earlier. Okay. So when they finish their edit, they can upload it to that Airflow environment, and then somebody back in the London production center can say, yep, that looks good, or please change this shot or tighten that sequence or use something else. So they can put, you might need the accelerated transfer that we talked about, uploading your content with Expedat. You have the remote desktops and those types of technologies. And I think the other really important part to emphasize here is you need a very high performance storage layer. So we sit on top of Amazon's own storage layer, which is called EBS. We've terabytes, even up to petabytes of storage, but all of that being at very, very high throughput, because when you're doing a video edit, it's not just the quality of the remote desktop experience that's going to be valuable. It's also going to be the speed environment.
Yeah, because there's many different factors that you have to worry about from one end to the other. So it's called the EFSV. Was that correct?
That's right, EFSV. Yep, it's up there on our website now. We've just relaunched our website. We're very excited about it, and so on my machine, if you'd like to take a little look at the experience.
Absolutely, let's do that really quick. We'll flip over to this page while you switch around screens.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is the page that he's talking about where the EFSV lives.
Proof that because it's quite difficult to show you that we're in remote desktop environments because it looks like local. I'm using a Mac here. I'm connecting to this NLE instance here, a virtual instance that's running here in the AWS cloud. So that's what I'm going to be connecting to. So when I switch screens here, now I'm looking at a desktop. It's a Windows desktop center. I'm connecting to it with Teradicci, and I've got Adobe Premiere here up and running. You can see I've got something and I'm midway through editing, and I've got the full editing experience here. So I've got the ability to stream this, and the quality is really good in terms of, I'm not sure how well it comes across on Skype.
And wherever the server is for that, whether it be United States or London or whatnot, then it's coming through to me, which I'm then recording it, and it looks, I mean, maybe.
And for me, it looks, perfect, in terms of this. And so this is actually running in the Ireland data center. And this is the value of the, cloud environment, as I can put the same solution in Virginia, in Ireland. I can put it, around the globe in different data centers. We've stood this up in Sydney. We've stood this up in Japan. I'm able to share a screen with you. You're able to see these things. And we can also stream things to each other using NDI and some of those other plugins. So the responsiveness of this product is quite astonishing, and that was really the experience that we've got when we've been putting this, so they can just go and try their workflow. And one of our US customers, he just basically said it's like he couldn't believe how good it was that he could do exactly the same workflow that he would normally be able to do in his production across all of those screens. So really amazing, that you can do all of that from a cloud-powered system.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about. I'm assuming this is all going to be scalable, so there's probably no one set price, one introductory type situation here.
Sure, yeah. So we can the price can go from dollars per month, plus then the AWS cost. If you combine the two, it comes to about $750 per month, and that gives you a starting system. But you can then obviously scale that up. So, depending on how much footage you want to be putting, how much editing, how many workstations you want to be running as well. So the great thing about a cloud environment is you can just spin them up and use them as the workstation for that period of time, and then shut it down and you stop paying for it, which is a really good, powerful way of cost saving. So there's a lot of cost savings things you can do in terms of the overall system to give you a real flexibility. Product is our Media Asset Manager, and that Media Asset Manager is really helpful in terms of these remote production types of scenarios. And so I'm just going to switch screens as well, just to show you a little bit of what I was talking about, our Airflow, but I'll also talk a little bit about some integration we did with Zoom, which is really cool. So there's various clips that I've got imported into our Asset Manager, and I can see a whole bunch of information, metadata about it. I can preview this media in that proxy format, so it's not in the high resolution format, but in a lower resolution. So this is me now accessing this locally on my workstation. Using this can be accessing the proxy versions of those and viewing all the clips and editing them and putting in markers. So you can see I can put in range markers. I can select stuff. So helping that editor out, choosing the sequences from all of the rushes that have come in, they can use this tool very, very quickly, and then they can then switch to either continue to Media Composer. They can switch between those kind of environments. And something that I was playing around with, because a lot of us are using these virtual desktop and virtual sharing things, was, what ways could we actually ingest media from those? So we use Zoom a lot here at Edit Share. We're doing lots of conferences, calls, lots of meetings, lots of knowledge sharing, been loads of great stuff that we've been doing. Just to go and select the content from Zoom and import it. So actually what I was showing on the screen there actually was all content that I've imported from Zoom using this ingest tool. So you can come in, you can pick all of the recordings that you've got in your account, pick which ones you want to ingest into, and you can see all of that data here from Zoom. And then I can switch to an editing tool. So I've got this Flow Story, which is using the proxy-based workflows, and I can take all these things. So these are, all sorts of Zoom recordings that I'm skimming through. I've maybe brought in some clips, like some, nice intro clips, and then switching into, showing the Amazon console, and then other footage. So I could this, they want a version of it, but they only want 10 minutes from the middle of the webinar where we were talking about some particular topic, or they want to translate it into their local language and just show bits of it. So providing people these tools, and what I'm doing, this was this proxy work, those proxy resolutions. So this is a really cool thing about Flow, is it gives you a lot of flexibility, and because of giving that flexibility to people, we've made the Flow product free of charge until July 1st. So for people who want to be, working from home or having that flexibility of remote productions, Flow is a very, very powerful tool. And with those API integrations, we've got API integrations with AI services, so they can do translation and transcription and object detection. So if you're looking for a cut or a scene that has got a bicycle in it, we can have already pre-indexed that, and you can go and find those in the Media Asset Manager. So there's a lot of power in that tool, and we're
so. That's all amazing, and we could probably go on a lot longer on this. And I'd love to have you take my video and edit it down, but you know that's going to have to be on me. But that's okay.
Thank you.
That's another company from the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020 at Geekazine. Since I can't go to the conferences, I'm going to have the vendors come to me. If you're a vendor, let's get on air and talk about it for Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out. For the Virtual Conference Coverage. So last week I started talking with my friends over at Creative Labs, and I said, hey, we haven't talked in a while. What do you guys got? And of course I saw them at CES, and they said, wow, we got some new audio stuff, including X5 USB amplifier. And at first thought I was going to get a whole system with speakers and everything like that, but that's not the case here. This actually allows you to bring your own speakers from what's in here. So I want to look speaker system. We got that there, but this one allows you to hook up to that and be the central control. So basically I'd set it on my desk and then my speakers all around me for the audio. So let's go ahead and unbox this one right here. Right, so let's do that to look at that. So anyway, that's the Sound Blaster module right there. Fairly straightforward. It is the acoustic engine with high-quality headphone amplifier, built-in Super X5 processor, and you can not drop it. So film there, bring that up, open that up, there we go. And we'll take the film out there, there we go. So that's the unit right here. So right here is looks like a microphone input. It is 3.5 millimeter, so you might have to get an adapter if you have a different type of microphone. It does not do USB in microphone headphones. On the top here we have it looks like a volume dial. It is a pressable dial, so it means something here. We've got this must mute the microphone audio. Oh no, it says audio balance. Okay, so I think if you press this and then line out HP for this button right here called SXFI, which is their Super X5 processor right there. Nothing on the sides there, both sides. So if you're bringing in another device, you can do that. We have the optical out right here, and then a USB. It's a USB-C. I believe it's just C. It doesn't show a Thunderbolts, so it's just USB-C, but you don't need Thunderbolt for audio. That would be pretty much overkill, I think. But anyway, so that's what you have. So you take all your speakers and you'll put it in here, the sub and the side. And you probably, I would guess that you could use it if you only have the front speakers. You could probably use this without rear speakers at all. So let's move on. Let's see what else is in the box here. So we'll take this complete fold-out type things. I'd rather have it in a booklet than just a single sheet like this, because this can get kind of confusing. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, it's showing the front view, everything exactly as I said there. And you can get a 5.1 analog speaker system and a 7.1 analog speaker system to use with this. Also in here we have, that's not focusing in. Mine isn't that focusing in. Let's do this. Hold on a second. There we go. So there's the worldwide warranty right there. We got a piece of, here's how you can connect with us. Okay. And then this is the button functionalities and LED indicators. So it says blue is playback volume, red is microphone volume, and green, cyan, or orange is audio balance, white is Bluetooth. So it'll light up when you hit a specific button. You can turn control mic, and then LED on is microphones on, red is mic input monitoring level on, green is audio balance on. So they have different, and there's a lot more. README first, they have, it looks like the apps that you can download for the SXFI app, which has and this might have Bluetooth in it. I didn't see any Bluetooth information. Oh, no, it's not it. We've got this side box that I need to deal with really quick. So let's pull that out. Let's do that. And let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. And on the side here, we have, so eventually this might even just switch to USB-C to C, but for now you get AC to A. And it looks like it is 2.0. Usually when it's white on the inside there, that usually says that it's 2.0. If it was probably the plug, thought there was a plug. No, I guess not. I guess this is self-power or powered through the computer. So nothing there, nothing there. So that is pretty much it. So once we connect this up, information and yeah, get it going. So and that will be a later video when I do the full review of this device. Router. It is a dual Wi-Fi router. We've got the, let's pull that up here. So it's the AC2100 dual band smart Wi-Fi router, speeds of over 2 gigabits per second, support MU-MIM. So you can probably attach something like a hard drive or something like that. What's interesting about this is the top of this has kind of a brick vibe. I don't want to say the brand name because I don't know if this is technically licensed by them. Your decision right there, but looks pretty interesting. Does dual bands, one SSID. So you basically, if you have a 2.4 gigahertz system, you have a 5 gigahertz system, Space 5, you've probably seen that or probably have that. This allows you to put them together. So it's just rock space as the SSID or whatever your SSID is. And then it'll just figure out, okay, this is a 2.4 gigahertz device. And yeah, we have a little bit of light issues because of the film, but so get my handy dandy little opening tool. And we'll get it right there. We'll be able to, right there, there we are. Awesome. And we'll throw that away. Now, it does say, like I said, it says 2033 megabits per second network with 2.4 gigahertz, totaling up to that. So however you use it, that is how it is. Let's see anything else here. It's the Model S RSD0. And I'll probably tell you, hey, go to Wi-Fi, go to these settings and do that. So we'll set that to the side. We've got the power wart, and let's see how this works. Okay. One thing I'm not a big fan of is the warts where the wart is on the plug. I like to have a little bit of separation on there. But the cool thing is this looks like a universal plug. So if I pop this off, if I was in Europe, I'd probably have a Euro adapters if you are in a different country. So before we do that, this is what I always like to do. And a little tip that I have for you guys, and that is get yourself a little silver Sharpie. And these things are awesome because what I do with them is I will actually 100. And I can do it on both sides as well. But the thing about these plugs is they don't normally say where they come from. And with that, it doesn't. You might, if you ever lose this plug, reorganizing the house or something like that, then you don't know where this came from. Then this gets thrown into a junk drawer, and then you're looking at the router. Have this anymore? So having that written down in Sharpie, that's just an amazing little tip I have for you guys for that. Whenever you get new devices and you got these types of plugs, get yourself. All right, let's move on from here. Next up is the router. Underneath the router, before we do, looks like we got a little Cat 5e cable. Looks like a flat cable. I don't normally use these because I want to be a little bit more trusting in the cable. And I don't see anything else in that recyclable packaging, so we will put that in the recycle area. Let's go ahead and here. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4 antennae. A little bit of cellophane. We're going to remove those antennae. Don't look to be removable, but this does fold down pretty nice. So if you do use it in travel or anything like that, you don't have those antennas flying around everywhere. On the back, let's go ahead and take a look at this. We have the main WAN port, which is in blue. It's really interesting, yellow plug, but in this case, this is actually the opposite. I don't know what that doesn't mean anything, but it's just interesting to note. So we have all four of these are supposed to be 1 gigabit each. So you get 1 gigabit card. You can plug in your drives and things like that, and you could probably create some sort of storage zone for movies or pictures or anything. We got a reset SSID and the password, and if you hold it down for a longer period of time, you'll probably reset it. Got the power right here. So let's take a look at the underside. At the underside, we have this basically is, and they do have a pin number here, so that will for easy connection. We've got a couple hooks here, so you can then place it onto a wall. Hold on a second. So we got Harry Potter here. There we go. From a previous build day, and we'll just place them right here. No, what do you know? It fits. It fits. If it fits, it sticks. With different characters, like I have some, Harry Potter. I have some Star Wars characters. I have some other characters. It's like this might be an OCD nightmare, because these things can be like this, and somebody's gonna go, oh wow, you can say, let's see, you can also position. I mean, this is too much rock, too much metal for one hand. This is Wisconsin. And then we've got the let's see, the Vulcan, live long and prosper. So it would be this right here. So you can set up your antenna like the Vulcans do. It's best if you put them up. It doesn't look like they go up. They either go out or down. So let's see if we can. Or to the side. They don't go up any more than that. So that would be. If you have this on your wall, then these things are just going to be like that. And put them to the sides like this, and then that looks really weird. Yeah, you also can put them like this. Put your Legos on top of them. A little Harry Potter right there. There you go. And you're good to go. So this is the Rockspace AC2100 dual band gigabit. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, from Canex. Canex being a company that does a lot more than just USB hubs. They do chargers, they do cables, and everything else. We're on the website page right here over at Canex stuff, including ports that do more than just 6 ports. Keyboards, we got cables, it looks like. We got in-ear headphones and docking C. Hub plus Ethernet. Let's go ahead and give this thing an unbox right now. So we can lift it up. First of all, just want to let you know it does USB-C. It has USB 3.0, 2 of those. So, and we'll look at that more. So let's go ahead and open this up. We're going to bring this up and just lift up the thing. We can see from the top here, it basically says what we've got. As you can see, it's a 2 plug port. So you'll either have your MacBook with 2 USB-C plugs or a PC that also has a dual USB-C right on the side. Really quick. Let's rip it. Yeah, that's how we do it. We're going to rip it. There. Now you know it's been opened. All right. So there it is. I don't see any side of the MacBook. We're going to put it on this side of the MacBook so you can see it. But what we have here, let's bring it up here. Let's zoom in a little bit on the camera. And as you can see, we've got the US card reader. We've got a micro SD and an SD card reader. Over here, we flip that up like that. And we have the Ethernet. It's not showing, and I know the light, it just, I need some light over here. But that right here, we're going to bring that up, as you can see, and that's where you can plug in your Ethernet jack if you want to. Bring it back down. We have the dual USB-C plugins right here, and once again the SD card right there, and then port right there. So with that said and that done, we just basically plug it right in. Got to zoom it back out so you can see it plugged in. There you can you just call up your laptop and log in and go from there. You can also do it on the other side, as you can see. Just plug it right in, and as you can see, it's pretty slipware and just trying to figure out, just doing cable management all over the place. So it's kind of small and easy to install, just like that. And when you're ready to go, you turn it on. I'm not sure how card here. I think I have an SD card close by. There we go. We will put it in. I'm gonna have to log into my computer. So let's do that. All right, there we go. So now we're logged into the PC. This down. Maybe you can see that from there. If not, we'll just raise this up just a touch, and we'll zoom it in. And as you can see right there, that basically says right here where it says Untitled, there's the card. It's one of my video cards, so it connected up. It's the Canex 6-in-1 USB port, USB-C hub for your multi-port. Simple unboxing right there. I hope you enjoyed it. It is about it's under $100 is my understanding. I think it's $99.99. I'll have a link in the show notes so you can get to it, so you can unbox. We'll be doing a email.com. We'll put this down. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out for another unboxing, and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we are going to show you a little bit of YouTube magic here from behind the scenes. YouTube is changing things up a little bit, and they've been doing it for a little while now, but they've got some really cool features that you should really be implementing, especially that they've added in the last year. First one is hashtags. Second one is user channels, and then finally, chapter markers. And all three of these are going to help you get more views. Simple as that. You got me. You got the subscribe channel everywhere, so go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes up. It's been a small while since I've done these videos, so let's get right into it and show you what I'm talking about. Now I'm going to start by, this is a video that I did about 6 for you to use a webcam to do things like this, like what I'm doing right now. And it's had some pretty good views, but I can get some more views out of it. And by using YouTube is making a very big effort to make sure that the videos that you watch don't take you to other places that you do not end up returning back to YouTube. Staying in the infrastructure is good for any website. It's good for any service. Your video, or they're watching another video, they're staying in that realm. And that is what YouTube is doing to make that happen. How are they making it happen? Well, they're making it happen by, first of all, finding a way to bring you into the content, and then finding a way for people on or playlist suggestions or playlists themselves. Things like that that give people another choice, another place to go to when they're ready to go to. And that's also annotations, the end screen cards, what to watch next, where to go, spending your time down the YouTube rabbit. About 6 months ago, it's on how you can take a regular webcam, in this case it's the Wise webcams, and actually use a protocol called RTSP to project it onto your computer. Use it in a streaming software like I'm using right now, Wirecast, and use it so you can watch it if you're interested. What it does not have, and this is before I really started playing with this whole idea, is it does not have any of the things that I was just talking about. It has hashtags. but it doesn't have link backs, and it doesn't have the channel markers. Now, we'll first start with the hashtags, because tag your video, but the two should not be the same. You shouldn't say generic one. You'll say hashtag generic. Let's say you're talking about generic stuff, so hashtag generic, and you don't want to have hashtag. If you're watching some of these videos, in fact, we'll go to the video. You'll notice that down here you'll have the three hashtags that I use. If there's no location in your description, a whole ton of options to watch different Wise videos from different YouTube creators. So being in with that, as you can see, setting up RTSP on Wise to use in Wirecast Livestream is about, hey, that's how it works. It depends on your browser, your search history, and what you look for. So you'll see it in there, but people will have a better chance of seeing it if they go straight into the hashtags. So with the hashtags, well-crafted hashtags, and a hashtag that's like hashtag this is my hashtag, you should really click on it, means absolutely nothing. So don't do those. Here are Wise, RTSP, and Wirecast. Those are the three things that I really want people to look for, that are looking for to see in that content. So if we have the Wirecast, go back and let's take now. If you start getting past 10 hashtags in your description, YouTube will start noticing and possibly downgrade your video. In fact, I do about 6 or 7, and it also depends on how much of a description you have. So if all your description is showing is hashtags, that's probably not going to be a great way. And if we keep going down, I bet you, yeah, there's another one from me creating IGTV TikTok videos by changing aspect ratio or Wirecast. So you get the idea. Is that it's bringing them to other videos, and those other videos can definitely be yours to get people interested in what's going on. So the hash, don't go, I'd say 7 is a nice number. Going over 7, not a good idea. Also, placing your hashtags, and I did this at the beginning. I thought that putting the hashtags on top in the description would be the best thing. But what I've been finding more is you want to have this whole document right here. I definitely want to have the link so you know where to get Wise and to get Wirecast. But I'm going to actually move those hashtags down to here. They say put the hashtags on the bottom, but I kind of like them halfway through. And me, I like taking them out of the range, so if you click see more, you'll start seeing those links about mid-range, so you can actually click on the links. And of course, once again, if you don't have a location on the top of the in your videos, I don't have a location on mine, coming from Las Vegas, but then that's a good place where then those hashtags become important. So that's the idea of hashtags. Once you're in the infrastructure, how do we keep you in the infrastructure? The other way, and it's simply just like with Twitter, just like with Facebook, and all these other social networks, it's that @ symbol, the little circular A. Now, it's not perfect, and it needs to be activated, which Geekazine, it won't automatically switch over. You actually have to go into the details, into the description, and switch it over. Do I see that changing in the future? Yes, I do. But for right now, you have to tell it, this is what I want it to go to. And the reason why is because, like I said, Twitter and Facebook, all Geekazine @ Geekazine. Now, if your YouTube channel is not the same as your Twitter channel, then there can be confusion, because then you click on @Geekazine inside YouTube, and that takes you to a completely different channel. You go, what the heck's going on? In my case, no, if you click on Geekazine, that could be the problem right there. And I've run into that a few times where they were basically dead YouTube channels. We would actually email the person that owned it, and they said, yeah, we'll give it up. And then we were able to latch on to that and create our full brand off of that. Let me show you how that works. So we have two things here that I can actually link to, and that's Wirecast and Wise. Yeah, we want to change Wirecast and we want to change Wise. We'll start with Wise. We'll delete this out, we'll put a space in here, and we'll do the @ symbol. Now that should activate things. And now we'll start typing in Wise. We'll do WIZE. And as you can see, there's a lot of channels that are like that, but this is Wise. There we are. We've got Wise right in here. Now, here's a small problem with this whole thing. Wise actually has a custom URL. Of course, that would be youtube.com/channel/Wise. If they did not get the custom channel and they have the old, it's basically a long string of characters, URVT2, have to figure out a way to convert it to the channel title. And maybe down the road they will do that, but for now, that's not the case. So and we all have that on our channels. Geekazine, the custom URL is Geekazine. My long form name is, link is. But you cannot link using that. You can link using Geekazine. And hopefully, down the road, YouTube will switch that. So if it sees that long form name, it will automatically convert. But anyway, we're back here. We now have Wise. There's another one, Wirecast, and I believe, I'm not sure if it's Wirecast or Telestream. So Telestream's the parent company. So we're going to start with Wirecast and see what happens. And we have Wirecast for YouTube, which is not a actual Telestream company. So and then of course there's an extra space there. One thing, as you can see, one thing that happens is it will actually select words and lines. So if you're deleting something, be very careful that it doesn't delete. Hit the undo button and it brings it all back. And then I noticed that it all got highlighted for some reason. It's kind of ghosting that right now. So just keep an eye while you're typing in descriptions that you're not. There we go. You see how it highlighted that whole thing? So now I've completely done that, and of course I want to get rid of that space. And if I do that again, you notice how that disappears. It's a small little bug, so you just want to use the backspace instead of the delete in that case to get out that extra. So we go back to my video here. So now what we have are hashtags up on top, the title, and then in here, not update, let me refresh the page, Telestream as a link, and Wise as a link. And if we select that Wise link, that's going to take us to the Wise page. So there's Telestream and there's Wise. And with that in there, you have that link in there, which now brings a new part of the algorithm into search so people can find you. So you have those two. So let's get into the third part. The coolest thing is what you can do with these chapter markers. It changes the search game on your videos. I'm working on creating separate videos in which I'm going to be putting them into Premiere Pro. So I knew there was a way how to switch cameras, and I came across this video right here, how to create clips in Adobe Premiere Pro. Now look at this in this video here, and as you can see, it's not showing you the whole video, it's showing you a segment of the video. This segment of the video is going to tell you exactly what you searched for in this video itself. Even this video, I'm going to have one that says hashtags, I'm going to have one that says the link backs, and then one that says chapter markers. And with that, that's how YouTube will catalog that you set those chapter markers to say something that somebody would search for. So in this case, this is a great video on multi-camera editing. It's been around for a couple of years now. More to the point, it's going to show me from the 1 minute 21 second mark. So if I click on here, what's going to happen? Well, it's going to go right into 137 mark, telling me exactly what I wanted to know. How does the chapter marks work? Well, let's get back here. What we're going to do is we're going to create the chapter marks, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it right underneath my main description. 0000 intro. That's telling them, hey, we're starting the chapter marks. And every video has to do that. If you skip that, then you'll still have the links in your video description. It just will not create. My video is, some people can skip the intro. We'll start at the 202 mark. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say at 202, and we'll go right here. At 2, I'm going to stress this again. It is very important that you do not use acronyms. You do not shorten the words. You use the full words. So in video, we say, instead of saying pan tilt, we'll say a PT camera. I will not say like that, but you want to use the full description. Why? Because that is what they're searching on. the Wise Pan Tilt camera. Okay, that'll take you to that point. The next part, connecting Wise the PT. So let's go back and see that. I'm going to go to my video here, and where'd the video go? There we are. And we'll go about 3:15. So at 3:15, you Wirecast. And then we'll go down the line here. All right, right here is let's say 5:25. We'll go back a couple seconds. Enable, because I could keep going here, but you get the idea. We'll go about 8 minutes. We'll say outro. And I'm going to clean this up when I do this offline. But as you can see, there we have our intro, we have our chapter markers set up, and now I can save this down here, and we'll see, okay, we'll see our hashtags right here. We'll see the links to Telestream and Wise. We're going to hit show more, and there's our chapter markers. Now, the other cool thing about that is in the video are here. And as you can see, there's little breaks. And in those breaks, that tells you, like right now where I am, it says connect Wise camera to Wirecast. But if I move over here, it says Wise Pan Tilt camera, PT, markers from here to here. So this part's the intro, this part's the pan tilt camera. And in all reality, you could simply say intro, main content, add outro, or something like that, depending on how you set up your videos. But with how do I put a nail in wood? How do I live without you? How do I turn on lights? How do I, if there's a chapter marker to it, it becomes a searchable item. And therefore, you could actually, and then all of a sudden people are watching your videos. And that's what we want to do, is we want people to watch our videos, right? We want to grow our channels and have people watch. Things go viral that way. YouTube, bottom line is YouTube has realized that in the first couple minutes, and I've seen it myself, where I'm talking about, hey, subscribe here, do this, do that. Some people don't care about that part. All they care about is knowing the part of the content that they want. They have this ability to link to the specific time frame for a few years now, but not the chapter markers. And I've had people in comments say, this guy gets to the content at 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Now with the chapter markers, they know where the part is that shows them a way to do it. And it's very searchable now, so people can come to your content more, and you'll see in your analytics how they do that. And we could talk about that more later, but the whole idea is these are the three things. You need an idea to go back in those descriptions and put in hashtags, put in links, and put in chapter markers. Because those three things might take your video from here all the way to here, all the way to here. You can't see where that is, so you don't even know where my hand is. Tweet me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com, all that other good stuff. And if you have any questions on how I produce my shows, comment below and ask your question. And that's what that share button is for, so I'd appreciate that much. Thanks a lot for watching. I hope I have introduced you to a new idea to grow your channel, even with the old videos and the new videos. So thanks again for watching. You guys geek out. We'll see you next time on Geekazine. Take care. It's TWS. And what it is a set of earbuds. Wireless earbuds that is using 1/4 inch dynamic, 24 hours of music, 36 hours of talk time, high sensitivity and easy modes, battery EQ levels, and feel. So that's F-I-I-L. Feel. Can you feel these? So that's pretty cool. Let's check this out. Here it is right here. And I might need to get something to open. There's no... There we go. All right, perfect. Throw that away. And there we are. We have the feel. Let's get it in focus up in that way, but I don't know. Is it on top? So here we pop that open. Oops. Set that to the side. We'll set this to the side too. What do we got here? What popped out is the art of audio. Earbuds activation. And they do not make it easy to read. To the device and blah, 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 blah. There's an earbud sync option. So do that. So what do we got in here? Well, it looks like we got earbuds and the case. Now, here's the case. We'll pop this out. And it's got a little film on it. And so the film, we'll just slide it out like that. There we go. Throw that away. And then we have the two earbuds. Let's pull out the phone. So even though the box might not stay, the phone will definitely stay. That's a really nice phone. And plus, it makes it like a little French face or something like that. Hi, how you doing, folks? I'm the phone. Anyway, have like little handles or something. I'm wondering if you could actually put on a tether hook or something like that. Let me zoom in so you can see that. There's just yet, because we haven't pulled it all out of the box. So anyway, we put that in there, and we put this in there. It doesn't really snap like a AirPods Pro, but that's the case. And as you can see, it's charging already. Let's show you the size. We got an AirPod in case, and yeah, definitely thicker. So it won't fit in your pocket as well as an AirPods Pro, but you know, hey, this isn't an AirPods Pro. This is a fil. And on here, as you can see, we got the indicator, charging indicator lights. On the back, looks like we have USB-C. There we go. Fil, true wireless earbuds. Looks like, oh wow, they have a little tab on the end so you can pull this thing out. So it gives you all the instructions. This is a better one. I'll probably read from this rather than from that little sheet that was at the top. And in here, looks like we have spare buds. If you put it in the ear, it will hook around. There it is right here. Yeah, it hooks up there, and it's trying to pair up, and that's pretty interesting. I don't know how well it does. We'll have to play with that and go from there. It does make the case a little bit harder to close the. All right, let's do this. Let's talk about Character Animator. This is a great program. If you use Adobe, let's flip here. If you use Adobe software, then this and you pay for the yearly version of, you get your Illustrator and you get Character Animator. And I've been on Character Animator ever since it was a beta. Back in 2016, it came out, and then I got Bell's palsy on this side, and I thought to myself, well, but then I just ran out of time, and then this side got better, and I was like, okay, I'm back to my videos. Of course, Bell's palsy affected me last month on this side of my Animator, and check it out because it's being used for so many different things. Like for instance, did you know that Character Animator is being used on episodes of The Simpsons? And a lot of run through the scene, and you have your voice actors there, and they set up their faces on the camera, and it can even do facial turns and things like that. It's going to be a little bit choppier here, the way I have it set up, as opposed to how you probably see it on an episode. Then you've seen this as well, as they've taken the fake President Trump and they've animated it in the scene. And the funny thing about this is, they did that when character animation. Can I animate a character? I can also put my own look and feel to it. As you can see, look at this. There I am. I even have, look at this. I even have my Geekazine shirt right here. There's my Geekazine shirt. And my bald head, my goatee. I don't even have gray in my goatee. And even my background back there. Look at that background. And I'm talking. My mouth's moving. I'm moving my eyes, and my eyes are moving. I can set it up so it can blink, but the way the eyes are going. But if I take my glasses off, then I can't see, and that's not good. So I got to put those back on. So you're seeing that happen, and then of course I can wink at you. So thank you very much. Well, let's go over to the PTZ camera. Here's how I have it set up on my computer. Character Animator right here. I've got my character right there. And then I have I could flip between me and a different puppet. Let's do that really quick. And I might break things, so if it happens, it happens. But hey, let's give it a try. So we go to Window, we'll go to Welcome, and balloons. There's a game, a Chicken Blaster game. But let's do this guy. This guy, I've wanted to see this guy in action. Or is that a new character? Oh, that's a new character. I'm sorry. Okay, well, let's do the ninja guy then. And it's preparing it right now because I'm using a lot of process to do all of this, and so now it's preparing the scene. Now, as you can see on this side right here where I'm pointing is I've tried my Blackmagic camera and it doesn't work. It won't let me do that. But when I took a regular camera, I got one of my other Sonys, and I got it hooked up to the AverMedia. See, there's little dots on you might not be able to see it too well, but there's little dots all around my face, and that's what controls it. Now, as you can see, I can take this character. Look at that. I'm moving the head completely. Over here, there is the ability to hotkey things, like they have a chop here. That's A. So if I go A, it's supposed to chop, but I'm probably I already have something else that's. Oh. So with that is you saw that working because I was blinking my eyes and winking, but for some reason it's not allowing me to do the punches. Let's try it. Let's try another one. Let's go. Side chop is D. It's just preparing the hands. So look at bringing the hands, but I got to control the hands myself. So I could get it in punch mode and go like that, and bring it back down, and then and now I'm a ninja, and that's pretty sweet. So, and of course, if I want to go back to me, do that, and I could actually have a conversation and say, "Hey, ninja, how you doing? I'm doing very fine. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Thanks a lot for coming to the show. I appreciate being here. I'm so stealth at these things." Blackmagic or through another capture card type system, but NDI was super easy to do for me, so that's what I did, and I am really impressed on how this works. As you can see, there's a slip, but it does really well. Now, what they do in like The Simpsons and stuff like that is they record it straight from here, so they'll have a background and they'll have the characters here, and they'll set up the camera and the voices, and they'll talk it, and then they'll have they have it set up with other programs to allow it to just instantly switch, so they don't have to think about those things. But as you can see, it's pretty straightforward, and we've got some pretty good characters. You can also get question and answer thing with your Wirecast. So, and once again, you don't need to be on. So if you have, and people go from there. Very straightforward to put it in. Setting up the character, that was a little bit tougher, but there are animations out there. There are programs or videos out there on how to create your, and they show you how to do it. You can do it in Photoshop or Illustrator, which if you have the plan, the Adobe plan, you get that as well, and you can make the changes. So I just took the default character, put Geekazine onto the shirt, and gave myself, of course, you can add hair, and you can have the hair do different things. Like, for instance, I could have my beard as a separate sprite, which then can move around as I'm talking. So if I had like my long beard like I used to have, then that could be moving around, or I could put a head of hair on me. Really cool. And then once again, once I set up more of these triggers, I can do more better things, like not only just point, but also, let's see, not only just point, but also make it so it's still learning on there. Plus, since it's doing hotkeys, I can also use the Stream Deck to also make help with my with using these, so I can have more movement with it, and my hand disappears. So I will fix that. I promise you. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But it's just kind of fun. I think I know exactly the problem. So as I grow this character out and build it up, I can do. If you've got characters set up in Character Animator that you want to send to me to use, I'm fun with this, and maybe even make some shows or something like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm going to work more on this. I'm going to be doing some more live stream using the character, basically Character Animator. What do you think about it? Would you use it? Do you have the Adobe product suite? Would you use that in your suite? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com. Let's go back over here because I like that and everything like that. But I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this has answered some questions. I forgot to say, hey, we do have some new members: Jason, Casey, Abdallah, Deb, Aman, Ed, Peter, Kenneth, Adam, and Martin. Thank you guys very much for being part of Wirecast Pros. Yeah, you do. So, all right. Well, thanks a lot for watching. We will see you next time. Until then, you guys geek out and Wirecast on, I guess. Take care. Talking about a new watch or a new iPad, one of the things that Apple reinforced was how we're starting to bring our watches into play just like our phones. You know, just like that, the watch continuing to gobble up those functions to place on our wrists. If they could only do it with a 72-hour battery. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you find... Wait, what? Old phone? I don't... Welcome to a new series on Geekazine called The Focus. This is where we'll be looking at technology in a deeper dive. For this series, I'm keeping the focus on mobile devices for now. Made the experience a little bit better. We picked apart whether we should be getting upgraded to the new Apple products or not, and you know, whether we're going to get an iPad, whether we're going to get a watch, whether we're going to get it, whatever. By the way, Apple did talk, because it's coming out on the 18th, which is only tomorrow for if you're watching today, and of course if you're watching after tomorrow, it's in the past. And Apple Watches in 2 Series 6 will start at $399, while the SE will start at $299. Processor on the 6 is the S6, while the SE is the S5. Did you get that? Okay, perfect. And then that was the previous from some people's findings. Both watches, along with the Series 5, the Series 4, and the Series 3, will run watchOS 7. Now, all of these watches are water resistant up to 50 meters, have LTE models of Series 6, the Series 5, and the SE will have Bluetooth 5.0, wireless through the W3 chip, along with the compass, always-on OLED, and the Retina option, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and the 44. And the new watch will be basically usher in a cableless connection. You'll need a magnetic wireless charging cable for power, but you'll either need the iPhone, you'll need an iPad, you'll need a Mac, or use the cellular service if your watch has it to support, which adds spatial awareness. Now think of this as a ping and receive type service between two devices running ultra wideband. You can find out how far you are from your phone or iPad, and AirDrop messages and more will transfer faster to your watch. The U1 chip is not in every Apple device though. iPhone 11 seems to be the only other. Now, the Series 6 will add a lot of health features. Even Tim Cook stated during the event a lot of case examples of people's lives being saved simply because they wore some of these features. Actually, even my bathroom scale has a few of these features. Do you have any other devices that also keep track of your health? Let me know by commenting below. Now the watch, but it'll also add blood oxygen and electrocardiogram, otherwise known as ECG monitoring, all in an app. To put this into perspective, I actually used to test ECG devices many years ago. Now whenever you see a video with someone in bed and a whole bunch of watch, well, kind. Gen 6 will have the 2nd generation optical heart sensor inside to monitor all these new functions, and with the upcoming iOS 14, we'll be able to give you a full readout of on your phone or iPad. Another new addition, which I'm guessing is or hinges. Now, as a drummer, I would guess that I would need that latch, but you never know. If the band is easy to slip on and hold stiff, to be as close to that skin as possible at all times for a fully accurate readout. Fitness apps have also been updated. You can stay motivated even if you cannot go to the gym. The new fitness subscription model will let you watch for your kids to keep in touch with, all controlled by just one phone. So you don't need to get your 8-year-old the brand new iPhone, whether it's going to be the 11 SE, the 11 Super Max. You'll be able to parent your child through the watch. No cameras, but there will be audio ability. Control of what's on the watch will be done by the person with the iPhone. Now, I could see some other really cool uses for it, like employees in your house, or maybe, just on the road if If you've got drivers, if you've got whatnot, you can find out what they're doing and where they are at all times. Many different styles, many different stuff on Amazon as well. I like leather bands myself with the latch. It just feels like a watch to me. But what do you like for your watch face and watch bands to be? So here's what I like and what I don't like about the Series 6 watch. First, like a watch. They want you to wear the device while sleeping, yet there's only an 18-hour battery. Keep in mind that 18-hour battery also depends on what you have on your watch. If you're loading it with apps, if you're maybe even less. It'll also mean that it needs to fully charge in the time it takes you to shower and get ready for work. Well, that is, unless you work at home, then maybe that's not the case. Otherwise, you're going to actually be forgetting your watch more than not if you have to walk out a physical door. I am other cable. You don't have to recycle another cable. I also alluded to the possibility of getting rid of your phone. Now, could that be an option? Well, absolutely it can. If the watch is cellular, your item that sits in your pocket that you don't need, the only thing the watch cannot do is take videos or photos. That would be the job of Apple glasses. Wait a minute. Sources say we'll test all that until the watch comes out, though, and we will try to do so. With a plethora of color, new health features, a new fitness service, and a $399 price tag, will you be looking at that Series 6 watch? With the feature are you waiting for before you decide to pull the trigger? Are you on Series 5? Will you go to Series 6? Are you on Series 4, 3, 2, or 1? And want to go to Series 6? Let me know by commenting below. And that's it for this first episode of the Focus on Geekazine. My name is Jeff. We'll be doing the next video. We will be talking about the new iPad Air. And remember, you have the iPad that's still on the Lightning cable, and then the new iPad Air, which comes out in a month. We'll talk about that as we go. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and welcome to the inaugural version of the afternoon show. And I should probably get rid of this little thing down here that says you can put in a geek. Socials will be popping up right here. You can follow me everywhere. Just Geekazine, there you go. And we've got a great group of people. We've been talking for the last 20 minutes now, learning about each other. It would be my screen share, which has absolutely no name but screen share. And then next up we have Anya Razina. And hopefully I'm getting all these names correct. I apologize if I mess it up. Down below, we have on the right square. This is going to be the fun name to say. Rob Balasabas.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Thank you. I was thinking, I always do a musical thing in my head, so I go Balasabas. Do 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 do. Balasabas. Do 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 do. Loose as possible, so we'll be going back and forth talking about different things. I'm going to start with Anya here, since you're in the upper right-hand corner. You're the one that actually put a lot of this together, so thank you very much. Why don't you tell everybody about who you are and what?
Jeff, it's definitely exciting. I don't do multi-people panels too often, so it's always a little bit of a thrill. I do lead influence. You can go to YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, all those good places. And we also have a studio, which is where we are right now, that allows you to stream directly from your browser with overlays, video pre-rolls, guests, communities team, and our Restream movement group. So it's very exciting. We're going to talk about live videos, I guess. And yeah, happy to share any insights on what worked for us, what didn't, and everything in between.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Stephanie Leon.
To Unforgettable. So thank you for having me.
Well, that was short but sweet. Awesome. And you're also a hypnotist, a certified master hypnotist into whatever you're selling, or
because you're not in a trance.
Yeah.
No, have contract negotiation stuff for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Well, next up we have Dan.
Really just diving in and building a committed community around your brands. I also trade stocks live in the morning and helping people learn how to do the stock market in this great code.
I have one share of Facebook stock. True story.
It's worth it.
Yeah. It'll become 2 shares. Eventually, I know that
they will split. That's true.
Yeah,
it's coming.
No, I used to do some into the end of the show. So yeah, and then I burnt through all that. So that's why I only have 1 share of Facebook stock now.
You'll be a rich man one day.
I will. I'll be dead by then. But anyway, Rob, Rob, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, Jeff, thanks for having me on here. And so I'm the brand evangelist. I get to connect with our influencer partners, our users, and then find cool ways for them to connect with each other. I have a live show on the TubeBuddy channels called The Creators Corner, where I just get to talk to different creators.
And also an influencer there, although I don't do the brand ambassador stuff. I've been on early on, and a lot of the features that they really got into TubeBuddy, I was like saying, you need this, and they said, and they were going, oh yeah, we got to add that. So we do have the chat. Of course, go in your chat wherever you are, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Periscope. I don't have a LinkedIn Live just yet, so we're not on LinkedIn Live. Sorry, but we're on Twitch. So ask your questions there, and we'll get them up here by Euro 37.
What's up,
and then Dan by Gaming Goodies. So what is that? What is the plug
apparently
about
that's
that?
the most popular guest we have here. Somehow Dan is the star. Well,
Dan's the man. Is the screen shared?
These are guys that trade with. I don't just trade stocks all day.
All right. Well, let's start with the easiest of questions, and that is, we're now 5 months into this whole COVID thing, stay at home thing, whatever. Let's talk about how that if it has changed from the studio anyway, but it was just kind of getting things done a little bit quicker. So we'll start. Let's start with we'll go to the opposite end. We'll go to Rob and ask that question. How has this changed you in the last 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've always been a big part of what I do is travel to different conferences, and obviously that's not happening. So that's why we've really gravitated to live streaming to connect with our users and also do collaborations with all our different partners that we would normally do when we're in person at different conferences, right? We would meet up at a coffee shop or, do a collaboration. Everybody's gravitating to YouTube, which is primarily what we're all in on YouTube. So people are consuming content there. They're creating side hustles and businesses and channels and their audiences there. So
next year. Nobody? No? Nobody does it? Who else travels for their job? Okay, Stephanie. Dan, you don't do any traveling at all, or?
I go to a few conferences every year, but I do the majority of my stuff via remote.
Okay.
Yeah, so
5 months then.
I mean, it's been great. One of the things that I've noticed with live is that kind of expectation that you need to have this really polished live performance, kind of getting alert, and people just accept it. They're fine with it, and it's kind of fun that way, where it's more just about the content and relating with the community, and then all kinds of new opportunities as well. I really wanted to get to South Africa last year to speak at an event, and just the tremor, largely due to COVID being what it is. So I guess I'm thankful for it. That comes across kind of
weird. For those of you who don't know, buy a donkey is Afrikaans for thank you.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah, it was the easiest word to learn.
Afrikaans. Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie. Oh, yeah. Stephanie, how has the last 5 months worked for you?
It's been very interesting. As Rob had mentioned, for those of us that speak at events, those have all transitioned to online. Plus, all dialed in for, a book tour. So then now that's actually virtual. But from a business standpoint, I'm finding that our business is actually flourishing in the sense of live video production. So we now have corporate clients reaching out to us asking, how do I take this Zoom meeting and how do I elevate it? How do I make this much more meeting? So that, as part of our business, has really expanded. Our team has also grown in hiring additional live video producers. So it's been exciting in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations on the book coming out. Okay, I'll put a link once that book's available in the places. I'll put a link on the page so everybody knows how to get a hold of it, of course. So, and then we have Restream. In the last 5? The funny thing is they're in Austin, and hopefully for 2021, if there is a South by Southwest, I am going to be in that office.
That's right. It's actually very funny. We just leased this office in February, so literally a month before coronavirus happened. So we kind of enjoyed the office for months, and then everyone was back home, still back. I'm working from the office for the sake of internet and my little studio setup. So how the pandemic changed, I think it's March 17th or something around that time, when it felt for us at Freestream like the whole world woke up realizing that they are all live streamers today, because it's like of new users, of people who had an account with us who immediately decided that they need to resume this conversation. So it was overwhelming, but at the same time, very exciting that people kind of got back to resuming. We saw fitness trainers, we saw musicians, politicians. It was really exciting and overwhelming. And for me, because like around that time, I started to work with influencers and kind of like grow our evangelism and brand advocacy program. It was a little bit of a change of focus, but that helped me meet amazing people and, actually start my own live show so I could kind of speak the same language as those folks. But that's hopefully coming back eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I've been using Restream for a little over a year now with Geekazine Live. Of course, that happens 24/7 of all the videos of when I used to go to conferences back and trying to go to several different places on the interwebs so people can watch the show. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, big thing is, with all this, we're still working. We're still trying to make money. Dan, you've got a stock market show. Have you been doing that since COVID, or have you been doing that before COVID?
No, that was just since COVID. I took my understanding of how businesses operate in December. Significant change in how things were done with conventions and conferences. So my travel for the rest of the year, I had essentially just marked it off that Canada probably won't let me fly into the States anyway. So I'm just back when I was in esports. I figured I'd fire it up again, give the stock market thing a try, and just try to help all these retail traders that are using their stimulus checks to trade the market, to try to help them hold on to some of that stimulus check. Twitch, Periscope, LinkedIn, YouTube, all at once. They're all in there. And it's kind of cool to see those different communities where Twitch, you get a bit of a younger demographic, and then LinkedIn, you got the very professional and prim and proper, or at least business minded anyway. And then engage so many different people, irregardless of what niche you're in, I think.
Okay. Rob, do you agree to that? You're muted.
Rookie. Multi-streaming is really on LinkedIn, on Facebook, our Periscope, our Twitter, channels are really active with our community as well. So, multi-streaming has been like just such a game changer for us, especially during lockdown, for sure.
You don't have a Slack channel, do you guys?
No. We have a Discord. We have our community forums. So we've got different, community is huge for us at TubeBuddy. So then we have our community, and then everywhere else. So it's a big part of what we do.
And Stephanie, what type of channels do you guys have to get your message across?
Oh, of course, yeah. Page. We have the Facebook groups, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, and Periscope. So that's usually where we're at. And just like everyone else, it's always interesting to see the dynamic. Like one of the things that I love most about Restream is the analytics of knowing like where the majority of the audience is coming from. And for someone that actually produces events for clients, the actual analytics to say who your audience is, who your big fans are that you need to support, and so on. So it's been good.
Awesome. So we got a few things in the chat here. No questions, but some people that want to say hi. This first one is really Equinox Productions goes, good evening. And C. Ova says, hey there. And as we're doing this, I do have to make that note to Anya, the whole idea that we're now blocking Stephanie every time I show a message. We need to think about that. So
I will present everyone.
I was just saying that's a great point. Room for improvement. That's the beauty of live shows. Like you learn something new about the product every time.
Yeah, and we were on a couple days ago, and we were going through this whole. And I think I got a pretty good handle on things between what I normally do on my live show, and you saw some of the graphics on that, and then of course going through Restream on that, and that makes it even more powerful for sure. So, all right, haven't yet.
For us, I mean, no, TubeBuddy, we are just heads down, trying to handle all of the. I'm like checking if my mic is muted.
Do it once, yeah.
No, we're just heads down. Like right now, we're just trying to that busyness. So yeah, nothing super exciting to announce or plug or anything like that. But we're just heads down, we're focusing on more educational content. That's really what we're creating. You'll probably notice that on our channels, on our so we're just trying to help new YouTubers really understand how the platform works, and then TubeBuddy will come in as a solution to make that easier, but that's down the road.
Of course, I do some stuff myself, not on TubeBuddy, maybe down the line. We'll see how that works, but definitely learning a lot from the TubeBuddy sides. How about yourself, Dan? Anything to
globally? Normally, they've been really inhibited with having largely African speakers and people directly from that continent. But with them going online, they're trying to pull in, instead of a massive amount of speakers, they're narrowing that group to about 8 to 10 speakers in social, but it's giving it a real global feel to it. So I'm pretty excited for it. I'm excited to not only speak to that continent, but also to kind of see how the North American concepts of digital, where people are like, oh, this is how we would do it. It's like, oh, I never even thought of that. That is so cool that you could possibly do that. So yeah, there's a lot of amazing things that are coming with that. I've never been able to.
Absolutely. And I know you already pushed promoted the book, but anything else you want to talk about with that book there, Stephanie?
Oh man. There's so much that's happening. You guys, I know you guys are all on LinkedIn too. I'm working on a LinkedIn learning course about live. I realize that a lot of people are embracing live streaming. Like next week, I'm speaking at an event called the Quietly Successful Summit, and it's for introverts, which I love because introverts feel like they have to change their personality in order to be on camera, when really it's like, you just embrace your personality, be yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Anya, let's talk about a Restream, and because I just opened this up today and I'm looking at the interface, and I noticed that there's 2 buttons now as opposed to 1 button, which does this resize to full screen for you. And I'm not, when I go from here to here to show you full screen, there's another button that does this. Oh, I see. That brings the
Here we go.
I have never seen that.
And just in general, this is kind of like Restream way. We are a lean startup, lean approach company. We do multiple iterations. We constantly push new features, test them with our beloved influencers, first of all, because they are just the gold mine of great feedback, interesting ideas. So that's why it's not uncommon experience for Restream users to show up and be like, oh, a lot of things changed. A lot of new buttons popped up. So yeah, this is the difference. So some people requested that if you sometimes want to showcase either a person or your screen content, if you're sharing your screen, or they just might be unnecessary and just kind of distracting for the video. But for some situations, you do want to show all the participants if it's like a panel discussion and you really want to see the emotions and like what people are doing. So this is why we have those 2 buttons now, so you can kind of like pick your poison.
Awesome. Well, here.
Here we go. Like do something crazy.
You're hypnotizing us. Stop it. I just have to remember what
Equinox Productions is kind of. How do you guys feel about bringing people in on stuff like this? Is it pretty easy as far as it goes? Because this is the first time I've ever done one of these. I'm not even sure how difficult or easy that was to get us all in here and put this all out like this.
This is like the same exact thing. You go in there, you connect your camera and your mic, and you're good to go. So very easy. No NDI technology required.
Rob,
that's a good question. You don't need the NDI technology. You got to, obviously take a bit of time just to get yourself familiar with it. But once you kind of see how everything works a couple times, then it's pretty seamless. And you look like a pro to your audience really fast.
Yeah. Instant pro level live streaming. One thing that I noticed, I don't know if you guys saw
command if you do Command V, it will also turn off your video, but maybe don't do that because it will turn off your video.
Yeah, don't do that.
I mean, I'm just impressed with the simplicity of it all. Like traditionally I use OBS. I'm one of those old school Twitch broadcasters, so open curve to OBS. But this looks like people are saying it looks more fluid than Zoom, but it really does seem like that same simplicity as Zoom, but applied to streaming. The number of people I know that are doing their business calls on Zoom, and it's that constant struggle of, are you okay? Can I talk to you on that? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest headache is doing a lot of live stream or recording a live stream. I use Wirecast when I do this person has joined. And if you're recording a screen, all of a sudden that gets it's called a dirty screen, and your screen gets dirty, and you have to do creative things like crop in the borders so they don't see those buttons, and it's sometimes a nice questions here in a second here, but NDI being a great program for that. So we'll start with the first question here. And that was from Equinox. He goes, what platform are you using to produce this show? Everybody, 3, 2, how do your presenters connect to the show? Anya, do you want to explain how that works?
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually going to add one little thing to your awesome praising comments about how easy and any kind of username, profile, anything like that. And I believe Zoom does allow you to just click the link and connect, but a lot of platforms actually require you for the better experience to have. So as a host, you can copy your link and share it whichever way you want. You can put it in your calendar invite because the link is static. So it basically will remain for all of your live streams until you choose to refresh it. You pull the community in so they actually pop up as a video box. I would say brave, very brave. I don't do it on my show. I'm better. I'm okay, I trust my guest is not going to do anything crazy. So, but it's an option if that's what you want to do, to kind of take that interactive. And
the first time I did Zoom, I ran an open Zoom, and I made the mistake. I planned to do it this way. I wanted to see how it worked. I sent out a tweet saying this, and I didn't use the Zoom regular ID. Creative, to say the least, people in the show, and definitely never going to do that again. So let's go to the next question. And we did talk a little bit about using NDI technology to get my video and audio to you guys. So Stephanie, do you use it at all, or
any NDI technology?
Yeah.
So, and I was even looking at your graphics because it looked like it was Titler Pro.
You are correct. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So Titler Pro, I would use the NDI to bring that into the live streaming production of it. And you enter the world of NDI. Oh my gosh. It's like, there goes the rabbit hole.
Yeah, absolutely. It can have its downfalls too. I'm on a daily call where these are high-end video and audio professionals, and they're not too into those types of streams that if they go down, they lose lots of money on that. And so they're staying away from NDI right now, but some of them are adopting it and taking those risks. How about you, Dan? Do you use NDI at all?
No, I keep it simple. I just pull it on to OBS, basic setup. And that's one of the things that I try to tell people when they're getting into the live streaming for the first time is it doesn't need to be that fancy when you're getting the ball rolling. It's great once you get a feel for that natural lighting somewhere. So I always have a window near me, no matter what. Simple Logitech camera and the blue snowball mic, and that's it. And I just run with that. So for me, I try to keep it as simple as possible because I figure I'm less likely to screw it up if I keep it as simple as possible. Which makes something like this even more appealing to me because it's super simple.
It's so funny because whenever Dan brings up OBS, I'm like, oh, that was my first love, right? OBS Studio, I feel like is the IKEA of live streaming, and effects are coming from, just OBS, man. I have goosebumps. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was great. And I mean, there's still some really cool stuff that just people are getting super freaking creative, and it's fun. It's fun. It's unique. And when you use OBS, man, it's a canvas.
Absolutely. I started podcasting in 2005. I started Geekazine in 2007 when I lost my last real-time job, and I did live streaming on Ustream, and we were hodgepodging. Of course, me being a musician, I had a lot of the audio gear, the video gear not so much, so it was crazy low. It was just horrible. And that's nowadays it's just like, oh yeah, I can go on Amazon, pick up a capture card and I got a Blackmagic ATEM Mini Pro ISO coming. So you use an NDI?
No, mine is just Canon M50. I'm using that as my webcam, so it's just going through the the Canon app for my MacBook. So that pulls it in. I just choose that as like Dan. I guess I'm not using a Logitech or a webcam. I'm using a camera. That's probably the only thing. And then I've got a couple lights, just to try to brighten up this room. But other than that,
you have the mood lighting, man. That's what you.
I know. I've got the disco light soon. We'll see.
Yes. Where's the disco ball? He's gonna push a button.
That'd be awesome.
Actually, I have a light sitting over here. It's on, but it's not positioned right. I like newer lights, NEEWER, which I've had for years on top of my camera, and I got the red, green, and blue, and they have these cool features, so I can have it look like the cops are coming, pulling up, or if there's a lightning storm or something like that. So I'm playing with that light right now. It's a lot of me. Then we don't have a lot of different things in the background that we have to move around. So, but it's all about how your show feels. And I noticed, Stephanie, you got a really great background there. Dan, of course, Captain America can't go wrong as well. And even Anya with the Restream stuff that, it's a regular office setting. So it's perfect for exactly the audience that you're trying to get.
I was going to say that there is no background going, but the thing is that we're on the first floor and there's a kind of like a pedestrian street right here. And sometimes you see people walking by and some of them are pretty interesting characters because it's Austin, right? Keep Austin weird. And I was like, yeah, this could be part of town and make faces and do something funny on the background. But one day.
You'll get there.
It was funny because when you first introduced yourself, there was somebody standing at the window right behind you.
I'm not surprised that happened.
Well, the next question, Equinox says he's a vMix specialist. Post that up. I'm a vMix specialist, so congratulations. vMix being another live streaming piece of software, works on the Windows side. It's a really nice program. I do have a copy. We'll start with what? Oh, well, I'm sorry. What? You're laughing there, Stephanie.
No, I wanted to see other different things I could do when you put the overlay. You just
we're using for the meeting, please.
All of us.
Everybody, what are we doing? 3, 2, 1. What software are we using? 3, 2, 1. Next call. Yeah, definitely does. It definitely does. So,
but yeah, to your point with fluidity, the Zoom calls that I have, especially if I'm trying to record interviews with people, I don't often record videos for myself, but I've been on enough of these. But I mean, that's not for me. That's not really setting the bar too high. Whereas this seems to just we didn't have any onboarding issues. When people showed up, they were here. We were able to talk right away. We could just kind of hold on. Let me try this. Okay, are we working better now? Yeah. Okay. You spend 10, 15 minutes just calibrating. It seems. Whereas this was just I clicked the link and we were here and everybody was smiling.
I see that. I heard you.
You were gonna say something.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say Zoom is a meeting platform. That's what it was built for. It wasn't built as a live streaming platform. In comments, having different scenes and different displays and layouts. You just can't do that with Zoom, and you don't know which screen you're sharing and stuff like that. It's built for meetings, definitely not for live streams. So
tests that you could take to say I am Zoom certified to know how to turn on my camera and my mic. And then people have all these jokes on LinkedIn. They're like, this now needs to be a requirement where you know how to mute your mic and turn on your camera.
Oh, I did. Yeah. Everybody's like, yeah.
Yay or nay, really quick, Anya.
Oh yeah. I loved it. Yeah, absolutely.
Stephanie?
Oh gosh, I dissent. Okay. Would it be fun if I was always agreeing with everyone? I think for a beginner, if you are new, okay, this was cute. All right, moving back on to what I already have.
Yeah, and I used it too, and it's nice, but I am so over. Hey, here's my PowerPoint.
Wait, that's not engaging. That's not engaging content. That's not how it's done.
It's not, but a lot of enterprise IT, they actually have to show, recording them going. And I liked, and you're watching it. You're literally watching them as they got on the screen. They're like doing this. And I'd like to
LinkedIn Live course that you're doing. This is how we improve the IT world's presentations.
It was so funny because we were doing a training yesterday and totally agree in the sense that you could see if someone's reading, but I was like, but you know what, if you just put your transcript over to one side, right, then it's okay. Cause it kind of feels like you're looking a little bit as if you were looking at the chat. and then go back to it. But if it's like right there, it's like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Were you going to say something, Rob, there?
No, it's good. That's a good tip. Like, I'll just split my screen so I get all the guests for our live show to fill out a form, like a type form with all like, and it just looks like I'm looking at the chat, so it doesn't look like I'm looking down here.
Yeah.
So yeah, good tip.
Yeah. So some of the stuff that I do, I actually, where somebody's, we do a show where my business partner, he's actually doing the long instead of looking at the camera, because I think there's 2 points to things. One is looking at your audience and saying hi to your audience with your eyes, and the other one is to be in like a learning mode. And that's what I like to do is watch the screens, watch him present rather than watch.
Do something similar when I'm on the calls, where I'll put the video of the speaker on the other window so I can make sure, well, depending on which side they're on, I make sure to move the camera to wherever it's going to be. And that kind of makes it a little bit easier. And it actually looks like you're having a dialogue where you're listening back and forth. Occasionally people see me look up, and that's where the stock is there.
Anya is right where the stock markets are. This is
he's all over.
a pretty cool place.
Where's the Restream stock at?
Not publicly.
Oh, we're not. Yeah, we're not public. So
I'll look into it.
Soon. You better. Yeah, I'd buy one share of that. So, all right. Next question comes back.
That you can design yourself, and it's basically an image with some transparent parts of that. So, for example, when I run my shows, I actually design overlays for my name and my guest name, to show them specifically the graphics section. You will see overlays, and you see like you have some like of the default options, and this is designed to be on top, but you can design your own, and you can put it to kind of like will mess with each other. But yeah, you definitely can design whatever you want and add it the way you want, and you can like transition between them in the middle of the show. For that, this is kind of like a multitasking thing. If you are, it kind of becomes overwhelming, but definitely overlays allow you to design your messaging and your branding in absolutely any way you want. And you also have logos that are separate on this. Not this. And
correct.
Yes, a lot of requests for that. Hotkeys for, well, we already have those like funny ones for muting and turning off your video. And we are hoping to soon add some for changing layouts. So like you could do that spotlight thing or full screen change, from like, so now we're all in this horizontal mode, but there's also like a little, like a selfie vertical mode, that you could put people in. Like if it's two of you, it just turns this into like what I call a selfie mode, because it just like makes your face big and looks like you're just like trying to like selfie mode your camera, which funny enough, one of my guests did that because they joined with their phone. And
it's kind of nice. So I like that.
I'm having severe Brady Bunch mode here of just like people popping in.
Okay, Dan gets to be the presenter now.
Yeah, I'll present.
There you go.
Dana White.
Yeah,
we got from Twitch. No LinkedIn Live yet. I'm hoping someday LinkedIn Live, but not yet. But whatever social network you're connected with, it's also connecting whoever's consuming this content. And you never know when you're going to find your next customer. That whole 1,101 rule, right?
I mean, that's one of my favorite features with Restream, is having all those communities at once. Right now, when we're doing this interview style thing, it's all just the cameras. But when I do my live stream in the morning, I actually have the Restream chat, like all of the different questions from YouTube or Twitter or LinkedIn, and that way it's not just one community. The Twitch community that I'm talking to can interact. OBS Stream Elements or OBS itself, you're able to integrate with Twitch directly. But as far as a solution where you can have all of the chats at once integrated and now everybody can see the conversation, I don't constantly have to be going, well, so and so from YouTube has said this. What do you guys think about that? Instead, it's right there for them to see, which is, for me, I mean, I hate being the guy that repeats. We can do better than 2020. We can do better than that. I'm living a decade.
That was a good one, the 2010.
That's okay. I just installed version 2004 of Windows 10 the other day. So.
Nice. Oh, the Geekazine IPO. That's a good question. When is
up there? That's the virtual stocks. What's the name of that website? It was a social network. They tried to have the stock market.
I know what you're talking about.
I can't think of it right now. And if I called up my email, I could probably. Anyway, doesn't matter. So yeah, area. So,
so there you go. He's already IPO'd on the social media stock market. You can just grab your options on that. Long calls on Geekazine.
I gotta find out. Is anybody else on this?
I'm on it. I can't remember what it was. I thought it was a fun toy when it first came out, and I can't remember what it's called.
Like a kickback for like.
Yeah.
Isn't there something like that already where they can actually send you stocks? It's kind of like they can gift stocks to you.
Yeah, you can gift stocks.
I thought I saw Sid Graham
stocks on them. So we've got a buddy in the stock trading community, a stock guy, on Twitch, and he just found out he's having a baby girl. And so a lot of people are putting together like a baby ETF, which is just a selection of a bunch of different stocks, and they're going to put it on a gift card and send it to him. And I thought, that's kind of a fun way to just be able to share and do that. But anyway,
Cred, because he had clout and he had cred, and then this company bought cred, and now they're it's okay. So I'm sitting at what is it, 1,219 share price. So if you wanna buy stock in this, can you control each participant's audio level? Yeah, I tell them turn up and turn down.
Especially if you're like Stephanie, who can hit guests the mute and unmute function very soon. We are also looking into like controlling the level, but for the most part, the most priority thing right now is to actually allow hosts to mute and the sound.
One thing that I like is and you have to deal with it every now and then, and I even deal with that, especially if you're using NDI, is that audio-video latency. So you start talking, and like we've got some great screens, and when I call it up, there's not much delay from person to person. So, Stephanie, do you have anything that you want to ask Dan, Rob, or Anya?
Oh. What would it be?
Ooh.
Rob?
Oh,
nice.
First, I'd probably say the camera. I think, yeah, I mean, especially if you're live streaming, I think the visuals are important. Obviously, audio is too, but I think if I had just my MacBook, mic, my built-in mic, I think we could get by. But I would rather have that than sacrifice using the Mac.
Funny, I'm actually going to go the other way. For me, it's the mic. I find people are very forgiving about visual. If you go pixelated, it's not the sharpest quality. You don't like Captain America for whatever reason. Like, they'll forgive. They don't want to watch it. I completely understand where it's like that high screeching, awful, distorted mic sound. It drives me bonkers to watch people that go live with that. So for me, it would definitely have to be something, and you don't have to spend a lot of money. There are a lot of great mics out there mm-hmm. that are very cost effective, but having that quality mic for me, I think, is really important.
Are you showing a mic there, Rob? Or
yeah, there's a little one, the little Joby one.
I'm actually reviewing this. This is the Movo VSM itself. Anya?
Oh gosh. So I was gonna say, like, where's the basic, kind of like where's the bottom ground of where you start? Is it just like your laptop and like nothing else? Because the microphone and lights is that, that kind of limiting internet connection. I recently got this adapter to actually connect my internet through Ethernet. So great things. I'm not worried anymore that things will get disconnected. So, and a lot of times we hear from our users saying like, oh gosh, this didn't work for me. Oh, I'm pixelated. Oh, like this is delayed. And literally 9 times out of 10, that would be my priority. But in terms of this mic versus camera battle, I'm definitely a mic person. And that's why you can see that I'm proudly sitting here with my AKG, because I do believe that people are more forgiving to video than audio. And a lot of people experience your live streams as a podcast, actually, like audio over video. If I had one more extra thing in addition to internet to add to my setup.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. I'd go audio over video, but the one thing I would want to keep is my producer, because then they'd have all the L, and that who all has a Stream Deck here? Let me get to this. So.
Am I really the only one? Really?
No. Geekazine's got one. I just can't.
I don't.
Oh man.
Stream Deck is who has X keys? X keys is the closest competitor in my different cameras. I can do that. and over on Wirecast, it does a great job on that. So I can totally understand that. We're getting close to the top of the hour. Do any of you need to get going, or?
I've got the market up there. I'm good to hang out. So.
Okay. Well, let's finish this section really quick. Let's go.
Everybody is talking about live video all of a sudden, which is really exciting for me. Even on YouTube, I'm seeing a lot of people that traditionally would be pre-recorded content or more curated, polished content you've always wanted to try. But which platform for live video has you most intrigued headed into Q4 or 2021?
Stephanie.
Ooh, I just realized that you could just don't want to bother with landing pages, ClickFunnels, and all of that stuff. Having the opportunity to create a Facebook event where tons and tons of people, millions of people are looking at Facebook events daily. They're free for the next year right now.
Wow.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Rob?
I would say, actually, thanks to Dan, actually drawing some attention when we interviewed Dan on them that are gamers, but also interested to see what the interest is for more business type content, tutorial type content around growing their live streams or their YouTube channel. We've got a lot of partners that are there, not talking about gaming. So yeah, in the next couple of quarters, you might see us on Twitch.
For streaming. Anya?
Yeah, that's interesting about Twitch. We traditionally always thought that people who use Restream and go on Twitch are gamers. We just like categorize them like that. And we're like, yep, that's it. That's the indicator. And excited about platforms that are adding live video to them as a new thing and new element. So LinkedIn was kind of like leading the way. So definitely exciting, but already LinkedIn Live is already a thing for quite a while. So people are not that intrigued about that. But when I hear things like, Eventbrite is going to add live video to it so people could live stream events considering coronavirus. When Mixcloud recently integrated with Restream saying, hey, now DJs listen and now they can actually see them play and perform, like those kind of things. Amazon Live's adding video so people could benefit from e-commerce, talk about products, and immediately have a little link where you can click and buy that. So those is whatever it's mainly for, events, marketplaces, or anything, or music, is what I'm especially excited about, because that is, I believe, the opportunity and kind of like a mind-blowing and door-opening place for content creators of all kinds and all kinds of backgrounds.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. I work with a lot of people that need to get that's dealing with the spiritual end, wants to be on the church streaming network, where they have streams for those that want to preach the word. We also have I had the 3 months for me. I've been on Amazon live streams, showing products during peak hours during the day, and that's not as much of a here's my stream as it is, here's something that Amazon. I'm not gonna go to that channel. So it's really specific. The one thing I don't like, I'll tell you right now, is any live stream social network that wants to limit how people can live stream. And LinkedIn Live's one of them, and TikTok is another one, where you got to have so many subscribers to get on live. I think if they open if you open those floodgates, then you're going to find that all of a sudden the people that are the top TikTok streamers are going to have so much more competition from many other people. And I think that's holding them back a little bit. But then again, Microsoft might buy them, or Twitter might buy them. Rob, do you have any questions for the panel?
Oh, a question. I would.
We're on Rob, right?
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
What is one thing that a new live streamer?
This is really brilliant. I think courage. You just have to be. It doesn't really matter what kind of personality you have. It definitely doesn't matter what kind of gear you have or like what kind of skills. As long as you have a message to deliver, have 100 reasons why they shouldn't be live. And that's usually related to things like, oh, my hair doesn't look good on camera. I sound like something strange. I have an accent. checking in right here. I don't have, good internet. Like there's so many things that you can talk yourself out for. Yeah, exactly. Right. Before I become yourself and just tell yourself to embrace this all and just be brave and try it out. And it's going to be so much better than you expect. That's one thing I can promise.
Dan?
And be like, oh, that's me on the camera. This is this really awkward thing of, it would be like watching live TV and there you are, the news anchor or whatever. And there is that disconnect of, this is really weird. And I think get used to that sound. Get used to that sound of your own voice. Get used to how you see on camera. Guys, you've got that natural fly by the seat of your pants kind of thing where I'm ball capped, or they just wake up at 4:30 in the morning like I do, and I've got bedhead everywhere and I don't care. But like, just get used to how you look on camera. Get used to how you sound. That would probably be one.
So you should start building them now. Whatever platform you're on, whether you want to grow your channel, grow your audience, start building relationships with others. Because if something goes down with your software, your big project coming through with the client, can you weigh in? Can you give me some advice? And then Rob will weigh in and tell me things about LinkedIn. So as a live streamer, don't feel as if you are doing this by yourself. You will be welcomed with open arms into an amazing of shiny objects, right? Well, we'll tell you like, dude, just freaking be disciplined. Just get it right the first time. And then you could add this and you could add all that, right? Saying from OBS studio days, right? Yep. But definitely for sure, build your community, leverage the community, get ideas from other people. Never feel as if you're doing this by yourself.
Wants to watch that. So
gorgeous.
No, seriously, you can't kind of see it now, but I do have a thing called vitiligo, which is the lack of melanin in the skin. So at one time, I used to have a really good skin tone, but then as time progressed, vitiligo, in the last couple of years, proudly sharing off their skin tones, and it looks very different. Plus, in 2005, I had Bell's palsy on this side of my face. Last year, I suffered Bell's palsy on this side. There's a rock sitting right on my face. And it's affected my teeth. It's affected, how I speak, how I sing, because I'm also a musician. And that's how I wanted to. Otherwise I'd be still in enterprise IT doing the 9-to-5 job thing, and maybe not even having a job right now because that change and do that from there. So,
yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, I think we're good. Unless, I'm sorry, Anya. Did you ask a question or?
Oh, I didn't, but the question that I like to ask, and if we had a little bit more time, because it's more like a story, how something completely wrong and terrible going on with your stream. And I believe it is very encouraging for people who are starting or thinking about starting, because a lot of those people look at me or Stephanie specifically, because her streams are so good, so polished, so perfect, and think like, oh my gosh, I will never, everything will go wrong sharing this story. So maybe you can just describe your live streaming journey in one word. Like, what is one word that describes your path from 0 to 1 or 100, wherever you are today, in terms of live streaming and content creator?
We'll start with Dan. If we've got time, go ahead, tell your story.
Okay, I'll give you both. Momentum would be the one word, I guess. Where, like Stephanie was saying, just get going, and that tiny little snowball becomes an avalanche before you know it. If I think back to the first Twitch stream where I was completely clueless and never done live anything whatsoever, people told me, so it rolls, it grows. As far as the fail, if you guys go to my YouTube channel and I leave these failures up so people can have this encouragement, if you look at my first 3 to 5 videos, there's no audio. I am literally 300 videos down the road, somebody's going to say, well, it's easy for you because X, Y, or Z. And I could always point back to those first videos and go, there's not a single ounce of audio. The algorithm on YouTube hates these videos because there's no sound. Those videos live, no audio whatsoever.
Love it.
Stephanie?
I would say the one word would definitely be, it's a blessing. I had started live streaming because I left the agency world to start my own reasons for why I shouldn't do it. But it was a blessing that I got the courage and I did it. And it's such a blessing to be able to be, here with you guys to talk with you and have this community that's so absolutely supportive. So it just, you never know what's on that other side of fear. Probably my favorite. I had Bella Vasta on the show, and in the middle of the show, we're like 15 minutes in, I see, oh, you guys know what I'm going to say. I see the batteries start to blink. And I was like, you didn't put in the dummy battery? Like, oh, I did something really funny. I went to a client event, totally forgot to plug in my battery. And at that moment, she knew exactly what I was saying. It was like twin superpowers. And then, so what you hear all of a sudden, like legit, I put her on the screen, and in the background, you hear me like plugging stuff. And now we're back because she stopped hearing all like the sound. But that was my fail.
Can I have the link to that?
Just find the one with
I really want to watch that.
And that's
nice. Rob, and you can't talk about how you forgot to unmute yourself in this episode.
He's muted right now.
Exactly. So I am, I guess my whole live streaming, I would say probably 2 or 3 years ago, when I was still at a company called Thinkific. And so we were doing live streams, from the phone, initially. And we were doing interviews on Facebook Live from our phone, telling the guests to just using platforms and stuff. But that just opened doors. It just opened doors for influencers to invite us to their show. And it just kind of snowballed from there. So just like what, Stephanie said, there's so many opportunities that open up that, if you don't take that leap to show up in front of the camera, I would say, and then from there things evolved and relationships started opening up, and opportunities with TubeBuddy, sort of started to blossom, and that's why I'm here now. And then it's always the audio. So there's 10 minutes. My channel was still new. My YouTube channel was still new, so there wasn't too many people there on the live streams. But nobody said that my microphone was off or muted. So it was like 10, 15 minutes of me talking, just moving around and stuff, and there's no audio. But I leave it on just like Dan does. People would call me up like, oh, your introduction is so long. Just guys, if you're watching this, fast forward to 3 minutes. And because the introduction is so long, but I just leave it on there just like Dan does to like tell people like, hey, it's not,
Again?
My word? Open doors. Open doors.
Open doors. Okay.
Two words.
Okay. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I was going to say, if you ever want more engagement and more comments on your show, mute your mic and then just...
Wrong. Thank you. You're right.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, I missed that.
Oh,
How could I? Yeah.
That is
this
lovely.
mic? This mic?
Well, which mic? Is it this mic? Let me tap on this mic. Is it this mic? For me, many fails. And one in particular, there was an hour event, and I was a little concerned because usually when I go to these events, we go for a little bit longer than an hour. So it's going to be a very short setup, a very quick hour, and do it. You walk inside and then you set it down and it's all ready to go. Well, at that point, I had a piece of hardware fail on me. And that caused the whole stream to not work the way that I wanted it to. And it was a 2-camera shoot, so I could have a camera. It was a PTZ camera, which is a point tilt zoom camera. Focus in on the panel, each panel guest. And then there was one camera. Actually, the camera was 1-camera shoot. And I ended up having to tear apart all my gear and reassemble it just for the 1 camera. It didn't turn out the way that I wanted it to because, I'm always trying to, my mom doesn't watch my videos as was put before. But I still work for striving to get the best look, the best feel. As all you, and I'd be still in enterprise IT, and we'd probably be still at our jobs, and we wouldn't be doing this, and we wouldn't be having this conversation at this time on a Thursday afternoon. We'd be wondering what's in the vending machine and how this is not working. Right?
That's a good one.
All right. So let's go back. We're going to do a reverse. We're going to start with Rob. Tell everybody.
There you go. Misspelled, but that's fine. Close enough. Darn. I'm sorry. I'm going to. Happy to connect. Ask me anything.
Dan?
Yeah, just search my name on YouTube or Twitch, Dan. I don't know what socialmediapolis.com is, but I recommend you check them out because that's probably a blast. Fantastic, though. But you can find me on LinkedIn with my name, or YouTube with my name, or Twitch with my name.
Failing already. Oh my goodness.
No, but this is great because this makes it memorable. When people think, but yeah, just search my name. You'll find me. You'll see me. Yeah.
I'm not even going to try to put down the lower third.
No, I was waiting. I was like, what is he going to put on there?
Let's see what we got.
Go. Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am Stephanie Liu from Lights Camera.
Got this one right.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
that is not necessarily the place where you find me, but this is where you will find Restream, and you can type up my first and last name in LinkedIn. This is where I prefer to connect with new people, and kind of LinkedIn invitation would be absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I think it's if you just search it, I think it's Anya with Restream
Awesome.
on LinkedIn.
Nice.
And of course, everybody can find me at Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You got me, all the socials as well. I'd like to thank the whole panel. Try this again in the up and coming weeks. So feel free to, in the comments down below, say what you think, what you like, what you didn't like. And of course, reach out to these people and their websites or different websites and trying to figure out where the heck they are, because I don't know where they are. We'll try to figure out how things work. So thanks again to everybody that came on the show, and you guys stick around for a second so I can thank you after the show. But I'm going to go like this. Thank you guys very much for watching our afternoon show with me, Jeffrey Powers, and it's part of Geek Tech Talk Live. Till next time, you guys geek out. The new iPad Air is same as the old iPad Air, except with a new chip, fitness, and health apps. I talked about it on last week's episode in the first focus. Now let's tackle the second part of that announcement, the iPad Air Generation 4, the 12th iPad offering, which does include the Mini and the Pro models. Okay, I suppose if you talk about it with the memory and the Wi-Fi models, this is something like the 96th Newton. Nonetheless, the iPad Air 4th generation will be out in October of 2020 with a 10.9-inch display, liquid retina IPS screen, and a resolution of 2360 by 1640. This is a matter of time. The Air has the new A14 Bionic chip, which I'm unofficially and tributely calling the Steve Austin series. That is the Lee Major version, by the way. When Mark Wahlberg finally dawned, the chip's ARM V8 instruction set includes machine learning control, 16-core neural engines, secure enclave, and 64-bit architecture. This CPU is still a 6-core processor, but is only 5 nanometers in size. That's 2 nanometers smaller than the A13. Now, to put it in perspective, the A4 chip, which was in the iPad 1, 100 million transistors in this chip, and then you could get email, you could read your Facebook, you could do your Twitter, you could take your selfies, your TikTok, if that's still a thing in about a month, play games, and cry when you broke your screen and forgot to get Apple Care. Other features will include a 12-megapixel wide camera with an f-stop of 1.8, illumination sensor, 5-element lens, geotagging, panoramas up to 50 frames a second, videos of those kids running around the floor or whatever you're going to do. But make sure you have enough disk space to save all of those files, because it's going to fill up really quick. I don't even think a Newton can record or even save, a feature only the iPhone 11 and iPad Pro have. Let me know if an ultra-wide camera is important in your iPad purchase. Do it in comments below. 7 megapixel, well, I guess that's pretty much it, right? The new addition, actually something people have not only missed, but also have complained about. In this new age of face masks, by the way, how do you like this mask? How about this one? Okay, yeah, it doesn't have the more than ever. Now, Apple has put this on the top of the iPad with the button, the power button, which is great because they can seal it all in one area. Only issue is if you use a case for weather protection for this model. 802.11ax or Wi-Fi 6 with 2.4 and 5 gigahertz bands and Bluetooth 5.0 technology will be available on this version of Air. This will allow for that second-gen surf on. With the Newton, you did have the 14.4 baud PCIe modem. That's pretty cool. Last big update is USB-C. Now, they haven't said what version of USB-C they're going to put in the Air just yet. We're getting Pro. However, you can just as easily put in a USB-C 3.1 Gen 1, which only has 5 gigabits per second transfer, or
even a USB 2.0, which makes the transfer rate no faster than the lightning cable that I currently have on my iPad, USB 3.2 inside. Now that's 20 gigabits per second, which opens up a whole bunch of possibilities for audio, video capture, docking stations, and all other devices that can connect up to the iPad. It's really all about keeping that price low so they can make money off of the device, because, you know, face it, version of iPad. 5 different colors available: gray, silver, rose gold, green, and blue. By the way, the 2020 iPad did come out already, the step down. It's relatively cheaper at $329. Year's iPad model is my guess right there. So here are my thoughts on getting that Generation 4 iPad Air. I'm personally going to do the update this year because my iPad is actually the iPad Pro 10.5. It needs to be replaced, or more to the point, downscaled. The fingerprint reader, Apple teased at, no ProMotion, no flash on the camera, and no U1 chip, which I find a little bit interesting. Now, in the previous episode of The Focus, I noted that the U1 option is in the watch for better AirDrop transfers, overcoming Bluetooth issues or wireless connectivity issues. The only other device, previous model, is a few years old. That or gaming graphics on this Air will look really nice. Now, rumors believe that the Air will be lower. Okay. Rumors speculate that the Air will come out around October 13th, which of course is in line with the event for the new iPhone. Since we have a few seconds, let's talk about this new iPhone. I won't say much about the next iPhone, which is tentatively called iPhone 12. Just remember, it's not the 12th generation iPhone. There's still a chance it could be called iPhone 11 SS. Event, I would say it's probably going to be the iPhone 12. Rumored 4 models, including a 6.7-inch OLED 5G 12 Pro Max. The Newton had around a 4.5-inch screen, by the way. My guesses for the new iPhone will include the camera, which will give you more options. It'll have the same A14 Bionic chip as the Air, along with all the features you could find in the iPhone 11 or the iPad Pro. Just not an iPad Pro. If the iPhone 12 has a USB-C 3.2 inside, you could start seeing an all-in-one dock and lots of videos on how you can replace all your computers and devices just for your phone. Just as long as it stays underneath the $1,200 mark, right? We'll have to wait and see on that, but in the meantime, and that is the focus for this week. Next week, we will be back with another focus, and we'll take a look at some of the mobile technology out there as we go. Of course, please go ahead and subscribe, like, comment, and ring that bell so you know in the next video. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. Take care. All right, let's talk about music. Let's talk about bringing in music into your live streams, and let's talk about music that you can use without somebody did. On my iPad, whenever I fly, I like to pull it, and I have the phone or the iPad available. I pull it out and I tinker on it. I get ideas, and then of course as a musician, I use those ideas when I create songs. Now, not everybody's a musician, and that's okay. There are still ways you can do it without having to worry about, well, how do I do fourths and fifths? And I can use this beat, and I can actually control it if I want to by little bits and pieces. So you get an idea that there's change to it. And then, of course, there's been no copyright to it. Nobody's going to come to you and say, hey, you got a copyright strike because you're using our music. Hey, it's just not going to happen. And if it does happen, you can say, no, this is my original music. Create it using one of these programs, and then think that you can use that. It's got to be your own creation. I'm going to show you. Before that, we'll talk about some other ways that you can get music in, but keep in mind, if you're using it for live streaming, if you're using it for anything beyond YouTube, especially if your videos all of a sudden show up on TV of copyright, because and this is what I use. I use a program. Let me call it up here really quick. It's called Epidemic, yeah, that you can use, and you can sign up as a YouTuber, and it'll give you music to put in your soundtracks. And a lot of the videos that I put up on YouTube, up on Facebook, will have Epidemic sound in it, because I just don't want to deal with it. and it's never going to get past YouTube. And if it did get past YouTube, I'm going to have to take those tracks. If I need a country two-step, or if I need a ballad, or if I need something rocking and rolling, I've got all that music at my fingertips because I've done this. I've tried to get royalty-free music, and without a company like this behind it, it gets tougher. In fact, there is a video out there that I had music in, found a way to actually create the license for it. And so every time I'll get dinged, not a copyright strike from YouTube, but I'll get dinged. I'll get a message from YouTube saying I can't monetize the video because this music is not mine and I don't have to use it. So I don't know. I'm working with YouTube on that, but this is a great way to make sure that I always have music at the ready and use it for. And once you put it into a YouTube video, let's say you cancel, you get it for that time period that you used it. Now, if you use that song after that and you don't have a license set up, yeah, you're going to get dinged for it. But anyway, that's one. There's several different other ones, video blocks, also stuff like that. So if you need something more than that, and of course, even on Wirecast, we have the ability to bring in the stock photo. With that is actually video blocks that they're using it from, they're licensing from. So you can bring in audio, you can bring in video. But once again, if you do something, you might get some issues and somebody asking for money. So with that said, let's talk about these 3 ways that I'm going to show you. And one's a hardware solution, 2 are software solutions. And that's it right here. Let me show you. This is it. This is GarageBand. It's a fairly straightforward program to use. And the cool thing about this is you can use your iPhone to create the music and then to an MP3 file if you're using Wirecast or whatever streaming system on a PC or a different type of machine. But right now I have it to go 16 bars and then loop the piano. I can take out the guitar and some extra drums and then house drums, or I can bring them back all in, or I want this, which is just basically accent drums. You get it, maybe some grand piano. I don't know how well you can hear that, but you get. So now, like I said, let's just do the main line. Take out the metronome. But the acoustic guitar, like I said, this acoustic line is actually fairly easy to run on iPad and iPhone because you don't have to figure, and you know how to do a CFG. You could create some stuff and have some fun with it. So if you're a little creative, that's one way to do that. So we're going to create a new file. And yeah, let's not save this. We'll bring in an empty project. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to say add a drummer, create. There, you've just created your first thing. There's Maurice. And what's cool about this is I can sit there, I can change how he plays. I want some percussion in there. Add some fills. Or I don't like this. Let's go to Boutique 808. There we go. Let's do some electro bump. And I can create. I have plugins that I can bring those in to add to this sound. Go back to bigger room. There we go. So you get the idea there. It's lots of different ways that you can bring in by going over to, let me bring it up here. Another program that I use is called Band in a Box. This is going to cost a little bit more, but it's got some great features to it. And right now I've got a song in here. And these are just the bass songs that you can load up and you can use them. Nice little slow classic rock. I got an echo. There. Okay, there we go. I had a button on. So anyway, the idea, yeah, as you can see, now I can talk and I have this music playing behind me, and this is actually absolutely copyright free. It's gonna sound a little weird, but because I didn't think about it too much, but that's not too bad. And then I can bring this to G, and then now I've got a different song if I wanted to. It is, as you can see, fairly straightforward. And to create whatever add-ons they have, because you can get tons of more songs if you need something a little bit more specific to what you're doing. But as you can see, it's there you are. You've now got a song, you've got music behind. And what's cool about this is you can use this for things like when you're planning to do a live stream, and I've done this several times for events. So they have something audio based to listen to while they're waiting for the stream to come back up. It's pretty cool. So we have that. You can also create your own beats and stuff like that. It's mostly drums, but you can actually put in other instruments if you put some thought into it. And it's this thing right here. And why didn't that switch over? Let's do that. Hold on a second. Oh, stop being difficult. There we are. This is the Beat Buddy. This is a product I got about a year ago. Now here's how it sounds. Let me switch over here. Is it ready? Okay. So now if I hit this button, it's doing a straight up hip hop beat. This hip hop beat going on, and I can alter it a little bit. Let's say I'm going to go from one segment to the other. I'll just hold it, press it down. Now I've got a little bit of skip in there, a little bit of feel like it's not just going to be a straight beat through the whole thing. I can do multiple fills, and I'll do an outro fill, and it's done. I can go in here. I can go down to hip hop 2, and I can change the volume. I can change the tempo. Oops. I can slow it down. And then when I'm done, I just stop it. And once again, this is also, you get some basic drum beats in here. You can add your own. There is an online community. You have a program that you load up, and you can change all the MIDI on there. But you can also bring in stuff that you're working on. Whoops. Like, let's see if I can bring it in. But there's some premium demos here. Let's see. Here's a Phil Collins demo. So now I can control it with the drums and have a little bit of fun with that, and go from there, because I can control it, and it's a foot pedal, so I could actually have it at my feet controlling it. Bring in Phil Collins sound, bring it down a little bit. It's pretty sweet, and it adds to the audio and video that you do. Now, for music, it's best to have what's called a ducker. So when you talk, it sometimes as a ducker, but it is not a ducker. And just so you know. So that of course a compressor is in there, and you can set it up as another track. So when you record, you can have it and then set it up and mix it down and get rid of the track, or bring the track in separately, and then do what you need to do in a post editor or anything like that. Or when you're live streaming, you have no music in the background. That is the easiest. Those are the 3 things that you can do to bring it in. One's free. If you've got a Mac, if you've got an iOS product, you've got GarageBand 50. There are other pedals out there, just like the Beat Buddy, that also do drum and bass sounds. And they're meant, so when I'm playing guitar, I can put a drum beat behind it. You just pay the fee, how much it costs for the program, and then the music that you create is what you use. And it doesn't have to be complex. In fact, you can also work with some of your buddies, and maybe your buddies like, oh, and you got it from your buddies. So, I went a little bit long on that, but you get the idea. Is these are 3 great ways for you to create music and put it in as your back live stream and have a little bit more. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You got my socials right here coming in a second here. And today we're going to unbox and we're going to do a first setup of this. It's the Apple Watch right here. Just got it. Order now for delivery, and it says before Christmas. So there it is right there. You can get it in multiple bands and multiple colors. I got a green band with mine. There's different series of Apple Watches. Just so you know, I pretty much said I was never going to get an Apple Watch. How times? And she said, I want to do this with you. And that's great. So she got a watch, I got a watch, you got a watch, everybody gets a watch. But anyway, so we went and ordered our mostly, but this also has all the health benefits that you can get for there. You get the aluminum case, you can get the gold aluminum case, the silver aluminum case, the space gray, and of course it comes with the ear. So a little bit about the Apple Watch. Technically 2 models of the Series 6. You have the GPS, which basically connects to the phone, and then you have the GPS with cellular. I ended up just getting the GPS. A lot of features that this has. The first one is you can understand your health through heartbeat, through ECG, through the blood oxygen level, the sleep set. You can also set it up for exercising, for getting off of your butt, more than just getting a text message, more than just getting a Twitter, more than just getting it in a minute. But of course, we've got a few of the watches that you can get. You don't have to get the Series 6. You can always get the SE. We've got the list down here in the links, unless you're watching over on Amazon.shop Apple Watch Unbox, because I'm really excited about it. So here it is. Let's go ahead. Now, the cool thing about these is there is an area for a tab that you just basically pull. So no cutting implementation needed to get this thing open. We got it pulled right, and we open it up to this right here. Here we got the Apple Watch. We're gonna pull that out, and that's that. The cardboard. Still don't need the cutting tool. Get that out of the way, because there's a little tab right here, and all we have to do is pull on this little tab. Go to that side. Now we're going to do the side view here, and here we go. I think this is, oh no, I think what we do, how this works is we pull up, we open it like this. So we'll flip it around like this, and we'll flip it like this, and we'll open it up like that. Let's do that again from the overhead. So now, there we go. Look at that. And as you can see, we're going to flip this around, and there's my watch. Bring it like this, and go like this. First one pulled. Let's pull the second one. Second one pulled. And now, set this over here, do this, and let's get this open here. It's cool to get that shoop sound going. Let's do this. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Try this. There we are. Okay, perfect. Inside here, what we have is, looks like a little instruction manual. Basically tell you how to set up your watch here. Couple pieces here. Inside here, we've got, excuse me, inside here, this is the charger for your watch. So let's pull that out first. And let's take that apart. So basically we'll flip up. So we'll open that up right there. And we will pull this out. Let's see. That pulls out. Yep, just pops up, rips open. There we go. And that is the charging. This one in travel. when we travel again, you know, that's how that works. So, all right, let's do this. This is the watch itself. Set it down. We'll get this zoomed in a little bit. That's a little bit too much. There we go. There we go. That feels like some sort of corrugated cardboard of some sort. Just pull it out. Maybe we have to... Nope, just have to pull it out. Like that. And that's fairly straightforward. Go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. There we go. Hey says, hey, hey. All right, so right there, we ripped off one side. I don't think there's one on the other side. Nope, there is not one on the other side. Oops. And this opens up like any computer here. We're gonna plug this in and we're gonna start charging this as quick as possible because we want to go through all the updates, try and get this set up. So put that on the charger. It's like that. It's magnetic, by the way, and it's a USB-A, by the way. Very important if you've got any devices, any type of plugs with USB-C, to you remember to switch it over to A. So we got this, and I need to remove first of all. It doesn't look like it. There's the bottom right there, so we'll just reattach this. There we go. There we go. Now it's charging. Perfect. And it says iPhone, Apple Watch. And we'll get to that in a second here. Let's get the band on opened up here. Let's go ahead and that does the little wrap, but I probably will get different bands for it. This is it right here. So it doesn't have any buttons or anything like that. And it's a little bit of Velcro. So and there we are. Let's just bring this to the side. There we go. Now, to put this on, we'll set that over here. Low battery, of course, we're being told that. I had to figure out how this all works. So this type of strap, we'll zoom in a little bit up, and then this part. So this part will go into the band. I gotta figure out how. I think it's like this. And it's all dependent on which wrist you put your Apple Watch. If you want to get it out, you just push down on the button and slide it back out like that. But we want to put it back in. Oops, went a little too far. Oh, here. There we go. So let's flip it around. So you hear the click. There's the click. And now the other half will go and be able to put it on my wrist, like so. Got a big hand. There we are. But you want to get it, since it does have a heart monitor on it, you want to get it snug, but not too snug, so it will not move around. So that feels like it's not going to move around. So let's go ahead and pull this off. There it is. Now it says iPhone and Apple Watch. So basically what you do is you take your phone. So let's take out this notification here. Ah, hate it when that happens. There we go. We'll get close to. There we go. And look at that right there. It's saying, hey, time to continue. We'll flip over here so you can see a little bit better. And we'll zoom in a little bit. Set up for a family member. This is for myself, so I'm going to hit that button. And it says take your Apple Watch and hold it up to the camera. So let's zoom out just a little bit so you can see that. So all you have to do is take the watch and put it into, we'll hit the button. On which wrist do you wear your Apple Watch? I'm going to be wearing it on my left wrist, but I'll switch every now and then, and it'll allow you to do that. You can do a lot of watch faces, a lot of different apps that are available. There we go. Got the terms and conditions. We're gonna go through. Oh, that's pretty much it. It says send by email. You should really kind of at least peruse through this, but we're gonna hit agree. Meantime, the watch is doing this. 44 millimeter, that's the one I got. The aluminum case designed by Apple. This is kind of a, I think it's like a, well, black watch. And it says workout route tracking. You can enable route tracking or disable it. We'll enable it for now. What the heck? Shared settings. Apple Watch shares settings with iPhone or location services. The watch also is going through that stuff here. So we want to change, let's say we want to read this a little bit better. So I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. Seeing how that's making that bigger and smaller. And we'll say bold text. Apple Watch passcode. You can set a passcode. We're going to say not right now, but we might create a passcode later on. We got the activity. We can set up the activity, so let's go ahead and do that. It's asking for my birth date, so I'm going to do that really quick. Not on the cam, and it's going to ask my height, and it's going to ask my weight, and it's going to say wheelchair. Am I in a wheelchair? No. No, no, no. And we're going to hit done, and we'll continue. And now it's saying, here's your daily move goal. You want to do 390 calories per day. So let's just say set that 12 hours. So that's where we are. Blood oxygen, we want to enable that because I want to see what my blood oxygen level is. I kind of know what it is right now, but I can learn a little bit more. Keep your Apple Watch up to date. So we'll say continue, and that's just basically going to update it as we go. The emergency SOS, you can press and hold the side button to call emergency services. And we'll say continue, and we'll choose that later. Now it's syncing, and with our Apple Watch, it's saying syncing. And we got some basics there, right there. That's this little button on the side. So we have our digital crown. We can turn that around to get the different things. Press and hold to talk to Siri, and turn to scroll, zoom. So it's now syncing and bringing everything in. We're just going to hit done. We got the side button, which is down here. And in this side button, it says you can show the dock. Not this top button, but hold down that bottom button, which is kind of flush to the watch. Now, I'm not sure. This isn't the SIM model, but I am not sure if there's a SIM door, or if you get you're with, whether, yeah, whatever whatever phone carrier you're with. So, all right, it says it is still syncing. I'm not exactly sure how much time that takes. You mean on Amazon? There should be, if you hover over the video, and there should be an unmute button. If you're watching from another device, just hit the volume button, and that'll change it. But you probably don't know because I'm talking. So it is showing me an update right there. So it says it's about 1/4 done of the basics. So we're going to keep going here. All these bands, like I said, are interchangeable. All the health options, the O2 sensor, the ECG, and stuff like that. And then there's a couple different Series 6. You have the GPS, and then you have the GPS plus cellular. They have other models as well. Hit OK on that, and we'll still see what's going on here. I think this is rebooting now. Nope, it's going. It's about half done. So anyway, the SC series is the next step up. They do, and then Series 3, which is one of the older versions. You just want an Apple Watch. There you go. Plus, many different types of ways to get bands for your device. So you can check that all out. Like I said, I just got that green band. One of the reasons why I got this band right here, it move around too much, but I will get some other watches. My favorite one out of all these watches is this one right here, because I'm a fan of the metal clasp type watches, and that's still going out on the town, things like that. So, but got different bands as we go. So here we go. There is one thing, the other thing about the Series 6 is that this has the always on face. So instead of turning off and turning on, I think so you can see what time it is. You don't have to hit a button. That's the worst part, is when you do this with your wrist and your watch, and it doesn't turn on the front face, and you got to do this with your nose because your other hands have to do that with this. Well, for the finding out your messages, you might have to do that. But my nose is a great touch device when my hands are doing other things. So if we should come back when there's more, so let's just let's bring in on this. Let's watching as it goes. We can learn about the digital crown. I can use the button to scroll up and scroll down. Like that. Watch is ready. Let's flip it over here. I like this camera better. Your watch is ready. Press the digital crown to start. So we're going to do that. Press that. Oh, a little vibration and a ding. We will swipe. We will hit the crown button. Close that out. And there's all of our apps that I can choose, and I can move that around to see some of the apps. I can go into email. I can check my calendar. Let's see. I'm not sure what we got. The calculator, so I can say what's 2 plus 2. That's 4. The answer's 4. Got that. We got alarm clock, materials. So let's see where we are. I'm gonna flatten that out a little bit. And north is that way. So we got that. And we go through. We got the while using the app. I normally do that. Current location is 4:17. Of course, I use military time. And I have a friend that's in Auckland, New Zealand, and it's 11:17 tomorrow. And I can add a city as I go. Fairly easy. I'm touching this. I'm moving around. It feels very comfortable to do that, as just like if I was on my phone. So we have this right here. What is this? This is Memoji. There's my Memoji right there. And I'm not sure what I can do with my Memoji. Maybe add some more Memojis. How I look at my Memojis. So if I don't want to have glasses this time, I can take off the glasses. But we'll hit cancel. And we'll do that. And we're back here. So many different apps through here. My stocks. I don't have any stocks. So let's find the health one. I'm charging this right now. And we'll say heart rate can notify you. And when you have irregularities, so I'm just going to say turn on. And once I put this on, let's see if I have enough charge to do this. And it's measuring. And I have no heart rate. What? I'm a vampire. Ooh. I don't have a heart rate. What's going on here? Let's do that again. There we go. So we're at about, we're right there. In between 68 and 78. You see a little line. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more so you can see that a little bit better. Okay. So I'm doing pretty good. In a resting heart rate. So that's not too bad. Let's go back here. And of course we can add more apps. We can see, we got the App Store, so we can find all our cool apps. We got music. Whoops. We got messages, or text messages. There's all the music that I have here. So let's say if I wanted to equal. Let's see what else. I can also use a pen. Grab this. I got a little stylus right here. Just like with the phone, I can use this to go through the different things. I have no events today. I did have a couple events before. Remember to finish this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. There's my recording. Play. Hey, delete that thing. Let's delete it. There we go. Don't need it anymore. Here, we got some voice memos. Got this. This must be a Find My Phone or Finding People. and you can find me. Where am I? I'm right here. I got this. This is this is my home setup, so I could turn on my TV or my speakers or anything like that, whatever I have set up IoT wise. And that's pretty much it. There are more apps I can add and remove apps as I go, but that's basically it for the Apple Watch. Zoom out a little bit more. As you can see, we're good to go on the Apple Watch on the phone. Now, with the phone, I have the ability to change out the watch faces. So let's say, okay, that's white, let's color now. My watch face is now white. So we'll go back to a darker color, just like that. Change the color on the face here. And then we can go into the face gallery and add in an artist. I believe that's how that works. There we go. And now that's the current watch face. Or let's do the activity one. That is current watch face. There we go. That's okay, but I like this one better. Set that. They'll make it like this when I start doing some activity. So, all right. Lots of things you can do on the phone to learn a little bit about that, but that's basically it right there. That is the watch. That is the Apple Watch series. So much for this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. Thank you guys very much for coming along. I'd like to thank Olivia and Hay and Annie for the questions there. So feel free to contact me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek, the socials as well. But you'll know when I'm on next for unboxings and reviews. And we're going to do a lot more unboxings coming up very, very soon. I got a couple monitors. I got a printer to unbox. I have a lot of things. And of course, live, I'm Jeffrey Powers. Take care. And let's go ahead and get this opened right here. And of course, we're going to start with the plastique. There we go. We'll set that to the side. Nice little handle here. We'll lift up on the handle, take out all the plastic. Now I'm really excited. I'm going to stand for this part. Excuse me. Different types of cooking, long-term cooking. Now I have a slow cooker, which does a great job, and I have an air fryer, which also does a great job. This will do like sautéing. You can steam. You can make. And a lot more. And there's probably going to be a little how-to or recipe book in here. So let's go ahead, open this up. Now it says, welcome to the galaxy. And that in English and looks like French there. And then the product inner pot. And then, of course, the Instant Pot right there. So we're going to flip this open. We'll bring this down. What do we got in here? First of all, looks like we got a set of instructions. Open that up. There we go. Instant Pot Duo. That's officially in French. There we go. Look at that. That's in English. French, English. So it talks about the safety and guards and the safety, which talks about different things that you can cook in there and how to go ahead and do that. So we're going to set that there. We got a power cord, which we will open up right now. It's just a standard 3-prong, like a computer plug right there. This thing will do, yeah, we're just going to be able to take this out as one piece. So I'm going to grab it by the handle. So I'm going to fold it up and then grab by the handle, I think. And I'll just go up and I'll put my hand underneath and we'll move it over. And I don't think there's anything on the bottom there. There we go. Yeah, that's locked, so we'll bring that out and we'll set that down. We'll set this forward. There we are. This is the Instant Pot. There's a 6-quart pressure cooker, so you should be able to put like a chicken in here. You can put different types of meats in here. You can make stews. You can make dips for your games and things like that. So let's see how we open this. In the back, there's a little piece of plastic here. Let's do this. Comes out, and it comes out like that. There we are. Up on top, let's throw that down there. Up on top, we have a little orange tag. The little orange tag says face over skin, unprotected skin over the steam valve right here. So yes, so you understand that. I think, does this pop out? Yep, it does. It's a little weighted, so we'll pop that back in right there. Inside, what do we got? We got some more stuff here. That's the French side. Read warning cards and warning stickers. What to do is go popping off and hurting you, or the steam burning you, because you don't want to deal with that. So read everything here. Do not fill the inner pot higher than the PC max. There's going to be a line inside this pot. That's and see the user manual for that. And exercise extreme caution when cooking. You also want to put this in a well-ventilated area, because it is steaming, and you need, like, if you put it underneath a cupboard or something like that, that's steam. This looks like a couple different types of racks of some sort. Okay, so if you have like a chicken or something like that, you can put this down, and then you'll have little handles to pick. Nice little pot in here. Inside, you can't see it here. Let's see if you can see it on this camera. Yeah, you can kind of see it. There it says the PC mark maximum. So this, I think this is what, halfway up, and then 2/3 of the way up. You do not want to go past that 2/3 mark on whatever you're putting into. And it says, warning, make sure the heating element is free from grease and debris. Do not leave food on the heating element. Use genuine Instant Pot inner pots for cooking. So I can get other. So as you can see, it does push down a little bit, but this is the element that heats this up. So then you basically put your ingredients in here, and you put it in here, and then it starts to heat. A little rack in there, and that goes like that. We'll move that out of the way, and then when you're good to go and you got it all plugged in, we're not going to plug it in, by the way. You get the idea when it gets plugged in. So, am I not wrong? Maybe this is the back. That's why it's not working. There we go. And there we go. Bring that in, and then we'll tighten that up, and it locks in place. It's up on this. We'll flip this over, and then we'll go over here. What we have here is different buttons here. So you can make right here's a soup broth sauteing. It's going to get super hot, super fast. And of course it's going to saute whatever you have in there, whatever meat or whatever's in there. You can do a delay start, so you can set it up to go, and then like an hour before you get home, it starts to cook. So I can keep warm, and of course you can get the second helpings right there. You can make some rice. You can make some multi-grain rice. We got some, what does that say? Porridge. Oh, porridge. Okay. Pea porridge hot, peas porridge cold. And oh, it's in the pot here. That little area helps out. And of course you can also get a steamer you can put in there as well. I got a couple of those. You can make some yogurt. That'd be interesting. That's interesting. I think I'm going to definitely make some yogurt off of this. So other things to note here. Let's take a look. I have like a little tab thing. I'm guessing you can strap this on so it doesn't get knocked over. Maybe I'd have to look at the instructions, but there's only one here. It might also be some sort of locking reason for that. One of the two, or both for that matter. So, and then that's pretty much it for the Instant Pot right there. Up on top, once again, we're going to show you. We'll go up here. Comes out. It starts to push up on this thing, and then steam comes out on the sides. And it feels a little bit magnetic as well. So it will try and this left and right. It's not going to turn left and right. It's got some sort of stopper on there, but it wants to be free floating, so it lets whatever steam it can get out, because you don't want it to build up too much steam inside, or else, boom, it's a big firecracker. Box of this right here. This is the Instant Pot, the Star Wars edition. All right, let's talk about this main subject here, and that is YouTube. And the reason why I want to bring this up is because YouTube is way tomorrow. I've already dealt with it. I've been doing this for 11 years. I've seen even the famous ones come and go. I used to stream. I realized, hey, you need to have a pack up and go system. because Blip.tv, very famous, they actually put together a revenue model, making model for videos. And then YouTube kind of made their version. Now we're here in 2019. Yeah, 2019. And they are a powerhouse. And a lot of people say, oh, YouTube's dead. Their algorithms changed. So the reality is YouTube is a top search engine. YouTube, multiple videos, billions of views a day. And it's a big C too. So everybody, it's like somebody's got the see that video of the salmon getting transported from one lake to the other. Anyway, the whole point is that it was that's what YouTube is. It is a big machine. First of all, I'm going to debunk this myth. And if you find an article from Google YouTube Alphabet, not from Joe Blogger, if you find something that YouTube says, but I'll tell you, I searched the big machines and I did not see any verbiage that said that your show is going to get demoted because it's an audio only and you just got a photo in front of it. So let's take a, maybe I'd have an image like Geekazine Live. Maybe I'd have something a little bit more structured, like having the episode name on it, having a picture on it or something like that. But this is all you see on YouTube as I'm talking. That's it. Nothing else. So what people are saying is interaction, and you're going to get horror. People are not going to watch it. They're going to leave early or whatnot, and it's not worth it. And maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I'd like to believe if you get 10,000 people watching it from YouTube, in fact, they might consume it more from YouTube if they are more of a YouTuber. As in they have YouTube Premium and anything like that. And those functions, like the ability to listen to the YouTube instead of watching the video. And watch the video with closed captioning without calling it up. And then I click on it, and of course I get the video. Now, if as a premium audio without having to watch the video. So what does it matter if you have a static screen or if you have moving video? It doesn't at all. So, single screen on it. No, it doesn't work that way. YouTube, the YouTube algorithm is pretty straightforward. Amount of people that are consuming that aren't spam or show for a minute 30. Yeah, if they're on your show for 5 minutes or 6 minutes, then all of a sudden, hey, something a little bit more here. So, and believe me, if the content is engaging and you're learning something from it, you are going to watch it. You're going to listen to it. And most of you, maybe you're not even looking at the screen right now, but you're listening to what I'm saying. Put it in your pocket, put on your headphones and listen to me while you're in the car, while you're at work, whatever. So you get the idea. It doesn't matter what you have, as long as you follow. It includes audio and video, and we won't even get into the fair use usage part of it, but as long as you don't have copyrighted content in there, you're fine. As long as you don't promote anything that they say you can't promote, like I think sex and gun. Is your video more engaging with video? Yeah, okay. But if you don't want to be on camera and you want to do something like this, then you should be able to put it on YouTube. That many subscribes. It's still a great way, even if you have 5 listeners that consume your content through YouTube and they are influenced by you. What does it matter? I influence them to the point where if I say, hey, buy this mug over on the merch store, then they go and buy this mug over on the merch store. Rather than, just because you have 10,000 subscribers doesn't mean you have 10,000 active people. Because it runs, technically, if you don't know about the 1,000 to 101 rule, basically 1,000 people find your video, 100 people actually will watch your video, and 1 person will interact with your video. It takes a lot. In fact, I look at my YouTube stats and I see people subscribing and then unsubscribing. And sometimes they close out their channel. Sometimes they get banned. They'll go over to the basket weaving stuff. And that's all well and good. Don't get discouraged because somebody unsubscribes from you. It just might mean that things have changed in their life and they don't need to. I thought there was a new comment there in the show notes. Anyway, let's move on from there. The stats are a key right there. These stats are not meant for the audio podcaster. So the audio podcast, you can get some great stats off of these podcasts, off of this. You can find out when people are. So now one good thing to do, if you have something like this and you find out that at the 1.5 minute mark, people are starting to drop out, maybe because it's the video. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's put an intro here. You can definitely, you can go over to Fiverr and you can say, hey, make me something 720p that has my picture on it, that has my logo on it, that, that I could possibly, station, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. You make it for YouTube, and you might be making your podcast for iTunes. Maybe 1,000 on YouTube. That's 11,000 right there. And then all of a sudden you might come out and look at your YouTube stats, and all of a sudden it's 5,000. It's like, what the heck happened? Well, the next part of what I'm talking about with YouTube podcasting, and that is promoting your podcast. Myself, that talk about things that you should be doing that are different from your podcast. I'll give you a good example. And this is just something I started realizing. Last year, YouTube started to allow hashtags in the title. Now, you can't go over 100 hashtags in there. Some YouTubers have this ability. They've been put in a special container where those hashtags don't show up in the title. They'll actually show up above the title. But if you don't have that, I'm one of this one. When I post just the segment on YouTube, I'm going to have hashtag podcast on there. That's hashtag podcast. When the hashtag podcast on it. Get the idea? Playlists are pretty much the same without the hashtags. I put this into a podcast playlist, able to pick and choose a little bit better. But with those hashtags, they have a little. They can discover your stuff, and then they start discovering as the creator to take people down that rabbit hole. And if you're not taking them down the rabbit hole, they do have a way to burrow into your rabbit hole to get them to show YouTube that you can get them to listen or watch multiple videos. You get them to do 3 of your videos at one time on average, then all of a sudden, YouTube's going to start rolling out the red carpet for you, whether you're an audio podcast or whether you're a video podcast. Let's move on from there. If you do subscribers on iTunes, you're going to get subscribers on YouTube. Even if those are the same people, it's one and the same. If Bob's over here and Bob's over here, Bob starts watching on YouTube. All of a sudden, he's in the YouTube. Anybody that's ever set up a website or a podcast feed knows that YouTube, you can do a lot of things and make it 100 times easier to set up than on your website. Because people have to remember to go to Geekazine.com. That's all about promotion. So if you have a podcast and you bring it over to YouTube and you don't tell anybody that you're over on YouTube as well, or you put it in passing, oh yeah, we're on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah. You need to do it like this. We are on YouTube. Go over to youtube.com/Geekazine. Subscribe right now. Hit that bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Yeah, the next video comes out, So you keep up on YouTube, just like you would your podcast, because you find plugins on your website to promote your podcast. You make sure that it's on Twitter, and you make sure it's on Facebook, and you make sure it's on Reddit, and you make sure it's on LinkedIn. And if you're not doing that on YouTube, we'll make you happy. Now, if you're on YouTube and you say, okay, I want to go over to my Facebook page and watch the rest of the. I'm only going to put this one up here, but then you got to go over there for the rest of it. YouTube's going to go. Now, one more thing that I want to talk about, and somebody said, well, you should really put it into another channel. Create another YouTube channel. You create another YouTube channel if the content that you're doing is different from what you're doing. Say that you should have at least 2 YouTube channels out there, because then they can play off of each other. as long as you make it so they play off of each other. Like, for instance, Lon.tv, perfect example. He has the main channel, he has the back channel, where all they want to do the regular one. I have a couple different channels. Geekazine, which is all about the tech and music tech. And then I have another channel, which I've created music, and I put it on there. But if it's not, I'm not going to create a whole new YouTube channel just for that. I am going to create playlists. I'm going to create hashtags. I'm going to create... You don't find me as a tech guy. If you look for tech stuff, you'll find me as a tech guy and not as a basket. Maybe one or two basket weaving videos will pop in every now and then. And you'll go, he does basket weaving? That's kind of weird. Huh. Anyway, sorry about that. So Kenny W. Briggs goes, a person can do... I'm going to be reviewing this program. I just put it on my computer. It's called Cyberlink Power Director 17. It comes with screen record. Episode 12. You got moving text. Boom. You got an intro song, got an outro song. You can do that too, if you want to. But that's content that you can put in there. Now, best new cars of 2019. And then you get these videos, which is an automated voice saying, these are the best new cars of 2019. Starting with, you know, they're taking Creative Commons or domain free photos, and they're putting it into I can't remember the name of the effect, but basically it takes the picture and it kind of zooms it out a little bit, zooms it in, moves it to the left, moves it to the right. So you have this little... Did they get demoted? YouTube knows that that's a problem, but if it's informational, is it a problem? When you have Looper have a person talking and they show pictures of the Avengers while they're talking about the next phase of Marvel, start doing pictures. I should start doing zoom-ins that don't work. Why isn't this zoom-in not working? Cheese and crackers. There we go. Now it's out. Now it's in. Now it's out. So you get the idea. Is that if you have your audio podcast, you want to put it in the video podcast form, you could do that. Put it on YouTube. Tell people, hey, this is a podcast. You might not know iTunes. You might have that podcast app on your iPhone. You don't use it, but you use your YouTube. So go ahead, hit that bell. And that bell will tell you that I've got a new video out talking about how you can put your podcast on YouTube. Because I think that there is no documentation that says that YouTube does not like the fact that you put an audio podcast onto YouTube. Do they want it with video? Yeah, it'd be great if you did. But there are so many people that are doing this without worth it. It's not worth my time. Did you make it worth your time? How much did you promote that? How much did you put that on? Did you what did you do to promote to put it all? Still saying put it back in, make that machine go back to the iTunes. Well, here's the kicker. YouTube doesn't want you to leave YouTube. Facebook is not going to want you to leave Facebook. LinkedIn won't want you to leave feed. Yeah, that's all well and good. There's nothing. If your RSS feed just points to YouTube, that's cool. I don't see anything of this caring. I think this is out of all the alternatives, as long as you don't have hate speech, as long as you don't, you follow those guidelines, you can put it on there. And if you're not on iTunes, that's okay. You can, if you have an RSS feed, however you distribute, and chances are they have an agenda that doesn't fit any of these areas, and that's why they are on their own private area. And people listen, people watch, and they subscribe in however way they do it. Thought into it, you can run down the lists and say, what are the pros, what are the cons? Okay, I'm not going to do YouTube. I don't want to convert my audio to video. Even though there are some platforms out there that now start to do. Podcast hosting company Lidson takes their video, your audio, and all you have to do is go in there, go to the settings and say, I want it as a YouTube video. And then they'll give you a graphic, put it in there, boom, it's wherever you want to. So it's another way to do it, but there's work to be done. And the best way to do it is to watch some of those videos on how to gain your first, That's the number one thing I tell YouTubers is don't worry about monetization. You can make money off YouTube even if people to YouTube and you get the watch time or listen time in this case. They'll give you the monetization, and then you grow. I have 16,000 subscribers on Geekazine, YouTube's Geekazine channel. It makes me money because I feed the reply, they like, the other people see it, they subscribe. I put videos out there to be seen so people can come in and make their own decision to subscribe or not. And it makes me money. Some YouTubers, it makes a lot more money than me. For me, it pays even more of my bills. And then I get other things from it. I mean, you know, the affiliate codes always are available there. Unlike Facebook, I can't put, but on YouTube, I can do that all the time. So I can say, this is sponsored by blah, blah, blah. Go to blah, blah, blah.com and do that. And then have a link, an affiliate link in the show notes. An Amazon affiliate. Oh my goodness. My Amazon affiliate does great. And it pays a couple bills on its own. So you get the idea. It's more than just these entities and make them into their own money-making machines. So next time somebody says, putting an audio podcast on YouTube, it's stupid, it sucks, it's not going to happen. Well, tell them, listen and not watch creation of podcast or whatever, you know, whatever content that they're looking for. And they can, you can definitely make money off of it. And so anybody that tells you other, that's a hard truth. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we're in Seoul, South Korea, and we're doing the 5 tech things you should know about board a train to go around the city of Seoul, South Korea, to show you all the cool tech places that you can visit while you're in Seoul, South Korea. South Korea is a great place to visit, and there are some great tech items outside of Seoul that you want to check out. As south of a city called Songnam, so you want to check that out. And down in Changwon, you can go to the Robot World, which I guess is a theme park. So that's pretty cool. Right now, I'm going to get on a train. I just entered into the train station line we're going to be taking. It's number 2, and it's going to take us in a circle around Seoul to the different areas. So a lot of these you'll be able to access through train number 2. Let's check it out. The outer to do some shopping across the street and then come right back up. So it's pretty cool, and there's lots of things you can get, from phones to clothing to whatnot. They do have an electric scooter system if you want to try it. This is Samsung Delight. No, not that. This right here is Samsung Delight. This is where you go. It has this flagship store that lets you check out what's new. In here you can see smart homes. I did a 360 Note 10 phones here at Samsung Delight. So when you're in Korea, in Seoul, you can check out Samsung Delight. So actually, the coolest thing about Samsung is this place is an actual. And then upstairs you have Samsung offices. Down the street, we're gonna check out some VR. Let's do that next. Before we get there, we're at the Dunkin' Donuts. We're right next to WeWork, or if you're watching this later, what used to be WeWork, or maybe still is. Having VR pop-up stations like this, but also PC computer cafes that you can go to play games. And there's a PC esports one right over here, and then a VR station. And they have a lot of VR games. Last time we were here, VR, all the way down to being on a bicycle or fishing or anything that you can think of VR. Korea has a lot of cool stuff on the main. Unlimited hours, lots of late night eating, lots of karaoke, and then of course just some really odd, different places, such as this one right here. So get off the main streets, get onto these side streets. Some of them can be pretty hilly, but they're a lot of fun. And remember, when you're in Gangham, you want to go to the Apple Store. The new EarPod Pros haven't shown up yet, but you can follow it by going and looking at the cozies on all the trees up and down this street, which is pretty cool. Telecom, or SKT building, and inside here is an experience that if you want to find out about future technology, this is where you go. They'll have like self-driving cars, IoT stuff, things like that, which is, of course, they're one of their biggest telecom companies here in South Korea. And you can go there, of course, if you come to SKT, even though you'd be paying like $5 or $10 a day. In the connected office, you might find yourself in a desk like this, a little bit more comfortable. Do a little dance, make a little love, be a robot tonight. Sungniman Gate, hopefully I pronounced that right. It actually has two names. It's Sungniman Gate and also called the Namdaemun Gate. It's basically a historic gate designed by the first national treasure of South Korea. Just an amazing site. And but that's not what I wanted to show you. This is the site I wanted to show you right behind me, and that's the next tech thing here. This is where you go in South Korea to get your camera gear. There are several camera shops, and they're starting to close because it's getting pretty late in the evening. Several pod for this camera right here because of its size. I can take it with me, which is awesome. Walking down, you see Sony cameras, you see Canon cameras, you see Nikon cameras, and you see old place. If you need camera gear, let's say one of your lenses gets busted or you're looking for a cheap lens, you can come here and you'll probably be able to find it. And this is in downtown Seoul. We have different things like when Christmas is coming, so you'll see the Christmas lights and the Christmas trees. But then you come here to get your camera gear, and then you go past here, you go down the street even more, and you got the night market where you can get a whole bunch of things, if gear, things like that. So it's a lot of shopping over here. And this is pretty much in the heart of Seoul, South Korea. So if you need camera gear, this is where you go, which is, of course, the small camera, 3-axis gimbal camera that comes out from DJI. Now, we'll be talking over at DJI in a minute as one of the tech things. But, you know, it's just been amazing how much is a lavalier microphone as I'm speaking. But there's been a couple times in the recordings that I used absolutely no microphone, just came straight from the camera because it's so small and so compact, and I've basically cut the weight of my camera gear almost in half. Plus, when I do use the big camera, I can use this as a secondary camera as a DJI Osmo Pocket. All you have to do is go over to geekazine.com/Osmo, OSMO, and that'll take you to the Pocket, or geekazine.com/DJI. That'll take you straight to the DJI website. And of course, this is all an affiliate code, so it helps me keep the lights on and create great content for the 5 Tech Things. All right, like I said, I'm in Mapgugo, by the way, and I believe that's how you pronounce it. And right behind me is the DJI flagship store. Now, I said earlier, but this is actually their in-Seoul store, which is about 3 levels, and it is also an office building. So some of the DJI workers are here. And in the basement they have more, but there is a fly. You can kind of see on that second level that there's a flying area. But this is so right now we're going to walk down the street and we're going to see some of the acts. You'll see people singing. people performing magic. It's very fun and lively. Now, depending on when you come, it's October 30th here, and as you can see, not too much Halloween decoration. During the day, it's about 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and in the evenings, it gets to 40, 50, and below, depending on, you know, what's going on. It's a pretty humid place, Florida or Houston or something like that. You get the idea of what the summers are like there. But they have these really cool fans that you can get them cool, because these buildings do not have a full HVAC system. You'll see some rooms with air conditioners in them, and they'll be room air conditioners. And you know how well a room air conditioner really works. So that's something to keep in mind if you're coming here during the summer months. So of course, and underneath is called Naver. Now, in the United States, you might not know what Naver is. If you come to Korea, you're going to probably be using Naver app. Apple Maps and Google Maps, they work here, but they're pretty much useless. There's only a few times, and you want to get the one that'll do directions. And if you need to go somewhere, it will tell you bus schedules, it'll tell you walking routes, it'll tell you how much the cab is going to cost if you decide $1.25. So relatively inexpensive. Buses, they also use the same transit cards, so you can basically buy 20,000 won, which is basically a circle around Seoul. They love their game rooms, and this is one of them. This is interesting. So on the bottom floor, we have all claw machines. As we move upwards, we have the second machines. So multiple levels here. Now we'll go right across the way here. We'll just do this. We have what's called VR Square and VR, and we can't see too much into it because they have this awesome, look at that screen. That's a pretty sweet display. I don't know what kind of coating that is on top of it, but it's really good, really good. So basically it kind of feels like I'm eating glass around a strawberry. But really good. So this is Youngsun Electronics Center, and basically it's one big electronics store inside this building, and it's more than just this building. It's all around this air control hub. It's a great place to come to find something that's hard to find. Maybe if you're putting together an office here in South Korea, whatever you need when it comes to electronics, it's probably going to be here. Even used iPhones, the price between Korean won and US dollar, about, yeah, I'd say 100,000. It is about $100. Actually, it's a little less than that, but it really depends on the market from when you see this video. But you can live like a king. You want to be over here. A hall of gamers and geekdom that you can't imagine, and it's all here in Seoul, South Korea. From Xboxes to Nintendo Switches to some of your favorite characters to even olds, and enjoy, check out and purchase some games that you haven't played in a long time, some games you were looking for, or maybe more. There's a lot more, and if we went to South Korea as more of a whole, there'd be even more than that. You start at the Incheon Airport, and the Incheon Airport itself has a lot of cool tech stuff that you can do. A little mall, and you can actually grab shopping carts and run back and forth throughout this area. They have areas where you can see technology in Korea. Tech. I know that in the Songnam area they have a lot of medical tech there, and of course I was actually here last month for a medical tech convention. We'll be back next time with another 5 tech things you should know about, and until next time, you guys geek out and take care, or as they say in Korea, 안녕하세요. 감사합니다. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here with Geekazine. We're here about the 5 tech things you should know. This week we're going to talk about smartwatches. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. Welcome to the 5 Tech Things You Should Know. My name is Jeffrey Powers, Geekazine.com. Think magazine, put in a geek. You got me. About a little bit more later in the show. So with that said, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification for the next video. And you can do that directly on Geekazine as well. From Commvault. So basically you pass by and it disrupts the board a little bit.
You can come on. Hey, metallic.
By the way, don't forget to look at last week's episode on foldable phones if you want to know 5 tech things about that. Of course, this is Mulligan. How you doing, Mulligan? You're on national camera. How's that? Someday we'll have smart puppies on our wrists, but you know, for now, we just got to deal with this. You can tell me the time. Hey Doc, what time is it? It's time to go to sleep? Watches. They've been on our wrists, they've been in our pockets, they've been on our walls, which we then put on chains and put around our necks, only to make rap songs. And we've been doing it for ages. Believe it or not, computer wearable watches have been around for a long time, since the 70s actually. From the pulse you would have worn on your wrist. First one to the top gets a $1,000 bonus. Now, personally, in the 90s, I had myself a GoBot watch. It's more than meets the eye. Yeah, no, that's from a different franchise. And then came the smartwatch that we know of today. They get better and everything like that. Just like Dick Tracy did. But just like many of the smartphones, many different models of watches came out. And of course, they have the fakes. I talked about it, $26 billion industry. It's been steadily growing year by year. And of course, it'll also be growing next year and the year after that and the year after that. Most people want that coveted Apple Watch. Me, I'm a big fan of this, and it's got a little feng shui to it. One of the announcements that Commvault made, well, right before the show, but still, is the acquisition of this company called Hedvig. Hedvig is a distributed thing. Which one you want to get for your spouse, for your kids, for your dog, maybe for me? After all, the holidays are coming up, and you haven't gotten anything from me yet. So let's look at the 5 things that you should be thinking of when you go to get your first or second or third or 54. I'm not a big fan of the square watch. I like them round and big. 34, 42, 46. My wrists don't like no plastic. The right shape that fits your wrist is what you really want. And with the Fossil, I can change bands fairly easily. Right now, I'm wearing the leather strap. I can put on the original classic strap that I came with it, or I can order many more off of Fossil's website, off of Amazon or other sites. There's 3 different buttons. The center button actually having a dial to it, so I can make my selections a little bit more easily. The Samsung Active 2, on the other hand, has a dial on the face. And of course, the Apple Watch is a single button dial for integration. Now, I did what I look for in a good watch. Now, some think that you have to have an Apple Watch. If you have an iPhone, you have to pair it. And that's far from the case here. The Fossil is connected both with an Android the other way. You have to do some tricks to make it happen so you can use it with an Android phone. I mean, it's too bad that Apple doesn't have a Google app to do that, but you know, that's Apple for you. Google, anything with Wear OS will be Google, and maybe from the company that's supplying the watch. With Samsung, you'll have Samsung and Google, which might be controlling your data. Watch your terms of service on the watch when you get it. Metallic, which is a cloud software as a service, so you can now back up in recovery via the cloud to whatever storage you have, whether it be on site or off site. When your watch is on your wrist, the elements are going to play a very big part into everything. Now, you want to have a watch that's going to be around for a couple of years, that's not going to rust out onto you, that's not going to break on you, because this thing is going to hit a couple door jams. The important part is the skin, because a lot of these watches have heart monitors, sensors that are checking your EKG, your heart, whatever, and you want to make sure that that's not going to cause an adverse reaction to your skin. Like, for instance, the old gold chains that would make a green ring around your neck or around your wrist. You just everything from phone calls to text messages to Twitter pictures to Instagrams to notifications, or do you just want something that just tells the time and maybe how many steps you've done at a conference like this? You can go as simple as a Fitbit, which will track your steps and maybe check Denver, Colorado, or wherever you're living, and put that all into data that you can use down the line. It's really what you want to see. Here is the deal. Of course, this will be published on the 17th of October. So you have 2 weeks from that. That's actually Halloween. To comment down on youtube.com/Geekazine to this video, just go ahead and comment. You'll have to basically tell me, but of course you have to have that word in the comment for you to qualify. On the 31st, we will draw for the winner. Now, before we get into the number one thing, let's talk. It's gonna break. You're just gonna have to get it fixed. Perfect example. My wife has a Fitbit. It broke. Actually, it broke on the 1 year to the day that I bought it. They sent me a new Fitbit. And in that case, I actually didn't have to even send them back the old Fitbit, because it's just such a small piece of technology that as long as I properly dispose of it, which you should do with your old devices, it wasn't working. So we got that back in. So that's very important, the fixability of these watches. Or if the fixability is not there, the support in getting a new watch like that. Now, some of you like to open up your watches and here, but if you want something that you can fix yourself or that can easily be fixed in a short time frame, that is a good factor to think about in getting a smartwatch. That is kind of one issue I have with the Fossil, is it doesn't hold enough battery, or doesn't stop at the smartwatch level to take it back to a regular phone. So I only have a few hours before the phone, or before the watch actually dies. As watches get smarter, as they get easier to use, like for instance the Apple Watch, with now having that instant on face, they worry about battery management as well. So with that, now, there are some smartwatches out there with technology in them, but they're actually a regular watch at the end of the day. So you could turn off the smartwatch and still have. Let me know by commenting on YouTube. Go down, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit that bell notification so you know when the next video comes up for future episodes of the 5 Tech Things You Should Know. Then you guys geek out. And whoa, that's awful, right? All right, that's a lot better. Until next time, you guys geek out. Thanks to the folks over at ComVault and ComVault Go, and of course, my friends over at Tech Field Day, which is why I was here for Tech Field Day at. Well, that's the problem with gimbaled cameras, is it follows you, so you can't walk off the camera. Maybe if I do this. Geekazine. So we did a live stream session. Actually did a podcast and live stream in the workplace. It was an hour-long session, but the reality was it needed to be a lot longer. All I got to people in here that just consumed this content. It was awesome and just amazing. So what we did, this is an interesting classroom setting, because it would have been a lot tougher to actually pull this whole thing off. So over on the other side, I'm going to flip the camera here. Over on the other side, like a 5-minute PowerPoint presentation, and then I turned around and just started showing them how to set up a live stream. Now the thing about it was I didn't know. I was still uncertain whether they wanted to know more, wanted to learn more about podcasting. We would have gotten into a podcast software. Live stream, we would have gotten live stream software. But we ended up getting live stream, and that was great. So, and this, I'm so impressed. This is what they set up by the Yeti Nanos. And I'd like to thank my friends over at HuddleCam, because they supplied the HuddleCams. USB PTZ cameras. So thank you very much. And then, of course, I'd like to thank friends over at Livestream part, and then Avixa and Freeman, which supplied the computers and the AV equipment and everything like that for this whole room. It's been an amazing thing. So I guess awesome. It was quick. They had lots of questions. If you've got questions, it's about being in your workplace. So, and lots of topics we didn't even cover yet, like what happens when you have to make back and forth, things like that. It's been amazing. Jeffrey Powers, I gotta get going here. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for next video, and of course, geekazine.com. Thanks a lot for watching, and if you have out. All right. Ready for this train often?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Where are you going? What?
And then they roll around.
Yeah, that's a Get Smart thing.
Yeah. So I didn't know I'd be in a room at NAMM in a bubble room like that. And that's what we're going to talk about next on Geekazine. Yeah. We've got Jim here. You're the founder, or the
founder and inventor of Air Hush inflatable sound attenuation technology.
Right. Yeah.
There's some special sauce there, but it's
throw this in the pool afterwards and
have a cocktail on it.
I'm kidding. But the whole point is that we're talking about sound control, and this is perfect. You hear a slight bounce because it's kind of
a lot of materials. You can really have a sort of beneficial effect of that sort of empty air cavity that's the equivalent of a thicker wall because the air's under pressure.
Yeah.
And then these specialty polymers, it creates a very flexible, mushy center. So while there's an aluminum frame around this, got a 24 by 27, most of it is just this exposed, mushy surface that has three, so that's cutting it down. And then there's a little bit of special sauce on the exit so that stuff is a little different molecular weight, or can be, and then that creates a really great barrier that's both, as my professor's colleague used to say, you can't build an aquarium with sponges, right?
Yeah.
So acoustic foams just don't really do what this does. Okay. This is the blocking, where you make the blocking and then you can treat it with foam if you want to treat the high end.
Yeah.
And this type of acoustic foam. Technology using attenuation to mean blocking. So attenuation, absorption, and diffusion, sort of concentrating on what we think of the hard part is the attenuation, to build that aquarium that's going to hold the sound, and then treat it with sponges. We'll come and shout obscenities and we won't hear them, and it works.
Okay. And of course, this isn't totally closed. We have this end where
doors wide open. Doors are open.
So there's a big difference. A little bit of bounce that I hear.
Yes, that's what Hopper Los Lobos came into our Palace of Fine Arts installation. He said, "Man, this is the warmest room the warmest acoustic enclosure I've ever felt." And it was just because we had the foam just right, and we had we know musicians, need both the blocking and some sort of treatment.
And it's more than just musicians. I could see an office cubicle system set up.
Absolutely. Well, we had in San Francisco, we had people from Google X come in, and they were explaining that the workplace, they vote at the last minute and get it done, they need acoustic privacy, and we all want to sort of see the world and have the natural light and people flow, but we cannot have as much processing power dedicated to filtering out the other, the rest of the sound that's coming at us. So if you can provide that little enclosure that cuts, in our case, we're cutting, I guess 10 decibels, the equivalent of 50% of the human ear, so we're really bringing the volume down, and that just helps people that have to concentrate, do it. So
relax. And the other thing, 2 foot squares, 3 foot squares?
There's a 27 by 24, and the reason they're 27 high is that if you put 3 together, you get 6 3/4 feet, which is high enough for most of us.
Okay.
Whereas if you have 2 footers, then you have to go up 8 feet or 6 feet, which 6 isn't enough. So, this whole room can fit in the size of a minivan. Like basically, it fits in a 6 foot by 27 by 24 foot closet. Okay. So you can move it around easily, and certainly can't do that with a standard vocal booth.
Absolutely. So, and you can put these up in whatever configuration you need. So.
Yeah, you can put it up as a gobo wall or as a bigger
air pump.
You need a very simple, Coleman or other $19.99 on Amazon air pump. It takes 5 seconds to 10 seconds per. They come in a box 1.5 inches thick, and you inflate them in 5-10 seconds. Now you have these building blocks that are 24 by 27 by 4.5. Okay. So it's 3 times the size when it's inflated. So there's a huge carbon footprint argument, right? So that's a big deal for the planet. These are totally reusable, recyclable, all that. Yeah. But basically, they, once you've got them, you can use them for years. The seams and the cores are very actually, it's better to use the pump to deflate as well. The pump we have has fun. Well, it's kind of fun. You stick your finger, but it's
What about using these as a floor tile? underneath work?
Yeah, so we've actually in some cases built like a riser and then put panels underneath, and you certainly get them, right? So if you don't get the flooring studs right, you're going to take the sound right down in and across the room. So what we really want to do eventually, and we're just a startup, we don't have the money to do it yet, but we want to be able to test if there's no reason we can't build a core, what we call our core, our inflatable core, or our I core, we call it, and if we build it strong enough and the steam strong enough, we can make a floor and you'll be able to walk on it, and it might be a little weird, but it's going to be solid enough that you've got total detachment from they work, is that the two layers are separate and floating completely free from each other and only attached by the core. So that's part of the reason it's working.
So nice shock absorption.
That's right. That's really kind of what it is. It's a shock absorber. It's so simple, and yet that if you can leave those two planar surfaces free from each other and let them vibrate and do all that without anything holding them together, that's what's going to come down good, actually.
Well, with the fact that the panels are working on their own, they could probably withstand it.
Actually, I think we're probably pretty good. The fact is that the structure flexibility the same way wood does, right? Okay. A lot of reasons everything's built in wood out here is that it's just it shakes around, and this can do the same. You can actually see it sometimes.
That's the whole point.
So it's it may well almost be, and like you say, for offices, medical, transportation, aviation, eventually outdoor uses. I think inflatables and sound attenuations materials together will be really powerful and useful.
What about setting up like a
use medical grade bonding agents, and we're using super clean, as cleanest PVCs or TPUs we can use to make sure that it's something that you could put in a hospital, because hospitals are getting busier and like noisier, and there's a lot of sometimes sound anywhere, like concerts where people are freaking out. We had in the Palace of Fine Arts in San Francisco, we had a doctor come in, a sort of team of people, and they built a bio-neurofeedback, play the music, and so the person would use that to relax, and as they were relaxing, the color in the cube would turn from like red to blue. And so it was almost to train yourself to be able to relax in a fast light in a clever way, and that's what this is going, this neon or whatever LED lighting. So
it looks easy. I mean, we have there's an LED light out there, and it just uses all these bubbles to recreate the light.
That's right. It just captures the light in a cool way.
That's amazing. And there's so many different applications, more than just
that's going to kind of make it easier to be a creative, right? To be in the classic basic musician and have a place that you can cut out the cop car or the helicopter going by. That's the thing. And we've also learned that these can be used in professional studios, that they can see each other, so they can count down and see
I can see the guitarist right there, and we could actually visually communicate with each other.
That's critical, right? For a creative, part of the thing is they go into the studio and then they're all blocked off from each other by huge gobos, and then also enhance it in professional studios. So.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we can talk about this for hours.
I can.
And this is a really cool room, and I wanted to have like disco lights going and everything.
They're $399 to $499 a panel. So that means a room like this costs about 12 to 15 grand, depending on what you're doing. So it's not
cheap.
But we've got people in the San Francisco area now selling phone booths for like $18,000, like double wide phone booths. So we're less embarrassed about our pricing than we were. But we realize it's not really artist friendly or first generation artist friendly. So, but that's right. All of that will get worked out. It's like the first Mac, it's expensive, but I'm sure that there's certainly an audience that understands pro audio. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in speakers and so on. So I'm pretty sure we'll be able.
That's awesome. Where do people go for more information?
airhush.com/music. airhush.com/music.
Do you do other things than the?
No, Airhush is totally dedicated to the idea of taking intellectual property on the concept of inflatables and sound attenuation materials. So we're dedicated to that. We want to work for many years on the idea of enhancing.
Thank you very much for your time, Jim.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So that's awesome. This is awesome. It looks nice, and it sounds nice, and it feels nice, and if I could be in this room all day.
Thank you. Yeah, especially in the trade show.
Close the doors.
Can we stay in here? Can you talk to me for more?
Yeah, let's do that. Geekazine, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, bell notification, so you know when the next video comes out. And check out the CES videos, check out the NAMM videos, check out 2019. Jeffrey Powers, NAMM 2019, Geekazine.com. We are here at the AirTurn booth. We're going to find out about Bluetooth pedals. We're going to find out about mic stands you can take on a plane with you. What? We've got
tablets and computers. And our principal products that hold computers and tablets are our monos, which is basically this guy here, which can hold everything. And it's really, really easy to use. So it's fully adjustable. And you can also, if you like to go landscape on the fly, you can simply turn your tablet on the fly. You don't have to adjust anything. So certain lyrics and
They have it in landscape, just especially if it's a complex area, and I want it, you know, this starts to get become a hodgepodge of notes. So
exactly. And then to hold the Manos, we have a whole bunch of different accessories that go on an airplane, which no other mic stand can do.
What's the weight on that?
So this is about 2.5 pounds.
Wow.
And it will extend all the way to 57 inches. So it works for somebody who's even 6'4" tall. And you can add a boom. Side mount clamp can be used to hold. In this case, we got a tap, which is a controller. But you can also put your Manos on the side mount clamp.
Let's talk about the Bluetooth tapper there.
So let's talk about controllers.
Yeah.
So AirTurn makes a whole line of about a half a dozen pages to controlling MIDI, and each controller is fully programmable using the AirTurn Manager on either an iPad. Change them whenever you want to change them.
Okay, so you could definitely have, you know, you put a microphone on that thing. You could have just a quick in and out, being able to do your acoustic, solo guitar, duo guitar stuff with whatever software you're using.
Right from your Pro Tools and Ableton all the way down to OnSong and Fourscore and Mobile Sheets and all kinds of different applications.
Okay. What are we talking with price points? Let's start with this thing right here.
So the Manos is $49. The
model, is that the 69 or?
So this controller here is $99.
Oh, the 4-button foot controller. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Where do people go for more information?
So airturn.com and or your local retail.
Cool. Well, Lester, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And that was AirTurn. Check everything out over. It's airturn.com, right? Okay. Check everything out over at airturn.com. Of course, Geekazine.com will have the links in the show notes. Go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Like, subscribe, comment, bell. Simple. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here at the Amazing Maker at South by Southwest. Nice little puzzle box. You can build it yourself. We're going to talk about that next on Geekazine. All right, so we got Rizumu, is that how you pronounce your name? Awesome. Where you can make it, they got different, as you can see, the different parts here, the nice little wood pieces right there that you can make things like this. This is a maze. And go ahead and run the maze. It's a little marble maze. Go ahead. Okay, as you can see, what he did was with that marble, he just then moved this piece around so he can continue to go from part to part to part. A new approach to that. It looks like we got USB power right there, and we've got the board right over here, one of the boards right over here. This comes as a whole, just something like this, correct? And he's just putting it together as we're going. This is a puzzle to show people, and so they can try and make exactly that same puzzle and go from there. He doesn't have any price points yet, but he's thinking about $100 to $150, and I'm guessing there's going to be different size models and additions and things like that. You can go with a wire connector out of that, and that goes into one of these boards right here. And then you can, is there any programming in the on computer or anything like that?
Yeah, it is main board, connecting.
Only connecting.
Yeah.
So, all right, cool. So you get to check that out. What's your website?
Amazing Maker.
Amazing Maker. Amaze as in. So check that out. And of course, once we we'll keep you we'll keep you updated as to when it comes out, and we'll have links in the show notes for that, and go from there. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Lots more at South by Southwest 2019. Go over to and make amazing things.
Thank you.
"1944" is one of my favorites. Here we go. And I'm going to play some video games. We're going to talk about how you can have this in your home, playing 1944, playing Final Fight, playing Pac-Man. and whatnot. Ooh, there they are. So let's do that, and we're going to do that next on Geekazine.
One up. We had a very successful launch in the fourth quarter of 2018.
Yeah.
We launched 6 titles. We're launching 5 more for 2019. Have amazing success at retail. And what makes us so special is we're taking that authentic retro in the day, authentic artwork, authentic gaming, authentic controls, and making it so it's affordable and portable for them to bring into their home for their whole family to enjoy.
What was your favorite arcade game back in the day?
Oh, I'm a little, I like Space Invaders. I'm very excited for Golden Tee, because I think my dad will be very pumped for that for Father's Day.
Is this is one of the new titles that's coming out?
It is. So new for 2019 is Final Fight, Space Invaders, Golden Tee.
Do you have any other games that use the trackball, or?
So for Golden Tee, the games that are included, we have the Classic, we have the 99 and the 98, and the 2K. So most of our cabs, as you can see, they have multiple games in them. Some are 1-player and some are 2-player as well. Or Ghosts and Goblins and Strider.
So inside, it's basically a monitor and a computer?
So it's all proprietary. Okay. So there's no like Pi or anything like that. We work with the licensor, so it truly is that authentic. We wanted to hit the nail on the head by sticking as true to it as possible, so it feels real. The only thing you don't need in these ones is the quarters. You don't need the quarters to play these.
But I want the quarters.
So many people say.
So there's no, if there's a bug on it, there won't be any updates or anything like that?
No, we wanted to keep it as authentic as possible. If there are any issues, you could always contact us. We will replace your cabinet, replace anything that's not working. Okay. But no, we want to keep it as authentic as possible.
Okay. And we got I'm just going to turn the camera just a little bit, because this is one of the units. And
our Wallcade. So we really wanted to listen to our community, and now that we have 11 titles, one thing we noticed was if everyone's collecting all of those, that's going to be a pretty big game room.
Okay.
So one thing that we found is having a Wallcade or a countercade, you save a lot. This is going to be for dorm rooms, you know, smaller apartments and condo buildings. You can wall mount it, so it doesn't take up that space at the bottom there. Or if you have any kind of countertop or tabletop, you can sit it right on there and play.
Let's talk about price and availability.
Okay, so it'll probably be a spring 2019.
And prices?
Not quite available on that just yet.
But you do have some that are out right now, right?
Just our cabinets. Yeah, you can get it at Walmart, Best Buy, Game. It's a great Christmas gift.
All right. Where do people go for more information?
You can go to www.arcade1up.com.
Arcade1up.com?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Cassandra.
Thank you so much.
I gotta get that. Oh, there we go. All right. We'll go from there. So everything over at Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, play the games. And yeah, okay, there we go. And of course, don't forget to geek out. Boom!
This is not working? Okay, I can just, okay, let's try this. So Google's mission from its founding has been to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. In doing this, Google has created 8 products, many of which all of you use every day, that have over 1 billion, with a B, active users every month, right? Google Cloud, which is what I'm with, is an organization within Google. The most important innovation from my perspective is the AI. In fact, our CEO, Sundar Pichai, declared that Google is an AI-first company. You've seen this kind of talk in the media as well. AI at Google has been exploding over the last decade or so to use. So everything from the flagship product, Google Search, to Gmail, Google Drive, YouTube, Android, Chrome, Maps, everything is driven by AI. Our business is driven by AI. We also run our operations on AI, so our data centers are controlled by AI, and that's resulted in a 40% reduction of energy consumption in these centers. Google has been carbon neutral for 10 years, come of age. So there are things like Internet of Things, IoT, big data, cloud computing, machine learning, and devices and hardware that folks like you are inventing, and so forth. So when you look at the intersection, they're around interaction, production, and democratization. So interaction is how we create human experiences, how humans interact with our devices and our AI. And as Danielle said, really everything starts with the human experience. Technology or hardware for its own sake is meaningless, being created by digital devices. We then look at production. How are these devices being made? New ways of manufacturing enabled by AI. And then finally, democratization. Thousands of AI scientists with PhDs doing AI. But what does that mean for the rest of the world? How do we enable everybody to do AI? As we'll talk a little bit about these three themes in the next 30 minutes. So let's start with interaction. When you think of how devices interact with humans, we have to talk to them, see them, interact with them without even directly interacting with them. These devices need to have all of those same senses and modalities that we have. That is sort of the future of human interfaces to devices. So if you give you the biggest driver of search accuracy among hundreds and hundreds of signals that are used for search is AI. You can predict for every user which search results they would prefer in a sea of results with over 80% accuracy. Listening is one of the most important an Android Auto in your car. You can talk to all these devices. All of that runs on AI. We have to understand your speech. We have to understand the words that you said, what they meant, what you actually meant to find, and then go find you the information and hear all kinds of things. For example, this is a project we're doing with the University of Wellington to listen for bird calls to identify endangered species. So imagine intelligent bird houses, for example. Visual interaction, organize them. I don't have to. Google Photos does that for me. Google Photos can look at a scene and tell you what's in the scene. There's a beach, there's a boat, there's trees in the background. And I can say, hey, show me pictures of that beach we went to last year, and up comes a photo. I didn't have to tag it. All happens automatically. So imagine we can apply this to video as well. You can try this now. You can go online, upload a bunch of videos, and say, hey, show me videos with cars in them. You can type the search or speak to it, and up come a list of videos. You're seeing all of the cars in the videos, and the little red dots over here indicate the frames at which you see cars in those videos. You can also take a single video, and there's a computer keyboard and so forth. All happens automatically. You can put this in the wild. You can have video cameras that can detect animals. This is another project with wild animals in Africa. And we are getting very, very high accuracy in recognizing these kinds of animals. Improvement in image recognition. Less than a decade ago, that scene I just showed you would be recognized with about 75% accuracy. Right? Whereas humans can recognize animals at a distance with about 95% accuracy. Fast forward to a couple years ago, we are now better than humans in these technologies. You can sketch. Another way we interact is by swiping, drawing, touching. You can try this. You go to Google Quick Draw, and you can start sketching on your screen on your phone, and we'll recognize in real time what you're trying to sketch. Kind of like playing Pictionary, except in real time with a computer. It's not sort of auto-correcting a word. It's actually predicting the whole sentence, what you're about to say. Saves you a lot of effort on a phone, for example. We can combine the video and the speech and the text capabilities, and you get translation. And the interesting thing about this is we can do this with over 100 different languages in real time. Works. So you can have intelligent devices now that have enough AI compute power in them to do this kind of thing anywhere you go. You can do this with voice as well. You can do now with a few dozen Italian. And when you speak back in Italian, I hear it in English. You can do this in real time as well. So put these together, you can now start carrying on conversations with AI. Right? So this is where we start to see, what I think will be the next generation of magic. What's interesting about this example, Google Assistant, embedded in that is speech technology, connects back to your Google Photos app, right? So this is not an interaction with one device or one application. This is an interaction across applications. We see a lot of magic with this. Right? We see text-to-speech approaching human voice now. So these things can speak back to you, and it sounds completely human. If you just search for Google Duplex, you'll be able to see the demo. Basically, The AI now can speak with you in a voice that's completely indistinguishable from a human voice. So simple, natural interactions integrated across experiences that are now everywhere, ubiquitous. Imagine AI in your home. You're sitting at home, you're watching TV. Imagine that same experience. You just say, you don't have to pick up a phone. Just say, hey, Google, the beach, and photos show up on your television. It turns on your television, finds your photos, connects it all up, and there you are. You don't have to do anything, right? You have AI in your doorbell. That's the Nest doorbell. It'll announce who's at the door. So that kind of integration and ubiquity is very powerful, and I think that's going to be the next wave of AI plus hardware, right? AI wherever you are, in your hands. I can hold up my phone and kind of scan around, and in real time it'll recognize objects as it goes. Alphabet, Waymo has now driven over 10 million miles on public roads completely autonomously, and billions of miles of simulated driving as well. That's a picture of the Waymo navigating and sort of just like I showed you with the phone demo on the previous slide, so recognizing objects as it goes in real time. The big change that happened over the last 2015, barely 3 or 4 years ago, if you were driving down a street in a Waymo, this is what you would be seeing. That's not good enough to drive with, right? I wouldn't get in this car if they didn't have a safety driver. Fast forward just 3 years, 2 years. That's what the cars see now. And that's 1.5 years ago, right? So you're seeing now very accurate recognition of traffic lights, pedestrians. Think about it. It's no longer the purview of esoteric applications at Stanford University or other universities or a few companies. It's now everywhere. We all interact with AI every single day, enabled by this whole new generation of AI-enabled hardware. AI is now devices. The same digital background is revolutionizing manufacturing. We're getting real-time data analytics and connectivity. We're getting the ability to simulate and use robots. We're getting very advanced production technologies through system integration. We're getting new kinds of human-machine interaction. We're getting new kinds of business as well. So if you think about your production, from everything from your production mechanisms, your suppliers, your logistics services, your design teams, your customer experience and engagement teams, your marketing teams, as well as all of the commercial applications and partnerships and products you have out in the market, you have a loan I show you. So with Internet of Things, you now get data across machines and devices that you can leverage across the entire life cycle of product development. You can then leverage big data and machine learning and some of the AI technologies I showed you to make sense of all of that data, get new insights, and build new kinds of applications. These applications can be consumers, but even to the factory workers. And I'll show you a couple examples of this. And the marvelous thing is that all of this can be built on the cloud. You don't have to do the AI. You don't have to build all that infrastructure, right? You don't have to manage all this data. The cloud does it all for you. Focus on manufacturing and not have to worry about the AI. The AI is there for you to go to work for you. So this is starting to enable a whole range of opportunities. And the way we think about them at Google, we divide them into kind of 4 buckets. Technologies that are available right now that I'll show you in a bit that you can use to enable these kinds of opportunities. So digital thread is connecting all of this data and threading it through and making sense of it. Digital twin is the ability to create a twin of your production systems, your manufacturing systems, your factories, your supply chains, and improve your production processes. Digital workforce is enabling the power of AI to go to work for your workers when they're on the job. I'll show you a couple examples of this as well. And we are also seeing a lot of enablement of new kinds of business models with AI. Your factory, we can now enable all kinds of new business models because of the AI. So give you a couple of examples with digital twin, for example. Here's a company from, an example from one of our partners where we've done a lot of optimization of operations using simulations that are driven by AI. We'll see more detail. This one is interesting to me because it's an example of a new business model, preventative maintenance in the field. It's not only that you can get data from multiple, in this case, trucks on the road to manage your fleet more efficiently, but you can also offer as a service to your customers preventive maintenance, field optimization, and some of these things that you might do. In the old days, they would just lease trucks from you. Relevant information automatically without having to pull out a smartphone, take off their gloves, and sort of type through an app to find information. This is being used at LG, for example. If you look at for visual inspection of products as they're made with the current computer vision solution, et cetera. Remember the picture of the cheetah that went from 75 to better than human performance. With AI now, 99.9% accuracy. It completely changes the game if you're a manufacturing company. Millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars of savings a year. And I'll show you the edge TPU in a minute. Again, just like I showed you with my phone, one of the reasons that this is making a change is the ubiquity, the fact that these technologies are available on the spot. Phone that lets me do real-time translation or photo recognition, et cetera, in real time. By running complex AI models right on the device. You can do that in a factory. So the third part then is the democratization. How do we do all this? This AI all looks great, but how do all of you use it? How do you use this? How do you leverage it in here? Just to kind of level set where we are at, AI has gone through a series of transformations over the last few decades. We started with this idea that AI was about stuffing a computer with everything we know, with all of human knowledge. So we'll just go start building in. Daniel's nodding. You were back in the, right? You've seen this. Using started writing code. The problem is this, we know too much. Putting all this into a machine and then managing it and maintaining it as things change constantly is an unsurmountable task. I mean, so those are the kind of the bottlenecks, the engineering and management of the software and the knowledge that underlies it. So the idea of machine learning was, well, let's have the machine learn this. For example, if you're doing photo recognition or image recognition, we'll feed it the raw data of, in this case, the Eiffel Tower. We'll write some code to extract key features of images like lines and blobs and circles and colors and so forth. And then we'll feed it to some kind of a class amount of time feature engineering. What are the right set of features for a robot on the assembly line to pay attention to know if a part is damaged? What are the right set of features for my smart camera to pay attention to recognize that this is a picture of a beach? Or to talk with, so really took off really less than even a decade ago. Tackled this problem in a unique way. The idea was to say, let the computer figure out even the features. We'll just feed it the raw data. It'll do something, and out comes the answer. You have to do nothing. It's called deep because you have these layers. You build these layers of very simple computing units. They're called neurons, again, in sort of allusion to the human brain. They're a little different from human neurons, but share some of the properties. You feed it all of the input. Every neuron looks at just the local information around it, computes that was a dog in your laundry basket. And again, as I showed you with the cheetah, these things are actually more accurate now in many cases than human vision. So when you want to do AI, you need sort of 4 key things to do this AI, to do the kind of products I just showed you. You need data, a lot of data. Data about your products, data about the users, data about how your users are using the product. The data may be batch data all at once. It may be streaming. It may come in as you go, like you're driving a car. A model is basically what this deep neural network learns to capture the essence of the data for you. So you have DNNs, deep neural networks. CNNs are convolutional neural networks, which are the networks that do spatial convolution. They're used for example, image analysis, like the cat-dog example I showed, driving, like production. You have to deal with speech and vision, language, right? So you need a lot of these models. All of this data, all of these models, they have to be secured. They have to live. So this is important data for you and your customers. And then finally, You need a lot of infrastructure to run the training for these models. It's nice that they learn stuff on their own, but if you imagine the huge amount of information we take in visually and orally, et cetera, every day, it still does this. This is how kind of Google makes sense of all of this for those 8 billion user products and many others approaching a billion. We've built what we call a planetary scale computer. This is one. If you go inside one, you'll see banks upon banks, racks upon racks of high-powered servers. They're all built from the ground up. They're purpose-built. They're not off-the-shelf machines we buy. And they're connected across the world in a massive network. Google actually carries about 25% of the world's internet traffic. The public internet is not reliable enough and fast enough for the scale at which Google needs to operate. Your phone, let's say. We do this AI at massive scale, again, using these banks. We also do it at a micro scale. So if you think back to my phone that has a chip in it, we also have technology to build very small, very fast models that are almost as good as the massive scale ones that can run. We are called TPUs, tensor processing units. A tensor is just a mathematical representation of a vector that underlies a neural network. And these things are now available even in, you can get them on a USB stick, any smart device you want to build. So deep learning sounds like magic, right? No knowledge engineering, no feature engineering, learns everything. Any bottlenecks with deep learning? What's the big problem here? Yeah, you need data, but you have compute from places like Google, right? Networks gets very, very complicated. You need a huge amount of expertise to configure these networks and train them and tweak all the little parameters and figure out exactly what the transfer functions are, et cetera. Well, even for Google, let alone for the whole world. So what do we do? So our teams are focused on what we call democratization of AI. Can we make AI available not just to the few, what we call the cloud AI platform? We make the AI infrastructure available to you, the compute, the storage, the networks, all of the stuff you saw in those pictures, you can have them too. You can use them. We make the same tools available to you that we use, tools like the machine learning engine and BigQuery. TensorFlow, which we've open sourced, is the most popular deep learning framework. And we also make AI available as a thing we do in our products. And it's just an API call away. Right? So the way you use this is you sort of pick the building blocks you need and plug them together into the workflows you want. So if you have hub-sub data flow to get real-time data, feed into a machine learning engine, and outcome the data you want. It's just like building blocks. We call it build your own AI loop. And we have some tools for data ingestion, processing, database, analytics, and the whole shebang. And there's a bunch of AI that I showed you that we do internally. So at Google, we have the saying, if you do something successfully, you're always challenging yourself to think 10x bigger. How do we 10x this? Okay, so it's great that we can read 20 code. What about the billions of end users? Could any user using a product do AI for themselves? So we built a system called AutoML, which is a system that does AI for you. It can create AI models actually better than experts can. If you think back to AlphaGo, the Go playing program that defeated the world champion, you just let it go. In about 3 days, it gets to be as good as AlphaGo, which is built with months of effort by a team of experts. And in less than a month, it's performing better than any known Go player, completely autonomously. So that's the power of AutoML. The idea is that we can now use this for other domains as well. So I mentioned energy reduction by modeling energy consumption as a game, and you win the game by reducing energy costs. And it learned to reduce energy costs by 40% over the best tuned handcrafted power management systems created by experts. So where you are, you can run this in your browser. You can fire up a browser on your phone. Can be a browser from any company. For example, if you want to do image classification, you upload a bunch of images, you hit the train button, it ships this into a neural network that's actually running on that same massive infrastructure I showed you. School is doing this. AI in your database. You can write SQL with AI commands like create model and predict embedded in the SQL. It does the AI, it does all of that magic, all of the deep spreadsheet. You can open a notebook in which you can put in both text as well as AI commands to do AI. AI in a spreadsheet. Imagine you have a data warehouse with 100 million rows. Spreadsheet there, except this spreadsheet has 100 million rows. And you can then ask it a question. You can say, show me my performance or performance by week, and it writes the code for you, does the AI, and it shows you the graphs you need. Let's empower everybody to put AI into the things. You guys are all making all kinds of nice hardware that I can't wait to try. You can put AI in this and also reduce your costs at the same time by producing these devices using new manufacturing techniques. Okay, so that's it. If you want to try any of this thing, cloud.google.com. There's a very generous free tier. You can go try it for yourself. Everything I showed you is completely available. And that's my handle if you want to get in touch.
You know, so I think we can take one question, and then Dr. Rem is actually going to...
And 2019, we're here with James. This is stealthy. And we're going to talk about this. This is a microphone. This is not a personal assistant. It's not going to spy on you, but it's really cool. It's I saw this at the media day, and it's like this is awesome. Awesome microphone for musician, for a podcaster, for a live streamer. Tell us a little bit.
On here.
Okay.
One of the main ones is it's got a Class A microphone preamplifier built into it. So this microphone acts both actively and passively. Okay. And it's the only mic in the world that can do that. That, in lay terms, that means you can plug it into a guitar cab or a PA system and it'll just work. Sounds like a very, very high-end professional microphone.
So when you're running and you forget to do something like hit the phantom power button, you're
still going to get a mic. Yeah, it's the only mic in the world that does that.
That's awesome.
So it's very versatile. It's also got 4 voicing options on it, which work in both the duck sound, which is more like a ribbon microphone. So it gives you that kind of vintage sound, you know? So it's effectively like 3 mics in one, really, with 4 different patterns.
That's awesome.
It acts, of course, in passive mode like a dynamic mic. When you've got the mic pre-booted, that's right. You've got this little twist switch ring here on the bottom, which you have to grip your hand around like that, and you can change the pattern setting on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you talk into this microphone, how do you do it straight on or
live rejection? So if you're actually doing stuff live and you start moving around it, or you want to cut out noise from the rest of the room, you'll get nothing from the side at all. It's all just focused on you.
Okay. So if I actually hooked up my wireless interview.
Try on that note, try something. If you just grab the mic and shake it like this, you feel that inside?
Oh yeah, okay.
Right? Yeah, that's the internal shock mount.
Okay.
So the capsule is mass loaded, a bit like a high-end speaker. It's a really, really good sound.
Yeah.
And the shock mounting mechanism suspends the entire capsule assembly inside without it touching the chassis at any point. It's just got 3 little points of Zorba which detach it. Yeah.
Wow.
So
I'd like to cut this open and actually see that in action.
I can show you some pictures in a bit.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's got lots of applications now. You don't need an external cradle, which makes it look ugly and it's cumbersome.
Yeah.
So you just get this. That screws onto your mic stand.
Okay.
And it's this easy to put your mic on and off the stand. That's it on. That's it off again.
A key mount.
How's that, right?
Yeah. So there's a button on the bottom here. What's the button for?
Okay, so when the mic pre-boots up, you get purple LEDs casting a kind of purple light down the bottom between this twist switch ring.
Okay, a little bit of glow. Okay.
Now, if you're using it for some brand color, it's
okay.
And it's cool. It's purple,
oh, no,
right?
No, yeah, that's perfect. That's an amazing mic, and of course, it looks like you have multiple. Are those other versions of the mic? Or?
No, these are older mics in the range. Yeah, those are
let's go through the
artists, recording studios, producers.
They look very industrial, so it's like a car podcast or something like that would use this for their.
Yeah, they are really studio mics, broadcast, podcasting, that kind of thing. So they're very high end, but they don't cost the earth. I mean, I forgot to tell you, by the way, that the Stealth maps are only $379.
Oh, okay.
Which is incredibly inexpensive. These things, this is like $300, and I think it's
good thing we didn't have that plugged in, because then you would have been like, ah.
Exactly. So, you wouldn't do that with a condenser mic usually. We've got a reputation for.
And these also have that shock mount in there too.
They've got a different kind of shock mount.
Different type. Okay, perfect.
Different kind of shock.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And
this is the brand new baby.
Can you do the drop thing with
I'm not going to do it with this one,
no. There's limits.
There's limits.
All right, so $379. Your voice is going to sound as opposed to something like what we've got for microphones on.
Yeah, we've got a reputation basically for building microphones that sound like $2,000-$3,000 microphones, but only cost a few $100.
Absolutely,
yeah,
and great shock mounts where you can. All right, where do people go for more information?
AstonMics.com. You'll find everything on all the mic range there.
All right, keep in mind this is not the most accurate representation of this microphone because it's going through another microphone, but you can kind of hear the difference on the sound. We are on, as you can hear, it's got a nice rounded end and definitely great for podcasts. So let's check out the plosives here. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, and Sally sells seashells by the seashore around me, but it's still got a really nice sound to there. And of course the plosives, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, and Sally sells seashells by the seashore. All right, and this is the third one here, so let's check the plosives. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, Sally sells seashells by the seashore. And then finally, this is mostly for guitar, 4 different microphones, and you notice that the noise is a lot different as we went through the 4 of them there. All right, well, thank you very much, James, for your time. So that's awesome stuff from Aston Microphones. We've got a lot of youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, bell notification for angels that get their wings. And we're going to continue to rock out and then geek out. Take care. Booth, and we're going to take a look at this. Adam, it's small, but it's big.
Small but big, exactly.
Small but big, so. All right, Oscar, so you got about what Adam is.
Absolutely. So this is
not Adam Ant, is it?
It's not Adam Ant, no, exactly.
Adam... never mind.
Hey, I know where you're going there.
ATOM, tell us a little bit about that.
ATOM. So this is our pad production and performance controller. It can be used with any DAW, but of course, here at PreSonus, we have Studio One, so we're actually a complete integrated solution with Studio One.
Okay.
All from the controller, and not has to go back and forth between your mouse and keyboard and the instrument here itself.
Okay, perfect. And you got this set up like a simple drum set right now. So
yeah, exactly. So you'll notice that in Studio One, and if I come up here, you'll notice that the pads on Adam will go through and mimic whatever we have up on screen. It's RGB LEDs, pretty. Everything matches up, so you know where you're at. You can create your tracks, you can edit your tracks, perform your tracks, like I said before, all back and forth.
A Mac PC version,
Mac PC, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
And unofficially iPad?
I won't say anything, but I have seen things.
You've seen things? I've seen things too.
And it also does come with Studio One, just like we said before. So
no. So Adam, here, what's the weight on this? It's not too bad.
No, it's a good build, solid build, really responsive pads. Very important in the pad controller.
Okay.
You got it, that's the next hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want this on the video, everybody's going to steal it.
Geekazine at NAV. You are NAV. We're at NAM, we're not at NAV.
We are
That's
NAM.
a different conference.
We are at
Good
NAM,
conference,
exactly.
but different.
But not this conference. I'm at
not
this
this conference.
So. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so are any artists using this right now? It's already out, right?
It's already out. We just started shipping at the end of last year. People talk about it just at the moment.
Okay.
You know how it gets with big artists. They're really picky.
Yeah, I'm one of them. So.
Yeah, this is true.
All right, so you said $149, and it comes with the software, and it comes with the Adam, and probably USB cable. All right, cool. Do you want to play a couple beats on here for the camera?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I'm gonna get my good side, my beat making side.
Your beat making side?
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going.
Keep going.
Speed it up. Rock it out. Rock it out. Everybody.
There you go.
There you go. All right, so the Adam, I'm assuming in a long line. As more products come out, we'll let you know from PreSonus. Oscar, thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much.
NAMM 2019, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Go over to geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, bell, and just say hi. And all through 2019. Until next time, you guys, rock on and geek out. It's hard to do from here.
Yeah, it is. It is. Doing good though. Strong.
Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we're here at the Aurai booth. Aurai, A-U-R-A-I is how you spell it. It's about this. You can look like Cyclops on X-Men. We're going to talk about it next, but it's more about massaging the eyes. We'll talk about that next. All right. awry. Using tap water, not a good idea. So using distilled water right here, you fill it up here. You have some buttons right here from cold to warm. And of course, there's a button to open it. We won't get into the details on that. It's not about that. It's about getting you nice and relaxed with your eyes. So you sit back in your recliner and you put this thing on and you're looking like, okay. So right here is where you refill the water. I thought that came off, but this is the case where you do that. So we'll put that back on. She's going to start it. I'm going to have to take off my glasses. And I'm already feeling a pulsating. So I put this on like this and I go back and I relax. And yeah, it's taking the water, and it's just like a water, about 6 minutes. So you can sit back, relax, get 6 minutes out of your day, and then go and finish up. It's pretty lightweight. It's cordless. There's a battery in it. 9 to 12 times. It takes about an hour and a half to recharge the whole unit. So that's not too bad. And it feels really nice. I wish the strap was on so I could really relax, but that's okay. I stopped, so I came back on. Now it's probably good. It'll probably take a minute to warm up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have different colors?
We only available in silver.
Okay, and it took about 30 seconds before it started to warm up a little bit. Yeah, we're on the strong vibrations thing, so not too bad. It's a lot of fun and very enjoyable. What's the price on this?
It's $239.
$239?
Yeah.
Awesome, and it's available in the show notes. I'll have the link so you can get one of these. All right. So Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine, CES 2019. Actually, I'm so relaxed now. I just want to I should have been in the recliner. But that's okay. I can, we've got a lot of cool tech. Like, subscribe, comment, bell, everything, there. Go there, and relax. We got a lot more, so stay tuned. And until then, you guys, geek out. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here at Geekazine, and we're here at Exponential, all things unmanned. We're going to go in the expo hall. That's kind of manned, because you got to do that. But we're going to see drones, we're going to see really cool stuff. So let's go in and check it out. This might be my next truck. What is Rada Technologies?
They make our radar.
Okay, so that is a radar, okay. That is awesome. This might be the future of transportation with the hour. I could have used that today when I got from the hotel to here. It's comfortable inside. It's a nice little sound room too. Could do some podcasting in here. That'd be cool. Some of the big drones. Look at that. This is called Auto Flight 777. Drone to be all drones. Let's tilt that right. There we go. It's flying into you. Oh no! Oh! From drone nerds. $44. That's not too bad. The autonomous pod transports from Bell Laboratories. Saw a little bit of this CES. From xm2.com. Look at this. This is my next camera right here. Of course, they have smaller stuff too, but no. We definitely want that. Hopefully, it'll only be $1. It's probably not. It's a nice big drone. Here, look at that wingspan. There's a whole lot more than just drones and unmanned vehicles. There's got to be a way to control it. So one of the systems like this one right here that are showing from Sierra Olympic Technologies that are shown. There, look, there I am. Oop, I'm out of range. There I am. I look so cool. UAVOS, UVAS. Possibly this is the Surveyor HVTOL unmanned system. Of course, launching platform for a drone. Once again from UAVOS, UAVOS. Of course, these LiDAR can be put onto almost anything. Like a tripod. Look at that, just straight up tripod. Or it could be put onto. Here we got something from Waypoint Robotics. Really cool wheels. Check that out. That's not a skateboard. Is a search and rescue drone. And that's perfect for any type of situation, whether it be a lost person in the woods, or somebody that escaped from prison, or finding out where fires are. And they're doing underwater drones. You can see the camera in that clear area. So there's the camera right there. Hose system. Of course, we got some circuit boards here. Enter for a chance to win a second generation Amazon Echo or free bananas. Here we go. So he's going to take that and put it back. It's in tablet mode right now.
Sort of a smart card reader for that.
Oh, nice smart card reader. Okay, batteries. Okay. For what you need. Pretty sweet. So some of the stuff I don't understand. Some of this stuff is pretty straightforward. You know, drones and the ability to do whatever you need, whether it be just to record some video or keep us safe in this world. You got, I got like this Draxon right here, which is stuff you can put on your car. We got long-range IP sensors, wireless connections. We've got robotic hands. We've got everything that's basically unmanned, and that's here. I'm here to do some live streaming, so you'll see that panel video on Geekazine Live. And then, of course, you'll also see it over at SAE, because SAE International is who brought me here. So, got to give them a hand for it. You can check everything out over at Geekazine.com. Over on YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. And if you've got a conference that you want me to come to, let me know, and let's talk about it. Let's see what we can do. So for next time you guys geek out, I'm going to get ready to do some video live streaming. Today we are going to take a look at the AverMedia Live Gamer Mini, which is a really cool device that you can use to show off your screen, show off camera, or something like that. We're going to capture your camera, capture your screen, and allow it to go into the computer so it can be used for live streaming, like we're doing right now. And in fact, I got a capture card that I got a camera, and the capture card goes into the computer, and then I've got several capture cards that do that same thing. So, but anyway, this is the AverMedia Mini. Let's take a look at it, and it allows you to set it up. As we'll go down here from here, you can see how small it is. HDMI in, HDMI out. If you want to, like for instance, if you're gaming, you hook one of these from your gaming console into the box, and then out some of the specs here. So it's basically, it's a USB 2.0 interface, so you're not going to get 4K out of it, and which for some of you it doesn't really matter. By the way, this is a product that I did get for review. The product was supplied to me. I didn't have to pay for it, but all ideas, all thoughts again. So the specs, HDMI in, pass-through HDMI, audio output through HDMI. So that means that there is no separate 480p, and 480i is the lowest. So you're probably never going to do 480i, but you know, you got the option right there. It's an all MPEG-4 and supports hardware encoding. It only weighs 2 points. That's small and lightweight. All right, let's go over and take a look at the device. Here it is. We've got the AverMedia Live Gamer Mini in the box right here. Let's pull it out. How does this come out? We got side flaps. So we're just going to pull, I think. Easy. It says AverMedia right there. We'll just put that to the side. Let's see what's inside here. There you go. So that's the box right there. It is fairly small. Capture device. Of course, capture devices can be really, really small. You need to bring a wall wart if you've got like a multi-USB port, but I'm guessing you got to have the right amount of power, and I think that's going to be probably 5. It doesn't say on the side here. Looks like we got a reset button right here, and this out of the box. So we got here. We've got the information. We've got the Live Gamer Mini instruction manual right here. Important safety instructions. Yeah, we'll pass forward. So let's just put this to the side. We got a little warranty extension card here, and then a really nice USB 2.0 cable. And these are gold cables. So it's got a good connection there. So we just plug it right into here, and then we'll plug it into the computer. What I'm using today is the, so you can check that out once that comes out. So we'll just plug this to the side. And that's the beauty of this, is we'll plug it to the side. I also have my camera set up. Now I have a Sony AX700, and I'm just gonna set that to the side. I'm gonna bring this up. There we go. And I have what's called Wirecast running on it. This is software that you can get. The prices, they just announced some new price points, starting at $249. Now you might think, well, I also can do OBS for that, but there's a lot of great features on this. We got the Pro version on here, so we'll hit the plus button here, and we'll go video capture. And look at that, Live Gamer Mini right there. We're gonna choose that and bring that up. Oh, look at that. How sweet is that? It connected right up. We'll scale to fit. And I don't know why it's doing it in that. That's beautiful. That's awesome. I love it when things just work. And in this day and age, it's nice to see it work. Now, you're going to see a small little delay because it's going from one computer to this computer. So these frames are not going to sync up just as easily. And once I put them right, a little bit different because of the fact of how I'm going through all of this. But as you can see, fairly easy plug and play into a camera, 1080p, 60 frames a second. I don't think I have this Wirecast set up at 60 frames a second. So the AverMedia card. Now this isn't the card. This is actually the screen. But the AverMedia is running my Xbox One right now. So as you can see with the chroma key, I can do different things like this right here, which is when I was at South by Southwest. The AverMedia on my Xbox, and we can play some Fortnite if we want to. So now we're in. Let's do it. Let's get going. I don't want to go in the snow. Got the beats going. Got the beats going. Got the beats going. Hey, wait a minute. Somebody can hear me. If I can remember how to play this without. It was worth a try. Oh no. Somewhere, get somewhere, get somewhere, get somewhere. These cards, and you can do this picture-in-picture like I'm doing right now, which isn't too impossible to do. And with a good green screen back play, in there, gone, you're recording. And you just use a program like I'm using Wirecast, you can use OBS, you can use, I don't know, whatever you decide to do, it's right there. The price is about $130, and of course that can change over time and where you purchase it as well. And of course, supply and demand. Simple as that. So, but it's as you can see, it's a great bit of Fortnite playing on your Twitch or whatnot. So that is it. That's the AverMedia Live Gaming Mini. Let me know what you think about it and what card you use to stream out to the public. In the meantime, you can find me over on Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a cool video that comes out from Geekazine, because we have tons of video coming out on a daily basis. Until next time, you guys geek out, and let me know if you get this card, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Now in 2019, we're here at the IK Multi-Computer. We're going to talk about that next on Geekazine. So check this here, including the iRig, the new amp that they have over here. But we're looking right now at the Axe.io. What is this? This is an interface for your computer. If you play guitar, if you play any instrument for that matter, you have a full interface into your computer.
So what we're showing here is the Axe.io. This is a nice mic pre's, but on the front it's got some really innovative features. The first is a pickup selector, so you can adapt the input for active or passive pickups to match your guitar. The second is we've added a JFET circuit, which is going to add a little bit of changes how it interacts with your guitar pickups to get different tones from your guitar. So with the impedance set all the way to max, you're going to get a much tighter, sharper tone, and then as you roll that off, the signal is going to get a little bit more bold, a little bit bigger. So we really just let you get more tones or a wider range of tones out of a single guitar.
Okay.
The other feature that we think is really cool is there's a dedicated amp to get your tone, and then after you've actually recorded, you can go back and experiment with different amp settings or microphone placement, or make changes to your pedal rig. So it's a really great recording feature, and normally to do that requires it box. Yeah.
And can you do two guitars at the same time?
You can record two guitars at the same time. There's only one amp output though.
Okay. And that is the Axe.io from IK Multimedia. They got a lot of cool products here at NAMM 2019. You can go over to IK out there. Check it all out over at Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down below, hit the bell notification for more information and when the next video comes out. So thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and rock on. Because we're using the Asden Pro XR wireless system, brand new, not out yet, and we're gonna talk about this in a second on Geekazine. So we're here at the Asden booth.
Yeah, it's always sending two signals.
It's always sending two signals. Go ahead.
Yeah. Two signals at the same time. If one becomes interrupted, it's got a backup.
This is David, by the way. I don't know if he's in shot. Come on in shot. So,
sure. I don't know if you can even hear me.
Yeah, you probably. Well, you're close proximity. Here's the lap.
So if one becomes interrupted, it's got the backup to fall upon.
Which is interesting. Yeah. And any type of wireless, the one thing is if there was ever you'd always have that. Right. There's nothing you could do about that. But this one, there is no or anything like that, right?
Well, hopefully not.
Hopefully not. So.
The baseline is a 20 milliwatt output, but you're able to increase that to a 50 milliwatt and then 100 milliwatt.
Wow.
To get you a really strong output. That's going to help in challenging situations where, a line of sight might be an issue, or if you're going a real far distance. We should actually be able to get up to 500 feet.
So I could do this. Near. Hello. Here we are. Far. Near. I'm not going 350 feet either, so this is pretty cool. So let me get a far. I could see this in my camera bag as a backup, especially for the phone. The only thing is my phone, I can't see my screen, so I don't know if I'm in frame or not. But that's not the camera's problem. I could use the front face if I wanted to. So. And of course, Aston has a whole. Here's the previous version of the Pro XD right there, and a whole bunch more. So it's expected out in June. Do we have a price on this yet?
$249, hopefully.
$249 for that. That's awesome. I will try to get 2019 in Los Angeles, Paramount Studios. We've got lots of video over at Geekazine. I'm using my regular camera. I'm using my phone. I'm using the DJI Osmo for all the video here. And of course, I want to thank my friends over at Kingston Technology for bringing me here. You got that video coming soon as well. Thanks a lot for watching. Go down to YouTube, like, subscribe, comment. Over. Jeffrey Powers, Geekazine.com. We're here at the Band in a Box booth. We're going to learn about the 2019 software, 64-bit. You guys are going to be excited about it. I know I am. We're going to talk about that next on Geekazine.
Okay.
We got Tobin here from Know what Band in a Box is. Why don't you tell them?
Sure. Okay, so it's an auto accompaniment program. So the basic idea is you can enter any chord progression in any key into Band in a Box. So whether it's a popular song or your own song, if you're songwriting, you enter the chord progression, you pick a style, and we literally have thousands of styles to choose from in all.
Actual musicians.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, once you pick a style, then you just press play and it generates the backing tracks. And as you say, it's we do have MIDI, but we also, the main thing is we have real tracks, which are real instruments played by real musicians. So you're actually getting like real performances, and it sounds real. So the main thing, the main request that we've had for a long time is to have a 64-bit version of the program, and we now have that. Awesome. So that's a big thing. And then in addition to that, we also now have a 64-bit plugin in your favorite DAW, so Pro Tools or Reaper or Cubase or Cakewalk or any of that kind of stuff. So you just open it as a plugin in there, you type in the chords in there, you pick a style the same as you do in Band in a Box, and then you drag the tracks into.
My people have been asking about, because there are a lot of podcasters, video content creators and stuff like that, is how licensable is this?
No, the artists that we record, we work with them to create these tracks, but it is Band in a Box. And when you purchase Band in a Box, you are then allowed to use anything you create in Band in a Box, as long as it's your own. You can use that. You can use it for performing live, absolutely. So you don't have to worry about royalties or anything like that.
Now, I'm assuming you've got new tracks in the 2019, correct?
Yes, we have 202 new real tracks. And so that means, like, one instrument is, you have a guitar, a funk guitar playing a cool single note funk line. That's one real track. You have a baritone guitar doing a similar thing and they work together. Okay. That's the second one. So we have 202 of those.
Plus you can create your own real tracks, right?
Yeah, yes, you can create your own real tracks, and those are products. So, and we encourage that for sure.
Yeah, I think that's what, 2,700 real tracks in all?
Things that we've added. We added styles by some of these fantastic funk artists in New York. Several members of the band Snarky Puppy, which is a big, they're sort of the up and coming kind of exciting kind of modern jazz, modern funk kind of thing.
Okay.
So we've got several musicians.
So when is 2019 due out?
Oh, it's already out for Windows.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, and later this year we'll be doing the Mac version as well. But right now, the Windows version is already ready. So, and use the plugin just like that, right from within the DAW.
That's awesome.
Okay, so right now we have this project in Reaper, and let's just say that this is something that you've actually recorded.
Okay.
So you've created this, and now you want to add some tracks to it.
Okay.
So you can use the plugin. So I've actually got a plugin already ready to go here. So this here, which I've already done, and then you pick a style, which I've already picked a style, and you press generate, and it takes a couple minutes to then generate the parts, but they are already here now. So you can then just drag them on separate tracks, and now you've got all of these tracks in the project itself. Oops, sorry, meant to go like that. So I'll mute that sort of scratch guitar, but I'll leave the vocals, and now we have Band in a Box.
That is definitely a game changer right there.
Now this of course is stuff that you could do already in Band in a Box, but it just kind of it makes your workflow way quicker, because you could they can just open it up right in the DAW, that is, as you say, kind of a game changer for sure. So, and again, with in Band-in-a-Box, the big thing is the 64-bit version of the program. So we're running the 64-bit version. So if you're running 32-bit Windows, you can still
do that. So.
Yeah.
All right.
So
pricing, of course, you have a multi-tiered pricing depending on how much you purchase from there. But what does it start at?
It starts at $129 for the basic. And when I say basic, the program itself is exactly the same, no matter which dollar version. Still comes with a ton of reel tracks. So, you know, all of the styles that you're going to want right away. Lots of jazz styles, lots of jazz swing, bossa, that kind of stuff. Lots of pop styles, lots of bluegrass styles, country styles, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. And is there an upgrade price? Where do people go for more information?
You can go to pgmusic.com or bandinabox.com, all one word, and that's yeah.
And that is Band-in-a-Box software over at NAMM 2019 NAMM. So check it out. Come on back. And of course, check out the CES video and everything from Geekazine. Until next time, you guys geek out.
And this next gentleman who I'm going to introduce you to is going to introduce our Vice President of U.S. Tours and Promotions, Matt Reich. How you guys feeling tonight? Are you guys ready to base your face off? Earlier today with the John Lennon Educational Tour Bus, we had a preliminary base-off. Derek Smalls, formerly of the band, formerly known as Spinal Tap! Are we ready to hear some bass players?
You know, I have to say, this is a very important moment in the time of music, because today's bass players...
Everybody come right out here.
Today's bass players, if they're not careful. Here they are.
We have some amazing prizing for these bass players today. Go over there with Derek. You guys are going to win some amazing prizing. First of all, we have a Yamaha bass. Deutscher Cable, OWC motor drives, K1 stands, Mackie PA system. We have it all. And somebody here is going to take on the grand prize tonight. And here we go. One at a time. I have the bass right over here. Okay, contestant number one. Remember all these contestants. We have, give it up for Lewis. Next up, this guy is the guy with the style. He's got the Judas Priest hat on. Are you ready to rock? Yes, of course I am, yes! Contestant number two! He went for the leg style. He brought his bass face. Next up, we have the very stylish Mike, contestant number three. Give it up for Mike. Give it up for Mike. It's hard to beat that style.
I'd hate to be his knees. Have to follow his
Jim's
pace.
got to follow that. Number four. Okay, number five. We got a spicy one right here. What was her name? Give it up for number five.
did it. He did what everybody else did, but in heels going backwards.
Good job.
This is not a bass player poem.
Give it up for Arnold!
Number 1. 8. Glad somebody's counting.
Okay, Mr. Stock. Next up, we have our last contestant. Are you ready for this, Derek?
I am so ready for this.
Are you ready for this, Derek?
I was born ready for this.
Are you ready for this?
I'm totally ready for this.
Okay, good, let's go. Give it up for Paul! There's up here. Did they piss your fucking face off? So here's what we're gonna do.
What are you gonna do?
You want to hear what the crowd has to think about this, or do you want to pick the winner?
I'll
step up about 3 feet in the same order. We're gonna start from the beginning. What do you guys think of number 1? Pretty lackluster. Number 4. He's got some girls that like him over there. Number 5.
We're not insured for that.
Number 7. Number 9. Out of all those, what do you think? I want to pick like 3.
Yes, go ahead.
I want you to pick 3.
I'm going to.
Thank you guys. The rest of you guys go back over there. Good job. Okay, this is tough. This is a tough one. You want the crowd again on this one, or you want?
Yes, this time the crowd gets to decide.
We need
It's
you guys to
all
pick.
on you.
We're gonna new numbers now. 1, 2, and 3. What do you guys think of number 1?
Congratulations.
Second place.
Congratulations.
Second place.
Second place. There is no second place.
Number 1. Number 3. Where did your bass go?
Where did the bass go? That's a good question.
It's at Stonehenge.
Welcome to Anaheim. The bass is in Santa Ana by now.
Hey! What's it, Nathan, right? Nathan, number 1!
Yes.
We have some amazing prizing. We have Audio-Technica headphones.
Yes.
Enjoy those. We have OWC hard drive. We also have Yamaha guitar Neutron cable. And we have a ton of prizing for you guys after this. Thank you guys so much. Hey guys, give it up for the one, the only Derek Smalls, formerly
NAMM 2019, we're here at the Beatbox booth. We're gonna check out this do-it-yourself. We got Ethan here from Beatbox. You guys are starting up your company.
Yes.
So you're not out yet.
Not out yet. So we're planning on doing our crowdfunding somewhere around early March. So we're debuting at NAMM today to like kind of get a sense of how the market reacts to the product, because that's all in one. So all the components actually come inside the packaging box, and then the packaging box have perforated holes on top that in turn becomes the drum machine chassis. Watt speakers each. I know. You got an all-day battery in it. So yeah, we designed this to basically get amateurs, younger kids to get into music production at an easier entry point.
And we have, who's the DJ that's, or the beatboxer, I guess you would say, who's
not Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, so this was actually my grad school project. So I went to grad school in Babson College. It's like an entrepreneurial college, and they have a class where you have to make a product and try to come up with make something that's like this, right? And by the end of the project, my professors were like, well, you have to take it forward, like, 'cause, like people really like it. So that's why we just decided to take it forward.
Okay. So when are you planning to start your Kickstarter?
Functional prototype.
Okay.
This is our newest prototype that has like a water resistant. Exactly. So water resistant coating on it. So if you spill a little water on it, it's fine. A lot more rigid. But yeah, down the road we're having a new circuit board design too this month. So yeah, there's incremental changes have to be made.
Do you have any price points set up yet? Or?
Yeah. So we're aiming buttons. 50-watt speakers. So this is like more than what people would really need. So it depends on kind of where we go for, right?
And you'll be able to hook it up to like a bigger loudspeaker if you need to.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can use you say like in your bedroom, if you're producing in your actual studio, we definitely would the guitar guy at the park. This is it.
That is.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Where do people go for more information?
Oh yeah, so you can visit us at beatboxinstruments.com. Sign up for a newsletter to stay in touch. We're actually trying to expand that list before we actually at beatboxinstruments.com.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot, Ethan.
Thank you, for sure.
And that is Beatbox. Check it out over at the website, and check out Geekazine. We got a lot of great videos over at geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine in 2019. The live channel as well over at youtube.com/Geekazine and twitch.tv/Geekazine. Till next time, you guys, Beatbox on and geek out. Bleed for the Throne, the Game of Thrones activation at South by Southwest. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and we're here getting ready to stand in line to bleed for the throne time as we go. And we're not going to be going off to some off-site location, but we'll definitely be checking out what's going on in here, which is a place that's called the Free Market line right here, and then the non-blood donor line right there. So you can go either way and check it out. Really cool stuff. Let's go in and check it out.
Are you immersive? Immersive or blood donation?
Immersive.
Okay, great. You guys are freaking right here. No flash photography.
Yep.
I'm going to put this on your wrist. And you're going to go to your...
Actually, yeah.
But as a reminder, when you see this portrait on the wall, you'll press that button.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then it will begin your audio for that section. Okay?
So we see that.
Listening, blind girl.
With every step, Cersei Lannister bled. Step forward and make your walk of atonement.
That must be this way.
Damn you! A child of stone. John left everything he knew for the Frigid Wilds.
Are you cold?
Yeah.
Peter!
Was cold to believe when sails darkened like water. In the shadow of the Mudgate. This is your city, son of Peter. That's your gate he's robbing. There's a brave men knocking at our door. Let's go kill them. Should you have the courage to go on.
Tap out right here.
Tap out.
Yep. All right, perfect. Thank you. Now you can join the ceremony on this side.
That sounds good. Thanks. Thank you.
There is a power within the living, within the light. Within this ancient book, the names of a chosen few are written. Those who will make a sacrifice. Alliance that will matter in the days to come. An alliance of the living. For those who join the fight, we are thankful. Thank you for your sacrifice. For serving the light. For bleeding for the throne. Amongst you are the chosen. Your sacrifice will aid us in the war against the dead. C. Jr., Elisa Pena, Wesley Faulkner, Jeffrey Powers, Beatrice Martinez Hockaday.
this work?
Unsullied formation. Huh. Forward. Huh.
The look about you, sir.
Yes.
Can you handle a sword as well?
No.
No.
I handle this thing.
Never seen that before.
Yeah,
Never seen a weapon like that.
It's new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
The future. For the future.
Never seen the White Walkers before.
The what? Oh yes.
White Walkers.
Yes. The White
You've
Walker.
seen them. You're
Yeah.
here.
Yes.
Have you lived to tell the tale?
That's why I. Yes, definitely.
Will you be fighting, my lord? Come here, Red. I'm not going to knock you off the stage enough. Oh, I see. That would have been your head. You've lost your leg and your head in one day. There he is.
So while it was a smaller event, it was still a lot of fun. We stayed in one area, and that's all well and good. But they really did a great job in putting together. From last year, I spotted one of the guys that was at the Westworld exhibit. Lots of cool stuff, and this is what happens. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and bleed for the throne. And go from there. Take care. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here at the Black Magic Design. We're talking about cameras. Get the idea. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. Okay, last year we saw the Pocket 4K. Of course, it wasn't out yet. Now it's out. So of course you got to have accessories for it.
That's correct. So one of the things is when we launched it, we had a internal those they kind of suck a lot of power.
Oh, absolutely.
So we added is this new battery grip,
Okay.
and this is going to be coming out in August. So what it does is you take the battery door off, and it goes right in,
Okay.
and you slide and you hook it up here with the wheel. But now you can mount to a tripod, slide them out. Now these are slightly different than the Canon batteries that we use. These are Sony batteries, but they're pretty common. And
Yeah, the Panasonic design, the two poke holes and
exactly. So now you have two batteries in here, and you're going to get about 2 hours of.
Yeah,
there you go.
Let's see how it works. Let's go. All right,
That's
you
it.
ready? You're a tiger. You're a tiger. You're a tiger. Okay, stop. It's a little beefy weight wise, but yeah, as opposed to other, you updated the software too.
We did update the software. Now we have Blackmagic RAW recording, so which is great because now you're getting smaller files, so they can fit on the CFast 2 card or SD. And we also have that, as I said, that USB. It's like a proxy at the same time. And what I mean by that is you record one file, and because it has a built-in LUT and they're lightweight codecs, because we've already done a lot of the pre-debayering, it's really easy to play back on laptops and things like that because it's already, a lot of the heavy-duty work has already been done to the codec.
Camera, yeah.
So this way, you don't have to make a copy of the raw file and then a copy and a proxy and then color from there.
Okay, I think I understood all of that.
I hope so.
It basically, the camera is doing a lot of the work, so when you put it in for post-production, you got it.
It's with the full version of DaVinci Resolve Studio, and the battery gets $245 to be shipping in August.
Awesome. There you go for great camera. Let's go down the line. Let's take a look at that.
All right.
Oh, I want to have this. Put it on my. This is the Ursa, right?
This is the Ursa Mini Pro for 15 stops of dynamic range, but it does high frame rate. So we can get up to 300 frames per second in HD, or 120 frames per second in 4K.
Okay.
And yeah, and we also have the USB-C port activated so you can plug in an external drive. And it comes with DaVinci Resolve Studio. And it's $5,995. They're shipping now. And it also has our Color Science, 4, as I mentioned, and Blackmagic Raw capability.
Okay. Does it come
with a separate shoulder mount kit that we have? Now, if anyone has the original Pro or even an Ursa Mini, the viewfinder and the shoulder mount kits are the same, so they could use them. Big update yesterday, not only in the edit page, the fusion page, the Fairlight page, the color page, but we added a new page called the cut page. Now, the cut page is designed for really fast editing. Keyboard, 2 hands, so I have a search dial here that does shuttle, jog, and scroll, so I can get around, but I can also get into my source time, and I can go and I can select in points and out points, and I can just drop them in commercials or maybe a multicam shoot or something. And then also I can just go and immediately upload to YouTube or Vimeo or any of those services. You can certainly just click right over to it. And it's the same as it always has been. It's just that this material now has the tool set that is ingrained in the original edit page.
You just have more options.
Correct.
That's a nice keyboard too.
Yeah. So
how heavy is that? Is it a pretty weighted?
Yeah, the keyboard is gaps.
I'm messing with this video right now. But
that's quite all right. You can do that.
I just wanted to hear if it's like a clicky type thing.
Yep.
Like a
These
mechanical.
they're not the final keys, but we're gonna we'll release this in August. It's $995, but we actually designed it so that you can field upgrade. It's an investment for a while. It's not like a once in a while, or once a year replenishment. This is some serious hardware. That's why we wanted to make it out of metal, so it's
Can the dial
sturdy.
be replaced too, or no?
Yeah, so it's going to be you can fix and replace parts in it. That's why we designed it the way we did, and we really feel that that's going to be a
8K thing. We're just gonna glaze over this because
I'll tell you what. Even though it says 8K, it doesn't mean it doesn't do HD and 4K. It does 8K as well. So what you got is signals that become 8K. So because that's what 8K is. It's quad 12G. So I have quad 12G in from SDI, and I have quad 4K basically out to make the 8K. So you can plug a probe in and calibrate your monitor and save a 33.3 LUT and internally, so that way you have a good monitor. Now this is an 8K multi-view, K inputs with 4 SDI 12G signals, but it's then a 40 input HD or 4K. You really have a huge switcher, very powerful. It's got 4 MEs, it's got 4 ultimate keyers, or not ultimate, 4 of our advanced chroma keyers on each input. When it's in a 4K or Ultra HD mode, we can actually access any of the 4 MEs right on the keyboard. And it also has per source, so you have all kinds of tiles that you can do in Ultra HD. Then when you combine it for 8K, it has 1 DVE, 1 multi-view out, and not 4 multi-view. So everything is a factor of 4, basically.
Okay.
So this way, you can do 8K if you need it, like next year in the Olympics 2020. But for most people, there you have it. And so for more information, you can always go to blackmagicdesign.com.
Okay. Perfect. One quick question about the SDI to HDMI here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that the faceplate is going to be
No, it's included.
It is included.
Yeah, the price is $12.95 and it's included.
Okay, so is it detachable then, or
not really, because it's wider than the other ones.
Okay.
So we have our 8K is a half a rack but 2 racks wide. So half wide but 2 racks high. And what we see here is several of them, and also our new controller. Now the controller will matter. If it has RS422, we can control it. Okay. Now, why would you use that? You'd be able to do some archive work where you can do edit points. It even has an eject button and pre-roll for those devices that have that. In point and out points marks, and then putting it to a hyperdeck. Now the hyperdeck is capable of recording in 8K, HD, Ultra HD, whatever you want. So we're using H.265 recording for 8K. This particular files right here are 8K. They're shot at 4320p HM switcher. And as I say, this can all be run in 8K, but it could also be run HD or Ultra HD.
And this is also very customizable, so I can have this up, down over here, and then 2 monitors like this one down here.
You can also record to external SSDs through our USB-C port. So it has a lot of flexibility, and you can move them around, but again, they also work in Ultra HD and 8K.
All right. So, and then of course we have this big old console. Are you guys interested in that? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So the Fairlight console is interesting because it's designed to work with DaVinci Resolve, but we also have is our new switcher, the Constellation 8K, has the capability of having 156 channels of audio. So I did the ATEM, so we can control the audio here because every input of the ATEM of the 156 channels, because there's a MADI in and out, so you can get out to external devices, has a compressor limiter, an EQ, and all of that. So this is a great way to have a tactile control of the
stuff from Blackmagic Design. It's always impressive to see what you guys come up with. And of course, as we're moving into the 8K workflows, we can do error correction, we can do video correction right on the cameras, and wherever we need to do it. And that's what's really exciting about this, about what you guys have here. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the things is that 8K obviously is in the future, but for now you can work in HD and Ultra HD, but then have 8K when you need it.
Yeah, absolutely. So where do people go for more? Let me know over at Geekazine. Let Bob know. His phone number is right here. I'm kidding. So if you want to check out more, go to the website, and got any questions, let me know on YouTube, Geekazine. So next time you guys geek out in 8K.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the main topic here. Was this recommended reading? Was the fact that this is a book that is going about blockchain technology that really going to match into podcasting as much. This is going to be talking more about Bitcoin and Ethereum and all that other stuff. But blockchain can do a lot more than pass money. A crime task force that's going to have to be set up eventually to make sure that nothing bad's going through blockchain. But blockchain, if you're not sure what blockchain is, let's start there. And they said, "Oh, Napster, that's bad. That's bad. We can't do that because people need to pay for the money for their songs." And so they're gone. But the same idea is there. It's this peer-to-peer. I have a file here. Everything is part of a ledger, and everything has encryption to it. So if we use that same Napster thing, your songs, they would greatest version, but it's doing it where government can't peek in on that, and they just know that information's been sent to you, but they don't know what the information is. If there's some stabilization to it, we can get to the next level and actually do something with blockchain. And we've been talking about that. We talked about that all week at South by Southwest. And the big thing is, so your files are still going to be hosted somewhere, your audio files. But now your content that gets updated whenever a new podcast episode comes out. And maybe there's paid versions of that. So now I throw you some Bitcoin, and then you throw me episodes of your podcast. That's possible too. Me to you, not me to everybody. And at least it feels me to you, but it really is me to everybody. But it's me and you with that single connection. So it doesn't matter if you have a free podcast or a paid podcast, because this opens up a whole new world. Let's say you're a MLM type thing like Lululemon. I think that's one. Rockets, and you take a small percentage of what they sell because they're under you. Now we can use that to work with, not just transfer money back and forth, and you can send messages down to them. Keep up with the good work. You send out, I don't know if email will be part of blockchain, but I think somebody could actually put something to blockchain so somebody pays and they get their product, and if it's a digital product, it goes through those same channels. So it's really just it's the handshake and done. Handshake. It's kind of exciting because you could have a more intuitive, instantaneous network. So when you publish something, there is to all of a sudden your server pulls out to these two, and then these become part of the chain, and then everybody's pulling, and then but there's certainly a possibility where my podcast doesn't get hosted on a CDN. It gets hosted through the chain, through the ledgers. And of course, that also brings up security concerns, especially if one of those chains is corrupt, or those are the problems that come, the good and the bad. But the idea of using blockchain to send out your show to your masses, whether it be they have to pay for it or you give it out for free, distribute it out to you, and go from there. I mean, what do you think? I had put a poll in here up on the Facebook page where you can go facebook.com/groups for how to pod. I have a Bitcoin account myself. I don't use it that much, but I have a Bitcoin account, and I'm really starting to look more into blockchain. And like I said, I have the recommended Columbia, so check that out. And of course, when you do that, of course, that's affiliate link. So thank you guys very much for supporting the show, and you can support the show. What do you want to see blockchain with podcasting do? Because I mean, I'm not a coder. I can't just, oh yeah, let's do it. Done. So, let me know, and let's go from there. So you can always contact me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek. Twitter handle is Geekazine, Facebook Geekazine. You know, you get that whole idea. And about this a little bit more. I think this is a very big discussion. Blockchain and podcasting can really work together if done correct.
We're here with Jeff. Jeff is from Boss. Jeff is the boss at NAMM. And we've got this little thing right here that we're going to be talking about. What's it called again?
This is the Waza Tube Amp Expander.
Indeed. For musicians.
Well, let's be more specific. Any owner of a tube amp.
All right.
That allows you to insert a device between the amp and the speaker.
Okay.
So,
so that is not
head and speaker.
So that is not a tube amp itself.
No, it is not.
Okay.
Speaker, I should say. So first of all, you've got an attenuator. It's not just a sort of simple attenuator. It actually has a variable reactive load. Okay. It lets you tune the response of this product to whichever specific head and cab you're, 112 Fender or 412 Marshall, right? So that's really useful. But you can actually tune the response characteristics of what the cabinet's doing to the head, whether it's the low-end resonant power amp, which is pretty neat because you actually don't need to use a cabinet with this if you don't want to.
Okay.
There are cabinet simulations as well as an IR loader. So you could do your own impulse response speaker signature files if you want.
Okay, and that
to let you dial in everything visually and then save your presets to 10 different rigs available.
Oh, so that rig, that's the switch back and forth. Okay.
Exactly. So
will that if you switch that, will the image switch there too, or
attenuator to your effects, it's everything about what you program can be saved into these rigs.
Okay.
And if you need more than 10, you actually have a librarian built in as well.
Awesome.
Speaking of the effects sections, we've got a gorgeous FC foot switches to give you a boost. Use an EQ if you like, using one of the 4 EQs on board.
Okay.
You can do amp control. So if you like to use if you're using a certain amp that you want to be able to switch to channels, recording straight to your computer. You install the driver. You can actually go from your head to this right to your computer.
I'm going to go to the back.
And, as you're looking at the back, you can see that there are actually jacks for 2 different speakers, right?
Yep.
And you dial it in with this little flip amp. You get it in the range there to get the best possible level control and gain staging, right?
Okay.
There's USB, there's MIDI control as well. So if you want to change patches and of the beautiful effects on board, as well as a front of house output, so that the sound guy gets his own level, you do whatever you need to do on stage, you're good to go.
Like a little direct box right there.
Exactly.
Awesome.
But just as being a longtime tube owner myself, I can say that all gushing aside, because I work for the company, turned it up to like 9. And I was like, I never heard that out of this amp. It was amazing,
Yeah.
But then you have it on headphones too. So, you know what? It's past 10. Turn off the speaker. Turn on the headphones. Same gorgeous sound.
This is not out yet.
We're looking to ship by May of this year.
Okay.
And the street price is going to be $1299.99.
Okay. All right. Where do people go for more information?
You can go to. That's right.
There you go. Well, Jeff, thank you very much.
You got it. Thanks for coming by.
All right. There you go. Cool stuff from Boss NAMM 2019. Rock on, definitely. Check everything out over at Geekazine.com. Would you like some bread? I love some bread. We're gonna find out what's going on behind me. They're making bread through a little appliance. Hi, bread.
So what's the name of the company?
So it's Wilkinson Baking Company, and we call this the Bread Bot.
The Bread Bot.
He hated doing it, so he asked his dad, who was an engineer, to make one for him, and didn't quite get it finished, so we took it over, bought the idea, and built this Bread Bot here.
Wow. And then the water, you'll combine it all. Still involved in it, or?
He actually passed away a few.
That's too bad.
I know, it's kind of a sad story, but yeah, he passed away. But the real idea is like taking the large central bread factory, shrinking it down, and getting rid.
Perfect. So this is to replace somebody making bread, or to enhance it, or what?
Well, so like local bakers obviously make fresh bread, and it's delicious. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's it replacing that. It's more.
Okay.
So, and those are mostly automated. So it's not really replacing many jobs in the sense. It's more just making it more efficient, that factory more efficient, and making it local. And so the bread doesn't have preservatives, and it's you can see when it's made.
We're watching the process for a vending machine type situation. How long is the total process on a loaf of bread?
So it has to travel for over 90 minutes to get from
Aisles of bread, or put raisins in or something like that.
So you can do most. We've done up to 14 varieties with it, and you can't do sticky bread just because it makes a mess. Like it take 20 hours, we can't do.
So if somebody says I want a loaf of raisin bread and a loaf of wheat and a loaf of white, that doesn't work that way. So
yeah, we can switch between wheat and white and all those and do all those in one day, but not the sticky breads.
Not by choice is my point.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. What's the
interesting piece is how it starts to learn after a while what that loaf should be like, and it starts to improve on it until it gets the perfect loaf, and it's constantly adjusting with loops, trying to figure out how much water, how much mixer speed.
Do you have any type of app enablement, so I can be at home and say I want a loaf of bread, and I just call it up on my app?
We have a prototype. We don't have it here, but we have a prototype where it's a multiple hopper system where you have 10-day order it. It'll start making the process in 90 minutes. They can come to the store and pick it up.
So it is a 90-minute process. So you can't just walk in and say, I want my bread.
Yeah, and make sure my bread's always available on Monday.
Yeah. So that would be nice if you could see the vending machine and see that there's enough loaves of bread for when you walk into the store to grab one.
Making production based on trends as far as who's traffic in the store and stuff.
How long can the bread stay? I'm calling it a vending machine.
Yeah,
is that the right term? Or?
This part's vending machine. This part's kind of like little factory production. Yeah, sure, okay. That's fine.
How long can it stay in the vending area before it starts to go stale?
So after 4 hours, we notify the staff to take it out and they use an ultrasonic slicer. So it'd take it up. So a customer could order a loaf, determine the slice that they want, it'd get bagged and deliver it to them.
So if you want Texas toast size, you get Texas toast. If you want wafer thin, or whatever they call it, you can get that.
Yeah,
That's
give me
awesome.
an inch or give me a quarter inch.
How much would this cost? Just the base unit?
1,000.
Okay. So with the lease, what do you give them, like the ingredients for that, or how does that work?
So we work with two of the largest mix groups, and we have mixes that they will. We're doing tests with 3 of the 5 largest retailers starting in May.
Okay.
And we're going to just start going out from there. So we're actually going to start ramping up production here.
Can you say the retailers or no? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Where do people go if they want to watch?
Geek.com.
Okay. Where do they go to smell it? That's
Google had that spoof on what was it, April 1st, where they had that smell thing that they said they invented.
Yeah.
That'd be probably the only place to do that.
All right. Well, Eric, thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you.
And that is so it tasted great, had a great time, and thanks to Eric for coming on and talking about that. CES 2019, we got a lot more video coming soon, so go over to youtube.com/Geekazine, like, subscribe, and comment on it. And of course, we got a lot more video coming from CES 2019, so you guys geek out and eat healthy. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we are talking about those Creative Commons videos. You might have seen them on the web. Some videos passing by, maybe some closed caption. We won't get into it, but basically you hear stuff like that. Or you see it's the same video on another channel, except it has a better thumbnail on it or something like that.
these are Creative Commons, money off of them. So, but you know, creating them is something that you want to be careful on. So we're talking about watching this video before you create your YouTube videos using those Creative Commons videos. Some things you need to look at. Think about. Find me over at Geekazine. You can see it over at geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine, where we were live 24/7, and of course twitch.tv/Geekazine, where we are also live 24/7. Now there's basically make $100 a day videos. So, and they're these YouTube influencers that are trying to show people that money can be made on. If you don't want to get in front of the camera, there's ways to do it as well. And one of the ways that they talked about it was what's called Creative Commons way. And in YouTube, that has a very good audio, video, pictures, whatever. And then you put it together to make an interesting video that people will watch, and then you're hoping to get millions of views, and they get an Amazon affiliate code. And then they find like 10 products in their niche. They show you these cool products. They find the videos and pictures that have Creative Commons on them right free. Some of them are not, and you got to watch out for that. But the whole point is that you can then put these into the video and go from there. So then they take like 5 or 10 of them, and then you just choose the affiliate, you just click on the link and you buy it, and then they make money off of it. Plus the fact that you watched it, that creates what's called CPM, and they start to add up after a while. So if you get 1 million downloads on a video put together, and then some videos carry other videos because they're watched more, and then you get a good CPM rate. And so you got these Creative Commons items, and you have to go over to YouTube. So we'll just go to youtube.com, and let's say we're going to look for something. Let's say tech. You got all the and hit that, and now anything in these videos are all set to Creative Commons. And here's how Creative Commons licenses provides a standard way for content creators to grant someone else permission to use their work. YouTube users mark their videos with your video, and you can let other people reuse that work, which is great. In fact, I've had a few of my videos where I've put Creative Commons on it, and there's a reason why, and we're going to get into that. Into a video in the video settings, you say there's a place where it says YouTube license versus Creative Commons license. You guys change that to Creative Commons license. You can also blanket all of your videos with Creative Commons by going into the defaults and changing that to Creative. Now, you got to turn that off for that video. If you publish your video as Creative Commons and then turn it off, some people can argue that you had Creative Commons on it, but you still retain all rights to it. So, back to this thing right here. This is because Creative Commons licenses are for original content. You cannot mark your video with Creative Commons license if there's content ID claim on it. We'll talk about that as well. Marking your original video with Creative Commons license, you are granting the entire YouTube community the right to reuse and edit CC by license. And we're going to get into that. And then videos in the public domain. The idea is anything that's in the public domain, audio, video, photos, is good as long as there's different types of Creative Commons licenses. Some with attribution. YouTube basically attribute my channel, where you found the video, in your videos. It's not that difficult. I mean, you don't have to say, okay, here's the video, you show the video, but then in the description you have the link to where they can go and check that all out. Now, let's talk about that other part right there, the original you, any way, shape, or form, however you want. But if I take a video and I use somebody else's photo, video, audio that I have a license to, and they're not Creative Commons. First of all, I can't put this on as a Creative Commons video. Secondly, you can flex, but don't get too concerned with that, because a lot of the times that is not a big deal. It's not like somebody's gonna pop on Creative Commons, put a whole bunch, and you find a video. You saw some of those videos. Some of those videos were collaborations of other videos. And if those other videos decide to take away the Creative Commons license bit to it, you could find yourself your videos taken down. What's really cool is, and this is the one thing. In fact, I've been last week. Unfortunately, there's nothing. It means that if anybody takes any or all of your video, it'll start to show up here. And in fact, I had some removal requests. As you can see, there are some videos that I ended up having them to remove. And then, you know, when you're collaborating, when you're doing collaborative videos, you'll definitely see other people with what's supposed to be here. So, but in the matches, if you see something that that you didn't approve, like this Rico Anajet, Sally Reviews decided to rip the video and put it up for her own, 100% of the video too. Then go from there. There was another one where the guy, and he said, watch this video first, and then he played my video straight from YouTube. What was really the kicker at that point was his video was Creative Commons, which means that somebody could pull that. And there is understanding what content is inside there. It's not like you just find a video and go, oh, that's perfect, I'm going to use that. Because you don't know where the other content comes from. Maybe somebody decided, oh, I'm going to get some stock footage, and they go to Pond 5, or they go to Storyblocks, or they go to, you know, one of these services that is like, oh yeah, I can take that video and I can use it for myself. Boom. Next thing you know, you get a copyright strike, and you go, why? This was Creative Commons. You go up on Facebook in some of these YouTube groups or Reddit and stuff like that, and people complain about how their channels were taken down within one strike, one fell swoop, 3 strikes, one fell swoop, because they re-aggregated what they thought was Creative Commons content. And that was what brought them down. What you can do is Creative Commons has this really cool thing called Creative Commons search. So let's search. Let's search some tech. I go down here. I got some pretty cool. This is a nice little picture right here. And it says attribution. You got to have attribution in there. So there's the attribution right there. How are you using this image? Let us know how to use the image. If you have any questions, ask Creative Commons. How can I use that image inside you to use that? So that's a way to search. You can find that stuff out there and see if it's being used. But the bigger thing is just does not look like a Creative Commons video. So do a little bit of research. Now, next thing is there is that term that says I have all rights on my video. Like, let's say I say Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, and then somebody copied that, and then they just chopped out that part, and they go, well, you know, as Jeffrey Powers would say, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. More not parody, but more of the fact of just how you put this into your video. Now, if you take my whole video, I can sit there and go, no, that's not fair use, and I can have getting taken down. But a lot of times, depending on how much you put in at any moment, a little bit long on that, but the whole point is that when you decide that you are going to do this, there are some consequences to creating creative. Not going to be a big deal. You put it up there and you make your money off. The key is to watch for videos that don't have other videos in them, aren't compilations, and that you've done the research on what the content inside is doing. Because once again, if it's not Creative Commons and then they create a video that has Creative Commons in it, you can't use that title and make millions of dollars while the original content creator is like making 30 views. A lot of people do it. Is it fair? I don't know. It's tough to say because the original content creator decided to throw Creative Commons on it. Maybe they didn't know that that's what they don't. And then the channel next to him, the guy that created it, makes millions because they did it right. So, things you got to think about, and that is that type of content in it that you go through the video that you're going to be using for your Creative Commons and turn around and make something awesome and make money, make millions. A lot of videos, of course, over on Geekazine don't have you give content to. You know, if you're talking about something and say, hey, you know, listen to this guy, who knows his stuff on this, and then I come on and it's Creative Commons. Hey, that's great. So, but anyway, that's always going to be the case that you think it is. And I'm trying to keep you guys from not getting any type of copyright strike, because 3 strikes, and now that's not the case anymore. And then they're sitting there on Facebook channels going, what the heck just happened? So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. I hope this has helped you and create some great content. Go over to Geekazine, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment. CES 2019, Jeffrey Powers. We're here at the DJI booth. Can you say DJI? DJI. And it can even attach to your iPhone, make your iPhone better. We're going to talk about that and a whole bunch more next on Geekazine. All right, we're here with Michael Oldenburg.
Yes.
Oldenburg, there you go.
At the DJI booth. Some news recently from DJI here at CES is a brand new remote controller for the Mavic 2 series drones. This is our new unit of your smartphone in addition to the remote controller. If you want an all-in-one solution, you want a screen with ultra bright display, 5.5 inches. It's about 2x the brightness of most smartphones. So if you're out shooting in broad daylight,
with battery and you're all good, you can keep flying.
Yeah. So really what we did with this product, we took our really popular Crystal Sky separate displays that we've had on the market for a while, and for an SD card slot, there's an HDMI out port, and then the standard USB as well.
Okay, I see a camera and a record, and what are the dials on the bottom?
Those are just custom buttons, custom jog dials. You can configure them just like.
And charging?
Yeah, it takes about 1 hour on a quick charge, 2 hours full charge.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And how much is that going to cost?
$649.
All right. And of course, it looks like you got another little device right there. Tell us a little about it.
In addition to our handheld product line, this is the DJI Osmo Pocket. So this is a stabilized 3-axis mechanical gimbal camera. As you can tell, it's in still footage. On the back side here, you've got a 1-inch color touchscreen, so you can access all of the menus, settings, as well as this gadget right here on the side. This will plug right into your iPhone, this 1-inch touchscreen, if you want a little bit more depth and precision on what you're shooting.
That is awesome. And I saw a lot of people walking around with those. So
yeah, we've seen them all over the show already this year. For a product that just came out a few weeks ago, it's definitely a success.
That is, and can't wait to give that a try myself. So let's talk about the price points. So that's available. Both of these are available now.
This is available today. This one is coming in early 2019.
Okay, perfect. Where do people go for more information?
DJI.com.
DJI.com. Well, thank you very much, Michael, for your time. So.
Thank you.
And of course, information at youtube.com/Geekazine. Go down, like, subscribe, comment, the bell. Ring the bell. Angel gets its wings when you ring the bell. That's how it works. So anyway, guys, geek out. Ladies and gentlemen, CES 2009, wherever you will go. And we're going to talk about that. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Let's do it right now. All right, so of course, this is the Geekazine bot, OBS bot, and it basically is a way so I can walk around and I can talk to people and I can say, how you doing over here, and shake his hand, and look at that, and it's moving with me, and of course this guy's taking a picture over here. How's it going? And you know, it's following me as I go, and I can do a little bit of self-control. Like for instance, let's see if I can do this right. This down below here, and try this. I'm a loser. Okay, put it. Should I put it there?
Maybe beside her face.
By my face?
Yeah, there you go. So
oh, now it's look. Okay, now you're seeing my feet. So how do I get it back here?
It'll go up automatically.
Okay, eventually it'll come back up. So oh, there we go. Do the rock and roll. Okay, we're gonna go rock and roll. Hey! This is the OBS bot, and as you can see, it's pretty easy to control. If I want to lose the control, you see that little green light here? If I do this, it's going to change off to the blue. Now I'll walk away. There we go. And somebody else could walk in and go, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so
now it's on him, and he's moving around.
Yep.
So we'll come back to me. There we go. You can hand it off to somebody else so they can talk. They can hand it back to you so you can talk. You can do this and go from there, and then it gets confused. But they got us. I'll let you hold on to that. They got a Kickstarter already that they're launching very soon. From between 400 to 600. The back here, we got some. Looks like we got a USB connection here down below. No HDMI connection that I saw, but it looks like there's a charging unit on the bottom, and then it weighs. And it's so cool. It's moving you around. I got to look at that camera, not at the TV, because if I look at the TV, it's like. At CES 2019, this thing is going crazy. Rocket! Come on, rocket. There it goes. So check it all out at Geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, and surf and whatever. And we're gonna just check it out. There you go, I'm running away. Waiver. "1944 is one of my favorite." There we go. And I'm going to play some video games. We're going to talk about how you can have this in your home, playing 1944, playing Final Fight, playing Pac-Man, and whatnot. Ooh, there they are. So let's do that. And we're going to do that next on Geekazine. We're here with Cassandra at 1UP Arcade. Tell us in a nutshell what it is.
Well, so Arcade 1UP, we had a very successful success at retail. And what makes us so special is we're taking that authentic retro gaming experience and making it sizable and affordable for people to bring into their home. So really touching on everything they loved back in the day, authentic artwork.
What was your favorite arcade game back in the day?
Ooh, I'm a little partial to Pac-Man just because I have a high score in it. But some of the new machines, I love Final Fight.
New titles that's coming out?
It is. So new for 2019 is Final Fight, Space Invaders, Golden Tee, Mortal Kombat, and Karate Champ.
And with Golden Tee, you'll have the trackball and everything like that?
Authentic trackball, yeah.
Will you have any other games that use the trackball, or?
So for Golden Tee, the games that are included, we have the Classic, we have the 99, and the
I see 1944 over there.
1944 is a favorite, yeah. So for Final Fight, we've got Final Fight, 1944, Ghosts and Goblins, and Strider.
So inside, it's
so it truly is that authentic retro gameplay. I mean, as you can see, it's the authentic artwork, the authentic screens that you would see back in the day. So we really wanted to hit the nail on the head by sticking as true to it as possible, so it feels real. The only thing you don't need in these ones is a quarter.
Put another game onto.
No.
So there's no, if there's a bug on it, there won't be any updates or anything like that?
No, we wanted to keep it as authentic as possible. If there are any issues, you could always contact us. We will replace your cabinet, replace anything that's not working. But no, we want to keep
the table.
Yeah.
So that's the size of the unit, and then you get
I'm actually going to flip it around so you can see the back. So this is our wallcade. So we really wanted to listen to our community, and now that we have 11 titles, one thing we noticed was if everyone's collecting all of those, that's going to be a pretty big game room. So you can play it 3 ways. You can put it on the back of the door. Okay. Think of how perfect this is going to be for dorm rooms, smaller apartments and condo buildings. You can wall mount it, so it doesn't take up that space at the bottom there. Or if you have any kind of counter, available as soon as February, retail for $2.99. And for wallcades and countercades, it'll probably be a spring 2019.
And prices?
Not quite available on that just yet.
But you do have some that are out right now, right?
Yeah, they did phenomenally well, especially over the holidays. Awesome. Great Christmas gift.
All right. Where do people go for more information?
You can go to www.arcade1up.com.
Arcade1up.com?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Cassandra.
Thank you so much.
1UP, and then once I get a machine in-house, I will test it out, and I'll let you guys know. We'll go from there. So everything over at Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, play the games. And yeah, okay, there we go. And 2019 on the CES. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here on the Samsung booth and we've got the wall. The wall. In a world where we need TV bigger than ourselves. Oh, look at the sun. That's kind of hot. Ooh. Anyway, tell us a little bit about this little puppy right here.
So the wall is based on micro LED technology and it is built up of small modular panels.
Okay.
Great thing about what we're showing here, this is 219 inches of absolute stunning beauty. A consumer-facing product, you do have the ability to build it out to fit any size, any wall, any space you want in your own home.
So if I have like a door like right there and it's just got like a little notch, I can actually put a notch into the screen?
You could not necessarily do it that way, but if you have a wall bigger than this, if that's what you want to do.
There you go, put it on the ceiling.
Now we're not only limited here, we're not only talking about size variety, we are also able to have a freeform, if you will, when it comes to resolution, aspect ratio, and really bezel. There are no bounds.
Okay.
If you want to go wide with the CinemaScope, we can go with the wide aspect ratio, or bring it back into a normal 21:9.
A nice 70mm look as opposed
to watching movies. This gives you the way to not only have it lifelike, but customize it to exactly how you want it.
How do I connect up to this thing? Is it built into the wall?
It's up and you're actually interacting and controlling it by yourself. It has a tablet-like remote control that allows you to do normal TV control functions, but then you can also customize it with a, we'll say 75-inch screen TV in the middle of it and a fireplace underneath it if you want to. So you can really design it to look however you want.
How many devices can I hook up to it and run, like, let's say it's NFL Sunday or something like that, and I want to watch all the games. Can I put them on on the wall?
That would require, I imagine it's something that will be capable down the road.
Okay, picture-in-picture or anything like that, it does that?
Again, something I'm sure you have to go to customize down the road.
Okay, let's see. Wow, there's a lot to think about with this thing, especially
one individual pixel is able to self-illuminate from a red, green, and blue subpixel.
Okay.
So there's no traditional backlight, no color filter. So you're getting the best of everything when it comes to picture quality with the micro LED.
Awesome.
They are self-illuminating, high dynamic range contrast.
Awesome.
And you're doing it all free from any concern when it comes to burn-in or image retention. So you really are getting the best of the best when it comes to the wall and picture quality.
What about this audio? I mean, we're hearing some pretty darn
the partnership there and what they're bringing into the audio world for us.
Awesome. Well, I gotta ask the question. It's probably gonna cost more than $1. How much?
I would imagine it's gonna cost more than $1. Official information on release, pricing, and the actual sizes of the 5 inches from our micro LED lineup. We introduced that a couple days ago.
Okay.
And we are showing it here at 219. And then again, it is customizable, so you can go anywhere in between.
There's a lion. So, all right, so we got the 8K display, 8K display here. It looks phenomenal. I mean, it just has a depth that I'm looking at. It has although it's not 3D, it looks
like 2 times what we've been talking about a lot in the TV world, right? 4K.
Yeah, 4K, yeah.
It's actually 4 times 4K because you're adding resolution to the vertical and the horizontal when it comes to the actual.
Yeah. You have 8K. That's crazy.
So this is actually our second iteration of 8K QLED TVs. We launched our first in the 4th quarter of 2018. This is a newer version of it. We're also expanding on our sizes, more offerings.
Okay.
And again, going back to the pixel count, 4 times more than 4K means 33 million pixels are in this panel here, providing all that depth and all that detail. And even as close up as we are right now, you can't see any of that pixel structure.
Yeah.
So what's great about that is you're thinking TV's this big, which is what consumers are pixels, so you don't have any of that line item distortion, so you can see all of this amazing detail packed into these TVs.
That is awesome.
It doesn't really matter what you feed into it. If you're watching regular broadcast resolution and scale it up so we can fill out all those 33 million pixels and give you this amazing lifelike experience. With it being AI, what that means is on the back end, there's a machine learning process going on. Referencing machine learning process improves over time and then deploys new updates out to all the TVs through simple firmware updates like we are already doing with our smart TVs. So we can over time get better and better at scaling those images up to fill this 8K pixel structure.
That is awesome.
C8 are expected to be released sometime in Q2 of 2019.
Okay. Perfect. And then Samsung.com to find out more?
Absolutely. More information on Samsung.com.
And also with the wall. That's also at Samsung.com. So there you go. Go to Samsung. Oh my God. You're going to get me one. You go to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, you know, all that other good stuff. And of course, hit the bell for notification on the next one. CES 2019 QLED 8K Geek. We're going to talk with Whirlpool and Yumli about a new type of oven right here. Next, CES 2019 at Geekazine.
We've got a collaboration here between Whirlpool and Yumli. Actually, what we're going to highlight today is the Smart Countertop Oven by W Labs.
Okay.
W Labs is the innovation incubator within Whirlpool Corporation. Right. Actually, this oven is unlike any other oven.
Okay.
Most ovens, you know, the consumer enters in, their first steps is you put bake, the temperature.
Do the pizza, not the asparagus. Okay.
Well, we're going to go with a healthy option today.
All right. Little asparagus. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
So it automatically recognizes the asparagus.
Okay.
In addition, with our infrared sensor technology, it also knows that it's fresh asparagus. So
Okay.
we take those three features, that we know it's asparagus, that we know it's fresh, and we want it extra roasted. Then we use a cooking algorithm that'll give you the exact results you want. So all you do now is you hit start cooking.
How does it cook then? Is it convection? Is it how?
Yeah, great technologies that we can use.
Okay.
So if we can go here, this is for consumers that are looking for convenience and that they want to increase their confidence and try new ways of cooking. So if we go to the manual cooking, you see things like proof, dehydrate, air fry, and slow cook.
Okay.
In addition, we have a food thermometer. The food thermometer is for your proteins, which we know consumers, that's really where they struggle.
Yeah.
How do I know when I overcook things like chicken, they overcook fish?
Okay.
So with this food thermometer, now you can set the temperature that you want, and you'll get that exact done to create really close relationships with our consumers.
Okay.
So this is going to be a limited launch, so we only have a couple thousand units that are going to be available.
Okay.
So it's about the product launch.
Okay, perfect. Now you also have a range here. Are you showing that off too? Or?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's actually the Whirlpool Smart Range. One of the things that we're highlighting here is, again, the cooking methodologies that we have, is it guides you through the cooking process.
Okay.
So let's choose pizza. You go to the frozen pizza, and all you have to do is place the food in the oven, hit next, and it'll go through the process that I'm selecting the temperature. Now, what to preheat your oven before you can put a frozen pizza in? Well, that's adding an extra step. Well, and what happens is, because the consumer doesn't use the algorithm-based cooking, they might not get this frozen bake technology.
Awesome. And is this out now?
Yeah, this is currently available. Again, it's the Whirlpool Smart Freestanding Range.
All right. Well, Doug, thank you very much.
Always visit Yumli.com. That's our digital platform that's bringing all of these things to life.
All right. Perfect. Thanks a lot, Doug, for your time.
Thank you.
And that's Whirlpool, Yumli. Check it all out. Check out Geekazine, of course, geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine, where you can go like, subscribe, because you're going to miss it if you don't stick around. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys, geek out. Rona right here spinning. We're going to talk about some cool speakers. We're going to do that next on Geekazine, where we rock with speakers. We got David here. How's it going?
It's a 12-inch subwoofer, 600 watts RMS, powering a pair of 4 x 4-inch satellite speakers.
Okay.
Everything you see, you get.
Okay.
For everything, as well as a microphone and a remote control.
Oh, what kind of microphone do you get with that?
It's a regular Cardio microphone.
Cardio microphone. No specific brand.
No, it's a Gemini microphone.
Oh, it's a Gemini microphone. Or duo or trio type situation.
The beauty is that it's everything in one box. So you're coming in with one setup. Absolutely.
Let's just go through the walkthrough really quick.
Sure. So we're looking at the S8 and the S6 Pro. These are our multi-positional PA systems. They're battery powered. And what we mean by multi-positional is you can arrange it like so, okay, like so, or like so.
Yeah, so it could be a speaker, it could be a monitor.
Exactly.
It could be.
And on the mixer, you can decide what position it's in, and by doing that, it situates the sound in a way that fits perfectly for you.
The podcasters would use, but I use, something like this I actually use for in-ears, which is really cool because then you can have some control over your in-ear mix from a drummer's standpoint or another musician's standpoint.
So these are our, we call them all with a multiple array of inputs and outputs, all with a Bluetooth and USB playback included. So if you want to do like a backing track or something along those lines, you can.
Okay.
If you're a musician or if you're a podcast person, you have a plethora of inputs. I'm sure you can.
All right.
But you do have microphone inputs as well on all of them.
Okay. And of course, we have a whole bunch of, so we'll just do a quick scan around here. So while we're doing this, why don't you tell us
where people can go for more information.
Sure, you can go to GeminiSound.com to find information on all these products.
Using a Gemini mixer, correct?
Indeed she is. She's using our PMX20. It is our brand new hybrid performance mixer. It is a MIDI compatible mixer, meaning you could DVS with vinyl or CDs or CDJs.
All right. Well, David, thank you very much for your
Thanks for having
time.
me, guys. I hope you enjoy it. Everything at CES show is amazing. Don't forget to check out everything else.
Yeah. Fun, you guys geek out. Take care.
This 2019 rig, it's going to be pretty similar to last year's CES, NAMM, all the events for 2019. This is usually the rig that I'm going to use, and we're going to go through it all through my CES, NAMM 2019 rig review. Here, everybody, I go out and I get content, content from, you know, interviews and product reviews, first looks at products, stuff that I'll experience with. You get the idea. So we're here, and this is what I'm going to use. And what's really exciting is just the little things that I can do now. Yes, 2000, well, in that case, any CES for that matter, not 2000, whatever. It was started in 2009. This, of course, 10, 11 years ago, that was a lot different types of rigs, but they still were media-based. They still were media card-based. Now we've got 4K extra. I'm not bringing out a big DSLR to take a picture of a product where I can use my phone, because that's what you need to get it out into the world there. So we're at youtube.com/Geekazine or Geekazine.com. And then, of course, Facebook. Now, we're also adding the live from there. Now, first of all, this is the Sony 4K AX700 model. Let me show you that one on the screen here. And, of course, I'll have these links all at Geekazine.com, so you can check it out there. So it's basically 4K HDR. This is now a couple years old out of this, and that's what really helps with my videos, is a better quality content. Now, I won't be able to do 4K. Sony dual lav or dual wireless receiver system, 2 channels. In this, this is basically the gear I have, but I actually have another lav system, which I'll be wearing pretty much all day. I'll just hook it on my body and feed it through my clothes and not have to worry about it from there. If you want to see it from the PTZ side, the shoe mount, which feeds right into the camera, so there's no extra cables there. And that makes this system really nice, and because I don't have to feed extra cables unless I need to. And I'll have those extra cables during a keynote or anything like that. So, all right, so we have the camera. You saw the wireless unit. Next up is how we're going to go and Webcaster X2. It's basically a simple encoder for Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and other systems. So it's a really nice device that allows you to do one-button streaming. And then when I'm ready to go, all I have to do is push this button right here, and it's off and running. Now, it's not on right now because I have it turned off, but as you can see, it's set up. The one thing that this didn't have was a mount to any type of cameras. I'd have to Velcro it to the side or something like that. But then I found this thing right here, and it's just, it changed the whole thing. What this is, just the fact that it's big enough or small enough to actually fit the Webcaster at 4.5 inches is great. But the fact that I can put the iPhone in there is better, even though on milliamp batteries. Now, this one is a 10,000 milliamp battery, so it should go for a few hours. And on here right now, I have one of the tough tested batteries. I hook it to my belt clip, and then I walk around with it. If I need power with the phone, I just plug the USB about 3 or 4 times with this one. So if I have both batteries with me, I should be able to do a good and say hi and do an interview with that. So this piece right here, it's amazing. This is like, I found this the other day, flimsy like any of those other selfie stick looking ones. and it's holding both of them pretty well. I might even add a piece of Velcro to strap around it just to be on the safe side. Now, 9 decibel Omni Wi-Fi antenna. So if I find another source that I can connect to Wi-Fi wise other than my phone, then I'll do that, and I can use the situations. So right now I have it attached to my phone, but once again, I'm expecting another package to come at the end of the week. It's not guaranteed, but that might be controlling all my wireless from there. I'm not going to talk about it yet until I have it. So next up, the 424 SR. And this is just, it's an amazing thing. It sits almost anywhere. The one thing about it is those feet here. and of course, with more spread, you can set this down. You can set this on carpet that has padding underneath it, and it's not going to, but it's still standing. And I use this all, what was it, this is my second or third year in using this tripod. And I'm just amazed. I've always been concerned that somebody will knock into this, but it hasn't happened yet. Knock on wood, and knock on other wood. So the whole idea is that, you know, they bump into anybody with it. And once again, I get it set up. I try and find a good corner to put it into, so nobody will go into that corner and knock it over. But if I had, plus I put on a nice little strap so I can put it over my shoulder and walk around, and this thing will just sit like a carrying case, and it's just amazing. I'm really excited about this. Finally, the last piece that puts it all together is I put the camera on. I can put the lights on top, and I'm not showing you the LED lights. Of course, I'm using the newer lights and a couple others, so I haven't decided which one I'm going to put on here yet. But I can put the LED lights on top, and as you can see, I have on the PTZ right here, and we'll be good to go. That's it. That's my rig for CES 2019, NAMM 2019. Now, coverage for CES 2019 conference, and we'll be getting coverage, and then of course you'll be seeing that over on Geekazine.com and YouTube.com/Geekazine. And then we'll also be in the booth first thing Tuesday morning is 5G, and I'm going to be covering the auto side of 5G. You'll be buying cars with the ability to put connect up to whatever plan you decide, and we're going to be talking with experts and people at Qualcomm and showing you what you need to look for when you're getting ready to go to this next step in CES. By CES 2020, 5G devices could make CES very live. People coming in with their phones, people coming in with rigs like this, people coming in and just being able to stream, and nobody's got that. So, other than that, CES 2019, I have appointments with a lot of different companies, a lot of cool new products. And the best thing, the one thing about CES is some of these products, they're there as prototype, whatnot. So you might see products that come out there that are working prototypes, but you know, you might not see them for 3 or 4 years because they need to really get them all lined up and ready, and then get investors involved and get go floor. So that's what's really exciting is I get to see a lot of cool new products. And I'm also going to be doing some judging. As you know, this last year I went to South Korea for Made in Korea, and some of the products that they'll be giving awards to that evening, and that's pretty exciting too. Some other stuff is it's just going to be going mad and finding new. I'm sorry, it'll be about let's see, it's about 8 p.m. Eastern time, or 5 p.m. Central Pacific time. That's where I'm going with that. Anyway, they'll see the live video, raw live video, but you'll get an understanding of where I'm going. And then, of course, I'll record all of this and put it into regular content video. Because I'm doing the streaming aspect of it, I can't stream and record at the same time in 4K. So I'm actually going to be going back down to 1080 thing. And of course, once I get a newer camera to bump up that quality so I can do 4K, I'll start doing 4K again. So, and there might be a couple interviews you won't see on the live stream that will be 4K. Just putting that out there as well. So anyway, if you want to get ready for whatever event you're going to do interviews. So my name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. Of course, you can find me over on YouTube for the next video. So thanks a lot for watching, and I hope to see you. If you're at CES, come find me. Let's say hi. Let's talk. And until next time, you guys geek out. Those of you who need to be on the road or anything like that, we've got Michael here. How you doing, Michael?
Hello.
Where are you? There you are. So show us how this chair falls. Sure. Warranty. So tell us really quick how you came about this.
So I'm a television engineer of over 35 plus years, and I got tired of sitting in ballroom chairs. Hotel ballroom chairs for 16, 18 hours a day, 14 hours a day, you all please. I got tired of throwing away executive office chairs that I would buy for my own personal use. They end up on the truck in 2 or 3 shows, they would be destroyed. So anyway, that's where this idea was born.
Yeah.
Electric screwdrivers and hammers and banging them apart, and I said there's got to be a better way to do it. So that's how that all came about.
All right.
The idea for the Click Pack Stack Quick Release.
Where do people go for more information?
They go to www.cozybrody.com.
All right. Thank you very much. The 19th. If you're on Geekazine.com, go ahead and click that bell for the next video. Of course, YouTube also with that bell. Go ahead and like, subscribe, and comment. Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're here in Shangwon, and we're going to be talking to Jung-hang Baek of the Shangwon Industry Promotion Aid that are here in South Korea, mostly in Shangwon, and a whole bunch more, so stick around. So we're doing this with the DJI, so we're going to see a spin back and forth. Who we have here is Jung-hang Baek, the president of the Shangwon Industry Promotion. First of all, why don't you tell us a little bit about the Shangwon city and basically how is Shangwon working with these companies?
As you know well or not, Changwon is very famous for the industry, the oriented centric city in Korea, South Korea. So traditionally we focus on the traditional company and small startup companies.
So with that said, do you have a lot of startups in here? So to tell us a story about one of the some success.
The Changwon city is the not good area compare with the Seoul and near Seoul in capital of South Korea. The environment is not good, but looks is making the health support machine to promote and to healthy the eye for the every person.
Yeah, you're talking the Otis.
Yes. Yeah. The head of eye, and he studied and he developed this product. And last year he displayed their product in CES and others.
Okay,
yeah, that is the one success story in Changwon City.
I actually saw them at CES 2019, and they did send me a use to help with the eye strength, the exercise of the eyes, and so I've been following Inlux a little bit on this. So, do they have any other products?
They are focusing on the only one product.
Okay,
eye strengthen product, and after successing of this pushing one product.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Get the focus, get it all set out, and get it going. One by one. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm impressed on a lot of products that I'm seeing coming from South Korea. And that's Seoul and Shangwon. At the Korean Tech Show, we were looking at some of the other really neat products. They've developed a sensor chip that's smaller than most sensor chips, and I believe they're from the Shangwan area. Yeah, and so that you guys that was impressive for you, or
in Changwon area. I think the simulation program for archery, the 2019 Changwon goods the export. The simulation program.
Oh, okay.
Simulation program for promoting the archery and the gun game.
Okay.
Using the archery and actually you shooting the something and the result was this startup company in Changwon.
So how many products does the Shangwon Industry Promotion Agency back at this point in time?
At this time, we 30 or 40 companies. The WeGo forum. That means they shared their idea and their experience of a startup and so on, and they want to get the other information through we want to expand the network program to promote the startup companies to something difficult situation, how to solve that problem through the other experience.
Okay. You talked a little bit about promotion. Where's the focus on that?
Yeah. First of all, as a matter of fact, we are focusing on the company worldwide. So, first of all, we focus on the company and in Korea, and next the worldwide.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That South Korea is big in the tech community.
Yeah.
I know South Korea. We were at the Songnam Medical Convention a few weeks ago. We learned in Shangwon. Where's the focus when it comes to these different categories?
So a startup company. So but in Changwon area there are so good infra for the industry and the other in Changwon area, and if we have good success story and in manufacturing industry, we will expand our area to
hosting the Korean startup tech show, or KSTS. Tell us a little bit about the background, how it came to be, and where you expect it to go in the next few years.
Yeah. Changwon City, as I already said, the Changwon City is focusing on the 19 in Changwon City, and the main purpose of holding and hosting this KSTS is to make the environment and promote the startup, and we want to make the startup company. So that is the basic purpose of the hosting this event.
Okay, it's a really beautiful city.
Yeah,
I've been marveling over your mountainsides, and just a great place for a South Korean company to really get their bearings on. And of course, you want to get just not only just South Korea, but also get people to other things that we were talking about. CES 2020 coming up. Yeah. What are your expectations?
We have good success story in CES 2019. And then we selected the 4 companies to send them to the CES 2020 and to make another success story in CES 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any other companies besides Eden Looks that you're promoting?
The CES.
Okay. Did you say the names or no?
My team knows the 4 company.
Okay. So basically we should be looking for the 4 companies, and there'll be Perfect. Are there any other big shows, whether it be tech related or other conferences that you're looking at? Eden Looks is more than just tech. I mean, it's also medical. So I'm assuming there's a couple medical conventions that you'll probably want to.
The Changwon City's company to CES is to promote their company and their product. But another purpose is to learn the others' idea. At that time, we will send our employee to CES 2020 and to get to many information and many ideas from the CES 2020, and we will Changwon area.
One more question, and let's say there's a person out there or a group of people in the Changwon or the surrounding area. What's your advice to have for the next steps after they have?
You have the good idea or some idea. You should try first, and if you want the running the incubating system in Changwon area, and we support the other so many programs for them to run their startup company, right? To separation fee and so on.
Okay.
So it's not easy, but if you have ambition, you should.
Is there a way that somebody that has an idea can contact you so you can get the ball rolling for their startup?
Make some idea and some thought, you can make dream come true, and you can make your.
Have to be in the Changwon area, or let's say somebody's in the United States and maybe they're from Changwon or surrounding area, and they're just in the United.
Basically, we support the Korean, and if the other foreigners want to stay.
Jung-han, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate really appreciate sitting down and asking you a few questions.
Company leader, please come to Changwon. We will make your dreams come true.
I agree on that, and it's like I said, it's a beautiful place, just overlooking the water. /Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, the bell notification for the next video, and then we'll go from there. From Changwon, South Korea, Jeffrey Powers. You guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
What's up, my geeks? Let's take a review. Let's take a look at what it's like, how it's working, and what's been happening since 3:30 in the morning Central Time on November 12th. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You can find me at all the socials. Just look up Geekazine and geekazine.com to let you know when the next article or video is up and ready to go. So Disney Plus, here we are. You are here. Disney Plus is here, and you've got a lot of questions. You don't want to get it just yet. It's $6.99 a month, 16 shows on it too. So what do? I don't even know what to do sometimes. I really don't. So basically, let's take a look. So like I said yesterday, at about 3:30 in the morning, I was up. They were up, and it's like, hey, let's see if it's working. It was working, and I started, and it didn't work. We had problems, and that's usually on a launch day, that's what's going to happen. And I think it was more of the fact of where you were located to have a computer, and everybody's attaching that one computer. It's basically farms in different parts of the world, and you connect up to 24 hours. It started to work, and you were able to catch your content. Of course, the big thing, The Mandalorian, the new Star Wars. Jon Favreau thought of what happened after Return of the Jedi, not Star Wars. It's just amazing. So let's take a look at this interface and go from there, because it'll be pretty much, is Amazon, should they be worried? Should Hulu be worried? Should Netflix be worried? And we're going to talk about that. Other platforms, I'm pretty sure it's going to be very similar. You have the top area, which is basically a slideshow of some of the cool content that you could watch right away, full Star Wars. And then underneath is just a hodgepodge, a plethora of cool content, including some of the originals, the live-action Lady and the Tramp movie. And then underneath that, you can see nicely animated on the top. And of course, you have all the shows, including High School Musical, the series, Encore, the Imaginaries, and much more. We'll go over to the Pixar stuff. It's just University to Cars 2 to Cars 54 to Toy Story 7564 and other stuff like that. Just amazing content. Hours upon hours of amazing. Moving over to the Marvel stuff, we have the Marvel Universe, and not only just Marvel, not only just the MCU movies, but also the animated stuff. Like you see some Spider-Man, but I can't wait to see how that is, because it's an inspiring new series, and I can't wait for that to happen. Next we have Star Wars, and of course, just like with the others, you have the movie. You can do the Lego stuff. You can do just a whole ton of stuff right here in Star. I don't know, I'm just taking a wild stab in the dark here, but anyway, lots of cool stuff over at Star Wars. And then we have one more section here, so let's go over to stuff. It has a lot of knowledge and some fun stuff here. You got Brain Games. That's a fun show right there, and a new original. Let's talk about the originals here before we get to that. We got the Mandalorian. We got the musical. We got Encore, which Kristen Bell reunites high school musicals and recreates them like they recreated Annie. They probably won't get to my high school, and that's too bad, because we did a great, awesome documentary. The first episode is on shoes, and you might not geek out on shoes, but the way that they put this together is just amazing. You learn a little bit more about the collecting of the shoes, making of shoes, creating your own custom shoes. I highly recommend this. The world, just a touch, because I don't want to get any copyright strikes against me, but the idea of The Mandalorian is straightforward. It happens right after Return of the Jedi, and Jon Favreau is trying to make it as close to space western or whatever. So amazing stuff right there. We do here. Let's do this one right here, the band concert. Once again, I'm only going to show you a couple minutes. I'm on the desktop, so it's asking me if I want to connect it to my TV, which if you have that option, you can. And look at this, 4:3, but the quality of this, you don't see lines, you don't see squiggles or anything like that, like you would if you were watching on your television. Just clean content. Now, the first one, the Steamboat Adventure, yeah, I think that they had to pull that from an old film, and you can see for a cartoon that came out in, what was it, 1935, I believe. I might be wrong, don't quote me on that. Past, like me in front of a TV when I was 7 watching all of these cartoons. It's just amazing. In the first 24 hours, the one big problem was a lot of people couldn't connect up, and so they had to wait a little bit longer. But now my understanding, the interwebs, was that a lot of this stuff was it was misspelled. Like, for instance, the big one was Monsters Inc. They thought was misspelled, but it actually was the French version. But it was fun little fodder for the social medias and the internets out there. But everything's kind of getting together, getting in order. As things progress, you got to remember that it's just like on Hulu, just like on Amazon. A mistake will be made, and they'll fix it within 24 hours. That's what they want you to take note for if you need to. First of all, let's make sure we're here. Let's start here. You're going to get all these links on the bottom, and these links are going to be down here, including a contact us. You have closed captioning, ways to watch, about us, some of the cookies that might be watching what you're watching. Like, for instance, let's go to this here. Anything with a checkbox, you can check and then say, I want to opt out on Newstar. I want to opt out on Oracle Data Cloud. I want to opt out on Salesforce. All of this stuff could have active cookies that you can opt out on. There are some other ones that are not, and you can learn more. This is all customizable through the bottom there, where you can put it all together. And I believe this is on the web page. I'm not sure if it's on the over-the-top devices, but I'm assuming so, or at least I'm assuming there's a way to opt out. You might have to go to a desktop to do that, but then it would be down below if you found it on your PS4. Have any questions? Just like anything else, it looks like a standard. I don't know. I saw Zendesk in the opt-out area, so I'm guessing that this is a Zendesk-based help center right here. It gives you the platforms that it's running on right now. Questions: chat, call, email, social. Now I did chat, and I do have to tell you that I was on chat for about 45 minutes before I decided to abandon my chat with them. And I was going to ask a silly question so I could give you better expectations on things. And of course, socials, the Twitters. And I think it's only Twitter that they're on. In fact, let's just click on here right here. Yeah, it just takes you to the Twitter page for the Twitter profile. So that is through the help area. That will allow you with Disney Plus, what they record, what they, everything and anything you need to talk to about Disney, you can do so there. Other than that, I don't see any Easter eggs, anything past what's here, but you find them, I will let you know as quick as possible, and we will go from there. So that's it in a nutshell. That is a year that is at the release of Disney Plus. That price can change over time. And of course, comparing to Apple TV Plus, which is $4.99 a month. Any questions? I know, and this is another question people have been asking is this show on there? Is that show on there? The bottom line is, if it's part of the Disney library, which is basically Disney, Marvel. So if it's any of this, I'm guessing that at this point in time, it's all on there. Now, don't quote me on it because I don't know for sure, but my guess is it was always a seasonal promotion, which meant they started it on one day and they said you had to get it by this day or until supplies run out. So go get it now. Now, I don't know if you bring it back, but they have that option. And that's the same thing that Netflix does. That's the same thing that Hulu does and Amazon. The only difference is they usually get licenses from other, like for instance, Netflix got licenses from Marvel to show their content, which is G+. Disney doesn't have to worry about those licenses because they own the content. They can pick and choose when Lady and the Tramp shows up and then goes away. But with Netflix, and Netflix has original content, they can do the same thing. So it all depends on where the Disney Plus channel. But so far, in the first 24 hours, it has been a pretty delightful experience, and not too many problems putting it together. I did see some problems myself, like for instance when I went to the Star Wars page, it didn't have the list underneath. Once again, got fixed. And of course, the shows, The Mandalorian being the big one, and I'm saying this: the world according to Jeff Goldblum. Watch it and just be amazed, and not only in how he movie together, just amazing stuff, just amazing. Can't speak any higher about that. So, but I want to know what you guys think about Disney Plus over on Facebook or Twitter or wherever you decide you want to do it. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, bell notification. We'll let you know when the next video comes out. And, of course, bell notification on Geekazine. We'll let you know when the next article comes out. So, all right, that does it pretty much for this week. My name is Jeffrey. You should know about Thanksgiving. Check that out. And then I've been to South Korea. I'm going to South Korea again. Got a lot of cool content from South Korea. So check that out. The G Fair coming out very soon. And then a food fair in a couple weeks. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. CES 2019 for your drone. And we're going to talk about a camera so small, it's like a pen. And it can even attach to your iPhone, make your iPhone better. We're going to talk about that and a whole bunch more next. How's it going?
Good, how are you today?
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
Mavic has got a new remote. Tell us a little bit about that.
At CES 2019 series drones. This is our new universal smart remote. The best thing you'll notice right here is it's got a built-in color screen. It eliminates now the need to have your smartphone in addition to the remote controller. If you want an all-in-one solution, you want a screen with ultra bright D, the action that the camera is capturing.
Absolutely, and of course you don't have to use your phone, so your phone doesn't lose its battery, and you're all good. You can.
And the great new remote design, and we just combined the two right here in this product.
Okay. Plus, you can plug some other stuff in there, right? I saw some.
Yes, you absolutely can. So there's room for an SD card slot. There's an HDMI out port, and then the standard USB as well.
Okay, I see a camera and a record, and two on the bottom.
Custom buttons, same as on the regular remote.
So we'll talk about the battery life?
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
And charging?
Yeah, it takes about 1 hour on a quick charge, 2 hours full charge.
Oh, okay.
Into our handheld product line, this is the DJI Osmo Pocket. So this is a stabilized 3-axis mechanical gimbal camera. As you can tell, incredibly still footage. On the back side here, we've got a 1-inch color touchscreen, so you can access all of the menus, settings, as well as this gadget right here on the side. This will plug right into your iPhone. There's an 1-inch touchscreen if you want a little bit more depth and precision on what you're shooting.
That is awesome. And I saw a lot of people walking around with those.
Yeah, we've seen them all over the show.
These points. So let's start with the Osmo Pocket.
Sure, Osmo Pocket retails for $349 US.
Okay, and then the remote?
Remote, $649 US.
Okay, and that's available. Both of these are available now.
Available. This is available today. This one is coming in early 2019.
Okay, perfect. Where do people go for more information? Site, of course. I'll have all the information down on Geekazine.com. I'll have the information at YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go down, like, subscribe, comment, the bell. Ring the bell. Angel gets its wings when you ring the bell. That's how it works. So anyway, let's geek out and fly on. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. I'm at the DJI booth, and of course I'm shooting from my Osmo Pocket, but we have these that accelerate production in the film industry. So let's go ahead, let's flip this puppy around. This is the Osmo Action. This is their 349 action camera option with the front screen, with the back screen. I think we got it on. Make sure on that, but as you can see, I'm doing, it says it's doing 1080p. What do you got here? We got 15% battery, so I'm going to go as fast as I can. First of all, escape latch right there. And of course, we got the front cam. We've got the front screen right here. There's a way to get it to the front screen. I think it's a double tap right there. Press the top one. Oh, press and hold it. Okay, that's how I got there. There we go. So now I'm seeing myself taking some reason. Let's just flip it like that. There we go. Now it's right side up. So, and there is a way that it will flip around, and I think that's through a button press of some sort. We got the video, we got the HDR. There, oh no, what's the slow motion at on this?
We can do 120 frames per second.
That's touchscreen, okay.
So you can go to settings here, or you can actually do what we have over here. Oh, sorry. And you can adjust any kind of camera settings there. Here. Let's see, we got a quick switch.
All right. So
very similar.
That is awesome.
Another interesting thing is you can actually plug this in through USB-C, not run a battery, and it'll still function as long as it's plugged in.
Where's the USB-C plug-in?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay, so that's the USB and that's a SD card. Will the USB double as a... Here's my thing, you know, with GoPro, I use GoPros not for action streaming, but for streaming. Yeah. Hooking up to a streaming system and pushing out.
You can actually connect wirelessly to your phone as well.
Yeah, but there's still always that that wireless loss.
Right.
So but that's apparently not on this. But that's okay. That's okay. Here we go. We're just gonna take a quick walk around here and just see what's going on. He's gonna follow me really quick. We'll keep it simple. in Cinegear 2019. And we're just going to go outside. We're going to see what the change is in daylight. What's the angle on this? The video angle. So we're back in. As you can see, there was the difference between outside and inside as a test. So there we go. So anyway, check everything out. The Osmo Action Camera. Check everything out over at Geekazine. There's a bell on the bottom corner there that you can get the next video upon demand. So Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Until next time, you guys geek out. We're at Cinegear 2000. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we're here at South by Southwest. This is the EDU edition of South by Southwest, and we're at the Expo Hall. A lot of cool stuff, cool tech here. So let's take that, and of course, it's focused as education. A lot of companies working to get products for your kids to learn and to teach, and you know, all that other good stuff. And I'm seeing some really cool stuff here. this is just STEM Education Works?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, we got Make Block right here. STEAM solutions for computer science, robotics, and stuff like that. This is one of their kits right here. Of course, you can get multiple different types of around. And, yep, another one. It's got cat ears, so I don't know. Is that a cat or a dog?
Cat panda.
It is a cat. Oh, it's a cat panda. So we can make hybrid animals. That's pretty cool. Wise, and what I've been told is it's more than just, you know, the Captain Planet, hey, we've got to save the Earth type thing. It's more geared toward stuff like that. It's in that same realm without getting too gritty, but giving the students different types of subjects that they end up having to talk about in the classroom. And they can even participate in some of these by going online and talking and saying, hey, you know, future episodes, come through it like you would any other newspaper and stuff like that. So, and it's by Weird Enough Productions, which is but anyway, they have Badger, B-A-D-G-R, and what it is a not a badge system for companies, but more of a certification system. So you give people say, hey, you're a mentor, you're an expert in this area. So you can go over to Badger and you can actually sign up and set up some certificates for your company. I think there's some free, and then of course some freemium. These are Lovettes. Bethany, I'm right here. Hi. What are you doing? I'm blinking. Here you go. Interactive, fun guys for your kids. And they even got a little backpack. And that's Love It. Gotta love it. At the Chevron booth, they're doing some pretty cool stuff. These are just cardboard boxes with some paper. I'm trying to remember the name of the paper. Anyway, shadows and lighting. That's pretty sweet. Looks like they're making some molds over here. That's pretty cool. I'm guessing these are going to give you different types of musical tones when you touch them. We talked about that a couple years ago, and they were doing that with bananas and things like that. So that's pretty cool. Dance. I'm shaking my hips. He's waving at me, kind of. His dance beach is a really nice place. I would think a lot of podcasters and musicians would love this as well. But basically, and some cool ways. Again, nice, easy screen here, projectors.
As you can tell, this is augmented reality. The question now is, obviously, how do we choose augmented reality?
That's pretty cool. I want this for my room. Look at that. All right, we got pocket points. We have, what's your name?
Lauren.
Lauren. We have Lauren here, and we have this area set up like a campus. And with that, if somebody's on the phone, that if they stay off the phone, they can get some cool rewards. Correct?
Yeah. So you just stay off your phone when you're at school, and then get some pizza.
Pizza and movies
get a little
for
free
good
movie
Friday
from
night
Red
action
Bar.
there. Is there any beer on there? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No,
So.
no, we would never. But
Maybe.
we're also letting teachers put their own rewards on there.
Okay.
So you can get extra credit, you can get, leads a class pass, maybe your teacher will throw you a pizza party, whatever.
Scott. Shane was just here. He was the one that was on Shark Tank, but were you on Shark Tank?
But we know him. No.
Yeah.
We're both just like one person connected.
Okay. I've talked about microphone throwables before, and this is definitely one of them. You might have saw him on Shark Tank, and of course, you guys are focused on something about kids learning at a higher decibel. Is that
exactly?
Okay.
Yeah. So the louder and the more impact someone can have, obviously you want to be yelling at them. So it's not necessarily about like your tone, but it's literally about volume. And hearing their peers is now the problem. And so a kid in the front of the classroom asks a question, and someone that's hearing impaired in the back can't hear it. But with cue ball, we can amp that up, and they can actually hear their peers.
Okay. So this is mostly your
operations. They have big meetings. They want engagements out of the coworkers and things like that. But I mean, ultimately, you need a crowd, and if you want to get engagement with them, this is a wonderful way to do it without breaking your microphone.
Oh, he just dropped. He dropped it. Southwest. They're here on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then of course tomorrow, Thursday, the interactive part comes in, and then of course that's followed by film and gaming and music and all the. Definitely, I would do that. So Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. We'll see you at the next one. Check out all my South by Southwest content. Of course, if you're on YouTube, go ahead and comment, like, subscribe, the bell notification. Here we are. Watch this. Hello, I'm talking and this is flashing. We've got, this is awesome. We're gonna, you know, I didn't think I'd talk about technology in guitar straps, but we're gonna do that.
LED guitar strap.
Okay.
And you can bend it. It's made out of leather and it's sound activated.
Okay.
So if you get too much sound though, the lows will be blues and the mids will be green and the highs will be red. Okay. You get too much sound, but use it just for everything, but put it in the washer. Don't wash it.
Don't put it in the washer.
Don't wash it.
Now, can you attach like your guitar amp so it doesn't get any of the other sounds
You
like
can.
drums or anything
You
like
can.
that?
You can.
So there is a plug insert in
There's a plug insert. Yes.
Does it do pass through or does it go
Not at all. No buzzes, nothing at all.
Okay,
Because I'm a bass player myself, so I made sure of all that. So I got.
So you get a lot of blues in that.
Yeah, because right now low
blues bass
sound.
players?
I'm a blues
You know,
player. Actually, I play with the Chris Canis band in Michigan. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay, nice,
yeah.
nice.
www.chriscanis.net.
Awesome. There you go.
Good plug. But yeah, as you know, musicians say, "Oh, well, I don't know," and then they'll get one eventually. Yeah.
You get a flashy rock band, something like that. Always adding to the. Adding to the
I haven't had any complaints. Everybody who sees them, like, wow, what is that? A lot of people say, why didn't I think of that? There's a USB port right here.
For charging?
So they last 5 hours.
Okay.
Non-stop.
Okay. Is the USBs for charging or something else?
For charging.
Okay.
For
So
charging.
you can't plug it in the computer and add. This is your stuff right here,
Yep,
right?
and that microphone stand also. The mic stand.
I got the mic stand.
And also, these are for saxophone players. If you play sax, you want to get one of these. They're sound activated for saxophone players.
You put it around. You're working on different other straps for other instruments.
For drums and congos coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta sell some of this product first.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Get rid of somebody.
That's how it works.
I'm a small businessman, so let me see if I can bring it down to under $100.
And I'm guessing as you ramp up production a little bit, you get a better production company. So it'll go for a little bit less, but you know, $95. That's not too.
Electric guitar strap was on my banner here. .com, and you go to my website and you can purchase one of these. You can also go to Amazon. Amazon.com has them also as well.
Perfect. I'll have the link in the show notes for that.
Perfect.
And we'll go from there. DC, thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
All right. We're
You
gonna
need
rock.
one.
That's your new tagline.
Okay, I'm gonna use that.
Light it up, strap it on, rock on. Electric guitar strap. That's.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got a lot more great comment. Hit the bell notification for the next video.
You are good.
Go see. I've done this 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Go see DC's band if you're in Michigan. Which band is it again?
With your band? Oh, Chris Canis.
Oh, you got more than one?
Yeah, I play with the church, but anyway, yeah.
We're here at Blue CES. I've grown a lift all of a sudden. I'm Cindy Brady. You got the hair, but I got the lift. So CES stuff.
It's a reunion every year.
It is a reunion, and we got a cool new product here we're going to talk about next on Geekazine. We got the Ember microphone, which is your brand new microphone in the line. Tell us a little.
Are upgrading their studio to XLR, maybe starting out their studio and thinking about getting into XLR studio.
Or if you don't have a mixer, you can get the Icicle.
Oh yeah, there you go. We have an XLR to USB preamp converter.
Yeah.
It is a cardioid condenser. So cardioid is your noise pickup, helps you reduce that background noise. And a condenser capsule, so you're going to get that rich studio quality sound from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The USB is great for plug and play. You kind of have all those mixer features built, like setups.
Yeah.
So then you can get multi-channel mixer. You can have dedicated mics. XLR really kind of opens up that flexibility more.
Now let's talk about this design, because it's kind of interesting. It kind of looks like a handheld dynamic.
Yeah.
Well, this mic, we could have it like right here, right?
Yeah, you could. The other thing about the design, the streamlined form factor, is for a couple reasons. One is if you're doing on-camera applications and you don't want your mic taking up so much real estate, it's more of a discrete design. But then also if you're doing music recording or you're recording different types.
This work better as an instrument mic or a vocal mic?
So that's the great thing about condenser capsules. It'll record it all, and it's a high quality capsule, hand tuned by Blue. So you're gonna get that detail, you're gonna get that clarity of whatever it is you're recording. So it's a versatile capsule. Everything from like guitar, drums, in January. And if people want to get more information, they can always go to bluedesigns.com.
Do we have a price on it?
That beautiful.
Yes, and if you're a musician doing multi-tracks, or if you're just recording, you know, put this in front of a speaker or something like that. If you're doing live recording or anything like that, perfect stuff. So
yeah, great solution.
All right, bluemic.com.
Yep. Get more information on Ember and other offerings from Compass.
Compass, yeah, that's it. Compass boom arm, you know, so we'll have that review, and of course, I'll get an Ember to review in studio, and we'll go from there. Hillary, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Always good to see you.
Yeah, you too. You too. Everything at CES 2019, from microphones to consumer, you get it, and go from there. Thanks a lot to Blue, and thanks to you for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out.
EOS 3.0 software coming out this fall.
This video is brought to you by Kingston Technology, makers of solutions that accelerate production in the film industry.
Once again, I'm Chris Stokes with ETC. Welcome to the Cinegear 2019 booth for ETC. And Augmented is a new visualization out about your system without having to dig through paperwork. So what we actually have behind us is our Cinegear booth. And we have some trusses and some fixtures. And what we've done is we've actually made a 3D model of this and imported it into the EOS behind the scenes. And one of the things that we can do besides just visualization is do some augmented reality that will tie your phone into the 3D model that's on your EOS console. And this will work with any Windows 7 display portrait math model. But what I have hanging out down here is an 8-inch, basically 2D barcode to scan in. And using your ARFR or your IRFR app, we'll have a new function that will automatically get updated, and that's called our wand feature. And what we're seeing right now is the bounding box that is looking for that cue, and that blue dot will basically digitize my phone into that 3D model that we've done. Let's see if it's actually a perfect scan. But this is fixture 102. And here's fixture 101. And I can actually turn them on and off, as well as back into my standard options and change my color of my lights. This would be all normal functions that are actually digitally in here. So the Wi-Fi connection that we have into our system is merely translating X, Y, and Z information. The accelerometer and tilt meter are so accurate that you are really keeping your ability to maintain your location inside your space. If somebody else were on the console over there, they could actually be banging away on the keys without messing me up. And our goal for this is the focus tool. I now don't have to remember all my channel numbers out in the space. Using the Find Me function, a great way. One of the other cool things that we can do, which we'll see if it pops up, is my tags off. For instance, even over here, hiding behind all of this, I have 4 color source sites sitting on the ground. So it can also see through walls and objects, knowing that there are actual lights there. But the lower number, that's 11, would be where your actual pool of light is. So one trick you can do with a moving light is if you see a pool of light on the floor, you can actually just shine your camera down onto it, and it will tell you which. One of the fun, exciting things that we have here at the ETC booth this year at Cinegear 2019. Hope it's helpful. For more information, check out our website at etcconnect.com. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris, for your time.
Cool, wonderful to have
for the next video. Friends over at ETC, check out all their like systems, because they have a lot more than this. But this is awesome. AI to control your lights. How cool is that? That's super cool. So until next time, you guys geek out and take care. Out how you can do that through your phone. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. We're here with Phoebe, and she's going to show us the IQ. Is that what this is?
Yeah, IQ Vision Check.
Okay, tell us.
And it works with your smartphone, so it's an app and a hardware. So this product can help you determine your nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, and tapping on the buttons on the top. And by the end of it, we can tell you what your vision is like, just right there. And it's very, very accurate. This is based on MIT patented technology. And we have tested it with many, many people. Take your glasses off for that. Wish you luck.
This is my blind box challenge right here.
Right eye first.
Right eye first.
So you do without the glasses. I'm gonna hold this up to your eye.
Yeah.
And you should see two lines, red and green. The first two buttons, you overlap them into one solid yellow line like that.
Overlap them into
and
a
you
solid.
just by
Okay.
tapping these two.
Those two buttons. Okay. And I got yours. Now we're back to the right.
So, wow, you are really nearsighted.
What does it say? I can't see.
I know, right? Your right eye, you're minus 5.5. Your left eye, you're minus 6.
So my right eye has not changed, but my left eye has changed. That's interesting. For my last eye.
Per eye.
Okay.
And that's a super accurate reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I should probably do this not here. So that's awesome there. So is this out yet?
So it is currently on Indiegogo, and this retails for $59.99. So it's super affordable. If you have a phone, you can use it. It's great.
But this does not replace your eye doctor. You can't just call up the contact company and get contacts after you do this, right?
No, absolutely not. We do not replace the doctor because eye doctor conducts something toy. So this comes with the vision check. It's called the PD check. So this makes it super easy to order glasses online because we all know online glasses are really affordable. They're so cheaply. Just take a picture of yourself. You take a selfie, and based on these markers, we detect where your pupils are, and boom, instant PD in a second. That easy. And then you can order glasses online. These retail for $12.99. Bigger one is called the IQ Insight. So this here is...
It looks like a VR goggle.
I know. People always say that, but instead of kind of making your eyes googly, this actually helps determine your vision. So this can screen whether or not you see 20/20 in 3 minutes. And instead of just black and white, see how well you can see in the dark.
All right. Lots of E's and W's. Oh, now it says end.
Okay, perfect.
Woo. So what does that mean at that point? Oh, okay. So here we go. On the bottom, ES to confirm that I need new glasses. So.
Technology, right?
I love it. So okay, well, thank you very much. And where do people go for more information?
IQ.com, EYEQE.com.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down below, hit that bell notification for the next video, and geek out with all of us at CES 2019 CES Unveiled. Using a track lighting system, which is pretty cool. We're going to talk about that next. So Brian, Felix, you guys have been doing lighting for years, correct?
Yeah, we have been in the industry moving to LED when technology started to develop in year 2000, and then so we've been doing lighting for almost 20 years now.
Okay.
LED lighting side.
Perfect, perfect. So with of course the change to LED, this trussing around, you can actually set it up like track lighting, which I would guess would be a lot of people would be very happy about not having all that up there, but also the rest of the family would be.
A lot of demand from our commercial customers. However, this is a great product for any kind of. Today, everybody's shooting video everywhere, including in the home, offices. So what we did was that because our fixture is very low profile, very small, very compact, so you are able to install this kind of fixture in a very low ceiling environment because people are no longer filming in a place with like 20 feet high ceiling. It will take total height of about 8 inches, and it's comes in black and white, so you can match your environment and look very nice. The key feature, I think, of our with sunlight coming out from outside, so you can tune the color temperature to match the lights coming in from outside.
And we got a panel. We're showing you that panel in the B-roll, and we've got Brendan that's going to change the color lighting on us right now. So now we're at the 5600.
Yeah, it's daylight.
Yeah, daylight setting, and now we're going to go towards the area itself. Now. This I'm seeing the panel. Is the panel also something that can be controlled via computer or anything like that?
But our system can control by what's called a DMX controller. So this is a pretty standard controller you can buy from outside, like the one on the side we use. As a $99 controller, you can control a lot of channels on it. You can light me with one kind of color, light you with one kind of color, kind of
These are moving forward within industry. It's not just about producing the videos. How do you produce a video that's high quality so you can compete against other channels in that case?
Well, the panel itself is pretty small, and we're seeing it over there, but it could easily be set on a table and used that way. So if you need to...
It also does color and importantly, it does hue as well. Okay. So we didn't have this setup over here, but we can actually light, it's a green magenta hue.
Yeah.
We can probably play around with the hue and use a barn door to create a specific hue for me and specific hue for you. And I joke around, say we can look more like cousins rather than...
Yeah, because we look alike, right? I need the hair, but you know, it have studio to really show some depth or something like that. If it's a smaller studio, you can actually change the lights. So these lights, half of these lights could be 3300 and the other half could be 5600, or some could have a magenta hue, and you could change it all in the panel, right?
Yeah, exactly. So these lights are very flexible. Really, you know, I think the key things for lighting is always how do you control look by adjusting different color, different hue, isolate, you know, color between you and I. You do it all in the front end on that. And you can also, with this light, you know, it's not, you know, a lot of people like to use, you cannot bring attention to your product, right? Okay. So with a control lighting, for example, we can cut the barn door with just like the two of us and have the outside all dark color quality, but also the beam, you can shape it, you can create that dramatic look, create a movie-like feel, rather than, and I think because you want to have just not the good message content, but you also want the good imagery. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I don't think about that too much because it's usually just turn the lights on and do my thing instead of focus a light on me or focus a light on the product. Higher end, I'm assuming CNN because you mentioned that, right?
Well, CNN used a different version of this product on that, but it's really an idea from
more on the production side.
On the production side on that, and we really developed this specifically for kind of easy to use, and you can just put it at home, like you mentioned, that it doesn't look like a studio fixture. It's more looks more like a home fixture.
Now I work with a lot of musicians, so they'll know exactly what DMX lighting is in most cases. So they could actually also hook up their lighting into the thing and also work through a DMX controlling software.
Yeah. So DMX, you know, just standard protocol. So you're able to control dry hour lights in kind of different environment.
All right, let's talk about price points then.
Okay, so the price $500-$600 and above, you know, and then the more feature you get, the more price point, the higher the price point.
So for $500-$600, you get what? 2 lights?
The $500-$600 it will be each head. So each head will be kind of you want to add tunability or you want to add hue adjustment. So the more feature you want to have, then you add cost on top.
And then the panel itself?
The little panel we have, I think that's about $100.
You're looking at about $1,500 for that.
Yeah, so about the very basic, you probably look at $1,500 to $2,000 on that.
And I'm assuming some of this isn't out yet.
So at this point, we because direct them to the dealers that we work with.
Awesome.
Because with a track lighting system, you also need to buy the track. There's a wiring instruction. So we don't think this is a product that
you look and everything like that, and you just don't know how lighting works, and especially in a video environment. And sometimes that eludes me as well. So I'll definitely be looking at that. Felix.com, correct?
Yes, FIILEX.
There you go, Felix. Lighting system. If you want something that looks good in your room, that you don't want to have all this trussing in your room, nice environment. Bring people in, of course, make them look. It's just But anyway,
well, you got a very nice shape from the backlight.
I got a nice shape there, but anything you need, you can do it from there. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. You can find everything over at geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment. We're looking at foldable phones this week on the 5 Tech Things You Should Know About. Welcome to the 5 Tech Things You Should Know. My name is Jeffrey Powers, Geekazine.com. Think magazine, put in a geek, you got me. This is a reboot to a show I did years ago. Now I revamped the sheet. We'll also be running a contest every single episode. Go ahead and subscribe. Let's go ahead and like, and let's go ahead and hit that bell for notification. You can also get notification at geekazine.com directly, so please check that out as well. Well, I've already reported about the Samsung Fold, which is out now, but there's other foldable devices coming just as fast. We'll show you how to navigate through fact and fiction so you can get the best device possible. So with what I'm calling the single continuous screen and the dual screen fold. Microsoft, for example, is launching the Surface Duo, which is more than just a phone, it's a need. The Surface Duo is two 5-point-inch screens that fold out like any laptop would. You can run it as a full tablet, you can run it in laptop style, you can run it in 10 style, or even in touch and slide and 2-finger and 3-finger and 72-finger, whatever. So for example, that's what they call it, Candylicious. Now the Samsung Galaxy Fold is out, and in this case it's actually a continuous screen. The Fold is a $2,000 phone and it has an outer screen design. Don't freak out. It's by design so the screen has some leeway and won't break or cause any type of dead pixel areas. Samsung has run tests to make sure this screen will last at least 3 years worth of opening and closing. The other part is that hinge on the outer side. Now it makes it the other way. Now, in order for the continuous screen to fold, it cannot be made of glass. We haven't figured out that technology yet. Scratch-resistant coating, but it won't be as strong as a glass screen will. That is why you might want to consider a screen that folds into itself rather than outside of itself. Phones like Xiaomi and Royal FlexPi are if your keys share the same pocket as your phone. Meanwhile, LG's upcoming foldable will be a dual screen just like that Surface Duo. One screen can become a keyboard or a joystick, and it's possible we'll even see split-screen games and apps for these specific devices. In my mind, well, we could actually see a rebirth as a foldable. This would also be a continuous fold screen, so it would actually flip out to like a 5.2 to 5-point-inch screen, just like your phone already is. These phones are also called clamshell phones. Now, folding screens are not a new technology. I actually saw screen bending technology back 10 years ago. Granted, at that time it was headbands and however you might need it. We could even see future digital signage with mobility and bendability to it. Now, before we get to number one, let's talk about the elephant in the room, but not right now. Don't expect that iPhone 12, 11S, 11XS, 12, 13, 72, 54 high, whatever. Mine's first would be a screen that's as durable as their current iPhones. Otherwise, foldable glass. Already talked about that. Or something with a good protective coating that can also give you that Retina touchscreen. Now that's the second reason why you might not see a foldable iPhone. Especially with an iPad, you put in a SIM card and use it just like a phone. It might be a good way for Apple to kill off their lower-end MacBooks, especially however you want to set it up. So as I mentioned before, we're giving away a prize to one lucky viewer. This week we've got a $50 Amazon. This is a US-based contest for this contest only. Future ones could be international. All you have to do is comment about a foldable feature. Key. You have to use the words foldable feature. Doesn't matter about the case sensitivity. Just 2 words. Foldable space feature in your comment. Face it, the majority of people buy phones for one reason, and one reason only. No, I don't want to cruise to the Bahamas for extending my car insurance and sending $5,000 for my $3 million inheritance. No, I don't. No. Actually, we all know it's about the camera and to how that camera works. And that's the basis on the new iPhone 11 Pro. The camera that will be a DSLR killer. Apple didn't say that, but everybody else is saying that. And you can see the YouTube videos on it. Processor, including GPU, is also important. We've started moving from, but high quality photos and video with enough storage to make a storage wars bid high will be what people want to notice the most. To keep up with this feature, my friends over at Uber Gizmo have for wide mode and more as new features show up. And keep in mind, this is for any phone. So, for example, the Apple iPhone 11 Pro score is 177, with reference if you're looking for the right camera for the right need. One last thing to note here is operating system. Whether you want that Android, iOS, or other OS on your phone, that feel will be coming out. For example, the Samsung Android OS is different than the flagship Google Pixel 3 phone. Like in the settings, you'll see different settings, you'll see the different way the settings look, different apps, different bloatware, things like that will be on each they could easily do. their OS will be within their walled garden Android device that only wants you to use. First, to welcome you into the foldable era. Your phone will get smaller, smarter, bigger, and smaller and big, the oxymoron right there. Now, did I miss to subscribe, like, hit that bell notification for future videos, and follow that 5 Tech Things playlist as well to check out the old episodes and see how the show has. Then you guys geek out and take care. We'll fold this up now.
Recommended. Always recommended if I hit record first.
Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine CES 2019. We're here at Foldimate. This is how, you know, to fold our clothes. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. So we got Gal here. Is that how you pronounce that, Gal?
Yes.
So how you doing?
Great, thank you.
And tell us a little bit about, now last year you had Foldimate.
We redesigned it so it will fit in any room in your home. All you need is just a standard power socket.
Okay.
I hope that you will like it.
Okay.
And let me show how simple it is.
All right, I'm going to get off the stage and then you can fold.
You can try it, Jeffrey, if you want.
Oh yeah, but I need to move my camera around so see how it works.
I'll
to the into the folding thing. Oh, you're doing multiples, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
How many can you do? Let's take this out the camera and then.
You can do an entire thing on the quality.
Okay.
And as you can see, I'm just demoing you and speaking with you at the same time. Let's eject the file so you can see what happened.
And part of it's going
here live. This is me folding 2019.
Wow.
Your kids are going to fight over who is going to do the laundry folding at home. It's so simple and you don't need to compromise on the quality.
I still think
5 minutes for 25 shirts.
25
which
shirts?
Is an average laundry load.
Okay.
You could do shirts, pants, towels, and even
in any way.
So what we did is intentionally we made it that high so it will be ergonomically optimal for you to fit it.
Okay.
You could put it wherever you want in your home.
So you could take it right out of the dryer and start folding your clothes, right?
Surprised. We had fans that reached out to us and they're planning to put it, for example, in their bedroom next to the closet or in other rooms. Not.
Does it have any type of heat or steam options if you have wrinkled clothes?
Not for this version. This version is folding only.
Okay.
But we're thinking for the future versions to add some features. But let's start the manufacturing process. Also, the launch date is not final. We want to get the first units towards the end of the year if we can.
Okay.
And the price point is about $1,000+. If we could get there, we'd be very happy.
Okay. And what?
FOLDIMATE.com. Join there, give us your details so we can plan ahead, and you'll have a first priority to the pre-order.
All right. Hi, everybody. Hi. They're all watching Geekazine. You can watch Geekazine too by going over geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, the bell, you know, bell. Angel gets its wings when the bell rings. Just remember.
We're here at the Co-Op Center and we are going to Food Week. I was here last year. It's an amazing time, so let's go in, let's check it out, and lots of interviews that I'm going to be doing, so let's check it out. Alright, check this out. This is a company called NovaSun. There they are. And they got these food conveyors. What it does is it checks for, is it just metals that pass through? Oh, okay, so that's with the metal. Okay, I get it now. Okay, so that is rice. And what Sonny was telling me is you give this as a good luck to somebody. Yeah, let's say they're going to college or something. Bag.
Oh no, just
They have to eat it at all, or is it just it has to sit there? It has to be there. Or be the gift.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
Bean paste.
Okay. And that means good luck.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for the best good luck solution, try this. What was it with white sugar? This white powder. This means luck, and we're gonna give one a try here really quick. She's just cutting it up. All right, you got white, and I got pink, and there's a bean. There's a bean in the center of this, right? Sweet.
That's sticky.
A little not fruity, but sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, very sticky. So this is a beef stew
with dumplings.
with dumplings. Okay. Give it a try here. No, it's not too bad. I've been seeing these commercials. 1,000 inside of one of
이거
these.
안에 Oriental herbs, mix of Oriental.
Oriental herbs. Okay. Would you drink something like that?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Is there caffeine or B vitamin or anything that? Okay. Besides being a hangover cure, is there anything else that it can help with? Hangover and headache. Yeah. So if I have a migraine, I try. What are the different ones here?
발명가가 807번을 실험하시고.
Oh, this number means
Yeah.
that
1,004 times before I get to drink from it. No?
천사라고 엔젤.
Oh, this 1004 in Korea, we pronounce it 천사.
Chansa.
And that's same with angel.
Angel.
Yeah, so it's angel.
So there's no meat to one. That's not too bad. Kind of tastes like that goo that we had on the stick.
Yeah.
Picking out some of these cool wedding cake. Look at that cake. That's crazy. These are wild. We haven't gotten to wild yet. We want to go down this row? Let's go down this row. Look at these. There's more than anything. Oh, that's sugar?
Yeah, sugar crack.
Okay, so these aren't cakes. So I had sugar strawberries in It's even got an invitation card on it. That is wild. Oh my goodness, look at that artwork.
Oh, that's bread craft. That's all
Really?
bread.
That's all bread? Oh, that's crazy. Spider-Man. Made from bread, he's Spider-Man. Fun on bread. I'm not sure what this is. Something with batter, I'm guessing. This thing makes macaroons. And then this one, this awesome conveyor belt. Take a look at this. My understanding is they're using some sort of it's spiral freezer dryer steam. So I don't know. I'm not sure exactly if they're cooking the buns or if they're preparing the buns. They'll go up, and we'll see them on the top, and they'll go down the little spiral area. So this is tenja. It is a bean. You at the Coax Food Show. Got an interesting smell to it.
Yeah. It's a lot of foreign people.
Oh. You know from.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Some of you coffee nuts would want this little machine right here. This is a roasting machine. So beans start there. Here we go.
We found the beer.
I'm not a big kombucha fan.
So it's gonna be more mild.
What do you got? You got lemon. You got what?
Omija.
오미자.
What's omija?
It's traditional fruit, Korean traditional fruit.
Berry?
Okay, I will definitely try
Kind
it.
of berry, but it's a little bit sour.
Sour, sweet, maybe bit meat.
It tastes like a sparkling water.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I was expecting it to taste like regular kombucha, and that's nasty.
Is this a crack?
She's opening too. She's opening too. Too long. Yeah, that's the red soup.
Look at that. That's wild.
This is pumpkin.
That's pumpkin?
Yeah.
This is pumpkin. This is what?
Fish?
Oh, poignant. Yeah, now it tastes like fish. All right, cut some of that. We're doing an unboxing right here. We are unboxing the Fossil Gen 5 Wear OS smartwatch. A big fan of watches. And I used to wear a watch when I grew up, and I had, you know, the Iron Man watch, and now the smartwatches are coming out and integration into it. But I want a nice watch. I want something that looks good and does a whole bunch. I'm really excited about Wear OS, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to play into things. And that's what we've got right here is the normally I get products into review. Sometimes I get the product in. Sometimes I get a sponsorship fee. No sponsors. This is coming out of my own pocket. It's an unboxing, so it just means that we're going to take it apart. I don't know what I'm going to find in here. There might be squirrels in here. There's not going to be squirrels in here. There might be something else. There might be cool. There might be $1 billion in here. There might be. Edition 5 just came out a week or two ago, something like that. And of course the Gen 4, a lot of people like the Gen 4. This is the one I got right here, the Carlisle HR smoked stainless steel watch here. Let's take a look at this really quick. This has a Qualcomm Snapdragon Wear 3100 processor inside of here. It's 44 millimeters, so it's not too big. We've got text, email, so because my business partner is in New Zealand, and you know, I gotta know what time it is in New Zealand. It's compatible with Android 4.4 and with iOS 9.3 now. But once again, I did not want to get an Apple Watch. I'm not a fan of Apple Watches, and it's simply because of the aesthetics of it, the square of it. To do this, you'll have to download the Wear OS by Google, so you'll want to do that as well. But as you can see, it's got a really nice stainless steel wristband to it. It does do everything you want it to do. You know, it'll do no OS, not 100% sure just yet, but I'm, you know, from previous watches I've seen, I think it'll do exactly what I want it to do. If it doesn't show me the pictures from my tweets, I'm perfectly fine with that. The battery life, it did say the battery life, can't remember exactly where it is, but it is, they got this whole page on wanting to know more about it. Activity tracking, connectivity, alarm, calendar alerts, music storage. It does have storage inside of here. Here's all the specs. 8 gigabytes of storage in there. If there isn't, then what the heck are you doing, Fossil? What the heck, Fossil? But of course we don't know just yet. So anyway, that's pretty much all the specs. You can go over to their page over at fossil.com/US to look at the Gen 5 stuff. And we'll have a link in the show notes, down in the show notes right there, so you can get them. Just like we have that QR code link that takes you to Geekazine.com. Just remember that. And don't forget, so you can see it, it's in its nice plastique look, so we've got to find a way to open it up, and I didn't bring the knife in, so I will use my secondary opener, which is a screwdriver. Pretty straightforward. So we're going to open this up, and we're going to bring the plastic off. Yeah, we're taking the inversion right there, so let's flip that up. There we go. And we've got the watch with a fake face on it, so we'll take the fake face off of it, and we'll put that there, and now we have the watch. We'll bring that out of the case, which seems to flip out like that. Look at that. It's a nice solid watch. So I have a feeling that metal detector will definitely go off. I think this is 42 for wrists up to 42, if I remember correct. There's a way to open this. I don't know what way that is. Let's find out. Sometimes we do this. Pretty sure this is the way. Sometimes I get stymied on these things. We got the backing here, so you can see. Okay, I would have broke it if I would have pried it a little bit more. So this is nice. Look at that. So we have a button right here. I don't know if you can see that or not. Let me do this. It's got a button right here. So you push in the button. See it or not, it's tough to see. We've got the little heart monitor. There we go. So that'll tell us if I'm doing well in my heart and everything like that, and go from there. Let's zoom this back out a little bit and adjust it, and I'll figure that out. You just have to take out links or something like that. But it's a little loose for my wrist, so I'm going to have to, we'll just tighten it up a little bit later. And then let's see if it turns on instantly. Instant gratification. Pretty sure the center button. Foam. We've got right here, we've got, looks like the charging station. So USB and a little charging dongle. It's got 2 dots right there. So I'm guessing that you can't use a regular mag. Else in the box here, we've got instructions. It shows you how to charge it, how to download languages. Italiano, Spanish. We got what was that? Turkish. So you get it. It's just big Portuguese, Spanish, Polish. You get the idea. So there we go. We've got all of that, and go from there. So let's bring this back here. So what you need to do is you need to go to your iOS or your Android device. That's going to be weird to take off there. I might be pushing the wrong button to turn it on. So to charge and power on, I can charge it too. So let's just bring this over. I'm guessing it says like this. So I'll do it like this. There we go. And see this from here. So there we go. Let's make sure we're focused. There we are. So now it's got the fossil. It's opening up. And it's taking some time. It's trying to figure itself out. So, and in the meantime, we just a touch to see both of these things. We'll get this out of the way. We'll get this. We'll set that up there. So we'll say start setup. We'll see if it finds it here. So we're going to go through the basically go through the enable Bluetooth sharing. We want to do that. So yes, and we'll say okay. We can connect our watch. So it looks like it's saying tap to begin here. So here we are. Let's go and say English. Focus here. Now it's saying I agree to the terms. So yes, we're agreeing to the terms. And I could look at the terms. So I should look at the term right there. And I see that right there. And tap my watch name, which is what I did. Bluetooth pairing request. I will pair that. And it's giving me confirm code. Yes, and we'll say confirm. So let's see if we can get this. Nope, that darkens it. Let's do that. There we go. So continue setup on phone. So it's saying taking a few minutes to get the details ready. And once that's done, it should be set up. So I hope you pair onto my Wi-Fi, which I will do, and then go for the updates and go from there. So that's basically it. That's the easiest or quickest way to turn around and get your stuff ready. So that's basically what you get for the unboxing. And of course, the one we got is the Gen 5 Carlisle HR watch. And so that's I'm excited. I love the weight. I love the feel. I love the look to it. It's just everything that I've wanted in a watch and a smartwatch. And of course, if it does break, then I can get it fixed and go from there. So I'm going to finish the setup here, but that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, feel free, contact me over at Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in the Geek. We're over on YouTube. Go ahead, subscribe, be a part of it, comments up. We're on YouTube Live, we're on Twitch Live, and for the next month, we're also on Facebook and Periscope Live doing this stuff. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know, and we'll go from there. So until next.
What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we're going to take a look at the GameSir VX gaming half keyboard and mouse device for you to actually Nintendo Switch gaming or PC gaming. And it's a great little device. I did some testing. In fact, I've had this for a couple
a couple weeks here now, and I've been just playing games back and forth. So over on live. Geekazine over at YouTube, youtube.com/Geekazine, the live area, or Twitch, twitch.tv/Geekazine, which is kind of apropos to have games on gaming devices on there like that. But yeah, so you get to see what it was about if you were watching the live, and the controller where you can put it onto your console. And they have different types of consoles. GameSir has been doing this stuff for gamers for a little while here. So if you go down this page, you see different controller. This is everything you get. You've got the keyboard, you've got the mouse, and then of course this little dongle right here. The dongle is what makes this all work for your Xbox, for your PS4. You know, I do have to admit, I did put this into the front USB port because I was having some issues with my Xbox One, when I plugged it in the back. I'm not sure if that happens with all of them, but once I plugged it in the front, you plug this into your device, and then of course turn on the half keyboard and plug in the mouse into the keyboard, and then it recognizes everything. You're good to go. It's some simple stuff. It started with columns. I was geeking out on the old Sega stuff, and then I moved on to other things such as Fortnite and some of the other games. I can't tell you which one it is because I can't remember, but anyway, and I'm horrible at race cars. So I was doing that, and then of course once again I was doing a little bit of Fortnite. So as you can see up on the top right hand corner, I'm just using the keyboard and the mouse on my fingering, knowing the W key is forward and the other key, the S key, is back. Keys like the E, D, R, and stuff like that. Now, this is all app driven, so you can call up your GameSir app. It's the G-Crux app, if I remember correct. There we go. And with the G-Crux app, you can choose your controller. It's not turned on, which is why you're not seeing it. And then, of course, you can actually program all your keys through this app as you go. So it's a nice app, nice way to connect yourself and play the way that some of the pros. First of all, it's a wireless device. Doesn't look wireless, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. It is wireless to your Xbox One, to your PS4. It does have a fast response in a little bit of as much latency as any type of wireless keyboard can have right there. It does give you different mouse speeds. What I mean about that is speed. But when I'm gaming, I like that other mouse to be a little bit more drag. It does work with all the consoles, the Nintendo Switch, the Xbox One, and the PS4, and PC, Steam, whatever. And it is fully customizable, like I said, with the app. Some of the cons. Now, the thing is, the GameSir has a backlit keyboard system in one of their other devices, and this one was not backlit keyboard, but it's got, nice little pressure keys in there. So the mouse is not wireless, and it's got a pretty long cord on it, and Xbox or your PS4 hooked up. The main controller needs to be disabled so this can work. And in order to disable it, so what happens is you take this dongle and then you take a micro USB controller and you plug in the USB. It tells it that the GameSir is the primary controller. If you don't do that on the Xbox One, if you don't do that on the PS4, it won't work. So that means the problem with that is just the fact that then you've got to figure out a way to plug in that controller, and then it might be farther away than it can't be by your side. So if you need to switch to the controller for some reason, you can't do that. If you want to play with the keyboard, you have to plug in the controller first. And those pros and cons, let's take a look at the cons again. No backlit keyboard, mouse is not wireless, and the controller has to be connected to the Xbox One or PS4. If you can get beyond that, then this device is actually pretty nice, but not much of the keyboard gamer. So it's tougher for me to move around. But once I got an idea of how it worked, I was able to play games like Fortnite, that can be ignored because half the time I'm not looking at the keyboard anyway. You have to worry about that if you're doing gaming in the dark and you need to see the keys as you go. Other than that, other side, slap it together, use it as a regular keyboard, disassemble it, use it as a half keyboard. And then, of course, I'm not sure what they're going to do about the wireless device. It is a pretty decent price. We got the price down here in the show notes. Of course, whenever you watch this video, it changes, so we don't really talk about price too much inside the video. But it is a great aim switch, and of course, they have some other great products from Game Style. Let's go over there really quick. As you can see, gamepad controllers right there. We got touch rollers, we've got keypads, which includes the GameSir Z2, the VX aim switch, the Z. Different experience for playing your games. And you as a gamer, what do you think about keyboard gaming over product? Oh, that's the cons there. We'll talk about it and go from there. Text me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek, or you can go over to geekazine@gmail.com. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're everywhere. So check that out. And of course, but all opinions are of my own, so you can check everything out over at geekazine.com/reviews to find out my policy for that. In the meantime, this has been the GameSir VX Geekazine review. What do you think on it? Let me know and tweet it out in the comment down below. And of course, you can also you comment down below. You get the next video. Take care. And we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about how you can create some music onto your podcast, so you can be part of everything on there. So let's see. Let's go there. Let's go there. So it is background music, and I've got a recording live. As I'm recording, I want to just do it with the show. Some of you will record the event and put music after it. You can't put copyright music into the show. So AC/DC is out. Aerosmith is out. Any jazz standard is mostly out. Now, you can have public domain stuff. So the Star Spangled Banner, yeah. But I can sit here and go, oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? I should really finish this. Then there is copyright issue in that, because that's copyright music. You get the idea. So there are ways that you have not copyrighted music. There's services like I use a service called Epidemic Sound, which is track. Let's say you don't want to pay that $15 a month. You want to do something basic. You want to have like this background type sound. There's an easy way to do it. And if you have an iPhone or an iPad, it's super easy. If you have an Android, you can do it too. If you have a PC and you say, whoa, wait, what? Because, when GarageBand came out, it was like GarageBand had the ability to do all the podcasting. You could still podcast in GarageBand. It's a lot different nowadays. So, to the music. Let's bring the music back. Right here. Here's GarageBand running a simple track that I created here. So, and we'll go My Songs. And I'll hit the new song. And you see, I have, there's strings right there. Bass, guitar. And I can go through here and I can create a EDM thing. And I'm not going to hear what I'm going to sound. But as you can see, all the tracks are ready to go. And these, these are ready because that's not what GarageBand's about. So let's do this. Let's bring in a song. Okay, so now we're hearing this song. Let me hear it really quick. So I've got some audio. Bring this up. Off this track, and I can turn off this and turn off this. Go down here, turn these off. So now we just have whatever this sound is. Let me turn this down a little bit. So now, and of course I can change this around. So now we've got some cool music. And then we'll bring the drums back in here, the bass drum or whatever. What's supposed to be going on? I'm just kind of trusting what this is doing. But you get the idea. You can go in there, you can go to your songs, And I'll go back to my background song here. This is one I easily made. You just add a track, and you have these chords, which can do a single chord, or you can switch it over to a fretboard and go hit keys or something like that. And then not a copyrighted song, then you can do that fairly easy. And a lot of automation can happen here. So then here, let me just make sure. Okay. So it's working in the background and going from there. Now, let's say you don't have an iPhone. Let's say you have an there's programs for different things. And this is called Walkband. This is apparently the closest thing to GarageBand. And play the drums. You hit this dice button, and then it's gonna create its own sounds. And of course, this isn't the best Android tablet, so it's not. It's supposed to be copyright free, and if you do get dinged for it, then there's something seriously wrong, because they want you to make music, and that is a thing for Mac and PC where you can actually create chord progressions, and then you can use MIDI tracks or real tracks to make the music. And I talked to them and I said, well, either play as their backing tracks for their original music, or to make songs. And I did that for music creation. Now, like I said, if you have a working knowledge of music creation, if you know what the 1-4-5 chord progression is, you can easily put and then record that. Let's say you have a segment that's 7.5 minutes long. You record a 7.5 minute song and then put it as a backing track. You can even change the sounds, so you can change that as well and put a different song in there, and then of course all that's copyright free. And with all this, you enhance your podcasts. You enhance your stuff. I know that you want to have something that will basically give you, that you can use, that you can sell. And if other people can make it, then, well, that gets a little bit tougher. But they've also found that people that love your song, and they delving into that whole copyright of peer-to-peer networks and like Napster and stuff like that, is they found that people that downloaded this, and I don't know if we do that nowadays because we have things like Spotify out there, which say, here's the Apple Music, here's the music, $10 a month, you can download what you want. The music, I should support the artist. And it's different ways, because artists do make money off of Apple Music for the album, as opposed to millions of people downloading the music knowing that it's legal to do off of a Spotify. As long as I have the service, then do I pay for the music, and how does that work? So we won't get. Spotify's gonna have advertising in between your podcasts. And then you got to sit there and go, well, how much do I get from that ad? What will I get? And that's where that goes. But in the meantime, like I said, I'm going off topic here, but the whole point is that you can put controlled by you. And on how to record podcasts, I actually have an area where there are songs that I've created, album together, where you can use it for your podcasts, for your YouTube, for whatever. And it's totally copyright free. And then I'll have music that will be not copyright. Download songs to put into your music, because it adds a level, especially, like I said, if you change the emotion. If we go from angry, we play heavy metal during angry, to nice and light and airy, we play a nice little acoustic guitar or something like that behind it. And your audience will enjoy it. And if they, what are your thoughts on it? Now, you don't have to have music in your podcast. A lot of people want to have music before and after their podcast, to give more to their show. So what would you do? Let me know. You can comment down below and go from. We got DJ Corona right here spinning. We're going to talk about some cool speakers. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. where we rock with speakers. We got David here. How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Awesome. And we've got some great stuff from Gemini. Tell us a little bit about this.
So we're looking at times 4-inch satellite speakers.
Okay.
Everything you see, you get.
Okay.
For $4.99, you're getting a 12-inch powered subwoofer that's powering 2 satellite speakers for line arrays.
Cardio microphone. No specific brand.
No, it's a Gemini microphone.
Oh, it's a Gemini microphone. Oh, okay, that's a good point. So,
yeah, that's part of it. You know, we got to keep it all together.
So you said 600 watts. So this is perfect.
So you're coming in with one setup. You can just show up and play. You don't need multiple speakers. You don't need to go to different stores. Everything you have is included.
Okay, perfect. You also have some other speakers over here.
Absolutely.
Let's just go through the walkthrough really quick.
Sure. So we're looking at the S8 8-inch woofer.
Okay.
Okay. They both have 3 2-inch tweeters.
Okay.
And what we mean by multi-positional is you can arrange it like so. Okay, like so, or in the back and the rear of the unit, we have a mixer here built in. And on the mixer, you can decide what position it's in, and by doing that, it situates the sound in a way that fits perfectly for your...
Absolutely. You know, something like this I actually use for in-ears, which is really cool because then you can have some control over your in-ear mix from a drummer's standpoint or another musician's standpoint.
So these are our, we call them podcast mixers actually. So these are our, all with Bluetooth and USB playback included. So if you want to do like a backing track or something along those lines, you can.
Okay.
If you're a musician or if you're a podcast person, you have a plethora of inputs to make it.
Can you use the USB for a USB microphone? Okay. And of course we have a whole bunch of, so we'll just do a quick scan around here. So while we're doing this, why don't you tell us where people can go for more information?
Sure, you can go to GeminiSound.com to find information on all these products. We have our DJ division, our professional division, as well as our consumer division.
Oh yeah. Well, so DJ Corona is actually probably
MIDI compatible mixer, meaning you can use softwares like Serato or Virtual DJ or Tractor to control your music, launch your hotkeys. I hope you enjoy it. Everything at CES show is amazing. Don't forget to check out everything else.
Yeah. There you go. And of course, you can go over to Geekazine.com, check everything out. YouTube.com/Geekazine. Annyeonghaseyo, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're here in Korea at the Kinsex Center for G-Fair Korea. This is a major event here in Korea. Some tech stuff from there, because they've got a lot of interesting stuff. I'm learning and seeing a lot of cool products. I want to show you some of it right here. We're making some yummies right there. I got sausage and some pork and some onions and Let's give this a try here. So here we go. Very good. Put it over your body part. It's supposed to help. I believe it's just a tone, and we got a Four-Work Design Group. This is really cool. Check this out. Here I could record my shows, or this is probably just a silent room, just to get away from the hustle and bustle of the show or something like that. And you could definitely hear the difference and customize it if you need like a little bit of air fan or something like that in there. So let's go back outside. And as you can see, a lot of fabric led stuff here, from chairs, sitting implements to desks, and a whole bunch of company that have these types of mattresses. This is actually heated right here. So you lie down and get a nice therapeutic heat warming of your back in these stone type. You just lay on this right here. This looks like it's a coffee table, but it's a bed. And they have chairs, and then they have smaller for your back, for your whatever. And they for, I think, putting something hot in. This little heat light warms it up. From Design Park Corporation, look at your own little tiny home, wherever you need to. Easily collapsed and movable, as easy as that can be, for camping and more. This is nice. This is nice for a podcast place. It's kind of quiet too. So you're sitting in a nice little bench chair right here. The TV over here. And right behind me, we got a nice little kitchenette with a small refrigerator and stove, microwave on top. Take a look up. There we go. He's got a little skylight, bring in some natural light. Now I'm here with my friends over at MIK, Made in Korea, and aving.net. And if you see up here, you'll see the banner up there. And you can't see it, but Geekazine's logo is right there. I've got invited to do press pitching. And there's cool little products, startup products here, like robots to privacy, which is pretty cool. Hi, how are you? Looks like it's app controlled for the Talk Car. Is that the name of the company, Talk Car? Over here we've got the pitch area where companies have been pitching. They pitch and there's a panel of judges that you're not Jeffrey, but this is Joseph. Come on. So.
I'm Jeffrey Jr.
The Jeffrey Jr. Nice. Okay. Jeffrey Sr. Wow. I'm a generation of Jeffs right here. Look at that. That's a little Konglish right there, if I ever heard one. Konglish is the amalgamation of English and Korean Konglish. So, anyway, check this. This awesome. Look at that robotic arm. That's pretty cool. And up here, over here, looks like we got a window washing unit. Robot window mate. Oh, and I've seen you guys at CES. You guys won the CES 2017 award. We got some wrapping paper, design wrap over here. We've got, looks like PVC racks for your clothes. Looks like some support items. We've got, so as you can see, it's a whole bunch of different things. A garbage disintegrator. I can say that, yes. We got Dong Seafood. It's like some shower heads over here. So this is where I'm mostly located. And we're all basically getting meetings where we talk with some of these companies. You'll see a couple of those videos on Geekazine, products and smart PC. We're learning about from the coder. This is an IoT device.
Smart sound, smart package, smart learning tools.
These dots are put on the t-shirts, packages, and learning tools.
And also creates our app. When I scan this one, we can change any other URLs.
Okay.
What else you want? We use other applications, which called C-Sound.
Okay.
Codes on there.
Okay.
Cosmetic.
Okay. Oh, cosmetics. Okay.
Yes, cosmetic.
That's
Let's apply.
Time reverse shape.
Some other pages.
Okay.
And we can also have smart learning tools.
Okay.
Which one is this? ABC card for kids.
Okay.
And when I third one, Angel.
Nice.
The 3M is one of our clients.
All right.
Genuine authentication.
Oh, okay.
Yes. This one is 3.
So if this was a counterfeit,
then
you figure that out?
Yes.
Wow. Well, that's
of course.
That's not a bad idea.
Yes.
Does it work? Is it working? You'll hear some music, but check this all out. It's a regular boat. It's got some compartments in here. We got a nice little joystick. What? I'm going this way. I'm going this way. So that's the light. We'll turn the light off. Or it's now off. We'll turn it back on. We'll change the regular pontoon type boat, except it's shaped like a moon. It's 25,000 US dollars. Oh wow, $700,000 from Samsung? Okay.
That's why with that funding, so we launched in our products. So we got started in Samsung at $1,100. We launched this products in August last year.
이거는 안드로이드 버전이에요.
This is Android.
This is for Android.
First, download from your applications.
Okay.
그리고 그냥 커넥만 하면 바로
And then
연결돼요.
you connect it.
Is it called iSmart Palette? Is the name of the app? Okay.
왜 30개만 해놨는데
We
콘텐츠가 너무
set up
많아요.
only 30 contents. So this is some description about this very famous painting. You can expand and you either zoom out and zoom in.
Okay.
올리면은 색깔을
And you can paint it.
제일 굵은 거는
The thin color.
Okay.
You can shade and light on the screen.
디테일하게 그릴 수 있어요.
So you can paint it very detailed.
Mm-hmm.
You can mix it with the other two, other 12 colors. So you can mix it in 169 colors.
Okay.
색깔에 대한 그 편성은 아무것도 없다는
Mm-hmm. So you don't have to worry about any color.
Mine. Not mine, ours.
Yeah.
Mine.
Filling sensor called OpenWriter from Cover. Put that up there. There we go.
It has a speedometer function, and it shows speed and cadence and heartbeat, some kind of calorie, and then the history of the lighting and the ranking also. This sensor can measure speed and cadence. So you can change it more and fix this sensor on the crank arm of bike. And you want to measure speed, just fix on wheel hub. And in this year, we are product another consume so many battery when you're using navigation or the battery bank and the light and black box also in one set. As a one set.
These are out for sale. These are on sale right now.
What is it?
What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, what is it?
No, it's not for the YID. Maybe our plan is through Amazon or Indiegogo or Certificate. We have planned to sell this product through Kickstarter or Indiegogo or Amazon. Mine.
Oh, your own brand bike. Yeah, oh, wow. Okay.
And as you see,
oh, there's a sensor. Okay.
Yeah, this is sensor to measure cadence. You can fix on the crank arm.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you want to measure speed, just transmit the data speed and cadence to smartphone.
Okay.
Yeah, through Bluetooth and Ant Plus.
Okay.
Yeah. And it can send to another cycling computer. And this feature is open like the speedometer screen, and it can navigation. I can show other screen, and using this application in English
or Korean.
Yeah. You can change your language in the setting mode. Anyway. It has a function to navigation speedometer, and this screen shows speed and maximum speed and average speed and wind direction and the cadence and heartbeat and the distance. Any other lot of information shows through.
And of course, the multitude, the plethora of face creams and masks. And all that other good stuff. Pretty sweet. Ear massage. I can hear some. There's like little. You can't feel this, but there's like there's little tongues coming in and out and going on the pressure points of the ear. I think play music. No, just the crickets.
Not technical.
Okay. Okay, well, you know, you can sit back and relax. Is it 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay. So there's different time settings on here. Powers with Geekazine, and thank you guys very much. Thanks to our friends over at Aving.net for bringing me here to Korea. Had a great time. I awarded a winner. I can't say much more about it. So Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Think Magazine for anything else that I've done, including the 5 tech things about South Korea that'll be coming out if it's not out already. And we'll go from there. So thanks a lot for watching, you guys. Geek out and take care. From G Fair Korea, Asio. Going to unbox the GL iNet Slate. Oops, there it is. GL iNet Slate Gigabit Wireless Router. It is a Geekazine unbox. We are going to check, and I can use it portably. It's got a very low footprint, very low. It's light, super lightweight. So I can actually use that to create IP addresses for multiple computers. And hit that bell notification for the next video, because we're going to do a lot more unboxings. Of course, we've got CES, we've got NAMM, we've got NAB, we've got South by Southwest. Just a ton of conferences, lots of videos you can check out over there. So let's meet Slate really quick here. To it that I like. You can put in a micro SD card, 128 gigabyte, and be able to use it for storage. So if you're at a conference or something here, maximum 300 megabits per second on basically 2.4G, and then 433 megabits per second on 5G Wi-Fi speeds. We got 3 gigabit ports in here. And so that will slide this down. Basically a piece of paper right there. And then we got the box. Let's bring it up and go, oh, something like that. We got a support card right here and a warranty card. We'll put that right there. We'll grab this. This is the device itself. Let's take it out of its plastique. There we are. Any more powerful antenna? That's too bad. Got the TF card slot right here. We've got USB. This one is meant for powering the device, and then of course this one you can probably tether your phone or something like that. And then of course, like it says, it's got the 3 links. 2 of them are in to give you internet or something like that, and you're not using the wireless then you can do that. And then of course these 2 will go out to your computers to help you with that. Over here, looks like we have a power button and a mode button. And with this mode button, this can hook you up to that. So let's just set this right here for now. We got a small box right here. And just so you know, I don't know if I mentioned this already, but I did purchase this outright. So everything can be found over at geekazine.com/reviews. Everything's my own opinion. And we got 2 cables here. The first cable is the USB connection. This one, next one's just a standard Ethernet cable. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to plug it into this laptop right here, and then we'll power. But I'll definitely use this to power the device, because you can definitely do that. So we'll bring this in, plug it in. There we go, nice and plugged in. And then we're gonna just plug this into a USB wing. We'll find this wireless. I got 2 wireless cards in here. I will take one out. So for setting up, we gotta look for the GLAR. There they are. And this will take a minute to power on. These are not going to be super fast. So we got 3 things. We got the power. This is the power light. Looks like we've got the... Okay, this you'll know. So everything looks ready to go. So now we should see the device in here. There we are. We got the 5G and we've got the 2G, so we'll just choose that security, but we're just using the defaults right now, just to show you what we've got. Bang, enter the security key, which is Good Life. And once again, I'll change that once I hit this all. It's trying to figure out if there's an external source for internet, which there is none. So there, yep, it says no internet and secured. So let's take a look at the properties really quick. And there we are. We're into the router itself. It's saying choose your language. We'll 3, 4, 5. Weak. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll submit that. So basically this is it. We have the in, we have the out, we have a VPN option here. So we can bring in, we got 1 wireless client, which is the laptop, of course. We can scan my Wi-Fi. I can use my phone to connect up there. I can tether in a 3G or 4G modem or my phone with a cable. So it's a really cool device. The previous version that I had, it's a little bit more powerful and allows me to actually set up 2 zones on the network, so I can have one of those ports go to my cameras and the other one go to my computers, and then they can work separately. A Slate gigabit wireless router over at Geekazine.com. If you have any questions, feel free to tweet me, feel free to Facebook me, feel free to LinkedIn me, Instagram me, whatever, over at Geekazine. That you'll find, hey, the next video is coming up. You better watch it. It's important. So, and of course, even on Geekazine, I have on the bottom right-hand corner, it has that little notification to tell you when the next post comes up on Geekazine. Let me know. Till next time, you guys geek out and take care. Jeffrey Powers, NAB 2000 on Geekazine. So, Matt, what are we going to talk about today?
Well, we're going to talk about an exciting new product that we have. It's our rugged drive called Armor ATD, which is our all-terrain drive. It's part of our rugged family, and we'll show the entire family.
And the camera, we'll go from there.
All right, so our Armor ATD all-terrain drive, we announced at the show. It comes in a 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, and 4 terabyte. The 1 terabyte's at $89, and this is our entry-level rugged drive. It's got waterproofing to IP54, so let's see, go to USB-A.
Okay.
It's crush-proof to 1,000 pounds. Wow. So 1,000 pounds crush-proof, nice metal here, and it's also drop-proof to 1 meter. Okay. So the real nice part about this is if you're, using this out on your camera or from videos,
or I'm very frustrated and I end up throwing it across the quad.
Well, you don't want to throw it across the quad. You kind of want to just back up your photos on this, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And if you throw this one, it should survive.
Okay.
All right. So there you go. But this is a great product, entry level. And once you go from runs with a USB-C at a total speed of 500 megabytes per second sustained. We got that little blue in there. That blue is a heatsink. That heatsink makes sure that and you can get it in 2 terabytes. And this is just wonderful. You go get it today, anytime, and you can get it right now.
Okay.
You'll buy it.
I'll take it. Oh, how much is that?
This one depends. If you get it 500 gigabytes, we're in the $130 range.
Oh, good. Go for it.
So this is our G Drive Mobile Pro SSD.
Okay.
And the cool part about this is using latest NVMe technology. It's all Thunderbolt-based video editing in the field.
Awesome.
So certain people want this. They want demanding performance, and this delivers.
Okay.
So the really interesting, fun thing about it is it's rugged as well. It's crush-proof. Not as waterproof in this case, because we made some sacrifice for speed and that, but it's really, really a great drive that just gets the job done in a rough and tumble environment.
Okay.
All right, 2 terabytes, and this is 500 gigabytes up to 2 terabytes as well. We announced our 2 terabytes here at the show.
Okay. Do you have a price point on that yet or no?
On the 2 terabytes, I don't have the price point on this, and our other price points are pretty comparable, around 200. All right.
So where do people go for more information?
Well, more information, go to g-technology.com. You can go right to our site and actually make some purchases as well.
Okay, perfect. And we got really quick. We got a nice little setup here for the videographer.
Your red camera, right? You're filming your camera. You're doing all your things, and now you're done, right? You got your cartridge with all your. Go ahead and copy your data to the hard drives up here.
Okay.
So the real interesting part on this is our EV series. It's our G-Speed Shuttle XL.
Okay.
You can configure this with all drives and just get up to a whole. Let's say you got some Atomos media you got from us from your Atomos system. You can plug it in just like the red, and you can go ahead and back everything up. So the really cool part about this is you configure this before your production. You get it all set. It plugs in via Thunderbolt directly into your Mac.
Yeah.
And ship it to wherever you need. Everything's there. There's no cables and everything. It's one cable going to your Mac. And then the real cool part is, let's say you've ingested all of your stuff, your piece, and ship this out. So I can ship multiple copies out and keep plugging in new ones and copying as I need.
Can I do that with the?
But it also has a SATA side, so we can get the speeds, right? So.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate that much. It's a great run through of everything here, Matt.
Awesome.
Action coming your way. So go ahead and like, subscribe, comment, click that bell for notification for the next video. Until next time, you guys geek out and store on. Hey, 2019, their 5th of the year, and we're about ready to walk into the hardware hall, which is right here, and see what's going on. So let's start with the owls. We're here at Hackster.io, and they got some pretty cool stuff here. The AI robot owl, and the TR-10 robot. So you got a lot of development boards here. This is the Ultimate 96 boards. And an AI interface right here. So here I am. And I could win. Can I win something cool? Are you spinning it for me? Spin it. Come on. Oh, no, I got to really spin it like this. There you go. Big money, big money, big money, big money. Good. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks. Yeah, I cheated. That's how it works. To cheat every now and then, you got to do that. So, all right. So you got some more boards. And what app are you running right now? Nothing right now. Is that like a kiosk or something? Did they get you with your mouth full?
Yes, I'm
sorry. Okay.
And you can, the mini set, I believe, is what's doing the sort of the interfacing, and I think that's what it's doing, right, Joel?
Yeah, I don't think it's running any app right now. But basically, it's just showing the board.
Just showing the board?
To configure a quick time to market solution.
Okay.
It's a quick PLE solution. So either for development, or we have customers that are actually going to market with something like this, so they don't have to develop it all themselves.
So people don't really need a physical board if they want to play with FPGAs. They can rent instances from like AWS for $1 something per minute. Use it to accelerate their applications. We also are.
Well, you got a lot of stuff here, so yeah.
Free ebook download, technology, machine learning, and our Python framework, which is over here.
Okay.
So we're showing off Pink.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, this is pretty interesting. This is a part of Hardware Boulevard. Here's something interesting: the phone charger to go. So you can go. And then you return it to this little hive-looking thing. So that's pretty cool. And they charge $1 for that, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad. What else do we got? We just walk down Hardware Row. There's no story behind their food. Nobody around, so we'll just keep going. Mojo Mobility.
Really started with consumer electronics. So if you guys are familiar with what AirPower promised by Apple, we were actually able to, as it's a Qi compatible device, it will charge on the surface, continuously charges across the surface. So like you can place it anywhere across this mat.
Okay.
You could do multiple devices across it.
What's the box for then?
So the box, we adapted this technology, and for the past few years we've been working with
So
this.
that's okay. That would be a cell inside of an electric car.
Right. So this would be the component that would go with the electric car. You would have basically a receiver that gets mounted on the bottom of the car, and then you would drive over a parking space.
Awesome.
We
Cool.
successfully demonstrated.
We're good. Thank you very much. Mojo Mobility. All right, let's move on.
Do 3D bioprinting, so like body parts.
Oh yeah, body parts. Wow. I need a new spleen. Can I get a new spleen?
We're not quite to that level yet.
Oh, okay.
So like we can do simple things like the low hanging fruit, but we can print with bio inks and biomaterials.
Okay.
And so the method behind it is like you create the scaffolding.
Okay,
right
like
here,
that,
so
that's what inner ear. Okay.
And then what we do is we print out something like this, where it's like porous, and then and then we print cells on top of it.
Okay. Cool.
And then we can grow like ears and stuff.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on. We got a nice little bio area here, in the Midwest. And then over here we got Ryobi, Ryobi.
That's including
Ryobi. Look at that. It's a Ryobi.
It is.
It's a robot.
Age 3 to 7 in language learning.
All right. Cool. Thank you very much. All right. And our friend is doing some recording, so we won't get in his way.
That's cool.
No, please. So
Please get my way.
we got a little robot here. What company are you with?
Orangewood Labs.
Okay. Cool. And you make robotics.
Yes.
Robotics. So
we're a Y Combinator backed startup.
okay.
And we're making
A limited amount of time before the live stream starts again. That's Simplexity. We got What do you guys make? Oh, tell me more about you. Don't tell that. We'll talk about that later.
Oh, okay. We're a product development, engineering, and design firm. Actually, this is our director of business development for the Bay Area.
Hi.
What would you like to know? Electrical engineering, firmware, software, moving parts, mechatronics, those are all parts of what we do. About 90 people, 4 West Coast offices. We're all in the same time zone, and we're really nice.
Cool. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Everybody says it that way. They get that some sort of accent that they've never had before, and say, "Let's play some cricket." So, what was the inspiration on this thing?
So my boss is from India, so tier of, I think it's either second or very top tier of cricket in India.
Okay.
So he was fascinated by trying to make a game that hit it in the air.
So do that again. Don't hit the camera when you do that. Oh.
You want to just reach in and just try.
I got to be the batsman.
Yeah,
okay.
Just try the side ball.
Again.
Let's try one more.
Yay! I hit it.
And so that particular arcade break room game like foosball with a digital aspect. So you can see we have a large scoreboard, and this does all of your commentary, milestones, achievements, things like that. And so the sensors here is obviously we're limited in where we can sense. So this button, if you manage to hit it outside the net, you push this to tell.
Tell it that this is removable. Okay.
They'll catch it.
Okay, and then you say they catch it. Okay, cool.
So I can move these, or the real sport where if you hit it slower than a regular person would be able to catch it.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot. Take care. All right, let's move on. We got Berkeley Sourcing Solutions, hardware startup. Yeah, being a drummer. That's cool. Lots of lunch right now, which is what I should be doing. But you know, hey, that's only food. So as you can see, lots of hardware-based companies here. This is Propel, platform for future brands. You got how do you pronounce? Could be your watch battery. This could be your.
So this is generation 1 and 2 smartwatch.
Okay.
And then gradually they've been adjusted due to the resizing of the PCBs.
Okay.
So now we can use the circular ones and the more square ones for the watches. And then you have smart rings.
Is gonna fit right there on my finger.
Right there, easy.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. We're in Hong Kong now. Asia's World City, right there.
Here we go to Hong Kong where the business goes to grow.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. All right. So this is more than just products. You know, it's about pitching your company. You can talk to them, and let's move on from there. We're getting towards the full circle here. So let's. We got breadware. We make IoT product development simple. But
we don't manufacture. We do toy design and development work.
Oh, okay. So if I have an R2-D2, or actually, you know, it's really funny is at my mom's home, they have these cats sitting there for them to pet, which is pretty cool.
It has different emotional states on those little tags.
So it goes Aflac. Oh, okay. Okay. So
this is for kids with
very
difficult diseases.
Tell me how much you get.
Okay.
To help them communicate how they're feeling about like different procedures and stuff like that.
It's kind of like when you go into the store and you see that. What do you like about the experience?
Yes.
You can go.
When the duck feels more comfortable, turns out the kids feel more comfortable.
Okay.
So there's different. I mean, we're all about the user experience and content, gameplay, design, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Right now. You can do all that on your phone.
Can I do it on my home Google? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. We got some more product development here from Savvy Print Solutions. It looks like probably the boxes. So if you need a box for your from ANSYS, Altair PBS Works for the Altair Startup Program. Simulated driven innovation. So, hi, how's it going? And we've got a little VR experience from NIST here. Yeah, well, it looks real. And then free chocolate from our friends over at Dragon Innovation here, manufacturing for rush order, hardware product logistics for rapid growth. And excuse me. So you guys take these products and then you kind of push them into the next level? Is that what's going on, or?
We're like warehouse fulfillment center. So these are our clients.
Okay.
Once they've gone through manufacturing,
okay.
Back end execution.
So you have enough stock in the Midwest and enough stock in the East Coast and for the orders. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Flexible solutions for rapid growth.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. We build microcontrollers. Can I have one? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Microcontrollers, yes.
Microcontrollers. The computer that's everywhere.
Like this one right here.
Like that one right there.
So if I need like well, in this case that would possibly be that could be a. Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's move on really quick. We got a line eye. I saw a little bit about it. It's about spreadsheets and kind of controlling your. You guys make all these products right here, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Design, yep.
Okay. So the engineer idea, you take it and then put it in, make it into production, right?
Yeah. And sometimes there's fragments, like one aspect of a design we will drive, or yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, well, thank you very much. More live streams, and of course all those live streams, those videos are going to be produced into actual 30-minute videos that you can watch over on Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. That was Hardware Alley. I'm going to build day live over at Cohesi. So next time you guys geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're in my garage because I reviewed the product. I did not get paid to do this review. All opinions are of Geekazine. If you want to know more about that, go over to geekazine.com/review. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and today we're in the garage and we're going to be doing some cooking. You say to yourself, why wouldn't I cook in my... Decided to set up and do some cooking in the garage with the Heston Q. Now, you don't have to cook in your garage. You can actually cook outside. Yeah, RVers love this because they can take it with them if you've got like a tiny home or on a table and cook away. So we got the Heston Q system. This is an induction burning system. Let's take this off the device. This is the inductive burner. Basically what it is a bunch of magnets that are going around heating up the system hot, just like any other stove will get hot. Keep in mind you want to keep your paper and stuff away beyond safe surfaces that you can cook upon, and of course be ready for any type of pan. And they've got two pans here. We've got the main pot, which you can do soups, you can do lobsters, you can do lots of cool cooking and baking stuff in here. And then of course we've got the nice little pan here, a little bit of frying. I know I'm one of them. I love my eggs either sunny side up or over easy. I like the little runny yolk in there. And sometimes that's tough to do. We've got the inductive plate here on the iron skillet. You can use a lot of different types of iron skillets. They say don't use a cast iron skillet. Very important. But you can bring your own pots and pans if they have the iron core, because that's what it needs to do. These are actually in the handle. I'll show you right here on the overhead. You basically twist this off. This is where the battery goes in once you put the triple battery in, but the other one also needs a battery to run in. It runs the Bluetooth, it runs the sensor to let you know when it's time to cook. Now I'm going to take this pan off and I'm going to replace it with my other piece that I Q app. And it's gonna do, it has a lot of different recipes, and not just for just this induction burner. It shows you how to do some cooking in the oven, shows you how to do some cooking on how you can use the sous vide and the Heston Q to really make your meals pop out. We got a lot of things. The first one, of course, we've got eggs. We want to show you how to make eggs. Every type, there's different types of eggs, crispy bacon and eggs. And so we have the two buttons here. The first button is the power dial right here, which is going to activate the Q on its own, which is the pan on top. Now, the other thing you got to be aware of is to have this as level as possible. There were a couple times, because it's actually doing, the magnets are heating up this, so this will vibrate, move around. So you want to have a nice level playing field when you're cooking all of this. All right, it's going to search for my device, which will take a minute or two. Now it starts in the app and it says measure your ingredients, and in this case we're only doing one large egg. Extra, we got that I was going. So we'll hit the next step. It says to prepare the eggs. Well, large eggs, crack 2 eggs into a small bowl, making sure that you keep the yolks intact. prepare your burner. And we do that by hitting the power button and then the triangle to let it know that it's going on here. Add some Q is preheating the pan. And you might want to have this by, or have the spatula by to kind of mix around the oil on the pan. And once again, very important to have this pan on a level surface, because then it's going to, you can see the temperature right there from the pan. Now it's time to add the eggs, and in this case we're going to add just the one egg as we go. So we're going to hit that and bring that down. Alright, we'll hit the next step. More of an over easy as opposed to sunny side up. You want to put a cover on top of that so the top also gets cooked as well. And once again, like I said, if you want the top a little bit frosted over, you want to put this on top here, and it will adjust on the heat. Now I've done a little bit more than just frying eggs for sure, like in this vegetables, while I was grilling my proteins right on the grill. It's a great combination for that. And they've got some great recipes. Like I said, they show you how to do some oven baked stuff. They show you how to use your sous vide if you have one. They show you how to do different things for the whites immediately surrounding the yolks. Okay, well I don't have a spoon. Let's just see if the spatula works. It didn't say a spoon, did it? I don't remember saying a spoon. All right, let me put some oil on top. And there you go. All right, next up, we're gonna do the one thing that you probably want to know a little bit more about, and that's making a steak. That's what we're gonna do that. So we got the steak, and I'm not going to actually be crushing cloves of garlic. Also, another thing that they don't talk about at the beginning is measuring the width of your steak, how thick your steak is. Mine's about 1/4 inch, so you gotta know that because they're gonna ask you that during the whole thing. So let's hit the get started. Now it's asking, is your New York strip tempered? Place the Heston pan on the burner. Next step, how thick is your New York strip? And what we want, do we want it pink and juicy, rare, a touch of pink in the middle, or well done? We like a pink and juicy steak. So let's hit the next step. So now we've got to pair the device. Dry the steak using a paper towel. Thoroughly dry your steak. Let's just pat them down. There we go. Next step. Choose your salts. We're actually using kosher salt. All right. Next step. Add the steak. Carefully add. Now, once again, these are hot pans, so carefully add your steak to that. You can hear that. A little bit. I'm gonna hit next step already. Now it says about a 148 at 405 as it's going. It didn't say to add the garlic. Do what they're saying, or kind of improvise a little bit as you go. But as we go, we got about 1:09 left before we go and flip the steaks. So I'm gonna grab my tongs this time. See the front there, but the lines, and it's on a full 100% on the heat. And we're doing this all from my garage. That's pretty cool. We just flip the steak. We're going to take that garlic, we're going to put it on top of here. Put it on top of here. Now another good thing this is for, use the pots. In Midwest, in Wisconsin, we make broth. So by having this out here, we can actually boil the brats out here and not put the smell in the kitchen, and then when they're ready to go on the grill, boom, we put them on the grill. It's now reduced the temperature that you cook the steak, just kind of flipping the steak. So it says flip the steak again, so we're gonna do that. And this time we're gonna keep this garlic on there. I'm gonna hit next step, and just a touch more garlic. Steaks are done. Probably just soak up some of the grease there. There we go. Next step, the pan. Now you can clean the pan using a little bit of water as well. I always think of it like with a cast iron pan. You want to put a little bit of water in, let it boil up, wipe it out with a towel. Although these aren't dishwasher safe, you can wash them with soap and water you can cook a lot more, but you get the idea of what this system is about. Now let's talk about price. Let's talk about availability. It's available now. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them at the Heston Q store. The websites, all the links are going to be down in the show notes there. The base price is outside of your kitchen. This can really start paying for itself pretty quick. And of course, the Heston, you have the regular burners. You could actually replace your stove with their Heston range, which they do have. And they have other different cookware with more cookware. The one thing, there's some things you need to worry about. Once again, like I said, you want to be in a well-ventilated area. When you're not in front of your stove, you don't have your grease trap above you. So the grease can escape in any direction. That's a good idea. The other thing is to always have fire extinguisher. Be prepared if something does catch on fire. Even though you're not, even if you lift this up and touch right here, this is over 150 degrees at least right now, and this has been cooling down for about 2 minutes. It's going to cool faster than a stove for sure, but it's something that you got to be aware of. So if you're going to be cooking on it, don't think you can just pick it up, move it somewhere. Using this and you put this on a picnic table or something like that, you might want to have some sort of shim, some way to level this so the pan doesn't go going back in here. And of course, cleaning it out. Clean it out like you would a cast iron pan, you'll be fine. I love this alternative cooking. Cooking with the sous vide, cooking with the air fryer, cooking with the Heston Q. You can do a lot more, and the best part is this app, right? It's going to show you how to do it in the oven in that same multi-step way that it's doing, minus the fact of monitoring the heat. The app also allows, goes down to the bottom, it tells you how warm to hot the cooking is gonna be through those lines. You can also go into the app and say, I want to make sure this is at 400 degrees, and you can set it there. And set up, you say, I want it at a simmer temperature, and hit 7 minutes, and then it's going to let you know. It's really nice to do when you're outside in that sweltering heat. You can go inside for a few minutes and cool off and know when it's time to come back to finish up the way that this burner could level itself. The pans are well made, so that's going to add to my cooking needs and uses. And technically, I suppose we could use these on a regular stove, but I would say take the battery off and then put it back in. Hang them up like you would any other pan, and you're good to go. So Heston Q, perfect for RV life, perfect for some camping life. If you have electricity, doesn't matter how people think you made it, as long as you made it, right? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, thanks a lot for watching. Remember, like, subscribe, comment down below, hit the bell notification, and I'm having some steak. See you later. Taking these with me. Bye. Now in 2019, Jeffrey Powers with Anthony. We're going to talk about hook audio and binaural recording for your iPhone and other devices next on Geekazine. So pretty interesting stuff here. Of course, when we listen on our phone or we record on our phone, it's usually...
I like to say we record audio on our phones the equivalent of walking around with one ear.
Okay.
It's mono, it's flat, two-dimensional.
All right.
What we at Hook Audio are trying to do is bring recording on your smartphone to full 3D sound and full binaural audio.
Okay.
And the way we're doing that is through a device, the wireless headphones.
Okay.
The concept here is that we don't want people to add another piece of gear to their lives.
Yeah.
It's hard to walk out the door and be like, let me grab my phone, my headphones, and my microphones. With this, we bring it all into one device, and it attempts to change the way you record the world in a super easy way.
Okay.
You pair them to your phone, they work like a regular pair of Bluetooth headphones. You got your microphones is as simple as opening up our mobile app.
Okay.
You open up the mobile app, sends a message, transforms them from headphones into microphones, and immediately allows you to record video or audio only in rich binaural audio.
Okay.
Now,
Is that iOS and Android, or?
We've built the first dual-channel lossless Bluetooth recording codec.
You built the recording end or the listening end, or both?
It's kind of both. So on the listening end, you're just using your standard Bluetooth to listen back.
So that's a Bluetooth 4 type
correct codec that we're sending.
So what's the latency on that?
0.0043 milliseconds of latency.
As opposed to, do you know what the standard Bluetooth latency is?
Oh man, it can vary depending on how much Bluetooth traffic is in the area. Okay. But you know, enough to see separation between visual and audio.
So 0.4
Wait, 0043.
0043.
We could really say 30 to 40 feet.
Oh, okay, that's nice. And you don't get too much cut out from 30 or 40 feet, or
no. And in a place like this, where there are thousands of Bluetooth devices,
have somebody trying to compete with that.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea.
And now that's for the phone, but you can also connect it to other devices. There's Bluetooth, so you can connect it like a regular Bluetooth device,
Right.
but you don't have a piece.
So if you want to record to something that doesn't have Bluetooth, we've invented this.
Yeah.
When plugged into the GoPro, and the other is for the external mic on a field recorder, DSLR, computer.
My camera, stuff like that. So.
Camera like that.
That is awesome.
So really, it's the most versatile binaural microphone on the market, like a little Argyle print as a special edition.
That's awesome.
This is a theater hack. I used to be a theatrical sound designer, and this is a lavalier windscreen. So basically, this goes onto the earbud, fits like that, pops through. You put the. I'm hoping to.
All right,
got to
cool.
sell a few more units.
Got it.
That's
Yeah, oh,
the
yeah,
idea.
yeah. You just, now you started out 2014, right? And
That's right.
you had a very successful crowdfund.
Yeah, you know, in 2014, I like to say you couldn't really put the port to say, hey, there's something behind this.
Okay.
We launched in the summer of 2017, been in the market for about a year and a half, and we're about to open up to some retail locations in the beginning of 2019.
That's awesome. What's the plans for? Are you looking for any companies to come and partner with you, or
A company that has a product very similar to ours. It's wired. It only works on an iPhone. We do have the patent on the wireless recording tech.
Okay.
But we're seeing, you know, in the 3D audio space, not only innovation in playback, but now in recording.
Okay.
It's kind of like you saw the Super Bowl recorded in HD.
Now?
Correct.
What do we got for price points?
So you can buy them on our site. They retail for $239.
Okay.
We actually have a promotional deal right now on our Amazon. You can buy them on Amazon at $159.
And I'll have that link in the show notes down below. So you are planning a wireless. Ooh, and then the bridge, and then the
bridge, the note,
the coda, and
yeah, coda. The Fermata, which is just a big long pause. There's actually no product release.
And then, all right, where do people go for more information?
Check out our site. It's HOOKE audio.com. That's hookaudio.com. The E is for ears, as we say.
Binaural for, not only just for recording, but for podcasting and all that other good stuff. Hook it up to your phone, hook it up to your camera. Tell us what you think. Let me know in the show notes. Comment down below over at youtube.com/Geekazine. Like, comment, subscribe, bell. You got that part. We got a lot more. Just geek out with us and we'll all rock out. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we are FDW. You got that number, right? It's engraved in your hand, right? We do. Yeah, we're talking printers today, and of course you can check everything out over at Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in a geek. YouTube.com/Geekazine, where you can like, subscribe, comment. And we're live. We're live either doing reviews like this or pre-recorded content. And everything is over at Geekazine. And of course, we've got the new merch, including the podcast merch over at geekazine.com/merch. Be a part of the Patreon over at patreon.com. Today, we are taking a look at the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M148D FDW, not DWF, FDW. And because DWF is Dallas Fort Worth, and you're probably not in Dallas. Printer that comes right out of the box, and you throw in a whole ream of paper, can do 1,000 pages just like that, because it comes with the toner, comes with the drum right in the box. Recording and everything can change. We did get product, just so you know. We did get the printer to review. All opinions are of my own. You can go over to up here, and of course the unboxing video will also be found on YouTube as well. You can go there. But here it is. This is the printer itself. It's relatively small. It's about, I'd say about 20 to 25 pounds relative, as opposed to my 577, which is a two-person job. And that's tough. That's a lot heavier. But anyway, it's a smaller printer. It's got less features than with the 577, of course. This is black and white only. This does double-sided. This does, this hooks up to your Ethernet. This hooks up a lot more. Straightforward, nice printing. And like I said, you set it up, you take all the tape off, and then you turn it on, you connect it up to your network. Different types of paper types. Up on top, there's a little latch that goes down. You can kind of see it. And inside that latch, you can do envelopes and a couple other different size papers. Once you close that, it's ready to go. You have the scanner, of course, up. And we lift this part up. the thing beeps at us because it says, "Don't do that, the door is open." But this is where your toner is, and it's a 2-piece toner system. It's relatively small, as you can see, but it can get about, I think it was said about 20,000 prints on the page. We'll go back to the page in a second here. So we have the toner here, and then of course we have the drum, which pulls out in your cabinets when you have stock for the toner printer to come back in. So you put that back in, you bring that down, you bring this down, it says, "Hey, I'm initializing," and there you go. And if we unplug it, it's, hey, that's no big deal. So on the back, we have, there we go. This is for if you have any type of jams or anything like that. And then about, oh yeah, let's bring it into play. Down here, this is where we've got your fax machine right here and right here. We got your Ethernet right here, and then of course a USB-B cable that will fit right there. If you notice, there is no USB, and that's kind of sad. You know, I would figure that that's something that people would want on there, but if you think about it, there are some companies that don't want you to have that functionality. They want you to print through page through a zoom in first of all on this panel here. This is the panel. As you can see, it's not the LCD panels that you've been seeing on a lot of these printers. This is a little bit more taking the step back. With the menus is pretty straightforward. All you have to do is hit the button and go from there. You want to configure the wireless, you can do that from there. And then of course you have P-Smart software, which then connects up to the printer and of course tells you what you have, your estimated cartridge and everything like that. It's all pretty touch screen from there. So you can do your printing from here, or you can do your printing from the PC, from the Mac, or through the scan. This top button is how you scan. So you can put the paper on the top tray, or you like number of copies and stuff like that. So over here we have the fax information. If you have a fax machine, which I do not, we'll just turn that off. It's a little in a odd spot, but you know, hey, it works. It works, as you can see, pretty easy to navigate through. You'll feel like it's the 90s again with this printer when you're navigating through. But hey, you know, notification buttons, it does print, copy, scan, and fax. It will do a black and white up to 30 pages per minute, and that includes double-sided if you need it to go double-sided. And you can do double-sided flip, or you can do flip. Either way. Duty cycle up to 12 printer that you can that'll work for you. Print quality is 1200 by 1200 DPI, not the best quality out there, but this is meant for like directions or something like that. They do have the print resolution fast res 1200 technology in there to help with making in the specifications if you want to check it all out. Now let's take a look at some of the pros and cons of this printer, because there are a move around put up into wherever you need to move it to. It's dual-sided printing, so black and white, of course, 30 pages per minute, and it's ready to print right out of the box. So you're ready to go, boom, there you are. One of the cons is setting it up here, and that is no native wireless configuration. And I will talk about that in a second. WPS or PIN on first configuration. There's no USB drive support, which I talked about. The scanner top actually slams down. You got to watch out for that. And there's the first part, and that's the setup. When I went to set this printer up, it asked me either I got to do the WPS, which is basically you go to your router. There's usually a little button that and then it then connects up. Now, you can also connect up direct through Ethernet, and you can use the USB to connect in there. And it said you go into the app. You go to your Wi-Fi. Well, what's the Wi-Fi SSID and password? It didn't do that. In fact, there was Pro MFP M148. You get the idea. And so when I went back into the app, it did absolutely nothing. Software update on the app, and that, of course, was on the iOS device. I did not test it on the Android device. Now, They say that you can otherwise plug it into your network via Ethernet cable, and then give it an IP address, and then go to the page, because there is a configuration page, and I'm going to show that to you right now. There's the configuration page, and in here, once I figured that out, I was able to configure it without WPS, but that seems to be a longer way to get to where you need to go. Now, all right, so you get the toner with basic toner with like 2,000 prints a month, then $84.99 for that one, and go from there. And of course, if you need to get the drum, there's the drum that's $88.89 at the time. 3 toners before you get a new drum. And let's see, cartridge yield is 23,000 pages on that, as opposed to this, which you get the idea on that. So about 1,200 pages, you're replacing your toner at about $45, $46 a recharge. So not too bad if you're only doing, like I see on that. But once we go back here, it fits right on the corner of my desk. So it'll probably take up a good corner. But if you're doing if you need something to print out some other features, we did take a look at what they were saying around the web, that of course being on Amazon's website, HP's website, and of course the other places that you can buy this. And we're seeing about a 3.5 stars to me, and I totally agree on that. It actually was documentation for 3 or 4 different printers, and like I said, with the setup, it said you go in and you connect up to the printer, and then you can set up your wireless stuff, and that wasn't happening for me, not at all. So it does, once it's hooked up, you hook it up to your phone, the computers see it pretty quick, and next thing you know, you're printing just like you would up via USB. Then you're good to go, and this prints up pretty good. No jams that I've had so far, but I've only used this for a short while. Set it up that I found yet. To set it up to double side print every single time. So, but you can configure it in. This is the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M148 FDW. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I'm not support. You should probably contact support if you have a technical issue to begin with. I get a lot of those comments and questions and qualification for the next video. And watch everything over on twitch.tv/Geekazine as well. Thanks a lot for watching. You've been watching the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M148 FDW. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're taking a look at a printer from our friends over at HP. This is the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M. We print 1,000 pages right out of the box with toner and everything. I'm not sure if paper's in there, and we're going to find out. It's pretty lightweight, and it is a nice little printer to have. And of course, you can also attach it to over on youtube.com/Geekazine, no, twitch.tv/Geekazine, Facebook Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment. Hit that bell notification for the next video. Lots of cool consumer tech, music tech, and all that other cool tech in between. Black and white, and it is it's got a lot of great features, including sharp text, bold blacks, affordable running costs, and a drum designed to last up to 23 to 30 pages per minute. And since it's only black cartridge, you can get 7.3 seconds per sheet. Duty cycle of 20,000 pages, and mostly 200 to 2,000 pages. So what we're going to do is we're going to unbox this puppy. We got it right behind me here. Let's switch over to that one. There it is, right there, right here. There's my finger. And move the chair. So here it's basically, it feels like about 20 to 25 pounds. You probably still want to have a second person here to help you lift it up. But we're definitely going, and we'll open it up this way. Have a knife handy, have a screwdriver handy. That's always a good practice for unboxing anything like this. So now we've unboxed this. Let's take that to the side. Practicing knife safety for me. And then of course we've got the instruction manuals for the LaserJet printer. What else have we got in here? We've got a USB-B cable. and then a regular power cable right there. We'll pop that out. We'll pop this out right here. I think this is one piece. So this is where you usually get a second person to help you. How they design it, because there's the top right there. So we're going to set it on its side like that. And then we're going to slide it right out of the box. Trying to have a... There we go. So now we've unboxed the printer. Take off the start right there. As you can see, it's actually fairly small here. Let's see if I can switch over and show you. I can lift this up fairly easy. Let's switch over to my main camera. There we go. So this is the printer itself. As you can see, two hands down. Let's switch back over here and bring this back down. Now, the best part about HP printers is anything that has an orange piece of tape on it, you want to take off. Bring it back. Before. So let's get it up on the table and we'll show you a little bit more. All right, so here we go. We've got this printer up on the table. Let's turn it around. As you can see, like I said, there's orange tape everywhere. So you want to go ahead right there, just in case I need to repackage this for other reviews. But there's some tape up here. And we have a piece right here. And you definitely want to open everything up and make sure that you get all the tape. I think the drum is inside here. This is an NAG star down here. That's holding in where the paper tray is. So this is the paper tray all together. We'll put this over here. And I'm just gonna look inside. I don't see anything else. But yeah, you definitely. Yeah, tape down here, and we got tape right here. There we go. Piece of tape right here. This holds down the scanner side. There's another piece of tape right there. As you can see, it does a good job of doing that. Do that, and now you can open up. You see the scanner. So let's see. We got a power button here. We got like an accessory thing that we don't have over here, and we've got a film on top of the keypad right here. So look like the LCD tabs are the LCD areas that you see on most HP printers. This is a little bit kind of push buttony. So, and I'm guessing this is just going to be straight up LCD, nothing color here. So over here on the side, you can see that's where you can download the app, and I think that's it. We can lift this up. So that's it. That's open. That's all the tape, and we'll close that abruptly. Close that, and of course, put that there. So you have your paper that goes right here. We'll get a few sheets of paper here in a minute, and we'll get this starting to print. That's basically the unboxing of the LaserJet Pro MFP M148 DFW. Smaller printer, 1,000 sheets out of the box. We'll be testing that and going from there. You can check everything out over on Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek, and check out the full review, which we will be doing shortly thereafter, of this printer. So once I can get all the bells and whistles going on it. So thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for watching. Take care.
Hi everyone, I'm Giacomo Montalvo with so what we're going to be doing today, as mentioned in the email, is we're really going to be kind of doing an unveil of our new this printer. It is targeted at small businesses, which is why today we're actually in a real small business. So Aaron Cook here is the owner, founder of 3 Seats Espresso. We'll have Vlad Mauder in here, director of our HPS marketing team. Oh, I can scroll through and I can show you headshots. Thomas, who's back in the corner, product manager on our solutions that we're going to share with you today, Smart Tasks. And then we have Caroline Ning, who is the future product manager on the products that we are unveiling all the way from Singapore. So thank you for being here.
Thanks for coming. It's fun to be here to talk about small business. We haven't talked about small business for a while, I think too long actually, and about what's happening with home printing and how we're really looking at this overall and how we're really trying to reinvent the whole category as we look at this and create some vibrancy in here and how that's working across the board. Really great innovation here, so we're excited to talk about that. But I love our strategy overall for home printing. And the first is really around the core and how we accelerate the core. And a lot of what we're doing in the core, it comes around two things: it's design and experience. And when we think about the core, it's the bulk of our business. It's the place we have put a lot of investment into reigniting the core and figuring out what this is. These innovations are the product of that multiple years of investment and really re-engineering what that looks like and reimagining that. Taking everything that we know and making it better. Design and experience is about not only how products work, but also how you experience it. What is the way in which you experience? We live in a world today that you're going to hear, and that's all about how we're really looking at our core experience. You'll recognize here, perhaps if you were with us in the fall or if you've seen any of the coverage, the HP Tango, which is the smart home printer that we launched in the fall, which was really about bringing the story to life, a whole new form factor of design, and a whole new experience really to talk about. And feel free, if you have questions, you can just ask a question. We can do that while we're here talking, no problem, or afterwards as we go through the demo sections. The second part of our strategy is, and we're going to talk a lot today about instant ink and how that's really a core function of the printer and really an integral part of the proposition today, and how that's really channeled. We're also looking at new categories in the space. We've made big investments and continue to innovate in lifestyle photo, for example, as you've seen the Sprocket products come to market and really change and introduce new behaviors in printing for new generations. And we're going to be continuing to have a lot of exciting news actually there later in the home office of the future. And here, that's where we're building an innovation pipeline and a really deep kind of way to look at pilots and new ways to approach new problems that we didn't have printing do about. What is print today? How is it still valuable? Some of the things that we've been thinking about and seeing is that we are in a revenge of the analog era. Digital has been huge, digital will remain to be huge, but the physical world is actually still really important, and print is very important. But we have to reimagine maybe how we deliver it to you, how it could be used. We're able to look at these things and look at them in new different ways, and we're going to be doing that consistently and trying to find new ways in which this becomes relevant far into the future and really think about what that looks like. A little bit about how we do this and how we've been thinking about this at HP. So technology office, our CTO office, what are the mega trends that really affect technology and really affect our services and our offerings in the future? And there's three that I want to talk about here that are really relevant to what we're talking about today. If you're interested in this and you want to go really deep, the Megatrend study does how these forces are changing who we are and what that looks like. We have used this as a way to think about what we need to be innovating around. As we talk about three here, rapid urbanization. The 3,500 square foot home in the suburbs of New Jersey is not about smaller footprints, easier connectivity, the ability to print wherever you are and connect into that space. Personal is no longer just about your printer, but where you are. Innovation today. The gig economy. We know that more than ever, people are working in different types of job arrangements. Much less people have, corporate jobs like myself, but most of my friends and peers are working in all kinds of different jobs and side gigs and hustles. And what that means in terms of the entrepreneurial spirit and what that's done, I think largely a product of the internet and of digital transformation, how entrepreneurship has become mainstream in a way, is that you need an admin staff and you sit down at a WeWork and that's where you're going to work today, or at a coffee shop, and what do you need there to access? So we're really thinking about how we can create more access point for people in the gig economy so that they can be successful and still have access to some news. But we have the smart home, we have the smart cars, we have the smart workforce. Our demands of technology require that it is smart if we're going to be relevant today. And we have put so much more intelligence into this product for small business than I think you'll have. A home consumer or a home business or a small business has a different expectation for technology and how it works. It needs to be smart enough to work like your smartphone does, to work like your smart thermostat does, to integrate with the rest of it. And you know, building upon that, a huge body of work that we've done, as you guys are all, you know, involved in the printing industry or in the small business industry, we've done a ton of work over the course of the last 2 years to understand why people print today or why paper is even important. So we talked to, over the course of the last 18 months, 22,000 people from 9 countries around the world really understand knowledge to understand what the innovation centers would be for how people are actually using these processes, whether it's coming out of a printer, whether it's a piece of paper, whether it's a book, and whatever, and how those use cases are. So we could think about not only how our current innovation would work within that context, but also what future people are accessing print or printed materials today. And there's 3 categories: manage, grow, and create. And when we looked at this and we look at the data, and it's really robust quantitative study that we've used to really identify and build our innovation around, you know, 55% of people are using printers to help manage their documents, printed paper, to work with the city, et cetera. That's very common, financial documents, et cetera. So there's a lot happening there. We want to make sure that as we go forward, our use cases and our solutions and our printers are built around those types of ideas. To grow, to learn, the ability to look at a printed page and go deeper and get deep learning is something that is very resonant for people in the education space, but also in the workspace. We think about how people are really digging into deep understanding and learning of what that is and how that's different from the digital space, and are using print to send cards, to connect with people and make real connections. And that happens from a small business perspective when we think about the kinds of marketing collateral and how that can really stay with you. We really think that that gamut is really important as we think about how those different things develop over time. And then last, you know, all of that's well and good. You can talk trends, etc., but how are you really applying that? And so I want to introduce as well the innovation framework that we're really looking at to think about, which, you know, we have a lot of issues historically. Like, printer doesn't work, it's expensive, it never works when I need it to. You know, how are those things really issues that we want to do to address, and how do we have design is critical, and not just design for the sake of design, but design to fit within the path of your life. So it needs to fit within the context of your business. It needs to fit within the connectivity experience that you need to have, which that is. You know, a lot of this came out of the insight that people were spending more money creating furniture to hide their printers than they were to actually buy a printer, and that's going to become irrelevant. So we find that to be really important. Second, experience, and this is really about the app ecosystem that we're building, the way in which you want to access your content in a way that's most relevant to you in the context of printing. And so you're going to hear a lot today about the Smart App, which is, you know, the best mobile able to access. But it's not just about being able to print from your mobile phone, but about what the experiences are, how that connects to the rest of your digital ecosystem. And so what you're going to see today is the way in which that starts to enable us to, being only in big businesses, now being available for small businesses. And we think about workflows and the ways in which those operate. I'm trying not to give too much away. And then last, simplicity. These need to work when you need them, how you need them. And you need to have the right valuable part of our portfolio and of our offering. So you're going to see this really integrated into the experience, because what we found is that people, when they subscribe to Instant Ink, have like they're getting ripped off. So we really feel like we're able to deliver great value. And as we talk today, we're going to talk about the way in which we're going to deliver specific plans for small business that help with higher yield issues. It comes with okay. I think that's it for that's our 30,000 foot view. If that's the kind of tracking there. Any questions there before we move on to the next section? Well, you can also ask later. Also bring up Aaron Cook, who's the owner of this establishment, that 3C Espresso, and they're going to talk a little bit about small business and what it's like to be a small business today. Through the process of us developing this product, but also, and I'm in marketing, but also in the development of the marketing app, what are they trying to solve, and how can printing help in that way? And so we're going to talk a little bit about what small business is like today, what some of those things are, and then as we go through the innovation, I think you'll see the way in which some of the
Thank you all for being here today. How was the coffee, tea, or espresso, whatever you had? How was it? All right, good. They said it was pretty good. So, to sit with a peer of entrepreneurship, and I think it's very appropriate as well that you could be in a co-working space or anywhere else, but we're here in a small business. Many of us write and talk about this stuff kind of in a glass tower somehow, you know what I mean? But I think it's nice to be in the place where small businesses are at. So, Aaron, thanks for being here. And why don't you just be a small business owner in New York City? Tell us about it.
That's an everyday question I ask myself, obviously. Okay, so accent, Australian.
I know that's normally the first question.
Oh, okay.
Coffee business.
So you came here wanting to start in the coffee business, okay?
Correct, yeah. So it wasn't by accident.
Okay.
A company called Bluestone Lane, which is now quite prominent throughout the city.
Nice, good.
Yep, bootstrap funded, barely earns anything. Okay. But it was the opportunity to do something that was elevated in the kind of more espresso and cafe realm from what I drew around coffee and cafes to New York.
And is Fair to take coffee also in community? I mean, do you see this as a sort of a community center as well? People can come in and relax and get work done. Is actually Vlad into that today as well?
Yeah, it's actually an interesting point. People who come here actually set it. And so as much as I feel like I'm in business and trying to earn a living, I'm building community at the same time.
And mayor of New York City, or jump right into it, a day in the life of small businesses. I think that most of us, when we get our coffees, our lattes, our teas, whatever, the interaction we have is probably like right there, and we say, I'll take this, we sit and go. That's not your life though. Or as a business owner, as a, all these roles you're having, help us understand the day in the life of Aaron Cook. The brief version, don't give us the 24-hour version.
Well, first one is I'm a firefighter, I'm always putting out fires.
Okay.
Obviously figuratively.
I got you.
Wake up at whatever time to go to the bathroom, check your phone, and so I should have already been there. So that's the first thing. Make sure the store's open. So that's an operational thing. I'm also a barista, so I'll take a lot of those shifts. So I'm a leader, a friend, and as we touched on community, I need to be very open and engaged in the community. So we do a lot of charity event type things around this area specifically. By donating coffee, by donating our time. Obviously, I need to be an administrator.
Yeah. That's the fun part of administrative tasks: payroll, hiring, firing, dealing with New York City rules and regulations. Can you open up a bit and share with us about how that side of the day works? And thank you for being the firefighter and community builder. What about the admin tasks that none of us, these things, what is this all about? So help us understand this, the admin task.
Well, I think from day one, it's a bureaucratic mess. So you're navigating the system of health to be filed for various licenses, etc. So that's in the background, but you're always getting reminded of that. If I want to employ someone, I'm printing off employee papers because I could do it online, but they probably don't have it.
25, 50, 100 years, 3,000 years. So paper is still important, and I do think we are in a digital world, as you're saying, but paper is still a part of it. Please.
Yeah, I have to provide them the tools to fill those forms in. The licenses and everything I touched on. I have to have physical copies of them in the store. Now, our kit located under counter, all this kind of stuff now. I've taken them off the wall because they look ugly. So just for the event today, so they're kind of batched over there.
But normally you see a whole slightly new atmosphere.
Yeah, okay. They're typically visible, or I'll get a fine, and then I'll probably have to print off some papers and fill in that form.
I thought you were going to say print off some money up at the stand. Go ahead.
I'm probably dedicating at least 1 or 2 hours a day to administrative tasks.
And if you had to think, this is like a tough Jeopardy question. If you woke up in the morning and had to think, do I want to do admin tasks for 8 hours? Or do I want to talk to my peers and serve a cup of great espresso and build community?
Bluestone Lane, I was that customer-facing person, but as we grew, without necessarily the infrastructure and money, I became more and more that administrator. And then I went, that's not me. I don't want to do that anymore. So I stripped it back and opened this store where I do spend 80% of my time customer-facing. And I consider the administrative things. So I'll sit back here after the store's closed, get my printer out, get my laptop out, and put on some music and just try to chill. But I try not, as much as I possibly can, not to let it interfere with the day-to-day interactions.
And what do you say? I mean, at time, maybe you could grow more, do more, help more employees, help more New Yorkers passing by here. Is that something? And I know that's the nirvana for all of us, but where does that fit into your ecosystem? What are your dreams? Maybe that's the question. What do you say, wow, if I could get an 8-day, if I could get
coffee training center. So, but the amount of time it's going to take for me to write up a curriculum for that and then actually teach it is huge. So, in the rapid growth I had that quality, you need the staff to do it. And over here, the coffee culture in terms of espresso is not mature. So you've got this growth of stores who need all these high-end baristas, but you don't into the workforce.
Okay, awesome. And when we look at here, I mean, since we're all here, I think it's such a unique position. When we look here at this store, can you walk us through this cup of coffee we're drinking, what goes into that? I mean, and let's look at the store as we're going. So you have to advertise to get people in the door.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You bring them in, or after you've gone through their resume, you bring them in. They often say they've got coffee experience.
Okay.
Like this one here.
Okay.
Was it Mason Kaiser you worked for?
Yeah, so I opened up about 10 Mason Kaisers in the city before I came here. But the level of coffee that we were doing there versus the level of coffee experience here is two different types of coffee.
So
I do coffee.
I said, oh, okay, so you think you're a barista? And he fell apart on the machine.
Okay.
And, but Joe is a great example of that level of quality that is here versus what I want.
Right.
And over time, probably took a year, I would say, for him to be working.
Is the getting people in the door. I know this is a retail business, obviously. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that people are coming in. I'm using the word knee-jerk reaction. That's the wrong word, but passers-by who come in when they see it. What are some of those marketing things that you have to do, advertising things that you do to get people in here, build the community beyond just random strangers?
Yep. So the standards are Yelp, as an example, Google Maps. These are all money, of course. Other review systems, just for awareness. TripAdvisor, because there's a lot of tourists who come through and they don't spend enough time on Instagram and Facebook because that's in everyone's face all the time. In a business like this, you should be posting once, maybe twice a day, once every second week. Because I want to be customer facing, so you've got my attention as my customer. I'm not wanting to duck around the corner and be posting. Right. So, but at the same time, that will help bring in traffic. So it's a push-pull.
No, I understand. That could help reduce some of the admin tasks. Would you? And would you give those admin tasks to a printer?
Yeah, absolutely.
He didn't even hesitate. I was like, yes.
No, I didn't want to say yes. I wanted to emphasize that. Yes.
Listen, Charlie, the discussion. I'll turn this back over to the HVT.
Good luck up here, the savages.
No. So, hopefully, kind of walking us through that, understanding the day in the life, understanding some of the pain points of being a small business owner, right? And really that balance between, let's see if I can get this right, the balance between the way I think about it, there are things you grow, right? And as a small business owner, you're constantly juggling with that. Just listening to them reminded me of another small business owner that we had interviewed. Happens to be a guy in Austin, Texas, who owns a tequila distillery. I guess he spends most of his time on, and the thing that he hates the most is basically everything that doesn't have to do with promoting and selling his brand. Grow, but I have all of these administrative things. In fact, we did some research. 68%, if you look across other small business owners, on average, 68% of their time is spent on these day-to-day tasks, working in their business. And all of them are looking for opportunities to minimize that, shrink that, so that they can shift. So that I don't even know if I should talk to this because they did such a great job illustrating it, but there's just all of these tasks that a small business owner has to work with, right? In purple, finance, accounting, HR, all of these, how we illustrated. Actually, this is from a business lens, but there's also all of the soft things that you have to do, and they're probably more impactful, right? I think you said the word that you're a mentor and a coach, and all of that, an advisor, right? A therapist. You might have different people taking ownership of and delegating. These small business owners don't. So we took these insights, and that's how could we make it more productive and offload some of that into business work to help these small business owners kind of free their time and shift to help enabling their growth strategy. And I'm going to talk. I wanted to start, and as with all of our product development journeys, it usually starts with looking at, well, what are customers buying today? What is the previous generation product, and what are some of the feedback that we heard on? So actually, right over there, you'll see the previous generation OfficeJet Pro. Also, the picture here, it came in 2 colors. Overwhelmingly, what we saw from customers is some of the accolades. The value that we're offering with Instant Ink is really unique, and customers are really appreciating that. But there's always good and there's always bad. There's always things that we need to improve on and continue enhancing. These may or may not come to a surprise to somebody. It takes too much time And then connectivity. Connectivity is about, first, getting it up and running, just connecting. Second, staying connected. You expect it to be on whenever you go to access it, right? And you don't have time, back to this idea of that SMB customers have. We really went to focus our efforts around delivering these products. And I'm going to use the framework. I'm going to walk you through the design decisions that we made using that innovation framework that Lab. How did we create a design that fit an SMB environment? What are the experiences that are really relevant to small businesses? And how do we make it simpler? How do we make it simpler so that the product works for you, not against you? Helps freeze up your time. But all of these other ones are equally, if not more important, once you start using the device. So we'll start with design on our journey here. Now, I want to talk to you about this idea of rapid urbanization. Homes and places are just getting smaller. There's more people coming to the larger cities. In fact, a research study I recently read showed that studio apartments over the past 10 years rent by 28%. That phenomenon isn't just in renting your apartment, but it's also happening, that trend is also happening in environments like this, and you have to pay rent. And really maximizing the things, optimizing the things that you put in, so you're maximizing the usability of that space. And we talked about WeWork in these different environments. Really, what we environments. So with that, we really looked to at how we would design these products to fit in there. And it started with really creating this more intuitive design. What you see when you first look at this, and I might stand over here so I can kind of point. Oh, I don't want to point. I'll stand over here. But what you see, the first thing you notice are these really, this block right in the middle. These hard lines make it feel more modern. When we tested this design, they also said it looks durable. And that's deliberate. The durability kind of comes from these very hard lines. We also have this tri-color. If you notice, there are 3 different colors. Use these color accents to help navigate your eye, but also your hands as you use the device to the things that you want to engage in. First, you have your paper tray and your output tray. You'll notice it's a little bit lighter gray. We have around your control panel, you have that same color, and also coral color that really accentuates that, because these are the areas where you want to, where the customer or the user really starts to engage with the products. We have 3 different colors that were Oasis, this teal color, and then third is coral. Interestingly, so these color profiles came from a tremendous amount of research that our design organization does in order to understand what's trending, what are the colors. They look cross-industry. It's not about what colors are relevant in the printing industry. In fact, you don't find these colors on printers today, but it's about what colors are relevant across the industry. Fashion become more and more popular. An interesting note, and this is actually a good proof point of that, is that coral was named the Pantone Color of the Year for 2019, which just recently. The small business owners, they want it to fit in the environment that they're using it in, right? This could sit on So that's the design. That's kind of what it looks like. But then we also said, well, if all of these environments are shrinking, we need to kind of make sure that our devices are following. That's a pretty significant reduction, generation over generation. But we did that specifically focused on not making trade-offs on the experience. I mentioned earlier this generation, so we made sure we didn't want to make a trade-off. We didn't go smaller and make a trade-off on those. But beyond that, we didn't just not make trade-offs, we actually added more capabilities to be able to make this a more productive device. I want to showcase some of those to you. The first thing, I'll walk through each of these, and I'm actually going to, is we added single pass duplex scanning through the ADF. So if you put something in here, put a page in to scan it, you have the scan bar here, and you also have a scan bar on top here. So we can speed up the print. Again, this is about really trying to improve the productivity of these of our customers. We've also added an extra tray. So as you can see here, the capacity is up to 500 sheets, and not have to return back to them. This one I love. In fact, I should just demo it. Who's ever scanned something like your ID? Okay, we have to do that sometimes. I'll just pick a card out of here. Okay. Has that ever happened to you? You try and peel it off, and it kind of hits the edge, and then you kind of have to. It takes a couple of minutes. These are small pain points, but this is something that kind of is just a frustrating test that you can try and slide this off. This easy slide off glass that makes it quite simple to just pull it all the way off. You don't have that edge to now catch. And then this other one that I love is really about another piece of just when you're printing your documents, maybe the output tray starts to overflow and suddenly you have pages on the ground. Well, one, it's frustrating because you have pages on the ground and you have to bend over and you have to pick them up, right? Two, what if it needed to be in order? Now we have output tray sensor that when you print and it gets to 100 pages, which is the capacity of the output tray, it'll actually stop. And it'll wait for you to take the paper away, and then it'll restart from where it left off. Again, another pain point, trying to alleviate. Any questions on these? Excellent. So that's really about the design, and we're really excited about this design. I personally think it's a beautiful device. I think the additional design elements that we put into it to make sure that we had even more productivity in some of these use cases really add a special touch across a lot of the experiences. That brings me now to how we make these experiences more exciting. Understand what are they doing in a day-to-day. And it starts with, as Lad had already previewed, the HP Smart App. Our HP Smart App is really designed around unlocking you from your desk, unlocking you from your PC, and really enabling printing from anywhere. Most use our phones more today than you probably use your PC. There's a lot of content that gets loaded into your phone that you might want to just print off. I'll give you an example. Every week, my son's in daycare, and every week I get an itinerary of like what he's going to be doing on a day-to-day. Now, I receive the email, pops up on my phone. In 2 clicks, it's printed at home, no matter where I am. So that when I get home, I can just grab it, throw it up on the fridge, because we always refer to it throughout the week to engage in a kind of, what'd you learn today? Did you do this, right? So it really frees up my time and kind of mental capacity, so I don't have to remember experiences like scanning. So you're going to see some demos. And one of the really cool things that you can do is this scanning from your smartphone. So here, yes, we do have the flatbed scanner. We also have your ADF to quick. But back to what we heard earlier in some of our customer feedback, scanning can be a pain point. Scanning can be somewhat cumbersome. There's a lot of steps to it. In fact, when we dig into this, this idea of digitizing document, I was on a trip. I went to, I guess it was actually a couple weeks ago. I was overseas, and I had to capture all of my documents, all of my receipts as I was traveling so that I could expense them. Okay, pretty straightforward process, kind of. But now, the challenge is, let me take you through my journey on this. For the first day, I did all of these different things, took cabs, dinner, and such. And I emailed it to myself, dinner and such. I emailed it to myself, and cab ride too, emailed it to myself. Fast forward the next day, I do the same thing. But I'm not really thinking, and I named them all something different. I think I named them receipt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the title of, not only was each one of these a unique process, it was very repetitive. Every time I went through this process, I had to do it again and again, right? And customers have to do that every time they scan. You have to grab it, you have to rename it, you have to put it where you want it, and it takes time. It's consistent with my experience in enterprise and also with some of the small business owners. So we wanted to really help and simplify that. And we're launching something called Smart Tasks. This is within the Smart app, but also with its. Now I can remove a lot of the steps that were repetitive and create a custom shortcut that quickly captures and places that document where I can find it later. It automatically syncs it up, perhaps with your Google Drive, not just with your smartphone, which I don't have here, but also with the device. So you can access these. You can access it directly from the printer. You can also access it from your phone. And then we also added some some really nice bells and whistles, naming the file, and also if you want to, it can create an editable PDF, so that when you access it from the cloud, you can access it, make edits, and move on. Again, capture and get on with what you need to do. We're really excited about Smart Tasks. As when we tested this, we realized what we recognize is we're able to remove 81% of the steps involved in scanning, capturing, and both by creating a custom shortcut. You can scan, store, and print a copy, all within your custom shortcut. And it saves our customers about 50% of the time that it used to take whenever they're scanning. So this is something that meets the customer where they are, starting with that mobile app, but also improving some of the core experiences around that were pain points like scanning. But then we move on to this idea of simplicity. How do we interruptions? In fact, we did a survey of some of our customers and about some of the frustrations that they have. And the common theme across them were this idea of interruptions. I get interrupted when I'm low on ink, out of ink. I get interrupted when I have a problem with frustrated or extremely frustrated, and this is the percentage of the respondents that said that they're either frustrated or extremely frustrated. And these are some of the highest ones, all with a common theme of this idea of, I don't want to be interrupted. I don't want to be interrupted to do something else. The first piece on that was connectivity. I mentioned this earlier. The product, some of the product feedback that we heard on previous generation, and that I see a number of people shaking or nodding their head on, connectivity is a pain point. We connect easily, but then how do we stay connected? And that idea of staying connected, we've implemented a new self-healing Wi-Fi. Now, if you might recall, we first announced some of the self-healing Wi-Fi capabilities. Self-healing Wi-Fi works, let me just walk you through it. We're constantly looking to detect issues. If you have a dropped connection, what happens is the printer will automatically try and recover. It may reset your module. It may keep you up, your uptime higher, by trying to look out for you to make sure it's on. Now, sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes I changed the name of my access point. Sometimes I've changed my password. Sometimes something else has happened. Sometimes I moved the device to another location. So a simple reset isn't going to actually, on the screen, or your app, of what steps you need to take to help guide you through getting reconnected in a more intelligent way. Not just taking you through kind of like this, not just taking you through a set of predetermined steps. Insert your new password or something like that. So all of this is happening. These first two things are happening without your knowledge. And we only bring you in if we need your input. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about our Instant Ink program, but just to kind of recap it, just to help make sure everyone has a common understanding, Instant Ink really helps to solve that problem. What we do is we're monitoring how much ink you have, or how many pages you're using, and how much ink you have left. And the customer previously had subscribed to some level of service, and that's the only payment that they make. Our plan started at $2.99, not $299, but $2.99 a month for the lowest, proactively, without charging you for that ink that we're sending you. It's all bundled in that. Now we're actually, as we're launching this product to focus more on SMB, we recognize that there is a higher volume of print needed. Previously, we went up to about, I think, 300 pages. And now we're launching a 700-page plan That is 19. Any questions on Instant Ink? That's going to take you a little bit deeper into the Instant Ink value prop, but customers who are involved, who enroll in Instant Ink, are generally have higher satisfaction than customers who don't. Not just about the ink, but about the overall experience with the product. This about making a simpler experience was really this idea of security and privacy. This is a big deal. Security and privacy is a big deal. Today, it's always been a big deal, but it has a lot of spotlight on it, even more recently. Small business owners typically you have teams of folks who are really strong and expert at security. As you get to the small business owner, they're wearing all the hats. You can't expect them to be a security expert, a barista, and a therapist. Pick two. Can't do all three. Series to help those small business owners. We really look, when we talk about security, we look at the device, the data, and the document. We look and we work to how do we secure each of these. I'll highlight a couple of them that I think are really every time the device boots up, we're validating the firmware, the BIOS, or equivalent BIOS, and making sure that it's authenticated, constantly monitoring that. Even once it comes up, we continue monitoring that as data passes through. And we'll reset it if needed to make sure that you have the highest level of security. That's that runtime code integrity. We also have WPA Enterprise capability that we're bringing to the Office Jet Pro line so that you can put this in different types of environments, like an enterprise environment. This idea of encryption is very important as you're passing data back and forth. Even within a local network, you want it to be, maybe even more so within a local network, you want it to be encrypted as it's passing around. So that as you're in a small environment, if somebody else is on your Wi-Fi, they can't grab those packets and see what you're doing. This is actually the first product with secure IPP or Internet Printing Protocol, as well as some other secure printing to make sure that the documents that you're accessing or the documents that you're sending stay secure or are secured whenever they're passing over. This is a very important, I'll just kind of reiterate, we really take seriously privacy and security. So I talked to you about the design, the experiences, and the simplicity that we're bringing, the innovations across those three pillars. And this is the lineup that we're launching. It starts from the 8025, the Office Jet Pro 8025 at 169, so and goes up to the 9025. These are all available. These three are March. You can kind of read on the slide, and these two will become available in May. You will also get. We can also provide data sheets for you that will go even deeper in some of these specs. But one of the things I want to kind of offer as a takeaway is we haven't really talked about specs, right? We're really looking at this as an ecosystem. You've heard about different solutions that we're bringing to market to help ease some of the pain and some of the pain points around frustrations, around engaging with your printer, around scanning, around getting a connected stand. We do that. We have really good engineering around all of these in our print business. But how do we make it an easier experience? How do we get you engaged so that we can take more of your time off that working in your business and shift it to working on your business?
At the Huawei and Honor booth, we're going to learn about the Mate 20. We're going to learn about their MateBook Series 13-inch laptop running at high-end core. A lot of power here. We're going to do that next on Geekazine Seeker. It is an Android phone that's running on the Kirin 987 nanometer AI processor. Of course, 24 megapixel AI triple camera, 6.39 Magic Full View display. Nice on some of these phones. They have a 4,000 milliamp battery, which means that it will charge 50% within 30 minutes. So that's pretty cool if you need a quick charge. So this is the Honor 8X Another nice little Android fingerprint sensor right there. It's a 6.5-inch full view display, 91% screen to body ratio right there. 20 megapixel AI dual camera with a 16 megapixel selfie camera. This has got the notch on the front here. This phone has a 3750 milliamp battery and
since our first introduction in PC industry, so we've been evolving our portfolios. We have MacBook X as our flagship series. We have MacBook D series that has been compelling to students and young professionals. Yeah. We also have a MacBook E series that for the business users, MacBook 13. It's positioned between the MacBook X Pro and the MacBook D for the people who's demanding premium and powerful performance, portability at an affordable price.
So yeah, and I saw some of the specs. Is this a custom choose one or the other from there? Okay, perfect.
Okay, we're offering 2 SKUs of MacBook 13 in United States. It's up to 8th gen Intel Core i7 with 8 GB of memory and 512 storage. The graphic card's NVIDIA MX150 one is i5, 8 GB of memory, 256 with Intel UHD 620 graphic cards.
And of course, this is the Huawei MediaPad M5 case, 4096 level high precision stylus with it, and a PC mode for work, 10.8-inch 2K display, and quad stereo speakers with Harman Kardon tuning in it. It's got a 7500 milliamp battery, 15 megapixel rear camera, and a stylus is included. And that is at the Honor Huawei booth at CES 2019. We got a lot more coverage over at Geekazine.com. Go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down in the show notes there, and hit that bell notification for the next video. Thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you next time. Until then, you guys geek out. Huddle Cam. And we're taking a look at a couple new Huddle Cams here. This one is a simple, straightforward USB cam. It's got a privacy filter on it. It goes up to 1080p. Hooks right up to your on top of your TV, or it's got a mount for a camera. And they're coming out with it. They don't have a price point on them. Streaming options, maybe some live streaming, some gaming, or something like that. It's USB controlled. Competes with, of course, the Logitech type camera. And that'll be coming out soon. If you want what it's called, this is a higher end camera, also USB driven, placed right on top of the TV. It comes with the wireless speakerphone, so we've got that, and the speakerphone is right here. So you put this on your tabletop, and then of course you put the camera up by the TV. Nice little pair, and this is actually. This little pair right here is only $499, so that is pretty cool. That's the Huddle pair, and then of course the webcam as well. And then they have the big thing right here. This is the new, is it HuddleCam HD? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Okay, HuddleCams, which of course won't be in your final video, and that's the tracking area. So when he walks, the camera moves with him. Like for instance, when I do live streaming, I'm a one-man show. So when somebody's walking around on stage and I'm trying to fix another problem, I can kind of do that without having to worry about losing the subject in the live stream. So pretty cool stuff. Let's take a look at the back really quick here. So on the back we have, looks like we have the Ethernet. We have USB 3.0, RS-232, SD, and of course a DVI. And that's all the fun, cool stuff at the HuddleCam and PTZ Optics booth. They've got some great cameras I've used. There are people moving around, so awesome stuff. And then of course the conference cameras, the USB cameras, amazing stuff. Everything over at Geekazine. Go over to Geekazine, like, subscribe, comment over at Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. And both of them will have that little bell that'll notify you when the next video comes.
It's a 15-watt portable guitar amplifier. You can plug it in or it'll run off of batteries. It's got 3 channels, clean, drive, and lead, with mid, low built in. So you could also connect it to your iPhone, your iPad, or your Mac and PC. Now that's really cool for us because we make Amplitude, which is going to give you tons of really great modeled guitar tones, but it also works with tons of other apps. So it makes it a really powerful practice solution. You can use it with Musician to learn, you can use it with Ultimate Guitar, different kinds of learning and music creation apps. It actually has a cabinet output, so you can plug it into a larger cab like we have here. 15 watts is only going to get you so loud. Yeah. So yeah, you could absolutely mic it up and have that mic go to a PA or something like that. Well, it also actually has a headphone output too, so if you wanted, you could actually go directly to headphones or into a mixing board, so you wouldn't have any sound at all. $149.99 MSRP.
Yeah. Cool. Damn thing. I could see if you're a quick performer, you know, going to an open mic or something like that, and you want to have a different sound than just going straight through the board. You can do that here. You can bring it in, set it down, go from there, plug in your can do, and check it out over at Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video, and we'll go from there. So next time, you guys rock out and geek out. We're in the studio doing an unboxing today. We are unboxing the IK Multimedia iRig Micro Amp, and we're going to do that. Boom, there you are. So today we're going to be taking a look at this thing right here. It is the iRig Micro Amp from IK Multimedia. What is it? It is the Amplitude software, or a vast amount of other software to change the tone of your guitar to play like the artist is exactly the same. It's pretty amazing. Check it out. We've got the page up here over on IK Multimedia's website. It is the iRig Micro Amp 15 watt battery powered guitar amplifier iOS USB interface. So and you can use more than just iOS. The one cool thing about this is something you can also use on stage as well as in the practice area. Now you think to yourself, a 15 watt amp carry your sound, and this could have the right sound for you, but it's not for everybody. Not at all. So let's just move the coffee mug here. Let's give it an unboxing. Let's see where we go from there. So it tells you some of the different the apps that you can use. On the side here, it shows you the on-off switch, the instrument input, the auxiliary input, stuff like that. So let's go ahead and we'll slide this out. Sometimes it's just easy to let gravity take its natural course on things. And maybe not. Let's just pull this out here. That's always the fun part. We'll just set that there because we do need to return this. By the way, this is a product that I got from the company. No sponsorship with it, and I'm actually going to be returning this product. You got any questions, you can go over to my review page over at geekazine.com/review. That will tell you how I review things and how you can get here. I'm going to pop this open, but I think I need to turn this way. All right. Lift the lid, and it says it's inspected. Can you see that? Inspected by 4. 4 inspected this one. Right there. So what we got here, we'll start with this. We got, it looks like the USB micro cable. We got a cable that is iPhone to USB micro. These are very handy cables right here. So this is the first cable. This is the second. A microphone stand, and turn it into a stand for cameras or iPads or whatever. That's the idea of this one. I'm not sure exactly what that goes for just yet. We've got, I've found that this is very important to keep around, because this usually has like a serial number for the software in it, and you definitely want those. And then of course, once again, we're going to let gravity do the work and pull out the main thing here. Let's just switch it back here. There we go. And we'll slide this out, and we've got some plastic on the side that will pop out here. Now once again, this is 15 watt amp. So on its own, it's, you know, it's a great little practice amp, but once again, it's got some pretty serious gear inside of it. So you could hook this up and put this into your production area. And look at this, and it's so plastic on the outside, and this feels like some sort of rubber right here. On the front here, we have the iRig logo, and then the speaker. I'm guessing it's right here. single speaker. Gosh, that has to be what, 6 inches? There we go. So we have the power button up here. We've got the gain, the bass, the mid, the treble, the volume. We got a clean channel, a drive channel, and a headphone out, and then the USB. Oh, that's a light, and that's the USB adapter, and that's micro in. So, and you might not be able to see this on the back here. And there we go. On the back here, we do have DC power, which plug with the tip as a negative, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, tip is negative, and the shield is positive. And then, of course, this is your speaker out. So you can definitely plug it into their cab and use their cab and power it more. Looks like we got the AA's right there. So we're going to quickly... pop the back on here. We'll flip this around. We'll just hit the power set up. Now let's hope, because I didn't bring in the iPad, silly me, but let's hope that the iPhone will not have any phone calls. Well, looks like it can go underneath possibly. We'll have to take it out too. Let's make absolutely sure here. So you can put this onto a microphone stand and use it like that. So let's do the microphone stand. So I have it on a stick if you wanted to, so you can have it close by. So this might also be a perfect guitar monitor for you. So you can put it right next to your microphone and have it pointed. It's pretty cool. All right, let's make sure it's on clean. That way we're not blowing apart anything. We'll just plug this in. And I haven't used the Amplitude software on my iPhone in a while. There we are. So here's the amp. So we've got our different sounds right here. So what we do now, let's flip this around. Let's go to the main camera here. So now we have the Amplitude and Slate Mess, and the other end of here. We'll get some volume. No, it doesn't look like it. I think we have to set it up. We can put some, let's put some mid and bass in here. To get an idea, let's point the speaker towards. Now, as you can see, we'll hit gets right now. We've got no stomp pedals in here. Let's. I don't know if it's connected just up. Okay. Now I've unplugged it, and we're gonna get a sound. Let's add, let's see. Let's add something that's a little bit more mellow. Let's do a little phase action. Got different presets if I remember. Let's do an almost clean. You know, you can do a .8 lead. I'll show you on the PTZ side. So tabs app. I think we'll see if there's Kid Rock has a tone bridge. Yeah, okay. So we have the tone bridge, which is the effect for the song All Summer Long. So that's technically if you wanted to play All Summer Long by Kid Rock. You can do that, nice little riff right there. Or if we want to change, so then we can go. I haven't played this in a while. All right, let's point it this way. So as you can see, pretty good sounding amp. You get the idea. So you can plug it in to a DC output, so you can rock along, and perfect for practice, sometimes perfect for taking out with gigs for you. The only thing that's missing, I think it really does need a handle. I think that's the one thing that is really missing. But you can also put this onto a microphone stand that I know of, but that might be wrong. You can plug this into your PC and use tones from there, and go from there. Pretty cool. It's called Micro Amp, and you can check it out. It's $149, and we'll show you the page once more of the Micro Amp. $149. I'll have a link in the show notes on how to get it and go from there. Thanks a lot. Enjoyed it, and you enjoyed a little bit of my guitar playing, even though it wasn't perfect. You can find me over at Geekazine, over at youtube.com/Geekazine. Let's turn down this gain. And let's turn up this volume, and let's do some next time. You guys geek out and take care. This video is brought to you by Kingston Technology, makers of solutions that accelerate production in the film industry.
Of 360-degree cameras, all the way from small, tiny, consumer-friendly cameras, all the way to more advanced cinematic cameras. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to focus on our two most popular cameras today.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not positioned as a camera for VR. It's an action camera that just happens to shoot 360.
Okay.
And the major difference being that if you're looking at getting a normal fixed angle action camera, 7K,
okay,
you can shoot 24, 25, 30 frames per second. It can also shoot high frame rate, all the way up to 50 and 100 frames per second.
Okay. Wow. 100 frames per second.
Slow motion at 3K.
That's awesome.
The great part is there's been some great improvements over batteries.
Okay.
So beyond just the simple features, what's really amazing about this camera is what you can do on the post side. So
okay,
after you're done shooting, you essentially take the video file. You can either wirelessly download directly onto your phone, or you can plug a cable in to download 2 times faster. And once you do that, you get the option to reframe, add filters, color correct.
USB connection, are we talking?
So there's physically on the side of the camera, there's a micro USB connection, but there's 3 cables that comes with the camera: micro USB to Lightning, micro USB to micro USB, and micro USB to Type-C.
Okay.
So we fit all phone types,
okay,
both Android and iOS.
Perfect.
So with a 5.7K camera, if you select the best angles and moments from your shot, you're getting at least a 1080 all the way to 2K file that you can then import into your regular timeline.
Okay. Wow.
So at the capture level, it saves a user a ton of time, and you also get so much more. So for example, you're flying into that 2 times. And
yeah.
This time, all you do is you capture it 1 time, and then you shoot first point later.
That's
do
awesome.
Everything in post.
Now, I was looking at a company, this camera on top of your car to record that type of footage to use for something like that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. And of course, you're not seeing this, but down on the app, it's a little bit fuzzy, but that's because of the wireless connection. But this is where you can see, hopefully you can see that with a little bit of glare, but we can see what's going on as we're recording. And
option.
Yeah.
And with the upgraded chipset and sensor, you can do that now. So.
Awesome. So, and now this camera, let's talk about price points and availability. How much is it?
$399 at retail. Okay. Our selfie stick.
Okay.
And if you scroll down, the selfie stick gets auto erased from the shot. So this is live. So you're not seeing it.
Oh, that's my tripod you're seeing. Okay, yeah, you see a little...
We're seeing the tripod itself.
I don't know if you can see that because there's a glare on the screen, but I'm trying to do that. But yeah, you see the other tripods.
So if I take the camera and hold it, this is the better shot right here. You're not seeing the pole in my hand.
That is crazy.
And I can move it anywhere.
Okay.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, awesome. Very awesome. So, and it's available now, you said, right?
It's available.
Okay, perfect. So, that's for the consumer. Let's talk about the professional that wants to do a little bit more than this.
Absolutely. So once you've used an Insta360 camera, you can use this small camera or you can use this big camera the same exact way. There's a very small learning curve for what it takes to use it. It connects to Wi-Fi. So this camera is called the Titan. It records up to 11K 2D or 10K 3D.
Say that again.
It records up to 11K 2D or 10K 3D.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
So 10K and 11K is all around you. So when you're reframing on this camera and you're selecting the best angles and moments that you care about, you're able to extract 4K out of this camera.
Okay.
So
wow.
You can take that reframed 4K and you can put it into your professional workflow for TV, for film, for Netflix deliverables that's delivering 4K.
Yeah.
So it's super high-end. And the camera sensors itself, they're micro four thirds. So the low light shooting is incredible. It comes with this device, which is called Farsight. Farsight, it makes sense. It's the first ever long range wireless transmitter.
Okay.
That will send a fully stitched 360 video file up to 1/3 of a mile away, so you can live monitor and not be in your own shot.
Really? That is awesome.
Yeah. Wow. And now recording wise, each of the camera sensors, it has 8 of them, has their own full-size multi-card SD reader.
Okay.
You bring them onto your computer, and then you can import them immediately as a stitched file into Premiere or into RStudio. Whereas years before, you had to fully stitch the file before you can do anything with it, which could take days.
That is awesome.
Titan is available for pre-order now. It's going to start shipping next week, as early as next week, and it retails for $15,000 US.
15,000. Yeah. So I'll let me just grab my wallet here really quick.
You'll take 2, right?
I'll take 2 for $15,000.
$15,000, and then we have a
$399, 15. $399, 15. Awesome.
And we got a couple in between.
Okay. Oh yeah. I see one. There's one in the background over there. So thanks to Michael for everything. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment. That bell notification on YouTube and on Geekazine.com will tell you when the next video is coming out, and we'll go from there. Thanks a lot for everybody and my friends over at Kingston Technologies for getting me out to sit again. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we're taking a look at this IK Multimedia iRig microamp right here. Next on Geekazine. And I take a look at all the cool tech, including music tech, because I'm a musician. And we're taking a look at this thing right here. It's IK Multimedia. We have to practice, and sometimes we can't find the place to practice, especially when we want to really kind of grunge it up, make it sound really powerful. Because, you know, you just can't always play without that crunch, without those effects, because sometimes it's in front of the crowds and make lots of money and lots of fame and notoriety. And that's where a product like the iRig microamp really comes into play. It competes, it's not really meant for on-stage performance. It's meant for practicing. It's meant for getting in the backyard and just kind of, this one is very similar. It runs on several AA batteries or up to a 15-watt power supply. It gives you 3 options, a clean tone, a semi-clean tone, and a lead tone. And of course, dial side of here, which is okay. It's not the greatest thing to listen through, but it's great for practice. Or you can plug in a set of headphones through the amp. You could also bring in an audio source like a CD or an MP3 player, or maybe your iPhone or something like. Plug it into your iPhone, your iOS device, your tablet, your Android device in some cases, or your computer. Through the adjoining cable, and using the Amplitude app or what this time for your small playing buskering time and stuff like that. It's a perfect little amp for that. Now it does convert to 24-bit, and it does have a sample rate of either 44.1 kilohertz, 88.2 kilohertz, or 96. This is really meant for the guitar. This can also be kind of a personal monitor if you have it set up right on stage, as long as your main sound doesn't come through, or you know, for a piano or for a guitar even possibly. So completely turned off. Let's take a look at this. You have a 4-inch speaker inside of here. Up on top, you have the dials. Once again, these only work if you do not have any iOS device plugged in. You have your power button right here. You have an auxiliary input, and then of course a headphone jack, so you can hear what you're doing. Over here is the USB. It's a micro USB, so you'll have to have, and it comes with a micro USB, USB-C. Back here you have a single two plugs. Basically, this goes to an external speaker or a mixer, like I will be doing shortly, and then a DC of 9 to 15 volts. And of course, in the back, we can plug in using the plug to keep it powered on. On the bottom is a screw for the ability to put it onto a stand, so you could actually have it kind of to your face, so you can hear what's going on. One thing that this is missing is a handle. It's so small, it's kind of hard, it's too onto it, and so I feel that it's best if it had some sort of handle. It's easy to put a handle onto one of these things, a little strap handle, but that was the one thing that was I felt was missing right off the bat. Of course, this device really starts to shine when you do plug it into bigger amps. So let's say when you actually attach the iPad or the iPhone to it and bring in your own sounds, your pedal board, maybe the iRig Stomp, you can really make this sound pretty decent. Not perfect, but you know, it's a 15-watt amp. Then you no card just in case you decide to do some busking or something like that. Now let's go on the overhead cam and see how this sounds. Okay, so here we go. We got the cam overhead here, and I've got the iRig. First of all, we're going to the iPad and then bring the gain back in. So just strum. Teeth. No gain once again. Board. So now we'll go back here. We'll give it part gain. We'll go about 50% here and see what happens. A little part heavier. All right, and now let's give it all. Go back here. As you can hear on that high end, you're gonna get a lot of noise. We're gonna do total gain. We're gonna turn down the volume just a touch here. So. Let's go all out. I've got these 3 buttons right here will not work at all, because everything is coming through here. Now we'll crunch it up. A little bit of lead. Oops, missed on that. We'll go back to the one I usually use, and we'll go right into the pedals. As you can see, there's my pedals. I got just a standard reverb type amp, and then let's see, we got the post effects being a delay, which is turned off right now, and Obsession. Both of those are turned off right now, so we'll just leave those off. As you can hear, we've got a little bit of slap back on that reverb coil. That's kind of nice. I like that. As it's on its own, and just to get some rough, you know, work out some really rough stuff. Like that. And then of course you can put in the headphones so you can hear it as you go. That way you're not bothering anybody as you're trying to practice. Add sound to it when it comes to practicing. I'll most likely have headphones in here when I go to practice, but it's great. It's a great little amplifier to have. I've also plugged it into my keyboards, and it's great that vocalists get a little bit louder than what you want to hear. And having something you can even put a set of headphones into to hear what you're doing can help you build better chops. But anyway, have you tried the micro amp? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine, comment, and all that other cool stuff over there. And over on Geekazine.com, there is a bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out, because we've got lots of videos coming out, and especially with CES 2020 coming out very soon. You can go and check me out at Geekazine.com. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. All right, really quick, a regular dynamic microphone right there, and we're putting in the iRig. As you can see, there's nothing plugged in just yet, but there is a micro, and we'll show you that in a second here. Regular volume, you get a little bit more here, and then you can kind of adjust the gain. Let's bring cool about this is I can turn up the gain. Let me show you really quick. And so that's the sports score. Tonight we won 22-21. Can you believe it? You got a little bit of a fun effect here. But we can also plug it into and use a party. So here we go. We've got it hooked up here. As you can see, I'm going to turn down the volume, turn up the volume using this. And so you hear that. So we got a regular dynamic micro, really deeper sound. We'll go to condenser right here. Let's hit the condenser microphone. So this has a little bit more plosives because I'm closer to my microphone, because this is a dynamic microphone we're coming from. If you're doing like little speeches on your front steps or something like that, you can definitely set this up as a vocal microphone. You'll need the right cable to do it, and that's basically an XLR to 1/4-inch cable. But if you're down in the basement, we do that. We'll raise up the volume just a little bit and have some fun with it. So that is Microom, which is also part of IK Multimedia, into the iRig, and it sounds pretty good. So I could see this, like I said, not for a band, in odd places. I don't know. So, and I might even use this for some of my live streams, because sometimes they have audiences. That's really nice if I had an amp that just showed a little bit of sound, gave a little bit of sound, so people could hear the overall sound. So not too bad. And yeah, there we go. Main subject here, and that is Apple and the new Mac Pro and the new what's the, I totally forgot the name of the version of Apple, Catalina. They basically announced, hey, with all these new updates, one of the things, and we knew it was coming, iTunes was old. It started out, it was great when it started out, like, okay, we're in 2005 technology, let's get into 2019. This is basically an albatross. In fact, the first thing they wanted to make sure was that iPhone and iPad did not really come up with iTunes. In fact, what was it, last year or something like that? They basically, I'm blanking on it right now, but that's okay. We don't care about that. So already your iPhone and your iPad does this. There's no iTunes now. So now they're giving you a version of Mac. When you install Catalina, iTunes will go away. It doesn't mean your music's going away. It doesn't mean your TV and movies. That's the other one. It doesn't mean your Apple TV on the iPad, and put them onto your desktop and put them into the operating system. It also technically doesn't mean that iTunes is going away, or hey, you know, iTunes is finally dead, because there's a lot of people that are asking, what about the Windows users? What about the Mac users that can't upgrade to Catalina? All of those people will still have a version of iTunes, and they'll, a couple years down the road, maybe a year. Well, Apple's pretty quick at throwing down the axe sometimes. But I think it's going to be at least 2 years before iTunes. You'll see some updates on Mac. Maybe in a year, we'll see a Windows version of the podcast app, of the Apple TV app, and of the music app, because they're still individually set up. But for now, we've got Catalina. They want to get Catalina, the Mac, to work pretty natively with these programs, and they're just going to show up as, you know, icons on, and then iTunes eventually down the road. 5 years. 5 years at most. I'm thinking since it's Apple, it'll be a lot less, but I'll just say 5 years. Take a conservative approach on this. You have your music, you still have your Apple TV, if you live in that ecosystem. If you don't live in that ecosystem, doesn't matter. That's gonna all stay the same. The things to have at the beginning, and it's made them a lot of money. But sometimes you just gotta go, okay, time to move forward, and that's what's going on here. Is they are moving forward with 3 apps, and you know, down the road that could even split into more apps. For now, it's just the 3, and which makes perfect sense. And the best part is now, if they decide to do subscriptions on any of these, they're for $10 a month. You can get Apple Podcasts, Apple Proof Podcast, stuff that's not on your regular podcast feeds. But that's kind of the catch-22. Even though Apple didn't really start podcasting, they've owned podcasting since 2005, 2004, whenever they started on iTunes. So it is what it is. Okay, we're kind of ditching the RSS feed in a way, and we're going to have it where, you know, we're going to have podcasts that don't come with, and you know, that's what I like about Facebook. That's what I like about, you know, and I created an audio version of this podcast, which does go up on iTunes, does go up on podcasts. You got 3 ways to do it, and that's great. But with in some of these cases, you know, I don't have to worry about an RSS feed. Just put it on my Facebook group, and that's what I love about it. It's going to grow, and especially if Facebook decides to get into the audio game. They can't ignore the fact that Spotify is going all in on podcasting. They can't ignore the fact that that podcasting is going to be $1 billion industry in a few years, advertising-wise, because they do video already. So, I don't know. What do you guys think about it? You can let me know. You can tweet me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com, facebook.com/Geekazine, or groups fortunes as we go, and go from there. So, all right, that does it for this week. Thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you guys very much for listening. We'll, like I said, schedule will dictate no show next week, but we'll be back in 2 weeks with another episode of positive direction that it always is going. So, thanks a lot for watching. Thanks a lot for listening. Until next time, you guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. Take care. Damn, 2019, we're in the loud part already. We're here with Marco, and we've got this thing right here. It's called the Jammy. We're gonna jam the Jammy next on Geek.
This guitar is special in a number of ways. First, it's a digital travel guitar. So we set out with an idea to make a guitar that a player like myself would be able to take with me on any trip I go, even if it's for business, because I don't do music professionally. Yeah. So I wanted to have an instrument that I could put in my bag. I wanted to put it on the overhead. So how do we do that? We decided we're gonna make the guitar split just like this.
Whoa! 2 parts.
So it splits in 2 parts, so it's 15 frets. Okay. And it's got real steel strings, so it preserves that real guitar feel.
Okay. So basically, you got a button here, or is it this thing?
Let me disconnect the strap for now.
So does this take it apart right here?
Yep.
Okay, so I lift that up.
Yep, and then pull it out. Yep.
All right. So there's the neck right there, and then we have the bass, and there's
just comes off like this.
So
and it folds like so.
Wow. Do you need these parts with you? Can you just take these 2 pieces?
You can play with just these 2 pieces. We just found that these add the comp perfectly fine.
Okay.
But if you want to play while sitting down, you want to add this part. It just makes it.
Will that become modular? Like you can have different designs and things like that?
Yeah. That's the idea going forward. But for now, we're just focusing on making the basic, the main experience work really well.
Okay.
But yeah, I can imagine the controls we have here. Yeah. This knob, it controls the volume. Okay. But if you press it, it toggles between effects pedals that are built into the sound engine right here.
What kind of a like a reverb or?
Yeah, let me show you right here.
So this is the not only just a pedal, but a pedal chain.
Yes, a whole chain, and this way you're switching between the chains.
Okay. And then these pedals, they're software that you guys developed, or are they?
Yeah, they're basically these pedals. They trigger the build. Yeah, we ran a crowdfunding on Indiegogo. On the original run, we collected something like almost 500 pre-orders.
Okay.
Right now, towards the end of our pre-order, tons of really useful, helpful feedback.
Does this collect data as well, or no?
It does, and in a way, it's so since it's basically MIDI, we can store pretty much everything that you play. I think up to 48.
You can see which notes you missed as you're
Absolutely. Unlike some other MIDI guitars, this doesn't require you to use the app. Okay. So it's fully standalone. It's got the sound engine right here on board.
Headphone jack?
Yeah, there's a headphone jack right here.
Okay.
So you can plug in your headphones, launch a backing track, and play on top of that with all the effects that you want.
Wow. Where do people go for more information?
They can go to playjammy.com.
I think you can see that and go from there. Marco, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jeffrey.
Rock out. That's awesome. Modular guitars, practice guitars. Being able to bring in, check out everything. Yeah, 2019. We're in the Loud area, so we got a lot more videos to go. So check it out over at Geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys rock out and geek out. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. It's getting really loud in here and I didn't bring the right microphone, but it was last minute. I got into a chess game with Gary Kasparov, the folks at Twitter, and Avast, who I didn't show up, so they said, hey, can you put down the camera and play? And I said, hey, yeah, why not? So that's what I did. An amazing time. I was the first one out, because I was trying to...
Gary Kasparov's chess exhibition match. I'm with Avast Software, and Gary is our security ambassador here at South by Southwest. We had an amazing talk this morning about artificial intelligence and his experience. And enjoy the show.
Here we go. You ready?
Good luck. Do you think I need luck?
I don't know. He just knows what to do next. He just knows every time, every opener, right?
Gary was at South by Southwest with Avast Software to remind us that although computers are smart, they can fall apart easily.
People keep buying devices. So they are attracted by all So the security of your smart home. So if you have one device, then there's easy entry for potential predators that is sitting there with these jungles, waiting just to grab
Gary as the hacker, playing the game until he can find a way to win almost every time. For me, he only took 10 moves to win.
And then this guy, 4th place. 3. You
intimidated. He said, "Yes, I am," by their son, but he put on a cap. So he had his win. We had a great time with him, right, Jeff?
Absolutely, absolutely. I had a great time with Jordan. So we might do a couple more videos for South by Southwest here.
Until next time.
Awesome. Now, go play some chess. Thank you very much. Here we go. We're at the Keyboard Pro electric piano and synth, and we're going to talk about that next on Geekazine NAMM 2019. So check this out. So we got the laptop that's controlling it, and of course the mallet station. The mallet station is just a MIDI keyboard, which has to plug into a computer, so you'll have to use something powered by Slate, and it's a Pearl device right here. So I'm gonna put it in. You can do drum set. Or we can do the mallets. And of course together, $29, and of course you got the bob pads, all the prices down here, and then of course you hook it up to a computer. It's a pretty cool thing. It's perfect for theater setup if you're doing something for a Broadway show or anything like that. It keeps the footprint low, or you can be a solo. A lot of great stuff here in the drum area over at the Pro booth. Check everything out over at geekazine.com, youtube.com/geekazine. Until next time, you guys geek out and rock on. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. We're here at NAB 2019. We're here at the KiloView booth, and we've got some NDI controllers right here we're going to take a look at next on Geekazine. So you want to get into in here, especially this one. This is a pretty low price. It's from a company called KiloView, and these are demo models. They don't have their regular models out, but they are out for order now, and they use the NDI HX protocol. This one right here, simple box, $350. $350. And of course, it's wired, it's not wireless. So you would put this into your workflow. 2 or 3 boxes, you have like 2 or 3 cameras on there using the NDI protocol, pretty cool. For HDMI, and of course they also have an SDI version as well. We've got HDMI here. You can power it through here, or this is also battery powered, my understanding. USB here, if you do need to put it on Ethernet, you just, and a nice little sturdy box that, like I said, just attaches right on the camera, so you could do some travel NDI and go from there. This is going to be $650 on there, but if you're doing a lot of in-studio stuff, this box right here would be a computer screen to do talking head plus a PowerPoint presentation type thing. The company is called Kilo, so stick around, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. Until next time, Jeffrey Powers here. You guys geek out and take care. Memory, NVMe memory, and of course all the SSD storage. We'll talk about that next on Geekazine. So Dane, kind of popular guy. You've done some films that some people know about, like, you know, if you're a big SpongeBob fan, you got something coming out. But
got an Oscar a few years ago for that one.
Do you have your Oscar here?
No. I'm right behind everybody else. Unfortunately, I'm polishing the Oscar for other people. That's there.
But you got to touch it at least.
A little bit, yeah. Absolutely.
So, side of things, and of course, how it's helped you workflow production. So,
absolutely.
Tell us a little bit about what you got.
Well, really, it's just about production and post-production technology, and really the work that I've been trying to develop over the last 2 years. The 4K, 8K production workflow system that we use in motion picture and streaming and any of the studio-based projects for the most part, because we're working with lots of data, big data print hours after we had a 12 or 14-hour day to get there. So that's a really important part of the work, really, is just to get it done, but also encryption is a big deal. We have to interfacing it. But with NVMe and really the Kingston, both the consumer and the enterprise products, but really the enterprise products, I have that all built in.
Yeah.
So it makes my work much easier, much faster. We're looking at somewhere about a 12 to 15 hour savings per week. We're using a basic enclosure. The one I currently use is made by Akidio OWC.
There we go.
And basically the NVMe is inside. You can kind of see it in its chassis. Here's the ability to read and write simultaneously, whereas like traditional SATA devices could not do that because they need to send the data one way or the other at a time. So that gives you, we call it IOPS. IO's huge, absolutely mad a given drive. So that's the kind of first benefit. The second benefit is we now can take that as the chassis gets faster, as the connections get bigger, as the technology in that field advances. We now can use that same NVMe, which is definitely for any kind of consumable storage device. I mean, most people, if you talk to them, hey, are you using a drive from 5 years ago? A few people might say, yeah, I keep a few in my bag. It's my spare drive, but
better is
absolutely
always helps in situations like this where you're on the road. You don't have your full production rig there, but you gotta get the video out. You gotta get
or your computer. It's the fastest. It's the lowest latency. It's the best, fattest connection that we can get, and then you just bridge it out from there based off of what your needs are. I mean, if you're a YouTuber, you have to have something like really portable, or if you need to have in production with like a gang of 8 of them or 12 of them because you need to carry around, 64 terabytes or 48 terabytes worth of data. So I think it's a great tool, but also it helps everybody.
Absolutely. And tell us what you guys have for this year.
So we're coming out with one of our new data center drives is the DC1000M. So this is a 4-channel PCIe drive, NVMe, U.2 form factor U.2, used in the data center. From if you've got like servers, like 2U servers with 24 bays across, they're serviceable from there.
Okay.
We're at NAB, so we're using them actually to use on set and as transports to go to in July.
And is that the only product you're showing off at NAB?
Well, we also have the DC500. So the DC500 R and M. So that's R is our read-centric drive. M is the mixed use room for months data centers, and they're going gangbusters now. We're getting to the point where there's really going to be probably going to be a price parity between SATA and NVMe. SATA, once NVMe and SATA come to parity price-wise, we can expect all the data centers and end users at the desktop level, small business. When you go to make that purchase decision on your next machine, same price, there's going to be a lot more motivation to spend the same amount of money to get 5 to 6 times the performance for the same flash, right?
Okay. Interesting drives. Awesome stuff. And what are you working on now?
Can't talk. Sony. Those are kind of the main studios I'm working with right now to kind of facilitate that.
You can do my biopic. How's that?
Oh, can see it. You haven't changed. You just have a goatee now, right?
No, I had the goatee when I was a child. I came out. Anyway, we won't talk about that. Well, you'll learn about it in the biopic. So
cool.
All right. Well,
thank you so much.
Where do people go for more information on you?
You can go to Syntegral. Use NVMe and VR 360. A little bit of everything on there.
Okay, and then of course Kingston.com.
Kingston Technology, couldn't do it without them.
Absolutely, Kingston Technology.
They're the anchor in this whole thing.
Absolutely.
So,
Well,
it's great.
Dane, thank you very much for taking some time. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We got a lot more NAB video coming your way, so go get your wings, things like that. So it's a lot of fun. So check it all out, Geekazine.com. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys. Geek out. So that's pretty cool. John, was it John?
Yeah, my name is
John. Come on closer a little bit.
Okay.
All right, tell us a little bit about what you got.
We would like to introduce cooking foil, which is a combination of traditional Korean microbial properties and breathability.
Breathability, okay.
One of its other properties is it absorbs odors.
Okay.
The white side is the traditional Korean hanji.
Only use the pan.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Because we see a frying pan here and some bacon. Yeah. So you put the bacon on here, and it's supposed to keep the odor. Oh, okay.
In Korea, when they eat pork belly, there's a lot of grease.
Lots of grease, yeah.
This helps absorb the grease and the odor.
Okay.
So it reduces the amount of smoke and smell in the house by 50%.
Okay, so if I put a burger on it, burgers usually stink up, comes in there? Okay. Okay, nice. So
have you used the air fryer? Air fryer.
We have an air fryer at home.
Yes.
Yes.
Air fryer의 문제점이 뭔가 좀 한번 물어봐 주세요.
So what is it easy to clean up the grease afterwards?
This one it's better, but yeah, there are. I'm concerned there are spots in the air fryer that I'm not getting, and there's grease buildup happening. Yes.
You didn't need to clean up afterwards.
Oh, nice. So
the chicken has more grease.
Yeah, the chicken has a lot more grease, and so you put that underneath, and look at that right there. It was hard to see, but it shows that the air fryer doesn't have that grease buildup, the drip pan that you end up having.
So the charcoal scent kind of flavors the food as well.
Oh, okay.
Now they're placing this product underneath it.
Okay.
Before they export it because it prevents it from getting stale or getting smells. And they export to America, Canada, Taiwan, and Australia.
So when I go to the grocery type thing underneath, so this would replace that thing with the charcoal, and then you could just put it right in the microwave or whatnot and cook it right there, and it would go from frozen or cold to hot without issue. So you can do it on the stove, you can do it in the microwave. I'm assuming you can also do it in the oven, air fryer. Can you do it on a grill?
다만 except는 fire는 안 돼요. 직접 조이기 때문에.
The only exception, you can use it in a variety of places, but one of the problems when you cook short rib at home is the marinade burns.
Okay.
And it's carcinogen on the meat. But when you use this product, it
soaks that up. As much. It soaks it up. What about vegetables?
Yeah, vegetable. I don't know.
Does that work with the slow cooker?
Yeah, slow.
Okay. Another one. There we go. Okay. Well, we get the idea here. So, let's talk price. First of all, let's talk about what your plans are for the next year. Where do you want to go with this? Are you out to market or?
I want to. Now they would like to export the product itself to the States.
Okay. So you use this on a commercial level to make sure that the food is fresh, and now you want to sell it to consumers. Okay, perfect. That's a great plan. It looks like you have different versions from the circular one to like a plastic wrap or something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Same material.
Okay. What are the prices?
Price is now is 여기 백화점에서
this is sold in department stores for around $7,000, $7.
So about $7.
요건 6,000원이고요. 스몰이고 20.
Okay.
20,000.
Okay. Or aluminum foil or something like that, and then just put it in the bottom of the pan, and it soaks up the grease. All right. And this isn't. Are you selling it in Korea right now, or?
Selling now.
Okay.
디파트먼트 스토어, 백화점에서 판매하고 행복한
They also are currently selling it in another department store called Hanging Department Store.
Okay.
And they've exported to New York once.
Okay, time. Take care. There you go. It's called, what's it called? It's called
수투문 한지.
Sutuno Hanji. There you go.
Hanji with charcoal.
Hanji with charcoal. And of course, I'm assuming when you go to the United States, it'll have at the bottom of your frying pan or something like that to reduce the smoke, reduce the smell, and reduce the oil usage. So you just cook these. Is it one-time use?
Yeah, one-time.
One-time use. Geekazine. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we are here at the Made in Korea booth. Aving.net has put together this awesome spot for companies in South Korea, and as they're trying to break into markets and stuff like that. We've got 8 companies that I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the first 4 companies as a walkthrough, and then of course we'll go through the next 4 companies in the second video. So let's get started. We're going to start with this one right here. It's PIMS, and basically this talking with companies, like let's say I have a patent for, I don't know, this lanyard right here, and there's somebody in South Korea that has a patent for this lanyard, similar patents. The idea is it's a negotiator legally and without stepping on any toes, because we all want to make money in the end. We all want our intellectual properties to be well known wherever we go. So what this does is they negotiate with these clients, so they have a working relationship, especially when you're talking languages. I mean, I know a little bit of, that's pretty much it for me, but you get the idea. So this company is working right now, they just started up, so they're working in South Korea. There's a lot of talk, of course, with working with North Korea, because there's probably a lot of patents in North Korea that we don't know about just yet. And then if that trade market opens up, patents would work with their patents, especially if you improve an item that you know came from another country. You add a pin to the lanyard, for example. Then about blockchain. This is actually about working with companies to create with real estate transactions, allow you to work in other countries, to work with people that want to look for properties you might have in other countries, and talking about Korean won versus US dollars. Then you don't have those translation issues right there. It's an IoT application which includes GIS. And you have to forgive me because my blockchain knowledge is down to here. Is Shangdae Technic. Next up is we have Big Pictures. This is a training simulator for big industrial equipment. Now they have forklifts, and they have bigger type industrial equipment, and the idea that you could actually put into your home. I mean, granted, this system is something that they lease out, and would cost you about $15,000 to rent out. But imagine having a simulator at home just for fun, or a gaming system. I mean, this would be a perfect gaming rig for some people. They built all the hardware, and they have the hardware. They can sell the hardware modular from what I saw on the catalog. And the training this might be what you're using for your training in the future. And their plan is they're working in South Korea, and their plan is to grow into other markets internationally. Finally, we have Protostar right here, and this is a share space. So when I was in South Korea last month, I was in an area where we're building an application, so you can do like an Airbnb type of situation where you can rent out that space for a short-term time. So these real estate companies have translators going in the app to actually go into international businesses. And of course, work in the United States, work in Europe, work in Russia, work in wherever their app can be found on networks. So first 4 in this 8-company look into Made in Korea. My friends over at Aving.net, thank you for come overseas to show what they're doing and see kind of test what it would work in the US market. So we got another video just like this. We got 4 more companies. So check that out. We'll have the link in the show notes. Go over to geekazine.com. Go over to youtube.com/geekazine. We're at the aving.net booth, CES 2019. I'm photobombing my friend Joseph, who is doing an interview right now for MIK Invitational Hotspot, excuse me. So CES with the cool innovations here. We're gonna continue this on. So let's get started with these companies. We're gonna start with this. This is AB Ross, and Guava is the name of, it's a POS system, and AB stands for awesome. Many different ways to get your product sold. So for instance, you could come into the shop and you could order an item, whether it be a store or a restaurant or whatnot. And you can order an item, and of course do it the regular way. Or you can pull up and check out. You pay for it on the app, and then of course a receipt will go over at the store. They will then give you your items, and you can be on your way. Now, instead of having the translation issues, I could actually order it on the app and then go pick it up. I have an English version of it. They have a Korean version of it, and we've got I got my products, they got their money, everybody ordering or anything like that. Because you could actually be at your house, they say, I want to get some milk, I want to get some eggs, and I want to get some bread, and I need to get it fast. You can do that, you can order it, you can be in and out, and you don't need to go through the checkout lines. So that's pretty cool. It's the Guava POS system. Next up, we got Good Tech Incorporated. It's all about these plugs. Now check this out. Now these are smart plugs, but the difference between these smart plugs is the fact that this runs on Bluetooth location. So you pair this up with your device, and when you are home within right now within a 10-meter range, your lights can turn on, your TV can turn on, your excuse me, your by the fact that they have a lot of home fires and residential fires, because they have things like heaters plugged in, and then people walk away, and then of course that starts a fire. With this, when they walk away, that gets turned off. So the neighbors don't come in and try to pair their devices to the Bluetooth, so your lights don't turn on when you don't want them to. And that's something that he's working on. They also have plans for a Wi-Fi/Bluetooth model, so you can look on an app in the future to see if they come over to your place, the lights will turn on from the whatever they need to use they'll be able to use, and when they're not at home, it'll just be off. So that's pretty cool. This is Good Tech Incorporated. The idea is you play the game to a certain amount of points, and if you reach that goal, you can donate money to a charity of your choice. Now, they're just in production on the one app, but the idea is they want to take this system and actually distribute it to other games, to other companies. So you could be playing $100 to this charity. And you can also, another thing that they're planning on is working, so you could do a group effort to get to, let's say by the end of this year, if we get to 1 million points on this game, we're going to donate this much money to our favorite charity. So you get the idea. It's all about charitable, or being a charitable person. And this is going to be a busy booth because they've got a very interesting product called Deep Scent. Now what this is, and I'm going to show you this in a second, it is a box. And within the box you have these little cups, kind of like your different capsules in each of these units. And then you go into your app, and you say, I want a little bit more lavender into the scent. It'll change to give you lavender in the scent. I want a little bit more strawberry. I want a little bit more whatnot. These are all natural flavors. These are basically dehydrated scents. And then of course, once they go in the activator, that heats them up. And then you have aroma filling the house with this week. And it's gonna run till February. And these are the little pods that I was talking about. And you can go in there and you can mix and match. And with the app, you can say, okay, at 6 o'clock, I want more strawberry flavor. I want more lavender flavor. I want more sandalwood or whatever. And it will allow you to, or it'll do it automatically. For this year, but they're planning to find a distributor for US rollout within the upcoming years. And that is made in Korea. There's a lot more companies here, but these are the 8 that I was asked to talk about. And of course, you can check that all out. We had a lot of fun at that there, and I want to thank that guy right there for helping me come to South Korea. We'll be doing a lot more work with aving.net and getting more cool .com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. And until next time, you guys, geek out.
Incorporate cutting-edge stem cell science from stem cell science.
Oh, okay. It's right there.
Science,
It's written right here.
of harmful substances in cosmetics.
Okay. And they got a little QR code here, so we'll show that QR code if you want to try and scan it on video. All right. So, did you bring any products with you?
혹시 제품을 가져오신 거는 보여주실 수 있는 제품은 혹시 안 가져오셨나요?
저희가 아직 제품 출시 전이어가지고 샘플만 있거든요.
샘플도 괜찮을 것 같아요. So at this moment, they've only they will bring some samples.
How long has the company been around?
이 회사는 지금 몇 년 정도 됐나요? 1년. Just around a year.
A year? Okay. What? How did you decide you wanted to be in the beauty market?
근데 왜 is her company as well? Like she said about a lot of skin disease caused by the accumulation of harmful substances in cosmetics. You know, you are using cosmetics to kind of enhance your skin condition much better, but actually it sometimes harm to your skin.
Harmful,
so she wanted to kind of develop a new type of study their company first. Wow, that's a mask. LED mask인가요?
네, LED.
So that's a LED mask, which is quite trendy nowadays.
여기 2초 이상 걸리면.
어디를요? 여기를. So you press the button here, like more than 2 seconds. 여기인가요? 어디에? 눌러주세요. Handsome.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah. So you just saw the blinks of the light. So that's a touchpad.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, it's working
There's
now.
like a LED light going on in here. So.
화장이 같이 나오는 화장이에요.
어떤 게 레드가요?
Ah, now there's a blue light.
So this is different blue light, and it depends on the color light.
Okay.
So it has a different functions. So the first one, the red one, is kind of help your skin to generate more clot disease in your skin cells, and then that will be helpful.
Okay.
And three step.
And third one, because they've got 3 steps,
핑크 라이트.
and that's pink light, and then she touched it twice.
네, 포로 넘어갔어요.
아, okay, 네. 그럼 모두가
같은 경우는 레드 파장이랑 블루 파장이 합쳐진 파장이라고 생각하시면.
So this pink waves light is a combination of the first and second one, like red and blue. So if you just press the 2 seconds to the touchpad, then you can turn off as well.
Again, when you breathe in there.
이제 숨 쉬고 말하고 그래서 그런 걸까요? 아니면 이게 원래 그렇게? Well, that's because we kept talking inside whilst you're wearing it, and it was too tight when you wear it. 이 스트랩이 혹시 이게 나오는 거예요 여기에? 이 위에는 이거는 뭐예요?
There should be, because it pulls.
이게 이렇게 흘러내리는데 혹시 이걸로만 고정을 하는 건가요? Because that's the only. 쓰면 더 좋을 것 같아. 이게 무거워서 좀 이렇게 떨어지니까. Yeah, that would consider to put more strap in.
Turn it on.
She's gonna turn it on.
This is what it looks like inside. I can't see that, so I didn't notice that. So let's do that. Hopefully, they're LEDs, but you're seeing this a little bit there. But that's a pretty intense view right there.
이게 눌리는 느낌 좀 덜하지 않을까? 아마 코가 더 높아서 그걸 좀 느낄까요? And also they've got some products for hair loose.
We got some product too. I need some product.
Another product for the hair loose.
For the what?
Hair loose. Like that.
It's an interesting smell. Do I rub it on or?
이거 혹시 뭐 문질러야 되나요? 아니면 그냥 뿌리기만 하나요?
Go ahead.
No, you don't need to rub. It's just a spray.
Is that a needle?
Because the hair loose. If you have a lot of hair inside of your body, that's sometimes stimulate to your hair to grow out.
Okay.
So by around your neck.
Okay. So that will
help the body heat goes through to your head.
Oh, because of this, where the stem cell is, right? Oh, okay. So they are altering my stem cell.
So last year, the main agenda for them to like a research from the smartphone.
Okay. I guess I'm asking, what I'm really asking is how safe is this? It's
그러면
pretty
이게
safe, right?
그죠? So for the stem cell that you're using, it's already got the certificate from the international. So it's like a load to use for the cosmetic by the global standards.
Okay.
For their products as
Okay.
well.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
if anyone wants more information,
So if you guys want any more information, then we got the link down there, koreabiolab.co.kr. What's your plan for this next year? When are you going to release the product?
March to July next year, they will release all their products in market, like from the mask pack and also the hairless products.
Sungjae. Yeah. And we're going to learn about a device that's going to help draw blood without a needle, correct? All right. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah. This is a Handray Pro. Yeah. We call it, if you use our device, you can reduce some pain when you make a blood sample with a needle.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can say,
so this is basically drawing your blood, or
capillary blood,
taking your
several benefits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Less pain than needle lancet.
How so?
Yeah. Shut the laser on your finger and then make up a hole.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't use needle. So using the laser. So.
Laser needle.
Yeah, laser needle. Yeah.
It is Star Trek.
Second infection.
Oh, it's staph infection.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one of our advantage.
Okay.
Yeah. They are using this laser.
Okay.
To regeneration. We usually recommend the fingertip is the best place to get a blood sample. But in case of baby, we recommend here.
On the foot? Okay.
On the foot.
Laser sounds, that's weird. So, all right. So, what type of price points are we talking with? Is this a home unit or?
We have two models.
Okay.
Yeah. This is for large hospital.
Okay.
Yeah. This model.
For home?
For home and small clinic. Both of them.
And for what?
Small clinic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Larger hospital.
Larger, okay.
Yeah, charge 200 type.
So you can do 200 on one charge, you can do 300 on one charge. Okay. Okay, perfect. What are the price points on these? You need an FDA on that. Okay, but you got the FDA on this one. Okay, perfect.
So in Korean market, we sell this model. If you buy this model, this product, you can use more than 20,000 times. So if you use at home, you can use forever. Consumable.
Okay.
So the single use on the device here.
Okay. So that is technically the needle.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so this has two functions. To protecting the other one is to prevent the second infection. Yeah.
So this thing will contact the skin. The laser will come through. Will any blood get on this? Okay. So this would be thrown into a biohazard. Okay.
Just protecting the optical lens and then not.
Okay, cool. And that's $400. Okay, is it out now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. What's your plan for the next year? What are you guys gonna do?
We're gonna find the good.
Understandable.
Yeah. So we're gonna join some exhibition in US.
Okay.
Regarding the diabetes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, that's It's LA Meditech, and this is called the Handy Ray Pro MK 2019. We got a lot more, so check it out and geek out. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here, and of course the smart products, which we're going to talk about next. So we'll start here. This is the Lenovo Smart Clock right here. Of course, something for your bedside. It's got a MediaTek 8167S by 800. It is touch compatible and is 2.4 and 5G wireless. On the back, it is USB USB charge options, so you can plug in your phone and keep this at your bedpost. Next to it is the Lenovo Smart Display. It's what they also can be on your bedside, or it can be on your desk at work or anything like that. We'll start with a bevy full of accessories here, including the USB-C powered hub, which has one HDMI 2.0, one VGA port, a single 4K 60 Hz display in March. Next up, we have the Yoga Mouse Laser Presenter. So it can be a mouse and it can be a laser presenter. So this thing will twist like that to shift between mouse and presentation mode. So there's presentation mode, laser pointer on the fly DPI adjustments, 1600 DPI at the most, and that's a nice 5mm size. And integrated rechargeable battery lasting up to 2 months. It's 11 nanometers thin, which is pretty sweet. Bluetooth 5.0 with NFC connection, up to 2 devices simultaneous. Fast charges in 2 hours, lasts for 8 hours. Easy and quick access to touch controls of 2019. Finally, we have the Lenovo VoiceOver IP360 camera speaker. 1920 by 1080, 30 frames per second, 4 display modes, or you can turn the camera 6.7-inch radius range, 360 speaker at 6.7 inches, and supports Skype, Amazon Chime, Cisco Jabber, Cisco WebEx, Google Hangout, and QQ. I'm guessing if you also plug it into the computer for another program. Y540 15-inch Intel Core processor. It's got a display of 144 Hertz, 15.6-inch, 1920 by 1080, 300 nits display with Dolby Vision HDR 60 Hertz, 15.6-inch FHD at 1920 by 1080, 666 megahertz memory, and up to 256 gigabytes of PCI SSD storage. Got an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2060 card and a battery of 52 watts. And it's about 5 pounds inside. And it's got 3 USB 3.1 ports, a USB 3.1 Type-C port, HDMI 2.0, and DP with a LAN and 3.5mm audio set. Driverless 7.1 surround sound audio, dynamic 50mm drivers, retractable noise canceling, microphone, and comfortable ear cup with the Lenovo Yoga A940. It's a fully convertible high performance machine, desktop machine, for if you need to do audio, video, or even doing some drawing. It can go down to do with it. It's got a 27-inch UHD display at 3840 by 2160, IPS touchscreen, Dolby Vision 27-inch. It's running Windows 10 Home. It's got memory starting at 8 gigabytes and a 1 terabyte to 2 terabyte SATA HD hard drive. AMD Radeon RX 560 is inside here, along with Dolby Atmos speaker system, 3 watts on your desktop, not travel with you. 4 USB 3.0 ports, 2 USB 2.0 ports, and a USB 3.1 port. It's got Thunderbolts in it, in a 3-in-1 card reader. It's got a LAN, and of course it's got an audio jack for your headphones or your speakers. Mode. It's got an IR camera and LED lights on it, and comes with a 3-month trial of Adobe software. We got the full line of laptops, and processor up to 16 gigabytes of DDR4 and 512 gigabyte PCIe SSD in here. Integrated Intel UHD 620 graphics, and a battery targeting up to 18.9-inch contour glass UHD at 3840 by 2400, and 8 gigabytes or 16 gigabytes DDR3 in here, 256 gigabytes to start to 1 terabyte PCIe SSD. We have the ThinkPad X1 Carbon 7th 100 nits. And of course, we have the ThinkPad X1 Yoga 4th generation laptop here. 8 gigabytes of memory, 16 gigabytes of memory, DDR3, up to 2 terabyte SSD. And it's got the 8th generation. This is the ThinkVision P44W. It is 43 by 4 inches, has a WVGA borderless 1800R curved screen panel. It's got a gamut of 99% as an sRGB and a max of 3840 by 1200, viewing angle of 178 inches. It's got 2 HDMI ports. It's got USB 3.1 Type-C, 2 Type-C USB ports, a Gen 1 and a Gen 2. It's got picture-in-picture and includes HDMI. And so that's some of the cool gear over at Lenovo from CES. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Go over to geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. We got a lot more great videos for the idea. And of course, we'll see you at the next one. So you guys geek out.
I was always interested in surround sound. Back in the day, which allowed me to construct a Dynaco amplifier myself. Plus, it had an accessory that converted it to quadraphonic sound, quad or two. I remember I was up at Skywalker working on a surround sound project, and although Leslie was not the engineer for the project, she dropped by periodically, and we laughed and joked about the old days. And I'm always so happy to see her down one day, and Leslie introduced me to him, and he said hello. And I found out that somehow he was influenced in some way by a record I had recorded with Miles Davis for an assignment when he was in film school. She's one of the best ever. It warms my heart every time I see her. She did the Jones to me proud. So I'm so proud to be here tonight. Leslie.
Oh my goodness. It's hard to look at that video and realize I did all that stuff. My God. Well, I think I'm supposed to be the palate cleanser between all the... I want to thank Jeff Sheftel and Denise Blant for the wonderful video. It really is like my life flashing before me. Yeah, please. I have known Jeff's work through the Recording Academy because he had done so many of the tribute videos, and I was so happy to know that he and Denise were going to work on this. And I wanted to thank Herbie for such a wonderful introduction. Studio C at the Automat, working together. And we'd put up a reel of 2-inch tape and press record, and Herbie and the cats would just go out and play. And silly me, I just thought they were jamming. But it was, when they were done, Herbie would come in with David, and they'd write down all the parts of the tune. And then David and I would proceed to edit the 2-inch, and we would take a 15-minute jam and turn it into a fantastic 4 to 5 minute David. And the lessons that I learned on those sessions have been some of the touchstones of my career. So I really want to thank you for everything that you contributed to what I did. Thank you for voting to induct me. It's one thing to get an award for a particular project you did. It's another thing to get an award for your career and the life that you've led. So I thank you for the first woman to get this award. It was well deserved. And more importantly, it takes a lot of pressure off me. So I'm really happy about that. No one gets here alone. So I wanted to take just I hear full spectrum took 20 minutes, so, you know, I'm hoping not to take that long. I'll see if I can keep it short. First of all, I want to thank Phil Kay, head of ABC Studios, for giving me my first job. I'll be forever grateful. In fact, I know I was the first woman assistant or engineer at most of the studios I worked for, and it was a learning curve for us all. As much as we might like to be treated as one of the guys, we aren't, and that's okay. I remember when David Rubinson hired me, she called me into her office, told me she was putting me on a session that coming weekend. And I looked at the date and I said, I can't do it. She looked at me like she had never heard those words before. I'm sure all the engineers and assistants she had worked with would be climbing over themselves trying to get that gig. I don't know if it was refusing a session for a tennis match or having a girlfriend that shocked her the most. But let's just say I went to the tennis match, so. I'm very fortunate to have spent almost my entire career at big studios. I love the constant flow. Tonight, I think there are people here from all the studios I've worked with. ABC Studios, The Automat, Capitol, and Skywalker. And your support and friendship then and now means the world. A group of engineers who flew down from San Francisco tonight to be with me. They do whatever it takes. They say yes and make it happen, and that's how it should be. I have a theory that that's part of the DNA of Skywalker, part of the culture, starting with George Lucas. After all, Skywalker was created, or television, or recording, or a scoring session, that attitude remains. At Skywalker, the bar is set very high. There are so many smart and creative people, and we work in such a collaborative environment, and everyone is... I wanted to give a special acknowledgement to my family, who are here tonight, including my mother, as Herbie mentioned. As my brother Spike liked music through my father, musical satirist Spike Jones. And my mother, singer Helen Greco. I can't believe, my mother couldn't believe that she was in the video while watching a bit of her perform every night. I learned my love of orchestration from my father. Those gunshots and cowbells and gags, they all had a particular place in the music, and it was written out in the score. I think of it now, and I learned so much about singing and singers from watching my mother. Night after night, she sang the same songs and made them meaningful each night to a new audience. I always remember that when I'm working with singers. Whether classical or not, there's always a story to tell. And it's my job as the engineer or the producer to make sure that story gets told and that the audience gets what that story is. Thanks to my family for their love and support and for being here tonight, all the way from Los Angeles. In closing, several years ago, Tom Kenny and I were in New York at AES and saw Hamilton. For those of you that haven't seen it, for me it was a life-changing experience. But there's a song that the Aaron Burr character, Tom went on to write one of his many beautiful editorials, taking that phrase and relating it to being an assistant engineer. Being in the room when the magic happens. I've been or watching their contemporaries, sitting in on sessions before I ever knew I was going to be an engineer. And then, of course, the path from apprentice to assistant to engineer, when it happens, but what you do with that. How you pay attention and ask questions and think ahead and be prepared for whatever the next room offers. There's always a door that will open, so just walk in and see what's on the other side. I have never been disappointed. Thank you so much.
New Business Center Vice President, Mr. Samuel Chang. So welcome, Mr. Chang.
Valley in Korea, focus on new product development and also partnership. And this is actually our first year as LG Electronics hosting an event along with our sister company, LG Ventures. And I'm actually from Southeast, so it's actually good to be coming back to the southern states. He was hosting as well, but they're a lot of focus on media and entertainment. And as one of the leading companies in consumer electronics, we're finding more and more understanding what consumers think about in terms of trend, and also how they really experience and who they, in some sense, give you some products we're looking at that's in the pipeline. Also hear feedback from you in terms of what are the things you're seeing in terms of technology and lifestyle change. So I'll go and introduce 3 other panel speakers who are hosting today. First is Mr. Charlie. He spent a lot of time at LG Electronics heading a lot of design work. Hello. Hello. Okay. Under our CTO office. And third person is Mr. Dong-Soo Lee. He's head of our corporate. Dong-Soo Kim, sorry. There are only like 3 last names in Korea to figure it out. I'm the corporate venture arm, Silicon Valley. I guess I'll start with Mr. Charlie. Can you share us a little bit in terms of how you think about South by Southwest and your motivation attending here today?
Actually, yes, MWC and so on. And South by Southwest was kind of the, somebody was asking to me, why you are not joining South by Southwest? And I said, but normally we are showing off the product for sales to the trade show. But what if we are going to share some kind of the innovation idea with the thought leaders and innovators in South by Southwest? Share our ideas with lots of innovators here. That's why we are here, just talk and communicate with the thought leaders and trend leaders here in South by Southwest.
And I know there are a lot of products that we're actually showing that's about to launch, and also some product that we're actually not shipping in US but available in other markets.
Same team, but in Korea, like a styler, which is steam refreshener for the garments. It's popular in Korea, and beer maker that we spent like a 2 or 3 years time invested there. So we are actually there are many products that I'm not allowed to talk about. The skincare product, anti-aging electronics product in Korea is established in Korea. After a certain period of time, after we finish the test, we'll bring it into the US market as well.
Yeah, actually, one of the products that's going to be available in Korea is a beer maker. And you will actually get to sample after the product that improves your skin texture and also make it look younger. So it's one of the things when you watch K-drama, something to think about. Maybe I'll switch to, can you tell me in terms of technology? Sorry, what technology do you see that will drive impact as we look at the next, 5-10 years out?
Before start, please understand my poor English. This is first time intelligence is the key technology in this thing, and AI capabilities will evolve through learning over time. Connectivity among the all home entertainment devices and appliances, and even more outdoor mobile products. And to the AI capabilities is so important, so we classify the and partner. And each profiles will evolve from the novice level to the advanced level, I think.
Thank you. Maybe I'll move on to Mr. Kim.
All right.
I know that corporate venture got set up.
Well, briefly, LG Technology Ventures started May 1st of last year. Really, it was a vision from LG to do corporate venture capital the right way. Right now, we're set up, we are managing over $400 million that LG is interested in, not just LG Electronics related technologies like AI and robots, but also things related with lithium-ion batteries and materials and devices, displays. So, and try to connect them with the right people within LG, help them with not just investment, but also on setting up strategic collaborations with different LG business units in our business.
Maybe to extend it a little bit, what do you think are some of the benefits? There are a lot of startups I think
I think right now the trend definitely is for some of the technology areas, there's definitely a benefit for a startup to partner with a bigger company like LG. I mean, obviously, the LG can provide the scale and needed the marketing power and just working together to create synergies. The most difficult part that I constantly in Korea, and this is quite a bit of challenge. A lot of times, startups approach somebody. It might not be the right people, and then they may not be interested in what the startup is doing, and then the startup thinks, oh no, LG is not interested. But that's not necessarily true. There are here in the US, but also we have a team of what we call an internal business development team guys who have worked with open innovation centers within LG for a long time, so they know who would be interested in that particular technology that the startup might be working on. So they can make the right connection, put it in front of the right people, sometimes provide advice on how to talk to different people. And obviously, an investment can really also help the company with the resources that is needed to support a relationship with a big company like LG. So I think it's really a mutually beneficial relationship for both sides, and we're just trying to promote it.
So we're showcasing now 3 key focus areas for technologies. When we think about investment, what would those 3 be?
I think, again, it's a term that is used a lot, but smart home is really in a sense. I mean, now almost every home has Wi-Fi with the 5G coming up, and also with AI to help these appliances to manage the data that is collecting. Different startups can help is that they might have, so LG builds a platform, all these startups might have all these innovative ideas to how to leverage that platform to create services that is very differentiated. So I think that's an area that...
A lot about technology, but also user experience and design is also very critical. And I know your team also is working in a lot of automotive space. So do you have any perspective to share in terms of design or user experience in the automotive as we think about technology?
In terms of the automotive, we are evolving into the autonomous industry, autonomous vehicle era. And by combining one of the most important space in the autonomous driving technology. So we are collaborating with the global leaders in many fields, but I can't reveal everything. But for instance, with the TI's help, we also have a automotive vehicle platform. But other than that, in terms of the cabin experience, what people want to do in the autonomous vehicle, maybe they want to sleep, or they want to chat, they want to see the movie. So it's really like business class experience in the airplanes. The same experience goes to the vehicle, and we are heavily investing in it.
Okay, I think we have maybe a few more minutes left, so we can open up for any questions. If I can say, feel free to raise your hand.
Give us an idea of what the future.
So what from our point of view, what does future TV means?
Actually, he's the expert in TV. But yeah, I can answer. With the OLED technology and many of the LED technology are evolving into the TV space. And as you see, the OLED are there. More of the TV itself, it will be like emerging into the space itself. So TV will not merely a product; it will be part of the space. And in the so how we are going to cope in the space, as well as the contents. And in addition to the AI proposition of today, the TV will be evolving into more converged product with the space and experience itself. And we definitely think that we will be the leader in the space. And many people are complaining about the people. So yeah, maybe some of the early adapters can afford it, but I know that I think even I'm afraid of revealing what the price of today at those kind of TV, but it will be more affordable, and we are very good at.
Anything else to add there, to
Yeah, back to 2020 and 13, when I was in home and ultimate division. At the time, our team is very vigorously developed the 4K UHD TV and OLED TV. And now, for the hardware sales, differentiation is important. And for the software and content side, software platform and UX is important. And nowadays, many medias combined to the TV built-in. So there's another new paradigm. So far, we about 60 to 50. Now, 20% of medias are combined built-in in the TV. That's the trend.
So, I think if you think about it, we're getting so much more content and ability to view 4K, 8K at home. So I think we're going to continue to get more of the TV. On the flip side, I think we'll still at the same time. Any other questions? Go ahead.
So I noticed the BTS little section over there, but I want to know what is the future for entertainment that LG would do? Is there any more of that going on, like music entertainment? I'm just curious, what was the thought process, or what do you think?
She saw some materials with BTS. So what do we think in terms of future of technology and entertainment? Do you want to take the question?
Yeah, actually that's a question not just for LG Electronics, but LG top 3 mobile carrier in Korea. They're very aggressively pushing 5G infrastructure in Korea. Actually, probably I would say is probably one of the most aggressive in terms of deploying 5G. So with the thing has to merge into a single seamless user experience where you're always connected. You're always you can have access to any content that you want anywhere, wherever you are, and also not just that, but also with AI, you can seamlessly suggest content that you might want. We should be providing things that you might want seamlessly. So I think that's where the content is going, entertainment is going, and I think it's going to be a very exciting future for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I think that comment about 5G is a really interesting one. About 15 years ago, I actually had a chance to visit Korea as a visitor, and this was when they had a gigabit Ethernet long before. And this person, I will not disclose who, was doing peer-to-peer download of a movie. And there was 2 things that was interesting. So it took only about 2 minutes to download the whole movie. It was high-speed internet. Well, once it finished playing, he deleted the movie, which you would never do in the US. So I told him, why did you do that? He's like, oh, it's just as easy. But now with the 5G, they're really going to drive in terms of how we consume content. So we're really excited, but I think there are a lot of things that we cannot even imagine will happen in the next 5-10 years. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Speaking of 5G, do you think on planes will we be able to keep our phones on and keep our cellular service going?
I think
one of the NBC, my vision, our company driving into is that not only the autonomous driving car, we are heavily investing ourselves into the aircraft carrier space, and we recently launched the. Can I do that? Okay, just news coverage. So we will be going into the joint venture with the Lufthansa Technik, one of the world-leading aircraft technology company. So we will be going in, but in the airplane, the Wi-Fi is the most advanced the telecommunication protocol. So we will be evolving the cabin experience into the future. So some of the connectivity will be there. Now, I'm not sure when the 5G will be coming up, but because 5G antenna for that. But we will be evolving those experiences to be more affordable, more convenient, for faster connection experience in the future. And we are there. We are in the aviation and the cabin experience business as well. But it will be
technology in terms of communication and even display, as it goes to not only cars but airline cockpits and also passenger space. But I think there's still a lot of things that we can do as an industry, getting the common standard it's not just 5G in a single market, but airplane turns out cool innovation happening there, but also regulatory that we need to overcome. I think we have maybe time for one more question. Okay, maybe you guys are a lot more thirsty than expected.
Emotions are very real. So how do you combine that artificial intelligence with things that are very tangible to humans?
Okay, that's a long story.
Short version.
If you see the times this year and some of the cameras, the emotion is everything. It's a very analog technology, analog watches with the precision mapping to have. Why we are spending so much time to develop that eye emotion, like this. We are saying that okay, God created nature like this. We are social existence, so if there's a person who has a disability in the expressing their emotion or social capability, maybe he will not be living that world because he's not social existence. So we have resemblance a human being, which is imperfect creature. So AI also needs like a relationship building capability and the personality in the future. We know that. Actually, we don't have, but we see the future, and AI will have those kind of relationship capability and the personality as well. How we can make more personality-based communication with the AI, that's a big task for the engineers like us. So, eye movement and the gesture. You know, to have a communication between human beings, we need a gesture like this. But you know, to put a manipulation type of the hand into the logo, the hand price itself will be much more expensive than the body. But in affordable price, if we do have both of the ambidextrous hand in there, maybe logo price could be okay, $15,000 for the home use. That's ridiculous. How we can make in the leading position to make it happen? It's a long story though.
Well, thank you very much for coming to our event, and also enjoy the rest of South by Southwest. And I'd like to also thank the three panelists speaking today.
Thank you.
This is going to wrap up the panel discussion. Please.
CES 2019, Jeffrey Powers Geekazine. Of course, you know this is awesome. I want this in my living room. How do I get the whole thing in my living room?
Oh man, we can make it happen. We can make it happen one of these years.
So this is the LG signature line OLED TV R, right?
Yes, I'm calling it the ROLED.
ROLED?
The ROLED.
So, oh wait, we got to go down.
Another level.
Let's go down. We're going down. We're going down. Bye.
So you've gotten rid of the rigid substrate that's on the other TVs. Hard backing.
Go back.
We got rid of.
They're bringing sexy back away from
we're
back.
rolling sexy.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay.
so what we're able to do now is we're able to roll up, because OLED is phenomenal. Actually have it roll up into these boxes. These boxes are what comes with it, because that's where all of the
that's
power
all the screen,
and
yeah,
HDMI and everything. It's got the mechanics in there. It's a 100-watt speaker.
Wow.
Right there. Yep. Very cool stuff. It's got a couple of things. What it can do is it could actually stop music through the 100-watt speaker.
Okay.
You can see all kinds of cool little blips, little.
So there's like little LEDs in there. Or,
well, no, it'll just pop up, but it'll only pop up in what we call line.
Okay.
So it'll pop up like so, weather, music, stocks, or you can just look through the dashboard, go to what you want.
Upside down, put it on the ceiling and
Not
go
yet.
down?
No,
not yet.
No,
It's got to be going up.
This is
so it can't go
ground
sideways.
floor
It got up.
Exactly.
So that okay, perfect.
Yeah, you can't. Yes. No.
But that's something that could happen in the future.
You know what? There's no telling with OLED. I mean, we're making OLED lighting out of the thing. We're making OLED. We've got transparent OLEDs. We've got the big. Don't quote me on this.
Don't.
We've gotten about 950 or somewhere around there.
950. Okay.
We're pretty bright for what an OLED could do.
Yeah.
It's not about the brightness. The sustained brightness is what really matters. If you get that going on, look at your environment. It's going to say, okay, this needs to be brighter here. It's going to listen to your environment. It's going to say, okay, the sound needs to go here. You can turn on the AI sound. It's got the deep learning. So what we've done is we've actually put in all the data. And we're saying the picture needs to be right here because it's looking at all the shapes and everything. If you see Alpha 9 doing all that stuff, the sound, we've now got Alexa built into these bad boys as well as Google.
Sweet.
So you've got all these buttons you can press and just use your voice. whatever voice you want to use, man. It understands.
That's right, baby. What about soundbar? If I wanted to hook up like a 5.1 soundbar or something like that?
You've got the HDMI ports on there, so you can go ahead and do that, and you can turn the sound off. It's just like any of the other TVs.
Okay.
You go into sound, you turn off TV speakers. If you want to hook up the optical, you can do that and have TV speakers and optical. So you get the Dolby Atmos from the TV itself, and then optical from your surround sound. So
awesome.
Yeah, best of both worlds, if you will.
So the real question that they're asking, I'm asking, they're asking, how much?
You know what? I wish I knew. They didn't give us any prices yet. It's going to be like the second half. We're going to find out when it finally.
So awesome! Thank you very much, Martin.
Absolute pleasure.
So LG.com is where they go, or they can call you directly and get one of them there for themselves. Call them on cell phone.
No, head over to www.lg.com. To the USA side.
YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit that button, that bell. It's there. It could be there. It could be up there. It could be over here. I don't know. And for notification. And until next time, you guys geek out. Bye. Bye. And we're back. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine CES 2019. And we've got this right here. We're at the LG booth. This is the LG ultra-wide monitor. This is actually two LG ultra-wide monitors on Geekazine. We got Greg here from the L and the G, and these are ultra-wide monitors. Now last year we saw some really cool, powerful monitors. Right. This, I wanted on my desktop, so tell us a little bit about what these ultra-wide monitors are all about.
Well, what we're looking at side by side.
And that's what, 5160 by 1440, right?
5120 by 4040.
I was off by 40.
That's all right. 40. That's okay. Well, 10%, deviation.
Well, I'm always off by 40. So I'm only 7 years old.
So the side, so somewhere between 1 and 2K vertically.
Okay.
But it's somebody who's working, whether you're doing, content development, if you're doing video, if you're doing data analysis, more real estate is definitely better.
Okay.
So we much rather move our heads left and right than up and down. Of course, this kind of blows that because it's up and down here as well, but we chose to do that. But you don't have that seam right in the middle of it. And with this, we can run up to 3
desktops all together.
Right. So with dual controller, we have the ability to have 2 computers connected simultaneously, but they would share a keyboard and a mouse. So as I flip between one screen to the other screen, it switches.
But we have 2 displays here, so we can actually have 4 computers.
Well, we don't have quad controller, so you're looking at
yeah, I know, but you could have 1 computer on both screens, and then a second computer on the top screen, and a third computer on the bottom screen. I'm getting complex, but I have a complex system. How many of the ultra-wide monitor models do you guys have right now?
We'll have the back.
Okay.
So
and
one has a white color.
That's a silver as opposed to black.
White, actually, versus black.
All right. I want one. How can I just take this home?
Well, cash check or charge, but we'll charge you once we know the pricing is. Okay.
Per monitor, I mean that's not too bad.
How about $1 per pixel? I think we can work something out.
No, how much is one of these cost?
We don't have pricing on any of the products yet, and delivery first half of 2019. But we do support controller, lots of real estate. Somebody just wants to be able to do all sorts of stuff on one screen at one time, which is the way I prefer without multiple monitors and the complexity of that. This is a great solution.
Well, the single monitor idea, just, because I have a dual monitor system at home, and it's nice, but it's getting a little bit old. To be able to connect up 2 computers to the single monitor might not be a bad thing, and of course, good.
More is good.
More is LG. And LG is good.
And we're LG.
There you go. No complaints there. You said first half of this 2019 sometime, and then let's go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine, Facebook.com/Geek. Get the idea. So CES 2019, we got a lot more video coming your way. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for notification, and all that other good stuff. And until next time, you guys, geek out. With Geekazine, we're here with Andrew at the Lightshare booth at City Gear 2019, and we're going to talk about this thing right here. It's a light, and the new versions and all that other good stuff next on Geekazine. So, this is Andrew.
Hey guys, showing you here is our Lightshare Pro, which under the TV over there, if you film it, is we won Best in Show at NAB. We got Innovation Award at
over
CES.
there. Okay, right there. Okay.
So this thing's super cool, kind of a best in class. It has a OLED display limit.
Okay.
It's saying it's at 3,300 Kelvin. It's just in 100 degree increments where you can press and hold but it goes from 3,000 to 6,000. So if you can see them, I'm real orange, or 3000K.
Yeah.
And I'll zip all the way through. This light is app controllable, so I can control this from an iPhone or an Android, and I can adjust up to 7 of these lights or put them in groups. It's waterproof to 90 feet. There's accessories like what I'm being filmed with is a softbox. I'll pull it into frame here. This breaks down flat, snaps right onto the front of the light, so that's the same light as this, with just the softbox accessory on the front, which makes a real nice directional light. The light does the tungsten range, but we also have color filters, so red, yellow, green, blue, and a diffuser flat filter that just snaps on the front.
Oh, nice.
Like that.
Is that magnetic or is it a snap?
No, it's a mechanical snap.
Mechanical snap, okay.
And then we have a honeycomb grid. Video, photo, macro, interview, 3-point lighting. This is like what, with 3 of these on 3 small light stands like this, you're going to replace what you used to put in the wagon. Set up a whole 3-point lighting, interview type set, rugged, drop proof. It's just an amazing light. People are loving what they can do with this.
All right. What are the prices then?
So the light you're holding, the Lytra Pro, retails for $219.95. The softbox retails for $45, as do the
more information.
Directly to Lytra.com or any of our retail partners. They can see a dealer locator on the site to find their local dealer. We are in Adorama, B&H, Mike's, Dodds, Hunt's, and many other.
Lightweight this puppy is. So, and I was trying to move it around for a little bit of angle so you can kind of see how that works. And of course, Andrew works at, was it 4,600? Yeah, 4,800. That's where this is at right now. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We got a lot more cool action at Cinegear 2000. Go ahead, hit that bell for the next video. Until next time, you guys, I don't have any hands, but until the next time, you guys geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geek Lytra set. In fact, I'm lighting up this set with a Lytra light underneath the table here, which I can. So let's just do an unboxing. We've got the Lytra Pro, the softbox, the filter set, the honeycomb, and the barn door. We'll start with the Lytra Pro right here. Now the only, all right, we've got the Lytra light here. This is the Lytra Pro light, which goes from, I think it was 36 to 6,000 Kelvin. We've got the quick start, the Lytra Pro right here. So that's got that. Let's see if it turns on right away. Yep, turns on without a problem. We've got, it's at 10%, 3,000 Kelvin. And of course on the top we have the 3,000 to 6,000 Kelvin is the group. Looks like we got a pretty good battery, so I could probably just use this tomorrow. That's awesome. So we got that. Let's just put that to the side. Move a little bit extra light here. In here we have, it looks like, now we got any type of GoPro type situation. We've got, what else we got? We got a USB cord to charge it, and then an adapter, a shoe adapter for your camera. Is the softbox. Open up the softbox. It comes in a nice case. That aside, we'll zip that open. Pull it out. Fully placed. And then the main piece right here. Now, oh, we got another piece. We got the, okay, we got, this is the shoe that goes into the light. Excuse me. So, get it on the first try. And then we snap the camera in, or the light in, excuse me, and it all falls apart. So, okay, so if I had more time to do that. So basically that, once again, it's in its little case. So unzip that and bring this out. Let's take this light, let's get some sort of light in here. So we'll put it right there so you can see what's going on. There we go. Let's pull up the barn doors. So this is more for focus lights, if you want to focus on your subject. So we'll just take this Okay, perfect. All right, so now we pop this on. A little bit of pressure. And now we've got barn doors on our, like if you really want to focus it in a specific area, as you can see, there it is focused a little bit more. Well, that closed it. But you get the idea, as opposed to spreading the light out completely. So that's the barn door. Let's see, let's pop open the honeycomb and take that out of its case. Once again, it's got a nice little case. See how that looks. Pull it out. We have two different honeycombs. It looks like we have two honeycombs here, so let's pop this out. A little rubber band on here. Yeah, it looks like we have two different honeycombs. I think they look exactly the same, so... And there you go, that's the honeycomb look. It's a little bit more focused as well. It's not as bright as opposed, let's just pop it off. So let's see the, oops. There's the honeycomb on, and then the honeycomb off. I think it's a multi-filters. So we just open up the box, and there's another bag. Always a bag for it, that's pretty cool. And we'll open this up. And I have a feeling that you put two filters together to make other colors. So we got the red, we got the green, and we got the yellow. And these pop out. Oh, there's blue. Okay. So it looks like red and green out. And then we have yellow, and then we have another diffuser. So if we want, let's get a nice, let's do the green light. Geekazine loves green. So we'll pop that right on there. And we'll turn. Yeah, there you go. It's gonna take more power to get there, but as you can see, there it is with two filters on. It kind of kills itself with that. So, and it's the full unbox of the Lytra family of product. Let's just put this back in here. We got the light itself. We've got the filters. We got the honeycombs. Put it back together properly. So that is the full collection of the Lytra Light Pro. And this light is gonna be pretty cool because it's Bluetooth controlled. Like I said, 3000 to 6000 Kelvin, and it's waterproof. And you know, we have the review at we got the interview from so that's it. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Go over to YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, and we'll go from there. Take care. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're at the Marantz booth. We've got Augusto here, and we're going to be talking about
First of all, thanks for watching this video. You're big welcome to our Marantz Professional booth here at NAB 2019. The first product I'm going to show you is the Turret. This is our very first all-in-one solution for broadcast people, video logging, podcasters, YouTubers, and all people streaming on Twitch and Instagram and everything else. So how does it work?
How does it work?
This is a full HD camera, 30 frames per second. Comes already with an LED light ring and a dimmer. So you can also switch from the 3 included filters. We have the warm filter, the cool filter.
How many nits, how bright does it get?
So this one here would do as bright as your eyes can resist for a 30 minutes YouTube.
Okay.
If you want to know more specific, the Kelvin temperature is 5,400 K. This is a 5,400 Kelvin. 3,200 Kelvin, and this is a 4,000. The Turret is this fantastic, high quality, superb microphone. This is a cardioid polar pattern. Comes also with a 10 dB attenuation pad. We're using USB-C for a very fast and low latency transmission from the unit. Another thing that is happening inside the Turret is the H.264 compression. So basically the Turret is your next go-to product for your broadcasting, streaming, YouTube or Twitch session.
I'm gonna back up really quick and see, show this to you because they got the screen down here.
Okay.
So let's see, nobody's behind me. So they're running at 1080p, or is this running at 720?
This is 720 because of the OBS right now, but we can upscale it for 1080p. So it's pretty much a full HD camera as much as you can. The H.264 compression is done inside the hardware, so your computer will be less stressed by CPU usage. Pro AVS. This is from the Turret family. However, we learned from the market. And as many people are using streaming to educational videos, trainings, meeting, conferences, and actually they don't need a condenser microphone to get that.
Okay, so that's where I was wondering where that microphone was. So it's in the base there.
Exactly. So the AVS has the same video camera, the same LED light ring with the dimmer. It also comes with the 3 filters. However, the AVS is perked and streamed by the AVS.
So how much is the AVS?
AVS, $199 map. You can find it online, and many dealers are carrying this fantastic product for you.
Okay, and then the Turret?
The Turret is $299, and the price difference stays, of course, because of the chassis. If you want, hence the $299 price. This one is $199 because it's also more portable. It's a boundary mic, so a little bit less features in terms of the audio, but video-wise, and the LED light ring is the same.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Where do people go for more information?
So from just the 2 starter products, by the way, we're bringing as a separate product just the microphone of the Turret, and we baptize it Umpire because it pretty much looks like the Umpire Ready,
nice.
waiting the Umpire by Marantz Pro.
All right,
All right.
perfect. Well,
thank you, Jeffrey.
Augusto, thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your time. And you guys go over to Geekazine.com.
Geekazine.
Geekazine. YouTube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment.
Thank you.
This is Mokibo, and what they are is they're showing us the keyboard over the iPad that you can connect up to an iPad, to a PC, and more. You can connect up to Android, 3 devices. Right?
Android, yeah.
Android, yes, absolutely.
iPad, MacBook.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, this looks like just a normal pentagram. This of keyboard is turned into large touchpad.
Large touchpad, yeah.
So when you're typing it, it's just keyboard. If you slightly touch this click button, and then if you move your finger, then you can see the mouse is moving.
Yeah.
So you don't need to bring another mouse or trackpad on your back. So it's very simple and easy to carry.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. You know, and for Windows and Mac.
Windows, Mac, and Android,
and
all support.
What version of Android does it need to be?
It's up to 4.2.
4.2?
Yeah, it's a very normal
work, but that's, you have to update your phone or something.
For the Windows, it's from supports from Windows 8.
Windows 8 or better? Okay. Okay. So you've had this out already for a while. How's everything been going? You had it Indiegogo, right?
Yeah, we until last month.
Okay.
And then we just about to go to market right now.
Just about. Yeah. Will you get it before Christmas time, or will it be after the New Year?
We actually have a stock in our stores for my homepage. Or we are preparing launching in phone shop in Korea and also on Amazon.
Amazon
in a few weeks.
Okay, in a few weeks. Yes. Okay. Let's do that again. Okay, $120 US.
Yes.
And are there going to be different kinds of keyboards?
We have a red color and this black color, 2 types of keyboard.
Okay.
And it has an accessory, then protect your keyboard, easy to carry. And then also this cover turns into the
holder.
Stand.
Will that hold with? You have just the iPad, but if you have an iPad case, will it be able to hold it with that? Or
sure. The thickness is really big
in some cases, right?
Yeah. Even though have a hand, you can just fold back so that you can make the tilt
to lift the keyboard up a little bit. Okay. Okay. How much is the case?
It's a $15 US.
$15 US.
Yes.
So 120, and then an extra 15 for the case. So it's awesome, and the best part is how you switch it. Show them how you switch it between the computers.
Okay. At the moment, we have there is a click button on the bottom, and then if you slide it to a keyboard mode.
Yeah, but switching between from iOS to computer, that's the function key, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can connect to 3 different devices with Bluetooth. And if once you connect it to one device, you can choose Windows, Android, and layout slightly changes according to the OS.
Okay. So just so you know, basically what happens is that you hit function F1, you set up the iPad. Function F2, you set it up for your desktop or your laptop. You can actually, it's kind of like a KVM type situation. And then, of course, when that little light is on right here, that means that, whoops, how do you, once that light is on, oh, you hold it.
Just hold it,
and then
hold it, and then mouse.
And then, oh, you have to hold it. Okay, so I got to go. I knew where there was a way to do it hands free, but okay.
At the moment, this was connected to the iPad.
Yep.
If you change the channel to channel 1, then it blinks on touchpad.
I think they can see that, but you know, they get the idea.
And then
you just pushed it off screen.
Okay. You can also scroll. It supports scroll.
With this and this, if you did that and but yeah, so. But the best part about that is if, let's say, you use your MacBook as your movie thing. Like, for instance, I could be in the hotel room. I can use this. That's pretty cool. So,
sure.
And it's pretty thin. Take a look at this. It's a metal.
The bottom chassis. Is aluminum.
Full
body
chassis,
aluminum.
okay.
And then on the top is plastic.
All plastic. Keys right there, and then the cord, and pretty cool. So,
it has a rechargeable battery inside, and you can recharge 2 hours, and then you can use 60 hours.
Charge 2 hours to use for 60.
And then for the slim mode, it lasts 5 months.
5
power saving mode.
Oh, okay. How do you get to power saving mode on here?
If you just leave 20 minutes, it goes into
power.
Or you can, if you press the 2 buttons together, 2 seconds.
What? Oh, the homepage. Yeah.
Yeah. My company name is InnoPresso. It's homepage is innopresso.com.
Perfect.
The one thing I want to say is we are going to CES show next year.
CES
in January. Yeah.
Oh, I'll see it. Well, you'll be with the other Korean startups, right?
Yeah.
Because they have an area for French startups. They have an area for Spain, and of course Korea will have its own startup area. All right, that was Mokibo. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here at the Moon Selfie. Is it Moon Selfie?
Moon Selfie.
Moon Selfie. Cool lights for your phone. We're going to talk about that next. South by Southwest.
And one of the most difficult things is when you're out at night, lighting is absolutely awful.
Yeah.
So you end up missing these amazing moments with your friends, family members. So we wanted to solve that problem by creating an elegant lighting solution that fits on any mobile device, whether it's your tablet, laptop, or phone.
Yeah.
And you can easily create the perfect lighting for those scenarios to make sure you get the perfect light for your photos.
That's awesome. Yeah, because when I bring the phone out and we do a little selfie thing as well.
It doesn't work well because you want to be able to see the actual action that is happening.
Yeah.
You want to spend time editing photos and at the same time just checking through and trying all over and over again.
Okay.
And this is what happened to my wife and I at a restaurant, and we were because you can actually take it off. So
this is my phone.
Yeah.
This is my phone here. So go ahead.
So you can actually just clip it onto a phone. Once it's on the back of the phone, you just touch it, 2 fingers, and then now you can actually adjust the brightness. You can do that as well.
Okay.
To make sure you get the absolute light that you want.
So yeah, let's do that. So you got the touch in the back, and maybe you'll see that, and go from there. But you have a light like this. So now when we go to take our selfie, it probably would work in a more darker environment.
Even in this one, you'll notice your shadows are going to go away on your eyes.
How do I turn it off?
Absolutely, it's the same way you're just going to dim it down.
It's a nice small product, so it can fit. You could probably even clip it on your.
Absolutely, put it in your pocket, clip it in the thing, carry it in a purse. I usually sometimes clip an extra one on my wallet just because I want to be ready for the night in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's talk about price really quick.
Yeah, $39.99 is our price point.
I'm sorry?
$39.99.
$39.99.
Yeah.
And what do you get with just
you get a carrying case and a really high-end USB cable for charging it.
Okay.
And the idea is to really be able to carry something with you everywhere you go, so you never miss that moment.
Awesome. Very much.
Pleasure to meet you.
All right. It's time. Maybe put it on my glasses.
Oh, yeah.
I could be a cameraman like this. So, anyway, I don't know. We got the moon selfie light. I'll have a link in the show notes.
Your phone, but what if you're a foodie and you love to take food photos and you're out? You can hold it up to your food. You can do some macro stuff. There's a lot of other applications.
Oh yeah, I've many times where I don't need the. So you could definitely do that. Do you offer discounts for multiple purchases?
We can. We want to talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, perfect. Well, there you go. You can check that out. We've got a lot more cool stuff. South by Southwest coming your way. So keep on Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification. All right. There you go. Thanks a lot. And you guys geek out.
Awesome.
We're here at Petronics in the Eureka Park, and your cat's probably going crazy. Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You can find me at YouTube and all that other stuff. We got a toy for cats, and you're thinking, yeah, I got toys for cats at home. It is what it is, but this is a toy that you can use. It's got a little bit, and what these are they just move around, and you can direct it with an app. But of course, your cat can direct it as well. Like, for instance, it's going to happen. Oh, wait! Oh, now he's back up. How cool is that? Let's do that again, because I want to make sure I'm in the shot here. So he's down for the count here. He doesn't know. Oh, now he's back up. There you go. So if your cat decides, hey, go ahead and do that. That's going to change. Oh, wait. Let me... Okay, you see how it's now a purple light? It means that it's being interacted with something. Maybe it's the cat, maybe it's the couch. I don't know, maybe your couch wants to do anything that could hurt your cat by any means. So you haven't had any issues with fur or anything like that in these?
No, not at all.
Okay.
And if anything, you can easily take the wheels off and just unscrew it. And so if there's anything caught in there.
If there's anything caught in there, you can take the wheels off. Pretty easy. Pretty cool stuff. And do you have the app by chance around?
Yeah, so I can pull the app up.
Okay. Well, just, you should have brought a cat.
That'd be pretty mean to the cat.
Yeah, it would be, but you know, and so I'm assuming this is the directionality and mouse tail, and what are these buttons for?
Backwards, that orients it. This would be how fast you're going.
Okay.
There are also other parts of the app. This would just be the driving.
Okay. Is it Bluetooth paired or Wi-Fi paired?
Bluetooth.
Bluetooth paired. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So that's cool technology for your pets. Can't go wrong there. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine CES 2019 Action. We got a lot of stuff, so go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment down below. Hit the bell so your cat can get a mouse. And until next time, you guys geek out. I'm here with my good friend, Mr. Jeff Adams.